How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
folks, but same qualifier season here. Permasneeze and Winter bringing you the action. We're going through DreamLeague Season 28's close qualifiers for the Southeast Asia region today. Winter, same shit as usual, right? You got 8 teams coming in, trying their very best to make it to this online event, but unfortunately, there's only one slot for this region.
Yeah, unfortunately, we already have fortunately, we already have an invited team, so it's not just one SCA team in the main event. Thanks to OG, they've already acquired their spot, and right now we have to find the second team. The second of the Seas Warriors, we need to send another representative there so that OG is not alone in the main event.
Yeah, how long has it been since a Southeast Asia team got directly invited to these events? I mean, top 6 OG, they've really done a great job for themselves, but I'm sure they'll be very happy to sit this one out because the teams that we have in these qualifiers are no snuffs or pushovers either, right? You got some very notable names on many of these stacks, even though they might not necessarily have organizations backing them up, there's still very much the skills to pay the bills, and that's definitely the case on some of these teams that we have. In our first game of the day, it's Yangon Galacticos against a stack called BAIYAWAK, but you might know them better as some of the ex-Nemesis players. Akashi, Jing, Grims, these are the players that were with Nemesis back in TI last year. They didn't really do too well though, but definitely still contenders here.
Yeah, well, if you want to put it that way, they're kind of like the rejects of the tier 1 sort of
That's
teams,
true.
I think a lot of these random stacks, they come together, not just in SCA, in Europe as well, in China. They group up together because nobody wants them, and usually sometimes you see good things coming up from teams like this, right? Because everybody just kind of wants to prove a point. You want to show your ex team, okay, you may kick me out the last time, but today we're going to kick you out of the qualifiers, and let's see who gets the last laugh.
That's true. Definitely the case for a lot of these KUKUYS runs in particular, right? KUKUYS, of course, another team that is in the running for this close qualifiers. Let's talk a little bit about BAIYAWAK before we mention Yangon Galacticos, right? So you got Akashi, you got Lewis, you got Jing, you got Grims, and I think the last...
DCMG.
Yeah, DCMG. I think DCMG is probably the one who's the least established because if I'm not mistaken, he was playing on some of these tier 2, tier 3 Filipino stacks for quite a while the rest have had some degree of tier 1 experience in the last 1 or 2 years.
He's also the youngest player, I think, on this stack. He is like, if I'm not mistaken, 20 this year. Or maybe 21 because it's 2026 now. I'm not sure.
Welcome to the new year. He just cracked that... Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think he's really made a name for himself outside of some of these tier 3 tournaments. I know he was on Copite for a little bit earlier this year.
Yeah, stand-in or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he's new. He's definitely the newest player, or he's like a fresh name in the SCA scene. We don't really get a lot of fresh names anymore. So it's very, very nice to be able to see someone come up,
Yeah, but it's still a long way to go before coming up. This is the first round after all, so it's best of 3s, lower brackets all the way. We have a draft, so let's pop that on our screen here. BAIYAWAK, of course, mentioning them already a little bit as the rejects somewhat of the region. I think you'll see that in the new iteration of Team Nemesis, they chose to keep Raven, but then they basically let everyone else go, right? Raven and Mac are the only 2 remaining stayers, so then of course it feels a little bit bad for Akashi, Jing, these guys who are left over. But on the flip side, Yangon Galacticos, now this is a team that has been together for what feels like forever, right? These are the open qualifier, close qualifier warriors, but they have never actually made it past a close qualifier. I don't think they've actually made it to a tier 1 main event in the past 2 to 3 years.
I think even longer. They've been around even longer.
I'm trying to be a bit generous there, to be honest, Winter. But yeah, you're probably right. Way longer.
I thought you told me, Winter, you should be more direct, Try to spill your feelings. Try to be more honest. Try to be more direct. And right now you're telling me, oh, I'm actually trying to...
No, I'm letting you be direct. I don't want to be the bad guy. I'm just trying to be nice over here. We got a good cop, bad cop situation going on. You can be mean as much as you want, but, I kind of, every time I see this team, I'm just waiting for the one day they show us what Burmese Dota can do, right? Because I think out of all the Southeast Asia coalition countries, you got the Mongolian stacks like the Lil Gun, IHC, and now it's Trailer Park Boys, of course. And then you got the Thai stacks sometimes. I mean, I don't think those exist anymore. And then, of course, most recently, Reconics, the all-Indonesian stack, made it all the way to Blast Malta. So there is something to be said about the synergy when you all speak the same language, of course, especially in Southeast Asia. And Burmese is not going to be an exception, but for now, they've yet to really prove themselves in these gauntlets.
Yeah, I mean, they have already always like only
10
exclusively
seconds
played with. I think there were some points where they actually have a foreigner, like someone from a
Yes.
different country. I think recently it might have been Forev, if I'm if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
there was a bit of Forev, but where they found success was they actually had JG standing in on pause 3 for a while. I think Zorin was taking a little bit of a break, and funnily enough, that was the first time in 1.5 years that they actually won a tournament. So with JG standing in, Yangon Galacticos actually took first place in Lunar Snake 2, which is why I think they got directly invited here.
Yeah, I think their problem has always been the same, if I'm not wrong. Every time I watch them play, I kind of feel like it's not exactly always the draft. I think their drafts, they have kind of nice ideas on and off, but it's more about like how they play the game, you know, how they move around the map. Like having too many heroes in a smoke, like problems that tier 2 teams usually have, you know. You have too many people in the smoke, then you're not really shuffling out the waves enough. And then you have the wrong person in the dead lane collecting the trash. You do not want to have your valuable hero collecting the trash farm because he's going to die and it's bad for the game. These are the few common ones that I kind of remember, you know, on the top of my head when I'm thinking about YG.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether they are able to correct some of these mistakes because they've been together for so long and, you know, they've been playing together as a stack.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you've already been together so long and you didn't really change a lot with your
10
players,
seconds
you
remaining.
probably have the same problems, right? Because I think the reason why they did well when they had someone from the outside or outsider coming in from a different country, the person has a different view of the game, right? He adds a different dimension towards like how you function as a unit. So I think that is actually a very valuable thing for all those like very, how should I say this? They just like to play with their countrymen, right? Because of language issues, like they're very focused on trying to get people from their own region. I mean, it's understandable because you want people that speak the same language, you know. But at the same time, it has its drawbacks.
A bit of a echo chamber type situation, right? You play with the same guys for so long, you all marinate in the same ideas and concepts. That
Yeah, have you not
maybe
heard?
not-
If you date a person long enough, you both of you become the same person. So
Do
initially,
you
you're.
think Yangon Galacticos are 5 of the same Burmese people, right?
I mean, it's just, you get my point, right? It's just when you're together with the same people a long time, it gets stale, and you can't really move forward, you know.
We'll see whether Yangon Galacticos can buck that trend here. I feel like we say that every single close qualifiers, and to be honest with you, even though we don't know much about the personalities on the team and the people on the team, of course we've seen their name a bajillion times, but it's not like they are streamers or they really have much, you know, they don't really interact with the rest of the community. They just kind of have their own little bubble, right? You still
10 seconds
want to see them maybe eventually break past this curve, but in their ways, BAIYAWAK, of course, even though they are stacked, even though they have just a random generated lizard as their team picture, these guys are the real deal.
Wait,
And for now,
isn't that the tide? It's a lizard.
I don't know whether Tide looks like that. It kind of looks more like an iguana, if I'm being honest with you.
Bro, they first picked the tide. It has to be tide.
Okay, well, let's go with that for now. But Tide Disruptor as an opening here. So BAIYAWAK really trying to capitalize on the team fight. Yangon Galacticos are going to meet them with Mars Witch Doctor. What do you make of this draft so far? I feel like we're seeing certain heroes that I didn't really expect in the first few phases.
I mean, Tiny first pick is kind of like quite normal because Tiny is very good on the mid lane at the moment. Despite not having Cotter as his backup, you know, Cotter Tiny is probably one of the strongest duo at the moment.
Sure.
I think Witch Doctor is also one of the best pos 5 against Tide. It's a reaction to Tide Hunter because you can't take away the, what's it called, Melodic with your blubber. I'm so used to calling it Kraken Shell, and I have to call it.
Yeah, I know
blubber.
what you mean. They're moving things around, creating new sub abilities. It's all part of the growth of the game here. But yeah, Witch Doctor, is it good enough that you can just pick it as a counter to the Tide? Because in the fringe case where you're not completely screwing this Tide over, now he has a Snapfire backing him up, right?
In the lane, it's okay. I think it's very possible that the Witch Doctor screws with the Tide. You know? I think that's the primary purpose of Witch Doctor against Tide. I mean, the problem with the hero has always been the same. He's not reliable in the team fights, and the mid-late game situations.
seconds
Because
Yeah.
his spells, you need to go so near to cast them, right? So imagine going near against a Disruptor and a Tiger, and now you have a Snap ultimate on top of your head, How are you possibly going to get full value out of your Death Ward, right? It's kind of unlikely, I think the main reason you pick this hero in most cases is to secure your lane.
Sure.
10
Slark
seconds
definitely a
remaining.
hero that needs a bit of help in that regard. Ever since the changes, people have had
seconds
mixed
remaining.
feelings. I'm interested to know what you think, because some people are saying Slark is really good now. You can sort of make him work. He's a lot better than he was before. But others are saying that this new ability that he has, the Shiv, is just like whatever. He takes a long time to get online. He just can't keep up with the meta. What do you think is the truth?
I didn't play the hero a lot. I didn't run into the hero a lot, so I can't really give you a very precise answer about that. But initial
Okay.
feelings is the hero doesn't really
10 seconds
scare me,
remaining.
in the 1 or 2 games where I ran into the hero. He kind of
Sure.
feels very slow,
5
like
seconds
before, he has the
remaining.
problem of he cannot really go into the team fights. Like if you look at the BAIYAWAK lineup, like there's a tight Disruptor. I mean, Disruptor especially, it's quite annoying for Slark to go inside the team fight, because you have to always be worried about the silence, and if you don't have BKB, because you don't buy BKB early on Slark, but against Disruptor you kind of have to, and so you have to buy it at least your third item, I would say. Maybe you can get a default first, and then after that you get your Axe, or you get BKB, or you have to get BKB earlier. I'm not sure, because I know most of the Slark players, they hate getting BKB early on this
10
hero,
seconds
and
remaining.
against Disruptor it's kind of like, I would say, mandatory.
Well, maybe
5
Yangon
seconds
Galacticos are
remaining.
hoping that the Slark can play a bit more of a follow-up role. Certainly looks to be the case here in
It's-
this game,
it's
with the
against
Tiny Mars
the-
initiating first.
It's against the DK type. The Slark is good against these two heroes, the tanky heroes that you can poke and prod and steal a lot of stats. I think that's the primary purpose of the hero here. But at the same time, I think that the Slark, if he doesn't win his lane, he doesn't snowball, he's going to have a hard time entering the team fights, and you might be forced to play a scenario where you're always constantly splitting, right, with your heroes if you
Yeah.
can't really enter the fight as Slark.
It's kind of tricky as well, because
Radiant
Yangon
team
Galacticos, as much as they have some pretty good skirmishing tools, I think the one thing that they're missing that has been quite a hallmark of this meta is an ability to force objectives, right? You look at these heroes, they don't really pressure towers very well. They don't really take Tormentor either. You're not really ever gunning for an early Roche timing.
10 seconds
You don't have any
remaining.
of those tools. Maybe something like a Shadow Shaman. The Jakiro's obviously banned out,
5
but
seconds
some
remaining.
way of actually forcing BAIYAWAK to make a move when they're not comfortable. Because right now it just feels like BAIYAWAK, they have these steady laners. They have this way of just kind of running at your towers with the Dragon Knight. They have big team fight that you can't run into as well. Starting to look a bit concerning for Yangon Galacticos, I'm going to be honest.
I think ideally they
Dire
need
team
like
pick.
some sort, like you say, an extra hero that can dish out the damage in the team fight. There's still Queen of Pain, I think. Yeah, Queen of Pain is still available in the pool.
Radiant
I mean,
team
there's
pick.
something like, okay, they go for the SF. I was thinking also about that. Like mid heroes that give you team fights, usually SF Corp, maybe some random Kunkai, and you have the SF with Mars combination. You get the arena and then you fear them into the wall. It's pretty nice. And you can also cancel
10
off the
seconds
Snapfire
remaining.
Optimus Kiss. It's actually something that is very, very useful. In the team
5
fights,
seconds
if you look at their
remaining.
other heroes, right, it's not very likely that the Tiny Mars or Witch Doctor cancels the Optimus Kiss, right? But sometimes with the Shadow Fiend Vacuum, you can actually do that. So it could be
Yeah.
very valuable here, and it's very good in the lane into Dragon Knight. So I think BAIYAWAK is probably going to change their lanes and put the DK on a safe lane and pick another hero to lane against the SF, something like a Corp or something along those lines. There's no Lash. So I think Corp is probably the only nice answer they have here. I don't see any other heroes here anymore.
Would you still consider Quap to be a counter to the Shadow Fiend in this current meta?
At least you can, I mean, not exactly like full counter, but you can definitely, like the lane matchup is not super favorable for Corp. I still think it's 50-50. Last hit
Okay.
wise, the Shadow Fiend can definitely hold his own, and the Corp would give you always like kill threat, so when a support rotates in, the SF has to always be careful when he don't see a support on the map, so it creates a lot of pressure, so the SF cannot play very cocky, Like against DK, he's going to play cocky and he's going to pressure you. But against a Corp, he has to sit back and chill a little bit more.
Choose
There
your
you
hero.
go. Called perfectly, Winter. They're going to switch things up. Dragon Knight in the safe lane and Lewis going to be bringing that Queen of Pain to the mid. as the dust settles, is there any particular side that you're liking more? Because I think up until the last picks, I was a bit worried for Yangon Galacticos. I was thinking maybe this Tiny would go into the mid. They choose to switch things up instead, bring Skill Lay over onto that Tiny position 4 with the Mars, and then going for the Shadow Fiend. But now it's being somewhat answered in the game with the Queen of Pain. To me, BAIYAWAK still feels like the lineup that's a bit more well-rounded. They have these options for taking a big team fight. Where Yangon Galacticos, I'm worried about the Shadow Fiend and the Slug. If they don't get off to good starts in the lanes, could be very difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, they're sort of very reliant on the early game going well. Tiny has a kind of a lot to do in this, I think, first 5 to 10 minutes. He has to kind of, I think, do everything, you know. First, you must secure the Mars, you know. They're probably going to be pulling the waves and like manipulate the wave, and so you get the Mars off to a decent start, and then you have to secure runes for the SF, and then maybe you're looking to gank for the Stark as well, you know, because I think the lane is not that straightforward. It should be a tight plus Snapfire. I think the lane is still pretty strong. Snapfire did receive like a pretty substantial nerf in the patch, you know. They reduced the damage from the Shredder, so the laning definitely got hurt a lot. But this lane with Gush at level 1 with Shredder, I don't know if they go Blightstone. Sometimes you see Snap players go Blightstone in this lane.
Right.
It's actually very, very hard for the Stark to sit in the lane, you know, because you have low armor on a melee hero for Stark, and you're gonna take a lot of damage from the Gush Shredder combo. Let's see if he has what he has, or he hasn't bought any items yet.
Yeah. So
I kind of feel this is
sorted.
one of those lanes where Blightstone has high value because of the Gush and because of the Anchor Smash being physical as well. So you can buff up a lot of okay, what is this? We DC before choosing heroes. And then, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, so someone got another, oh no. Someone got a random hero? What is that what they're saying?
No. So I think what happened is because after you select all your heroes in the draft, then you kind of need to basically pick who plays what, right? And I think the players in question DC'd. So maybe Skillay was supposed to play the Witch Doctor, maybe Loon was supposed to play the Tiny, maybe Zorain would, you know, would prefer to be
wasting our time. Oh my god.
Jing's coming out real angry. Jing, damn. And he assigns it to okay. Well, I don't know whether they're just memeing or whether there's some genuine bad blood there. But that's not the way you want to start off your morning. You know, you want to be maybe some time for BAIYAWAK to grab their coffee.
So it's mainly the Shadow Fiend and the Slug. I just checked the roles.
Yeah, I think so. Because KSH typically is that position 1 player for Yangon Galacticos, but I believe we will be restarting the lobby. So sorry to just kind of gimp y'all folks, but we'll be getting back into the game very soon. We can talk a bit more about the situation we have at hand where, you know, you were mentioning it's going to be such a long laundry list of tasks for this Tiny to accomplish, right? He has to do so much in this early game.
Yeah, he has to wake up early, get the day started early, you know. That's how I start my day. I have to vacuum the floor, I have to do the laundry, I have to feed the fishes, I have to clean the poop, I have to clean the pee of the dogs. That's my day.
And whose fault is that, Winter?
What do you mean, whose fault is that?
Who asked you to? You didn't have to. Is it legally mandated for you to own these fishes and own these dogs?
No. Those are things I want to do.
Self-made problems, Winter. This is
what the hell. You say as if you don't have hobbies.
I just woke up. I get straight to work. I'm a businessman. You know, I don't. Okay, well, chores got to be done. You know, you get that out of the way. Ready to cast some Dota. Let's specifically about the Dota. I'm looking at this iguana photo now that BAIYAWAK has. It's an iguana smoking a cigarette.
What's the meme?
It doesn't. I don't know. Is it a meme? I'm not familiar with the Filipino memes.
Oh,
are you looking it up right now?
Yeah, that is a meme.
Okay, wait,
That's
what
actually
is
a
it?
meme.
Does it mean anything?
I'm trying to find out. It's just like some. Apparently, it's some.
It's a monitor lizard.
Digital art, like a famous digital art of some
Oh,
sort.
okay. Maybe it's one of those those NFTs that people had.
Yeah, I actually think so. I see a lot of random iguana smoking a cigarette pictures.
Okay. Well, it's not a very nice looking iguana. it kind of looks like it would say something mean to you if you
I
walk
mean,
past it on the street.
if you ask me, iguanas, they don't really look very nice, but some people find it cute, so you have to be careful of what you say.
Who I offend, yeah, okay. That's fine.
Hold your
I mean,
horses, just because you don't like my chicken rice doesn't mean your chicken rice is better.
That's true. That's true, actually. It's a matter of perspective. And right now, I guess coming into this match, do you have any initial thoughts on which side you would expect to take it? Just like, let's put the drafts aside, right? We talk about team profiles. I feel like the obvious answer is maybe BAIYAWAK would be the favorites coming in. But then again, they're also working with a relatively newer player, like you mentioned, DCMG. He's just kind of coming in and he's still trying to figure things out. And while we try to figure things out, we're not going to bore you with that talk. We're just going to go for a short break and we'll be back with game number 1 of Yangon Galacticos versus BAIYAWAK after a short bit.
I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling is good. Feeling is good. Feeling is good. Ooh, feeling is good.
Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you want I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am.
walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you did stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you upset me. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, Something about you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine?
All right, welcome back, folks. We have ourselves a game one finally after what feels like half an hour plus of waiting. Heroes got repicked. Yangon Galacticos are back in the lobby. No more angst. It's okay, as Cinderin just said, because YG and BAIYAWAK is on your screens. Just in case you're not sure what's going on, folks, this is the first series of the day. It is the closed qualifiers for Southeast Asia, and you're joined by Permsneeze and Winter. And we finally can talk about how this game's gonna unfold, because where we left off previously, we were talking about how Yangon Galacticos, their draft feels a little bit more difficult to make work. They're really relying on this Shadow Fiend and the Slark to have a decent early start. If not, BAIYAWAK might just run them over.
Yeah, the laning phase is going to be very, very crucial for them. Witch Doctor has to... I feel like he has to kill the Tide, I don't know, like what, at least twice?
Like twice,
in the
yeah.
lane? Yeah, I think 2 is like a fair number.
He's got to work some voodoo magic, that's for sure, but is anyone who can pull it off? Might be Loon here on the Witch Doctor. I think this is quite a favorite of his.
Oh, they managed to get 3 runes, I think. Yeah, that was a nice move there. So they did a late smoke. They split their heroes into 3 groups. The enemy didn't... I think they had one hero going back to block creeps. I think it was the corpse, so they couldn't really take the other rune, so they lost out in one. So that's a good move by YG. Good start already for them. We mentioned they have to start the game well. Early game needs to go nicely. Skill lay on the Tiny, he has to do a lot of work, and that's a good start for him.
Look at this move here. Loon is actually going to come through and even throw an auto attack out. Not sure why he's delaying his arrival to the top side. Maybe he was hoping that the BAIYAWAK safe lane would overextend and they could try and get first blood. But that's the GP back up to top. So 2 apiece on each side. We'll see whether there's any action to be expected. I guess the Dragon Knight and the Disruptor actually has a decent amount of kill threat.
I mean, that's going to take a while. I think initially the Mars should be able to sit on his own in his lane. Like, if they're trying to force any pressure on him, as long as he has his spear or his rebuild, he should be able to just push the DK away from him. You know? I think this lane is more like a farming lane for the DK and Disruptor.
Sure. They don't want to find any action. What about top side though? Because earlier on in the draft, we were talking about how scary this Tide Hunter and Snapfire could be. I don't know whether the Witch Doctor alone can fight both of them off.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to do it alone. I mean, the Snap didn't have a Blightstone, you know. I was talking about how this lane might be a lane where you want to have a Blightstone at level 1. But it's still very, very difficult for Witch Doctor to go in alone, you know. Like the pressure. Because ideally, you want to wait, I would say level 3. So you get your second point in Melodic. And then you try to make a go on the Tide to kill him. I think this is definitely no easy lane for them, you know. I mean, I understand why they picked the Slut into the Tide and the DK. But the lane is something that it doesn't really feel like the Slut is going to, you know, be able to pressure the Tide that much, you know. I mean, he's doing okay at the moment.
Is it one of those things where there's a certain timing in the lane where KSH will actually be able to play it? Or is it just there's no way you interact with the Tide, you kind of need to wait until the early mid-game to maybe join some of these fights?
Yeah, possibly. Like they're probably thinking that we need a hero that can build a
Top
silver
lane,
edge.
some action onto Jing, dropping very low. The Maledict comes out and KSH actually will be the one to draw blood. Loon will claim the kill for that one. Managed to find the Snap all by herself.
Top tower is under attack.
Somehow managing to make that work.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage with the Maledict still at level 1, you know. I know I mentioned that probably you want to wait level 2 to kill the type, but you don't need for the second point Maledict to kill the support. And right now, if DCMG gets the Lotus, it's not the worst, you know. And you're starting to see like even though they got the first blood, but they're not really super comfortable sitting in a lane with full status on the Slug, right? Slug's always taking a lot of harass. I think this is a lane where if the Slug is not killing with the Witch Doctor together, like the Snap or the Tide, you're gonna have a hard time getting last hits in this lane because of Anchor Smash and the Shredder. Like there's always gonna be a lot of pressure. Like every single creep you take, you're gonna take a lot of damage, you know. So the other way you can kind of mitigate that is to get an early point in heal on Witch Doctor, because he did get substantially buffed, you know, in this patch. The mana cost went down a lot. So maybe you would consider getting that early if you feel like you need some, you know, extra regen.
I'm a little bit worried for this Slark Witch Doctor lane because it feels like the Tide is very quickly going to reach a point where he's not a viable kill. We talked about needing to at least get 2 kills onto him. Young PH though in the mid lane, fighting off Grims. They're going to try and turn around and get a toss back, but it's not enough damage with the stick charges. Now Skill Lane in some trouble. Meanwhile, with the rotation of the Snapfire to the mid, they managed to find the Tide. So killing him that first time, like you mentioned, is it going to be enough physical to finish off the Tiny? The last auto attack is there, and Lewis is going to net himself a double kill. So even though they do take down the off-laner of BAIYAWAK, it's a big win for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that is a very, very bad death by the Tiny. You know, now he has to walk all the way back to base since he tried to TB out. I mean, this is the thing, right? If you look at the CS, the SF is actually doing well, but the co-op always constantly creates this type of like threat, right? The supports can rotate in. And you feel like you can always kill the SF at a given time, you know? So this is the problem SF has in the early game. He can last it and deny well, but there's always pressure that could come in at any time and you could die, you know, at the runes especially.
That's kind of the tricky part, right? Because you might wonder to yourself, that was a 2v3, Loon clearly he wasn't in position to help. He made the choice to go for the kill on the Tide instead, and now the Tide's the one chasing him down. Turn around the Shredder, last hit onto Loon. He's a bit too quick for the Tide Hunter to catch up with. Can you find a gush around the corner? Looks like he's just gonna sacrifice himself to the tower, sorry. So, ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. I still don't know how good this is, because yes, Slark is top of the CS, but it doesn't feel like you're doing enough on the Tiny right now.
I mean, the thing also is, right, you mentioned that the Witch Doctor wasn't there, because the Witch Doctor can't really leave to control runes because he needs to play with the Slark. And then the Slark can't play this lane alone. And you see another rotation comes in from Jing, and they're gonna finally bring Loon in. Nice stun, bouncing around, but he's probably gonna die. Yeah, he's gonna die for this.
Still got a glimpse. Pull back the Witch Doctor. Fresh from the grave, straight back into another tombstone. Skill, they gotta look for a toss, but Lewis living on a sliver, still at Fairy Fire. That was really close for no reason.
It was actually insane that he didn't use the Fairy Fire. That he somehow knew he wouldn't die. I mean, the thing
a little spooky.
I mean, the thing with Maledict is you always want to use like all your regen, whatever stick you have, Fairy Fire before it pops, right? Because it reduces the damage a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, you know, he didn't die, so that's what matters, you know, he had to walk back to base. But yeah, just some nervous moments there, but you see, young PH, he somehow, after that one death, he's stabilizing the lane. Like, he has very, very good CS now, 36 and 9. I mean, sure, he's sacrificing the supports, right, because Loon had to come in and die for him, you know, but the SF is doing really well.
Yeah, in an ideal world, BAIYAWAK, obviously, they want to come to mid, throw spells on the SF, force him back and get the Queen of Pain that advantage. But the first Invis rune going the way of the Shadow Fiend, I don't think he'll be able to find much. Meanwhile, bot lane, look at Akashi, he's just putting on so much pressure on the tower just by himself. Not threatened at all by the Mars at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, right? When your Tiny is not exactly playing the lane, right? You're rotating around because you're forced to protect the SF. Because there's a lot of pressure points in their draft, right, on YG. The Slug is extremely weak. The SF is also weak in the early game. So you have like two, I would say, points where you are always vulnerable. I mean, the Mars is kind of like okay to be alone, right? He's fine, you know, if you leave him alone. But then you can't really use the Mars to pressure. But looking at the net worth right now, they're all having good farm on the YG side, all the 3 cores. And this is the Witch Doctor against Tide coming in. Undispellable Maledict. So he's gonna die.
Very nice setup
Big
there.
kill.
And Loon's early investment is going to pay off, right? He made that decision to stick around with the Slark, and now KSH a level advantage over the Tide Hunter and starting to exert that pressure.
Yeah, they are doing really well so far, you know, after those last couple of kills. The supports are going to be poor because they have to sacrifice themselves for the cause. But the 3 cores are very, very happy on the YG side. And if they get the rune, okay, they're going to get the rune. Haste rune on young PH. So this is going to mean that the next 2 minutes you don't really have a kill threat on the Quap, and the SF you usually just want to farm, you know, and this is really good for you. Because on the Radiant side, you can't really pressure, right, knowing the enemy mid laner has a haste rune.
Arena in the bot lane setup is there. Loon coming through the twin gates along with a rotation. Akashi completely caught off guard. In an early game that YG had to strike first, they're making it happen with some of these moves. Yes, Winter, like you said, the supports are hurting, but if they can keep finding these kills, they'll catch right back up.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower is
Disruptor?
under attack.
He's gonna die.
He's come a bit too far, not really respecting the rotation from Young PH with his haste rune. Meanwhile, watching top lane, again, wow, just being pushed back. So YG, their plan is working. They got the slot to the point where he can 1v1, and now they're moving around the spots, using that Arena, using that SF, and they'll be the ones to take the first tier 1 tower.
Yeah, very nice moves here by YG. And the first Arena getting the kill on DK, that was really crucial. Felt like it's also a little bit of a misplay there by Dragonite, by Akashi, because he knows that they didn't control the rune, right? Because they didn't know what rune was taken because they didn't have a ward, but they definitely know that YG had the rune, you know. So whenever you're playing the side lane and the enemy mid laner gets the rune, you just have to shove
Chill.
the lane and go jungle. You cannot really sit in a lane whenever there's kill threat on you, you know. So I think that was a little bit of an oversight on Akashi, but it has very big consequences, right? Because his death was actually a very big kill for the enemy.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower is
and
under
Zorin,
attack.
who was initially struggling a little bit, now he is close to the top of the net worth. Now he's able to sap up some EXP in the mid lane, while the Shadow Fiend just jungles in the triangle. Looking towards that 10-minute power rune is probably the next time we maybe see a play YG. They'll have their ultimates available again. We already had an Invis and a Haste rune, so, you know, I guess most impactful rune, it could be something like a Regen or AD rune.
Yeah.
In fact, everybody in YG shows up to the mid lane almost. All
That is-
5
that's
heroes
very
from the
nice.
Dire side.
That is very good. Because the Corp relies on the runes so much to make plays. And because you have I would say like a greedier lineup. I'm not sure maybe greedy, but I think more scaly lineup compared to what Radiant has, you know. Like SF and Stark, they're really good against the cores, and here we see another glimpse to skill lay.
Oh, that's a nice toss back. Along with the Avalanche, it's actually
fine.
gonna get him out.
Yeah.
What a play there from the Tiny. The sequencing was perfect, and Akashi not fast enough to get the stun out.
And Loon here, like both the supports on YG just trying to... I think they are playing very close to enemy territory, trying to like scout on D-Bot and everything, and yeah, giving their cores a lot of space to work with at the moment. The Slug's free farming, look at his net worth, he's very fat. He's really happy. Falcon Blade into Diffusal soon.
Is under attack.
SF is also really happy, you know, all 3 cores having a good time on the YG side after what has happened in the last 3 minutes, I think.
I will say giving over this mid tower for free is pretty tough though. I guess with both supports dying, it's not
Yeah.
really easy to defend, but surely you bring 1 or 2 calls here just to make sure the catapult is dealt with, because right now you're just basically getting an objective for free.
I mean, that's the exchange, right? When you send your supports to, I would say, for incursion missions on the side lanes where you try to scout and place wards, sometimes when you die, you tend to lose your powers, you know. And this is kind of the consequences of that, because they were kind of trying to create space for the cores to farm. And now with the level 6 on Witch Doctor almost has his ultimate up, he's going to look for a play with the Arena here.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is
even the
under
Maledict
attack.
should be enough with a few raises, right? Zorin, he's playing very far up, trying to bait someone in. I think the smoke gets broken by the Disruptor up north.
Yeah.
Gets stunned out, but no further chase. So nice positioning from Grims there just to block the way.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, it's
attack.
also kind of like a play where it's difficult to connect, right? Because if you look at the wards on YG, they're both on the side of the map, right? Top and bottom. So it doesn't really help them in that particular smoke, right? I think they're trying to go in blind, so it's hard to connect, you know, whenever you make a smoke like this. I mean, ideally you want
Sure.
to have a ward already placed and you see someone and you smoke to that ward. Oh, glimpse. Zorin, he is so far up. Right? I think he's a goner. He might be able to TP out though. Oh, he actually didn't
Not
realize.
attempting it just yet.
I think he could
Just
have
standing his
he
ground.
could have definitely TP out there. Because the Corp had no mana for Sonic Wave. There was no stun
Maybe
from
he didn't.
DK, no glimpse, so no
Radiant's
stuns
top
anymore.
tower is under attack.
But at least they got an exchange here. They killed DCMG on the Tide, so that's huge. This is a
Yeah.
Slug against Tide matchup starting to, you know, come
Radiant's
into
middle
play.
tower is under attack.
Really starting to ramp up DCMG. I want to say the poorest call by a long shot. Not really having a good time here, and it's a difficult sight to see. Now, Tide is a hero that can recover eventually if you get him stacks. But now coming to the Twin Gates are YG, they want to try and find the connection onto Akashi. Yes, Akashi just gets an Observer Ward, so they don't exactly have vision of him.
He's gonna
but
die.
the Fresh Diffusal Blade, KSH, he's on the prowl.
I think he's gonna die here. He's gonna farm these two camps. This is your natural movement on the carry. This is such a big pick here for YG. They understand the farming pattern, you know. You're gonna farm your way back towards the base and they have time to catch him with the diffusal.
Found him with the inhibit, slow him down, and the follow-up stun is there. The TPs can't come quick enough. And BAIYAWAK, they'll lose their carry. Trying to respond though, they would love to find the Slug, but not able to find him in the tree line. He actually retreated
Oh
up
my
to the
God,
left,
nice
and
stun.
the stun holding them away. Are you seriously gonna force at least a Ravage? There's no way that was worth it. And you get a support, but you lost your carry, and you use the Ravage to boot. Sure, skill lane is gonna go down, but YG, the supports on this dire side have just been dying good deaths. And if KSH can actually get this Wisdom Shrine, wow, what a sequence of events for them on the dire. Might even threaten Lewis here. You gotta be careful about the Sonic Wave. Dumps in, catches the pounce. Mana for the Sonic Wave, need to
Oh,
land it,
nice
but just
juke.
off the mark, not what you want. There's the Arcane Rune to reduce the cooldown, but still, feels like BAIYAWAK, they're fumbling their ultimates a little bit here.
I mean, the kill is kind of like they were desperate, right? They brought 3 heroes down there with the Ravage. So they feel like they have to Ravage to get at least 1 kill on the Tiny, you know. Otherwise, why are they TPing down, you know? I can sort of understand the frustration. You couldn't save the DK and you're already there, so why not just take the support kill, you know? I mean, in general, obviously, you know, you have rules in Dota where you shouldn't use long CD ultimates to just kill supports, but I think in that situation, it's kind of understandable.
It's just tricky, right? Because we saw as well that the Snapfire Cookie would have cancelled the TP anyway. It's just they weren't entirely sure whether he was TPing
Yeah.
behind that tree or whether he was further. They wanted to secure it. That's a painful cost though, and that has allowed YG to get themselves a 2k gold lead at the moment. Not where we expected their draft to be, but it's what we said they needed to do to succeed, right? They're getting their slot along to his item timings very nicely. Same thing for young PH. He's very quietly just finished up his Yasha and Kaya, so he's scaling nicely as well.
I mean, late game, they're definitely going to be scary, you know. They have like 2 carries, SF and Slug. But at the same time, I think BAIYAWAK, they have pretty nice scaling on their side too, you know. Tide,
Yeah.
Pain, DK. Those heroes are also really, really strong. But it's going to come down to like a couple of, I think, item timings that I feel like YG is going to get sooner. Skill lane, nice sneak around. But good
Grim's
silence.
there, ready with the Static Storm though.
Yeah,
Skill
that's a
lane
good-
going down.
That's a good catch there from Games. Gonna pick off both supports again, you know. It seems like YG just... I think they're doing a very nice job on the cores here. The moment they see something doesn't look right, you know, the cores just leave right away. They don't want to like go back and try to save your buddy and then somebody has to die for it. You just let the supports die.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, those are really, really nice kills still. Because BAIYAWAK, they're behind and those kills kind of give them a lot. And now you see the net worth drop to just a 1k lead, you know, for YG.
It's not just the gold, right? I think the main benefit these supports give you is they actually make the +1 kills happen. So with both supports being out, BAIYAWAK, they're behind. Yes, they get some gold from the kills themselves, but they also get gold from being able to exist on the map a lot more freely. They're not worried that they're suddenly gonna get wrapped around on by a Static Storm. No, sorry, an Arena, a Spear, like we see here, KSH being held down.
Maledict.
You need that stun coming in though, holding it to the very last moment. Maledict is there as well. Is there enough damage? Gets the mech heal.
Gonna die, I think. There's 2 more ticks. 1 more tick.
Needs to find a spell, finds a spear, and will find the Tide Hunter. Gets himself a nice little fish skewer and a tier 1 tower to boot. Nice execution there from YG.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they know that they are stronger with their timings right now. You mentioned the Kaya Yasha, the Defu on the start. Whereas for BAIYAWAK, I think they need probably the dagger on DK. I mean, Lewis is gonna blink in here, but don't know what can he do alone, you know?
He's blinked in
I mean,
into a Maledict, and out comes a Static Storm. They might find themselves a Shadow Fiend. That's a huge pick if they can find it, but the Death Requiem will find the Queen of Pain instead. Loon gets himself an unstoppable kill streak, but Akashi will claim that last
Yeah,
bit.
that's the dagger
Jing
from
actually
the
finds the
DK.
last hit.
Didn't realize he had a dagger already. That was what they needed, you know. They needed a DK to kind of participate and try to, you know, hit back at YG. Because the Tide, like you mentioned, he had a bad start, so he kind of needs to just hit creeps. The Corp also kind of doesn't really have that great of a start. I mean, she's not really that far behind, but ideally you want to be ahead of the SF, right? You don't want to be on even footing with the SF. Another catch.
Bit of a setup here, mid lane. Again, YG just on the prowl. They're not worried that the SF just died. As long as they have a spear, as long as they have KSH, they can make it happen. And he's just 400 gold off his Aghanims. That's going to be a big timing. But here comes BAIYAWAK. They want to defend this tower or location. Keeping in, but thinking twice about it.
Ooh, that was close. I
Almost got
feel like
latched.
he would have died, you know, if they caught him there. With they had arena.
Hold on. There's a smoke move coming through. KSH, do they see him on the ward? Managing to get the Dark Pact off and the Shadow Dance. A bit too slow, and you didn't have the Static Storm to work with.
I mean, it's nighttime. This is the slug's time, you know. You want to be very, very active on the nighttime to abuse your night vision. It's very hard to kill the slug because of the vision. He sees you first. Even in smoke, he can just have that slight extra duration of time to respawn, you know, to react. And somehow, they kill off the Quap. Just a spear into Requiem there. Good catch, you know, by Zorain. I mean, YG just using this nighttime to full effectiveness, you know, with their lineup. They're just pressuring BAIYAWAK. They have to figure out how to survive the last minute at night and get to daytime, you know. Once daytime kicks in, you want to contest the Tormentor, and you want to make sure YG can't really get Roche at the same time also.
Feels like right now, everywhere Zorain and Skillay show up, it's stuns and kills flowing the way of YG. 11 to 12, so kill score still pretty close by, and the gold lead, despite a lot of these pickoffs, hasn't really extended. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Akashi, he's still farming up a storm on this DK. He's very, very scary, and it's BAIYAWAK the ones who have already established a position in this top lane, ready for the Tormentor.
Under attack.
Yeah, if they can actually get it, this is going to be huge. It's a very, very nice area to fight with Ravage, and you know that there's no Requiem, right? Because they just use Requiem to kill off one of your heroes. So I think this is a good exchange for them. And if YG can't really get Roche, so it's going to be like a free Tormentor for BAIYAWAK. Very nice. Very, very nice recognition.
I mean, so far, I will say that YG have also been pretty disciplined at dodging fights, right? I think I would have hated to see them try and contest that, even though they clearly don't have Requiem. But they know they can't play that area. Still sticking around and getting scanned out. This could be scary, though. The Radiant side knows that they're around. Young PH spotted in the daytime. It's KSH on the low ground. That's a much bigger kill. Fish to fry and another one to pick up. And get the Death Ward out onto two targets, doing quite a bit of damage on the Jing. But he has that mech. The healing, is it going to be enough to survive him?
Yeah,
Last tick is there. One charges. He's gonna take out. So he end up trading 2 for 1, but still, nice sequence of events there. I heard a Sonic Wave come out.
Well, he was trying... What was he? I mean, the Tiny seems like he's very healthy, so I don't know who was the target.
I'm not tripping, right? He just Sonic Wave.
Yes, he
like,
did.
what did he Sonic Wave?
The air?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to echo the...
Maybe he's pumping up his teammates, you know? They just got a nice set of kills. He's like, yeah! And he actually shouts too loud, cast Sonic
Was
Wave.
someone low that I
Happens.
wasn't paying attention to? I'm pretty sure nobody was low, right? Never mind, there's still a fight here. Zorain is caught.
Gets an arena, gets a stun. Akashi still looking decently healthy though. With that toss, will they be able to finish him off? Turns out the answer is no. A bit too tanky on that Dragonite, and Zorain, the initial target, will go down. A glimpse catching out the Tiny as well. Skill lane will drop, so more sets of kills going the way of BAIYAWAK as they continue to respond with numbers.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice response there. I mean, YG is just trying to go for the big kill on the enemy carrier, the DK, but just didn't have enough. Surprisingly, yeah, they used the Requiem, they used Arena, they used the Tiny spells, they couldn't kill the DK still, you know? I mean, this is why the hero is like very, very annoying sometimes, you know? Like, you can't let him get to the face in the late game because he just kills everyone. And then in the early mid game, when you're trying to slow him down, when you're looking for opportunities to gank him, you need so many heroes to do it, you know? And even then, sometimes it's just not enough.
Now, all these little other factors, right? I think especially the Guardian Greaves, the little Pavis,
Yeah,
all,
also the
all the little
shard.
bit of...
The shard from the cookie, the heal as well, I'm sure that
That's true, yeah.
played a part.
Every little component.
Snapfire kind of feels like it's slowly coming back, yeah? People are realizing even though after the nerf, the hero is still kind of okay.
Yeah, because Shredder gets you a good laning stage, but it's still the cookie and the shard that's amazing. KSH, he's found himself a freebie. Nice jump down to the low ground. Oh, off the mark. Are you serious? Oh, that's nasty, Jing. Managing to get away with his life there through a nice cheeky cookie to the low ground.
I mean, this is also the other reason why this hero is like annoying.
Oh dear, young PH in the bot lane. They'll ravage for him, and they actually cancel the go through the twin gate. They're a bit too worried about what they don't see.
Disruptor ultimate as well. Alright, that's two very big spells. I think that wasn't the worst for YG, and I think the Slug is going to be feeling, okay, it's my time now. Even though it's daytime, but there's no Ravage, there's no Static Storm, so I'm going to look for a place right now. He's playing really aggressive. He's moving into the triangle. I think this is what you want to be. Where you want to be on the Slug when the enemy has already expanded some of their weapons to kill off your teammates. He is on
I
his,
love when Slug players understand that.
He's also on his way to his BKB. I mentioned BKB is a very crucial item on the Slug this game.
Lewis blinking up to you like that should set off some warning signals that BAIYAWAK, they're trying to draw you in and kill you off. The Slug's not going to fall for the trap though. Immediately reconnecting with his team, they're just opting to control the triangle and smoke up maybe in tandem with the SF respawning. Coming through to the tier 2. Lewis could be caught. It's still daytime like you mentioned, so he'll have ample notice that this move is coming. They need to chain these stuns perfectly. No Ravage, trying to find the back line. Not sure whether they spotted out that those creeps were blocked a little bit. Ping comes out. Lewis blinks over to the high ground. Not where you want to be. That should be a very dead Quap. No way of saving her for now. Still with the cookie, still with the heal. Someone surviving and a Sonic Wave of damage. Turns it around and KSH goes down. That is not what was supposed to happen at all. And BAIYAWAK, their mid will survive and they find themselves 3. YG, they can just head into the Roche pit.
I'm not gonna lie, you know. Probably should have waited for night time because it was kind of difficult for them to attack on that angle on daytime with the Slug. I mean, I also kind of understand them trying to abuse the window where the Ravage and the... Not sure if Static Storm was already up or still on cooldown like that. But they were trying to push it really far. Now Roshan is going to move. Is this going to give them a little bit of time they need on the YG side to respawn?
This is a little bit awkward now. They can't really afford to lose this Roche, but
so funny.
do they have the damage?
Yes, they do.
Finds it. Akashi gets himself that Aegis, so huge set of wins there for YG. That Queen of Pain looked like she should have been so dead, but they didn't account again. The cookie heal, the Snapfire Greaves, all these little things coming in, the Pavis.
The pipe as well on the tide, giving her some resistance, so she was actually rather tanky, and she kind of also popped the Blade Mail there, right, so she could get some heal back. So I think that was not an easy kill by any means, you know, because it all comes down to they didn't see where the positioning of the BAIYAWAK heroes, right? That's why I mentioned they needed to wait for nighttime. If it's nighttime, it's easier for them to pinpoint the locations of especially the supports, the disruptor and the snap, and then you can make better decisions on when you want to jump in, which angle you're coming in, right? That's why I felt like it was a little bit of a hasty move, you know. They needed to wait another, I would say, maybe 40 seconds, 30, 40 seconds. Make it at least close to nighttime and then you make a move.
You gotta keep in mind, even in this current state of the game, BAIYAWAK, they haven't even taken a full team fight with a Ravage yet, right? Every single one of the Ravagers so far have been used to maybe get a pick off or find some little skirmish on the map. We've yet to see the full combination of this Ravage, Disruptor out, Mortimer's Kiss, a Sonic Wave, all blowing up into the YG lineup. So that's probably something that they have at the top of their minds as well, but right in front of their face is Akashi just beating on their tier 2s, and YG want no part of this discussion. They're completely dodging on the other side of the map.
Right, the reason that there's no big fight happening is also because of Slug, right? Because whenever you have Slug in the game, he's just trying to split the map, go for pick-off. So I think naturally it would happen that nobody is like taking any 5v5 fights.
Sure.
Lewis, they see him with the night vision. No BKB.
He's the one they failed to kill in the previous time. No BKB. Tries to turn around for the Sonic Wave. A bit too late. The Croker's got to try and give him an assist, but it's not going to be enough. Just a momentary stun. They'll still find the kill on the mid lane of BAIYAWAK.
Yeah, this is precisely what I was saying. You know, like during nighttime, the Slug is going to be able to find those pigs and find the information. And they just need to be patient, you know, until it hits nighttime. And BAIYAWAK, even though they have the Aegis right now, it feels like they have to be a little bit more cautious, you know, during nighttime. And just try to... Maybe you just push the waves with the support, shadow push it, and then just slowly wait until daytime approaches. But right now, Akashi, he sees the Seraphine here. He's gonna need some backup.
Didn't have a blink just yet. We'll try for the chase. Gets the stun out. Where's the follow-up? Spear's there. Zorain's actually around. Trying to find the vision for the glimpse.
Yeah,
Glimpse doesn't
nighttime.
see him because of the nighttime.
Yeah.
Again, the sun going down seems to be YG's best friend. They are operating like silent soldiers, finding these opportunities and escaping into the quiet.
This is how you know you have a good game, when you're talking about the day and nighttime cycle.
Yeah.
Like all
It
this,
really has come down to that, right? Like, that's really the difference maker right now.
like the vision, the control, and obviously, I mean, Slug having that. I mean, you could say that okay, during daytime he also has his what you call it, like Dark Reef Renegade, like he can know that if you have vision, but still
Yeah.
you want to abuse his night vision at night. You know, you want to make sure that it's tied to the ultimate now. You want to make sure that he always plays at night so he can abuse the night vision. The enemy doesn't see him and he can see them.
Yeah, they killed all of the slot facets. No more Dark Reef Renegade or leashing, whatever.
Everything is in one. That's why the hero is strong. You know, one of
Yeah.
my friends told me, "Do you realize all the Imba heroes are the heroes with no facets because everything became one?"
Yeah. Either that or they're still working things out like Pango. So that's, I'm sure the second they start fusing some of his old stuff into the main hero,
There's
that's
gonna
going to
be
be
a
rough.
big fight happening soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, maybe no
Dire's
fight. Just
structures
kidding.
are fortified.
Or maybe there might be a fight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
YG is trying to swing around the back, but SF is nowhere near, so I don't think they wanna fight yet.
Yeah, SF is indicating that he wants to push bot. They're just saying that, okay, you're going to push our tier 2 towers, we're okay with that. It's what you said, Winter.
Yeah, but they
YG
have, they
don't
have,
want to take the 5 on 5,
Bro, they have
at least for
They
now.
have triple BKBs. This is the best
Okay.
time.
Maybe they're just waiting out the Dragon Form because now DK's TPing away and Stark's found a target. Onto Jing, an easy pick up on the side, and the rest of the team has to evacuate on BAIYAWAK. Can you TP out? No vision to help them out. Stop that. The Disruptor will get back out to safety.
Yeah, nighttime ending soon.
Oh no, Akashi! BKB, Aegis running out, but it's just KSH on the front lines. He has to be careful.
He's just
Wait for that
poking.
BKB.
He's just poking to steal some stats. That was a good move, but now daytime approaches, so they have to just wait for Snapfire to be alive, and then they can make a move. They have Dagger
Radiant's
on
bottom
Tide at the
tower
moment,
is
so
under attack.
I think their initiations and follow up with the DK and Tide is going to be very, very deadly. If they can layer their stuns nicely, it's going to kill any of the cores on YG side. They have no save. I mean, I guess you can count the,
Cookie,
the toss
I
back.
guess.
No, I mean for YG side, they have the toss
Oh,
back.
okay.
You can kind of toss back the SF, but it's hard to execute with the Disruptor ulti and the Tide Ravage, you know. So I think whoever they go on, most likely the person is going to die, you know, if you can't react with
Radiant are
BKB.
scanning.
Yeah, I guess that's technically applicable for both teams, right? If you're able to get the SF Requiem out onto whichever target, yes, there's a cookie, but once they all pop their BKBs, it's impossible to stop them from just running onto you. Now, the second Tormentor will go the way of YG, just because of the fact that they have established control in this area and BAIYAWAK aren't prepared.
Yeah, this is actually really, really good news, you know. You're not supposed to get a lot of objectives during the daytime as Slug, you know. So even getting that Tormentor right there is actually a huge deal.
Now, I'm kind of surprised that BAIYAWAK weren't prepared for
I mean,
that.
they
It's
have
not
to
like
wait.
they didn't have ultimates,
I
right?
have to wait for Jing to respawn. I think they just didn't have time to react to that.
Okay.
And now they are moving into the triangle. So it feels like they're using DK as bait, so they're showing DK on top. So trying to give YG a little bit of false sense of security, like, oh, guys, they're not here, you know. But then because I think that blink back was kind of suspicious, you know. If you actually catch that till end, you would feel like the DK
Radiant's
might be
bottom
alone
tower
on top,
is
you know.
under attack.
KSH might just
he
run up
knows.
into the trap onto the high ground, but he knows exactly where they are. They just took the outpost after all. The Hexstorm coming down, forcing the BKB. Look at Akashi, he's trying to find a target, but young PH, the very same. Hiding away to the left side of the fight. He's been found by the DK. This is awkward. Has to turn around and pop his own BKB. Turn around, pop the Requiem, but they are so easy to BKB through that. Now, young PH will use the tail end to try and get out of the Ravage, the Glimpse. It catches the Shadow Fiend, but where's the follow-up? He's not dying for now. They turn their sights on the Dragon Knight, and they get the kill on BAIYAWAK's carry instead. Young PH, now hiding under the Depth Shroud, will manage to put in enough damage that his adversaries die before he does. And now with the Queen of Pain going down as well, YG, they've managed to split this fight apart. They completely tried to focus down the SF during his 9-second BKB, and BAIYAWAK, they pay the price for it.
That was a huge blunder by the Disruptor. That was a very, very bad glimpse. That glimpse actually lost them the fight because it sent the SF died, but the SF was sent next to the DK, so he actually kind of helped his team kill the DK. And the Ravage plus the multiple skills, I feel like it would have been enough to kill off the SF on the other location. So that
Yeah.
glimpse actually kind of ruined everything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I would tend to agree. I thought the SF was dead to rights there, but feels like he got a lot more leverage in that fight than he was supposed to. Try for a TP out on the Tiny. Don't have enough HP.
That was a very, very unfortunate glimpse there for them, and now it's going to put them in a very
Radiant's bottom
terrible position, you know, because once all your heroes respawn, guess what? Nighttime is kicking in 1 minute, and then you have to survive another 5 minutes against the slug, you know, and Roshan is going to be spawning. So Rosh is probably going to spawn in nighttime, so this is going to be really bad for BAIYAWAK.
I feel like the entire sequence of events was also weird, right, Winter? Because you were talking about them playing a bit of a bait and switch. They were showing the DK on the top lane, and they were saying, okay, you know, it's a bit of a bluff. Are you going to go there? Where else are you going to go?
Yeah, but
then the rest of the team smokes.
I'm telling you the blink back, you know, because the,
Bro,
you remember
it's
the
not
blink?
even the blink.
No,
They took the
bro.
outpost. They
Yeah.
took the outpost.
Okay, fine. I didn't notice that, but I
Yeah, like the rest of the team, like they take the outpost, and the moment they take the outpost, the DK blinks back. So you know it's not just one support on
like,
that high ground.
If you're acting right, you have to full commit with the acting.
Yeah.
You have to move forward.
You gotta put your heart into it, you know?
So, because when I saw the DK blink back without even last hitting the tower, it kind of tells me that he's not. If I'm looking right, I'm the enemy. I'm looking. I know that the
Yeah.
DK is alone up top.
They're not even gonna wait for the nighttime to take this Roche. They're feeling more than confident to establish this position. YG, they want to sneak away this Roche
they have-
while it's in the bot side.
They have a very good ward at top that saw the fight and the snipe fire pass by. You know, that's why they're taking the road. I mean, Akashi, he needs to take more acting classes. You know. To be a successful Dota player, you need to know how to act. Ironic, you know. Somewhat
Yeah,
true.
that's true. I will say that I think that was, as much as we're talking about Akashi in the blink back, I think the gig was already up, right? The slut was making a straight beeline in. He knew that he wasn't
clearly
going to
knew
die.
what was going on there.
Yeah.
He so clearly knew.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that this is a really cool sign because coming into this series, we were talking about how YG, they've been these close qualifier merchants for so long. They've been basically busting their ass across, like, I want to say 8 to 10 seasons of DreamLeague and all these other sort of tier 1 tournament qualifiers trying to make it past some of the stronger teams, and they've never really been able to do so. I mean, here we are seeing them play, honestly, a very sharp game with this daytime, nighttime cycle. KSH, he's been on point with this slot, finding these opportunities, pairing with the rest of the team. I think in previous iterations, I'd always look at YG and be like, oh, you know, maybe Zorin's not performing so well. The supports aren't really where they need to be. But this is looking like a really strong YG squad coming into this close qualifiers.
Yeah, for the BAIYAWAK side right now, if they're not really able to group up together, all these pickoffs are going to constantly happen. Like the Slug is forcing so many rotations. He has the map control. I mean, the moment he gets the Basher and Abyssal, this is going to be so hard to play the map. You know, you can't even BKB TP out.
Looking for that second chase, Grims has to sacrifice his life just to give the DK a chance at survival.
Yeah,
KSH, he's stacking up these charges like nobody's business. Essence shifted up to a maximum. Now onto your high ground. A Slug is not good at taking objectives, but when he has a second life, a Skadi, at this time in the game, you better run.
Brother, look at his stacks. You know, he has 39 stacks.
Yeah,
What do you mean
it's
he can't,
crazy.
What do you mean he can't take a tower?
He's gonna try,
That's the
take a
90.
life on the Snapfire as well, jumping forward. Who's gonna stop him? Try for a Glimmer Cape escape. The second cookie's not gonna get Jing very far though, and young PH is there to clean things up.
Yeah,
Out come the voice lines.
That was an excellent use of night vision, you know. The Snapfire thought she was not under vision, but yeah, guess what? It's Slug, you know, he sees you, you're trying to spam the wave out, and then he gets caught by the Tiny.
has fallen.
That's very, very nicely done, you know. Like Tiny and Slug. Tiny likes it when somebody is there to give the vision so he can get the toss back.
No better scout than Slark in the nighttime. Just lighting up the entire Radiant
there's
base
one,
here.
bro, there's one better scout. than
Night
Slug.
Stalker. I mean, that guy has Night in his name. That's just not fair. You gotta try and put on some sort of defense here. You got the Ravage, you got the Sonic Wave. But the question is whether you can kill Slark twice. Especially if the backup of his
Twice?
team, YG, they're fully prepared.
Can they even kill him once, you know?
That's a great question, Winter. We'll have to see.
Middle barracks.
I'm gonna respect that respawn from
Whoa,
the Snapfire, the
whoa,
full
whoa.
5v5.
There's some tiny airline shit going on.
That's an express pass right there. He got real quick out of that base.
Regeneration.
I mean, right now it's just so scary. There's 2 minutes more of nighttime. How are they going to survive this? They're just waiting on the DK farm at the moment.
Yeah. Again, like we said, YG, they are looking really sharp. They're so aware of the timings. They're so aware of what BAIYAWAK wants to do. And they're playing around this Slark in the nighttime vision perfectly. Reaching up to the high ground again, the Slark again. Being the one on the front lines, just showing them everything. Even a Sonic Wave randomly thrown out just to clear a wave. These past few Sonic Waves from Lewis haven't really been hitting the mark. And look at this. Where is KSH going?
He's looking for Akashi.
He's gonna show on the wave is what he's gonna do. I don't know what he's looking for. Maybe some creeps.
Yeah. I mean, he just wants to close down the map, to clamp down the map, right? Because they already taken the racks on the bottom side, so they have to move towards the top area, control the triangle, and just push them out and get the final tier 2 tower. I mean, it's also about controlling the ancients, right? There's like 4 ancient camps on the map. You want to control as many as you can. So that's what they're doing at the moment. This is looking really grim at the moment for BAIYAWAK. I don't see how they can fight back, you know? And they have to wait.
There were these earlier fights where it feels like there are bits of sustain with the Grandma Cookie, the Glimmer Cape, all these mech stuff. It made the Maledict. Yeah, it like made the Maledict and this kill threat from YG not as substantial, but you're at the point now where the Slug has scaled up to a degree that's just terrifying. He's looking at the refresher as well, so he has that second round of BKB. I really like that itemization choice.
2 ultimates, 2 depth shroud. Can save your teammate, 2 BKB as well. Very important.
2 Flayers Bota, if you want to count that as well.
No, you can refresh your neutral as well.
That would be cool. I mean, I assume so. It's also an item.
There are certain rules in Dota, you know, Mike.
That's true.
Certain rules that you can't break.
We'll see. We'll find out whether he double Flayers Bota. Whether he can affect whether he can, I guess, use Bota Flayer.
What?
Don't worry about it. Zorain getting caught out. Daytime. This is maybe BAIYAWAK's time to strike. Zorain, despite popping the BKB, will go down.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to strike. Yes, buyback, you know, if he wants to fight, but I guess they are also going to wait for nighttime again. So the cycle continues, Mike. It's nighttime. The fish has lost all his powers. It's time to go out on the map.
I think the Tiny actually used his BKB to avoid the glimpse of getting caught there, so having to go down to charge, unfortunately, but definitely worth it. You don't want to lose more traction. So now what is the plan for YG? Because it felt like just maybe 3 to 5 minutes ago, we were talking about YG being so on top of the game and BAIYAWAK, they're in big, big trouble. But now with daytime, does that mean that YG just has to wait again?
Don't necessarily think so. I think they have like a big enough lead where if they find a good jump, I mean, if they have a smoke remaining, let's see if they have a smoke. They're smoking right now. Yeah, they're running in. KSH knows that he has no fear.
Some people really don't like Glimmer Cape, but I think it saved Jing like 4 or 5 times this game.
What? Excuse me,
The Ghost
Mike?
Scepter,
Mike?
getting the stun up onto Jing. The Glimmer Cape again. They will have the vision. Nice little Ravage holding skill lane in place, but the Depth Shroud surviving him for now. He'll even Yule's up. They're buying so much time for this Tidehunter to go down. Requiem rips them all apart by Yawa. They can't fight, not even with their BKBs. It's too much damage coming out from the YG side. And that glimpse is not going to stop shit. In comes one young PH to finish the job. And Akashi will go down.
You know,
what started out as a kill onto the Grandma ends up being BAIYAWAK trying to put up a fight where they clearly had no business standing up.
what started off as Mike making fun of me with the Glimmer Cape and with a slug running at you in daytime. If the slug is running at you in the day,
It's done, bro.
over,
It's done.
man.
It's not a good look. KSH, he's done a great job for himself, slowly amassing the kills. It all started in the early laning stage. We talked about YG needing to make miracles happen on their supports, but they managed to do so, sacrificing themselves in the process. But because of that, look at KSH and Young PH. They are on top of the world and on top of your tier 4s. BAIYAWAK, I think they were the favorites coming into this series, but in this game number 1, finding it difficult to stand their ground. The Requiem now onto the Queen of Pain, healing Young PH up, and sure, he might go down to the damage, but he's done enough. The buyback there from the Tide. One final stand for BAIYAWAK. but who is standing against the Slark? It's certainly not this watermelon, that's for sure. Grimm's waiting in the wings, hoping for a Static Storm Aghanim's to catch them off guard. It will silence the Slark, but the problem is his shift's still going, he's still cutting you up, and now he's turned his sights towards the Ancient. Two supports both getting clipped by the Death Ward, and GG is called. What a Game 1 performance from YG. They absolutely smoked BAIYAWAK out of the water.
Man, winning with Witch Doctor, bro, you know, if you can win if you can win with Witch Doctor, that definitely says something about your team, you know, because this hero needs a lot of carrying from your teammates. He's really strong in the early game, but later in the later stages, you kind of need your teammates to do a lot for you, you know, and they definitely did, you know, on the start especially. And I think especially on the SF as well, I think both the cores played really well. I mean, Tiny, Mars, they kind of did a good job setting up stuff, and they have some mistakes here and there, but overall I think it was a combined team effort, right, from YG. I don't necessarily think that you can highlight a single person that really stood out. I mean, if I were to highlight, it's definitely Slark, but I think everybody did their job. They were cutting off the map, playing the map really well with the nighttime, daytime cycle, and they were also really, really good at understanding which the item timings that they need to, you know, be very, very, very aggressive. And once I think the enemy uses Ravage, Disruptor, Static Storm on kills, they were very, very quick to react. Okay, they have big tools down, we are going to attack them right now, especially with the Slark, you know. So I really like that they were able to recognize those sort of moments quickly in the game.
I mean, you don't want to point out anyone in particular on Yangon Galacticos other than Slark. I'll tell you, the Witch Doctor, he ended up being the hero with the most damage in the game, 31,000.
Yeah, sure.
He was popping,
sure.
he was going crazy. I mean, the Maledicts, the Death Wards.
It's Witch Doctor, brother. If you're not doing damage, then what are you doing in the
Then
game?
what the hell are you doing, right? I mean, for now, he's winning his Slark the early game and letting Yangon Galacticos go 1-0 up against BAIYAWAK. I don't think many people might have expected this, and who knows what to expect. We're gonna have a game number 2 after a short break. You don't want to miss this.
Hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? I wake up every morning at the break of dawn. Get out of bed with a stretch and a yawn, wondering what the day ahead might bring. Then I remember you and start to sing. See, I know I made the right selection to keep me in the right direction. You got the ability, and I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. Yeah. All right. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh. You're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. Yeah. 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 Ooh. Everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah.
if you try.
You can do it if you try. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So come on back. Don't keep me waiting. I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and you don't care. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more windy days. Come back, I'm gonna find a way. Yeah, back to me. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So come on back. Baby, don't keep me waiting. Don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. Baby, pick up the phone. Don't leave me all alone. I don't want to be alone. When are you coming home? Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes it is. Come on, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby. Oh, yeah. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So come on back. Don't keep me waiting. I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong.
We had our fair mix of surprises here in game number 1 of BAIYAWAK versus Yangon Galacticos. You're watching the DreamLeague Season 28 Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers with Perm Sleeves and Winter bringing you through the action. And I think most people, seeing the names of the players on both sides, you think, you know, this should be a pretty one-sided affair. Obviously, the guys on the previous Nemesis roster are just gonna smack Yangon Galacticos around. Not the case at all. Game number 1, I think YG, they showed an amazing set of plays and ideas about the game, right? They picked that slot, they played around the nighttime perfectly, and the opponent big ultimates. And now BAIYAWAK, I will say, they're looking a little bit shell-shocked, right? Especially in the later parts of that game number 1, Winter. It felt like they had run out of options.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they didn't know what they had to do. You know, I think there's too many pickoffs happening, a lot of spells not really landing as well.
10
I think
seconds
mainly it was where was it? I think it was one of the important
5 seconds remaining.
pickoffs on the tide. I think it was the tide or someone died and then the game kind of snowballed. They lost
Dire
Roche and
team
everything.
pick.
Yeah. I mean, there were a few pickoffs on the Tide, there were a few pickoffs on the Queen of Pain. It was just messy, right? These people were dying left, right, and center. Yangon Galacticos did a great job stopping BAIYAWAK from really finding a foothold back into the game. But now some adjustments in the bans because BAIYAWAK, they now have that first pick and they'll secure themselves the Jakiro, Slada also still in the pool. Some very high value picks being snagged up here.
I mean, I feel like the Slada is a better pick, better exchange, you know, for YG. And this is a hero that you don't, I think, see often. People give it away. And to have the choice to pick it over the Jakiro, and they chose Jakiro, kind of tells me that they might not have a good Slada player, no? So this is a little bit worrisome. And let's see if they can come up with some good solutions against the Slada. You need heroes that build Lotus Orb, and you need heroes that can dispel the sprint, you know, so that you can kill the hero, or at least buy use.
I mean, what this says to me is just that maybe their priority is, okay, we will 100% secure the safe lane this time. Because even though Akashi on that Dragon Knight had a pretty decent time, the Mars just ended up recovering with 1 or 2 kills, right? The support of the Disruptor just wasn't really as impactful, especially in the early stage.
but that also is like the... It's not exactly the Mars, you know. They also kind of messed up, like, I feel like in a few instances that led to that happening, you know. So I wouldn't say it's entirely, because they had a Mars, so it kind of allowed them to do that. I mean,
yeah, I know what you mean.
I think
I was more so saying like the Disruptor pick. Perhaps the Disruptor wasn't as powerful compared to a Jakiro in terms of just hard securing the lane, smashing the offlaner to bits, and not
but then
allowing-
again, I felt like he was rich, you know. The DK was definitely rich the first, 6-8 minutes. I think the first death that he had, if you remember, that the arena, the first arena, they used the first arena to kill him. It was kind of like also a very telegraph move because the SF had a...
Yeah, no one was showing on the map,
SF
you
took
know,
the rune.
power
No,
rune.
it's mainly the rune because they lost the rune. So when you lose the rune, you cannot... It's nothing to do with whether you have a Jakiro in your lane or a Disruptor in your lane. You just fucking needed to play safer, you know, as a carry at that point. It's not anybody else's fault, you know, or the pick's fault.
So let's try and, from your perspective, you know, you think the Slada is a better first pick to grab. Why do you think they would pick this Jakiro then over the Slada? Because you mentioned they don't really have a good Slada player, but a quick look at the previous games that they played, I mean, Lou is very clearly comfortable on Slada.
I think I can tell you the other possible reason. Their offlaner hates playing into Jakiro, and they don't want to play into Jakiro.
That is a very good point. Yeah, I mean, it might just be okay, let's
I
make
can
sure they don't get
assure you,
Jakiro,
Mike,
right?
How many offlane friends you have right now? You go and PM them and message
Yeah, no,
them
that's true.
one by one who they hate the most, you know, in the lane, you know, they'll tell you Jakiro.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. It's a really solid pulse 5 hero. I'll come with some quick picks. Yangon Galacticos going for the Skyref Storm Spirit Disruptor Slada. So this is a offlane Slada, basically confirmed. I'm surprised that they showed that this early on though.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with that. I don't really like that so much. I prefer that. But then again, right, you look at the pick sequence here. BAIYAWAK didn't show the offlaner, so it's pretty hard to pick the safe laner here. They showed the mid laner, right? So I think it also makes sense that they picked the mid laner at this point.
Right.
So
okay, I see what you mean.
It kind of sucks that you have to reveal where the Slada is going, but yeah, you can't do shit about that unless you really don't want to show, you know. I think some teams would maybe still pick the... what's it called, the carry hero here to keep things flex. But on the other hand, it's really difficult to pick a carry hero unless you're picking something like Gyro, something that is very, very good into a blind situation. Either Gyro, I think Abaddon, I don't know if there's anything else, maybe like a TA, for example. You need something blind, you know, which there's not many options here. So it's understandable they went for the mid laner. But here it means that because Slada is confirmed offlane, you are definitely consider picking Throw right away. The biggest counter to offlane Slada. But they go for the Akashi special, you know, the carry Naga here. I mean, it's nice against the Slada. You kind of... I mentioned you need to pick a Lotus Orb hero. Well, guess what? Naga buys Manta Star and Naga has another Manta, you know, because of the mirror image. So you dispel the Corrosive Haze easily. You can also net the Storm. I don't know how much would that come into play, but the net against Storm can be useful sometimes.
I mean, the main thing that stands out to me about the carry Naga, even though we don't see it at all, honestly, in this current meta, is the fact that nobody on Yangon Galacticos can really deal with those illusions.
Yeah.
They're going to be a big problem for the Disruptor in the sky.
They need a carry hero that can do that. I mean, Storm can kind of do it when you get your levels, when you're high level. When you have items, you can kind of do it with the Shivas and everything. But before
5
that, I think
seconds
they need a
remaining.
Radiance carry. They definitely need someone who buy Radiance. You know, I feel the Ursa bans is also like, I don't know if Ursa is like kind of good into the Naga, but it probably tells me that they are picking some melee offlaner that's afraid of Ursa. Because I think this ban is not for the carry to carry matchup, but more for the offlaner.
Yeah. I mean, you're just kind of worried about
Radiant
heroes that are
team
strong with that
back.
disruptor to perform that kill combo over and over, right?
Sven is kind of like also more towards the Naga, I think. So they spend one ban for the offlaner, one ban for the carry. So
Dire team
they're
pick.
keeping things
So
fair.
just so we're all on the same page here, BAIYAWAK, it's
Radiant
probably
team
that they're last picking an offlaner that's melee. You're gonna get yourself a Darkseer. So now you have the vacuum wall, you got that Ion Shell, you got the Search to play with the Ember. What do you want now as Yangon Galacticos? Because the Darkseer, the wall makes it so that some of the carry pools just so hard to play, right?
I kind of like Lifestealer here though. Not gonna lie.
Really?
I think
10
Lifestealer can be
seconds
actually nice.
remaining.
It's good into the Darkseer lane. Buys Radiance. I think you want a Radiance hero
5 seconds remaining.
against the Naga Illusions. I mean,
I can see that.
Even the Radiance is kind of nerf. I mean, it's either a Radiance or a Mjolnir hero. I think those are the two options that I prefer to have at the moment. Not so much Battle Fury hero. Because the Lifestealer kind of works with the Sada and it works with the Storm.
Yeah, no, that's true. The Infest Bomb, right? Classic vehicles.
It's not.
Then you're not too worried about your damage because I think one of the things with Lifestealer is that he has a very linear power scale, right? Like it's not like he gets Radiance and suddenly he's like so much more powerful. He
Yeah.
kind of grows incrementally, but with the amplified damage, or rather corrosive haze, suddenly he's a lot bigger of a threat in the team fights early on.
Yeah, you have to worry about the team fight aspect also. Naga Song into Ice Path with the wall, vacuum was.
Oh, that's a lot, yeah.
Like being Lifestealer definitely helps you. I mean, we'll see. I think it's either Lifestealer or you pick. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe a Jug?
You may now
Oh
select
boy,
your
yeah, Jug.
heroes.
It's like Jug and Lifestealer are like similar type heroes. But the Monkey King suggests that they want to be really aggressive because the Monkey King pairs well with Sada still. It's very good with Disruptor, chasing heroes. It's very good at connecting to the Storm, right? So I think the game plan here is not about getting late because Lifestealer is very slow. You have to play for your item timings later. It's more about running at them. They want to run at them with the Sada and Monkey King. It's a totally different idea to the Lifestealer. And if you look at the enemy lineup, right, how fast or how slow are their lineup, I definitely think that there's a chance that this might work. Darkseer needs a lot of farm. Naga needs a lot of farm. The only person that doesn't need a lot of farm is the Ember Spirit. And you have excellent supports like dealing with Ember Spirit, the silence, the double
remaining.
silence on Disruptor and Skyra. So I feel
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say there's not a lot of stuns on paper, but the Ember is gonna have such a difficult time running in because you just have that point and click silence, and then even if the Tusk tries to come in and save him, then suddenly your static storms on the ground. It's going to be a mess.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, like the runes are going to be very, very crucial. Like if you look at the supports, Jakiro and Tuska against Disruptor Sky, I probably favor the BAIYAWAK supports a little bit more.
Oh, for sure.
yeah.
Like those kills are going to
The
happen, right? If you
Tusk-
get caught out in the river.
Having the Tusk usually secures the rune for you. So I think there's a chance that Ember can snowball this game because he's getting the runes. And the Ember against Storm matchup is also kind of tricky for Storm, you know, because you can die to one slight chains. Like usually you see Storm Spirits in this matchup, they tend to go for a Dispel. Either they buy Manta style or they go for like use. That's not so popular. Usually you will see Manta so they are not forced to BKB early, you know.
Yeah. I mean, this game is going to be troublesome, right? The Manta has more value because you're worried about the net as well. The Manta for,
Yeah.
I guess,
The Embers,
all these other
Ember
reasons.
Spirit with the duo of the supports are going to play a very crucial role if BAIYAWAK wants to survive the early game. If they can survive the early game, I think late game they're going to be fine with the Song into Ice Path combo and everything else. But the early game is going to be very, very crucial for them to at least be able to get runes and play through the Ember Spirit. If that can happen, I think I could see BAIYAWAK having good chances of winning this game. Whereas for YG, they need to snowball no matter what. This lineup with the
for
Monkey King carry, if they are not snowballing, I feel like late game is not going to be so easy for them, you know. Let's see if they can.
I mean,
prove
I'm
me
not
wrong.
gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped about this because the previous game already, we saw YG do very well in terms of being able to turn things on, right? When they hit their timings of the slot, they were running around the map, finding these pickoffs, controlling the entire, vision game as well, thanks to the slot. Let's see how they're able to do so this time around with the Monkey King.
Yeah, also, I want to see what's his build, right? Because I mentioned they needed either a Radiance hero or a Mjolnir hero. I wonder if
Yeah.
Monkey King is going to go Mjolnir for this matchup, against Naga. So he can clear out the illusions.
Yeah, it's two separate ideas, right? You could go Radiance, but then that's also a bit of a later item compared to if you get the early Mjolnir.
Probably not this game Radiance. I'm just saying they needed one of those two items and they have chosen the hero that could buy Mjolnir, So I wonder if he's going to do it this game or he's just going to go Battle Fury and scale, and just... Because the Battle Fury build is also kind of like good against Naga. You farm, because Naga's going to push out the waves and then you just de-push the wave and you farm. And you get to late game, I'm sure that at some point you're going to have some Wukong command and you hit the tower and Naga can't really come into the fight.
Okay, I have a question though, because
The battle begins.
in the past, throughout Dota 2 history, every time I look at a Naga Siren carry, I'm terrified. I think I need to end the game because once it gets late, the later it goes, the more difficult it becomes. We have not really seen
Wait.
Naga Siren as a carry in so long, and for some reason, there's a bounty rune still left
Why
over.
is that?
I'm not. Yeah, I don't really know,
Why?
but maybe they just forgot about it. But I want to ask this question about the Naga Siren carry. Is it still the beast that it used to be late game? Is it a situation where if BAIYAWAK make it all the way to, let's say, those 50 minutes, will they just auto-win off of the Naga Siren map control?
I don't think so though. I don't know. I haven't seen the hero carry a lot, so I can't say for sure. I mean, he's,
Right.
he's definitely still strong late game, but I don't know if he's strong enough to carry this game. I think the Monkey King, the more I think about it, like late game with the big Wukong's command,
He scales really well
yeah,
too,
it's,
right?
It's actually pretty good actually against the Naga still, so I don't know.
Let's see how it all plays out here. You were mentioning that this is an Akashi special. Now, I haven't really seen the Akashi Naga Siren as much as I would like to, I'll be honest, but I'm going to take your word for it. Maybe we're going to see some specialist type plays come out from him, some sort of unique understanding about how he wants to make this matchup work.
saying that we're gonna see Song into hitting buildings, TP out, wait for cooldown, come in Song again, so nobody's fighting.
Don't. First blood getting drawn here. Nicely done from the Tusk and the Dartseer. Classic combination.
I'm pretty
I'll
sure.
just,
I'm pretty sure you don't want to see that, right? Like Song and then hit the buildings, TP out, that kind of.
I mean, I don't mind. I might
You
just
don't
have
mind?
to.
Oh.
Sometimes,
Mike.
I think of the beautiful days when Miracle Naga Siren was still a thing. Okay, don't.
Don't give people ideas.
Look, I know you only sound so pained because you had to deal with Miracle for many years. So I understand that, and it's probably giving you a little bit of PTSD. But those were the glory days, man. He was the Singapore superstar.
Bro, I'm more worried to have him on my team, than play against him.
Okay. Well, we'll see what Akashi gets done. For now, though, the early laning stage seems to be doing okay. Of course, he's flanked by a Jakiro, so it's pretty hard for Zorin and Skilllay to push
Yeah.
them out here.
Sky doesn't like to play into Naga. But
No, not at
Zorin,
all.
he's going to kill the Jakiro here. Nice exchange overall.
I mean, it wasn't even really an exchange, right? They got some HP off of Skilllay, but he still manages to find the concussive
fine.
shot angle.
It was just, a gift, alright?
Yeah.
A Jakiro gift wrapped in a red packet, because Chinese New Year is coming.
Are you worried at all that the Jakiro's dying here in the early stage? Because we were talking about Jakiro being so scary in the lanes, right? If Zorin's able to still get these kills on the Slada, isn't that a problem?
I think the thing is, Jakiro and Naga Siren, it's not like the best lane, I feel like it's not a lane where you expect it to go super well,
Fighting over the Lotus now, Skilllay.
Who got it?
Trying to dodge back over to his off laner. Will be able to retreat up to the north. And now Zorin's the one in a little bit of a pickle. Meanwhile, bot lane, KSH able to get the kill onto the Dartseer. So the skirmishing back and forth, finally able to stack up enough Jingu sacks, I believe.
Yeah, so Naga got the Lotus, so that's great for Jakiro. I mean, I'm just saying, Jakiro with Naga is not like the strongest lane. It's not the same with Jakiro and Ursa, Jakiro Juggernaut, or Jakiro Gyrocopter, Those are like the pretty common scary ones. Or Jakiro with Cass, for that matter.
Yeah,
You
those are the premium ones for
you
sure.
don't exactly kill the lane, with this setup. It's more like the Jakiro just protecting the Naga and he just farms,
Sure. I'm not gonna lie, every time I pick Jakiro and my pos 1 picks like a slow farming hero.
Oh, I can
it makes
tell
me
you,
so sad.
Naga is not the worst, you know. If somebody picks
Okay.
like a
Hang on, Young PH in the mid lane getting run down by the tag team. Slowed to a crawl and the dual breath will find him. Young PH caught out, but Skill Lane able to get a return kill. Both support pairs showing up in the mid lane and killing the opposing mid laner.
yeah, they know how important it is this game. The mid rune control, the mid matchup, like the brothers, you know, fighting the Ember against Storm. So who's the elder brother? The Ember?
I don't know whether
So
their ages are revealed. I think they're related by like vibes. Because I feel like if
Are
you
you
call
a law
someone a brother,
person? Are you a law person? Tell me.
I'm not, but all I'm saying is that there are two types of brothers, right? There are brothers from the same mother and brothers from different mothers. I think where I'm coming from is that I don't know who their mother
I don't
is.
care who's the mother. Right now,
Why don't you care who their mother
I
is?
care about the age. I'm trying to figure out who's the older one. You know, that's all. I'm not trying to figure out whether.
Okay,
Bro.
I don't know I don't know what order of age they're in, but just off of vibes alone, I feel like Void Spirit's
Okay,
the
fine,
oldest
fine.
one.
But there's no voice spirit here. Right? I'm talking about Ember and Storm, right?
Ember, I think they're the middle
Okay,
brothers. I feel like
I know why the Void is the oldest because of some law thing, right? Because he started from beyond the universe or something like that. So he
no, it's because his beard is white, Winter. That's why he's the oldest.
what the.
Did you not notice that? He has white
thought
beard, he's
you
white hair.
actually had-
A universal denominator
Bro, I
of
thought
old
you have
age,
a
Winter.
legit reason, you know. I didn't know.
Winter, look in the mirror right now and
Bro,
tell me how many white hairs you have.
That's not the point, you know. I thought you were. I thought you were trying to give me a legit reason, and now you end up giving me some cosmetic reason, you know. I expected.
I
too
think
much.
that's I
expected
think
too
that's a
much
legit
from you.
reason.
No, bro, I expected too much.
That's
from you.
crazy. That's crazy. Okay.
Wait, what?
Well-
What the hell? The two supports are going in the enemy jungle 4 minutes.
Yeah, what's happening? Are they just
Jakiro is like, I'm done with the Naga.
he dies once, he's like, okay, you know what,
Bye-bye.
Akashi, whether I'm here or not, you're gonna farm anyway, so I'm just gonna leave you be.
Yeah, in Singapore, you say not my tai chi, right? It's not my problem.
No,
right?
for real, yeah. It's whatever. You can handle yourself.
Bye bye. You know, I'm here to do
Radiant's
other more
bottom
important
tower is under
job in
attack.
the game.
Well, they're kind of succeeding in forcing KSH to just hide in the trees, right? He's not very confident to just show on this wave.
Yeah, because he saw the Jakiro in the jungle, right?
Yeah, I mean, is that good? Because you're technically opening up the lane for your Darkseer to farm. They're not pressuring
you also
him.
don't really want to dive, you know. The Storm is going to be level 6, you know. If you dive, the Manga King, he TPs down. I mean, he's not level 6 yet, but he's going to be level 6 soon.
I mean, Grims is starting to put the liquid fire out onto the tower, so maybe their idea is they want to push this down as soon as possible. The 6-minute runes, like you mentioned, coming through. The rotation is there from Jing. The Storm's in a bit of trouble there, being held down. The shards is through. Luna's TP'd in. It's a lot of magic damage for the snowball. The very last moment, Young PH on the high ground. They don't let the damage. Young PH somehow is going to survive. I swear he was dead there. As Loon tries to find an angle, Grim's not able to predict correctly. The rune in the top lane.
5 heroes
And
again.
YG,
5 heroes.
yeah, all of the heroes TPing mid to make sure that Young PH has a good early start.
Dude, that was so close. They knew that one CS. If he killed the catapult, he hits level 6. They pop the glaive there so he doesn't get level 6. And now he's level 6 Lewis. He's in trouble.
In comes Young PH, Ice Path to hold him at
Snowball.
bay. Jing gonna try and come through for the snowball save. It is rolling onto skill lane, and the Remnant won't find him.
Holy
so Lewis able to survive, and now Young PH the one in trouble.
For the career.
Has to turn around. Clutch plays coming out from Jing. Tusk, he wasn't able to get it done in that earlier initiation, but manages to even the score out.
Get the man on the team, Mike. Oh, actually, he's on the team. Never mind. I saw the LFT. I'm like, okay.
Bro, he's literally here on this team. What the hell are you talking about? We're casting him right now. What other team did he get? He's literally playing close
Okay,
qualifiers. This is as good as it gets.
Get him on a better team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't like the rest of the team. So what's wrong? What's wrong with BAIYAWAK, brother?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, right now, I think the off laner and the mid laner not up to standards, you know, for Jing.
Okay.
Jing is a way better.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, we'll see whether they can get up to speed. For now, it's Akashi being run down in the top lane. KSH got to show himself, but Loon around the corner tries for the song. Thinking about it. Chain stun, silence, it's all there. No hope for
okay.
Akashi getting out of that situation.
Add the carry to that list too, Mike.
Oh, damn. Damn. Hey, you just firing everybody. What the hell? They just got here. This is their first showing as a stag. Give them a chance, bro.
I'm not firing everybody. I'm just saying Jing should go to another company, you know. So technically, he's not firing everybody. He's just leaving.
Oh, he's leaving for greener pastures, is what you're saying.
Yeah, let's help him find that greener pasture, you know. Where? Let's bring him somewhere else, you know, Mike.
For now, he's finding his death by farming behind the tier 1. So you might have to add him to the list of people you want to fire. KSH in some trouble, turning around with the Wukong's command. I don't think he's actually in trouble. He was taking a lot of damage,
You make
but
it sound like
he's fine.
I fire anyone that dies in the game, yeah. Like what?
Well, did you add Jing to the list there,
No,
or what?
no,
Like,
no,
is
no.
he...
He's not on the list.
Okay. Maybe a bit of Jing bias coming in. I don't know, Winter. You sounded very...
Hey. The guy is a professional player that did really well, you know. That's all I'm saying.
Skill Lay gonna get caught here. Sticks around a bit too long and doesn't respect the Ember rotation.
That is I guess it doesn't matter anyway. He's dead.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's not the worst.
I mean, you say it's fine, you know. You can
Is this his dead body? Are we looking at his dead body right now?
No, this feels
My God,
this
that's-
feels like the new neutral item. The bug item. What's it called? The purple thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea what you're saying, Winter. Use your words. What are you
the
talking
purple-
about?
The purple item. Idol of, I can't pronounce it. Idol of Scream.
Idol of Skriok.
Yeah, doesn't he look like that? No. Yes. No.
Pull up the item. Can we even see it from this menu? I think we. I guess so. Yeah, kind of. Like the color scheme
Bro,
is there.
you're in Dota.
I'll give
You're
it to
in
you.
Dota. Just go see it yourself.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
I'm
expect.
not.
You can't expect.
I'm an
the
inclusive caster. I'm hoping that we can also bring our audience along on the ride, brother.
expect
Come on.
the observers to just leave the game, you know.
Hold on, Akashi, song set up.
No ice
waiting
path.
for the rest of the TPs in.
already
No
used
ice path,
ice
but the
path.
rest of the team is coming in. This could be a problem. Need to get a net, need to get a snowball. There it is, holding down the Storm. The Crush trying to save him, but it's not going to be enough. Zorain and Storm Spirit will get picked off here. Nice little TP response, not allowing Akashi to go down a second time.
That was huge. That was a Naga player right there. Naga players, when you see a spirit hero, you song and you net him before the song ends, you know, and then he's done. But that looked like it could have been ugly, you know, when the Jakiro just, I don't know, like he just used his ice power earlier, like just before the Naga uses the song. Man.
No, I think if he doesn't ice path there, the song gets interrupted by the Slardar Crush, so that's probably his thought process.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Good catch, Mike.
Yeah, I mean,
This is why I need you in my life, you know.
don't say that. Please don't say that.
what-
Don't
don't
ever
say-
say that.
Why? What's wrong with needing you?
Making me wildly uncomfortable with these proclamations of love. Hang on, Jing.
Bro, it's good to have a partner, you know.
That's true.
I can't see everything, even though I have 4 eyes.
Right now, Young PH has got to spot himself a haste rune. That ice path isn't going to stop him from grabbing it, though.
Well, knowing is sometimes good enough, you know.
Dire's top tower is
I mean,
under
have you ever
attack.
like played in a game where your team can't control the runes and you keep having no idea? Okay, we don't know what rune they get. Just hide. Do you know the
Yeah, no, I
amount
get
of
that.
pressure?
I get that, yeah. It's at least a haste rune, you kind of get a good gauge, right? Because he's moving at max move speed, you have an idea about where he might be
the
if he's
worst
disappeared for
thing
too long.
is like you don't know
Radiant's
what
middle
rune he got,
tower
and
is
he
under
got an
attack.
Ibis rune. And then he somehow
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
randomly shows up in the triangle or whatever, and your character's like, what the hell? What is he? What just happened? How did I just die?
Radiant structures are
Yeah.
fortified.
Very frustrating stuff as right now, despite Young PH getting the rune, it is BAIYAWAK who are the ones pressuring this tower, making use of the Helm Dom creep from DCMG, and the Jakiro just peppering away. I think they're gonna get this one. I mean, Glim is back.
He's fine.
I don't know whether you can commit for this. Yeah, this is kind of awkward. Power's down. Young PH has to run, and they'll even surge Jing forward just to catch the Disruptor throughout his Static Storm, but for nothing.
CMP trouble.
Try and get the kill onto DCMG.
Radiant's middle
Snowball.
tower is under attack.
Hidden for now, but likely not going to survive. Skill Lay as well, dropping very low on the Skyrap, coming through with the Ember, doing enough damage to get himself a double kill. Jing looking to turn around. Young PX so low. But Jing is going to be the one cleaned up by the Monkey King. So Yangon Galacticos, it's like what you said. Showing up early on. I don't know whether it's good though. Like the trade ends up being pretty even, and BAIYAWAK also get a tower. So
Yeah, no, it's not a good trade. I think it was not very nice to fight into the helm timing. You know, the Darkseid helm was very annoying. they couldn't really defend the tower. I mean, they got 2 kills, but like you say, I don't think it was like worth it for their troubles, you know. Now the dagger is available for Zorain, but he is going to be scouted by a catapult creep of all things.
He revealed it in the fight already.
Oh, here,
I think.
No, didn't he just send the courier out? Okay, maybe I'm.
Oh, did he? I'm not too sure either because I saw him basically appear right next to the Ember. I'm like, hang on.
I need the YouTube thing so I can rewind now.
Yeah. Go back on the playback immediately, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
Find out.
That's a 1K.
Find out if I was lying or you were lying.
Ice Path there to try and protect Lewis. Nice dual breath and the shots locking the tag team duo in place again, and they punish the Storm. Young PH, despite the investment from YG to make sure he gets a good early start, he's kind of getting screwed around with here. Zorain now, this is not really the set of blink reveals that you want. He showed it in the mid lane, they lost the tower. He tries again in the mid lane, they lose 2 heroes. At this point, they're just giving Lewis free Spirit Vessel charges.
Yeah, that is not very good for the Storm's game. You can see how vulnerable he is, right, to the slight chains. Every time he makes a move, and if the Ember is remotely nearby or he's not dead, he chains the Storm is most of the time going to end up dead, you know. So I feel like right now they have to kind of sit back and kind of chill, you know. Your Monkey King is going for a better free, so the whole game is kind of slowing down. You have a dagger on starter, but that doesn't mean it's go time, you know. I think everyone else kind of just wants to sit back, relax, enjoy a cup of beer, you know.
Very aggressive position here from the side of BAIYAWAK. I think they understand just how strong they are. The Tusk, Shakiro, and Ember, you talked about how these 3 heroes were the ones to make it happen. And now they might run into KSH on the trees. Ice Path completely off the mark. This poor guy, he's still taking a lot of magic damage, able to change the guard away. They found the kill onto the Jakiro, and now it's the side of BAIYAWAK who are the ones overextending. Turn around with the vacuum, but it's not going to be enough. This time, Young PH, the one with the double kill. I gotta wonder whether that was the right move there.
Go on different targets. I feel like the Tusk didn't punch the monkey, you know. If he punched him, he was dead. Or he go on. Then he went on someone else. And now Akashi trying to steal the shrine, and guess what? Disruptor Dota, baby. Oh,
they messed up.
That was. I think he needed to wait a bit more. He glimpsed a little bit too early.
Yeah,
because he could have still waited for at least another second, you know. Okay, never mind.
I think maybe he was worried that the Naga would get out of range of the Monkey King's vision. So he was a bit too hasty with that glimpse. Could have been an Akashi kill. At least they forced Akashi back to base, and now he has kind of reset his farming pattern. Not too bad at the end of the day. I mean, YG, the fact that they got that big defense and KSH manages to escape unscathed because of the changing of the guard, that's huge.
The 3-man is back. This is an
Here they go.
Kill.
Skill A, this one's free. What's next though? KSH on the tree line, they don't know he's there.
Radiant's courier.
No way he sticks around for this one.
I like how you quickly say this. How you quickly identify when a Tusk sees a sky, it's free, you know. No armor hero against a physical damage hero. Free.
Snowball, not fast enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is one of the most difficult matchups you can encounter as Sky in the early game. A Tusk, a Walrus.
They found Loon here,
in fact,
but
for the Disruptor as well, you know, like the Snowball. Oh, picks him up. Did you get it? Oh, didn't
no.
Get it. Disruptor is also very, very weak into Tusk. Now all these backline squishy heroes, you know, you don't want to see a Walrus in your game.
Ember's gonna show himself in the top lane. Could be trouble. Zorain, he's looking for a target, but it's a Monkey King who's in trouble. Has the ultimate to try and change up the guard. Gets over into one of his soldiers, but still ends up burning out. They will trade 1 for 1, but for the amount of heroes he brought up to this top lane, I'm not sure whether it's worth it. Young PH, he'll live on the sliver. He's just gonna try and play it safe and TP back to base. I don't think that was good enough for YG. They're starting to let their map control slip here.
Yeah, definitely no. Because if you look at the Darkseid, he's farming like the bottom area. He's pushing the waves out. Mid lane, the Tusk is going there. So it's pretty favorable overall for BAIYAWAK. They're getting a lot more. Even though it's just a 1-for-1 exchange, but they're getting a lot of control over the map to farm, you know, and get to their next set of items. Naga has Manta Star up ready. So right now, he doesn't have to worry about the silence from at least the Skyraf, you know. So the only reliable way to kill him is to catch him in the storm.
I mean, now he can also pull off some pretty cute moves, right? There's a chance even if he gets glimpsed, he could Manta dodge it. He could Manta dodge the Slaughter Crush, just Manta when the Storm jumps in just to cause some confusion. this Naga has suddenly gotten a lot more difficult to kill. And YG, this is a lineup that needs that tempo. They need to snowball, and they're going to try and find an opening. Look for the real Akashi. All they see is illusions now, though. Smoke not breaking. And the real Naga continues to elude them. Not sure whether he knows.
I mean, he kind of, maybe he's playing safe, you know, so maybe he kind of feels like something might be happening soon. Oh no, they see him. Do they know it's the real one? Oh no, they went for
They
the
guessed
other
wrong.
side. Oh, that's so unlucky. Maybe now?
Might still show himself. He doesn't have the manta. They find him. Static Storm is there. It takes them a little while, but they do manage to find the pick in the end. Akashi, he was careful, but not enough.
He wasn't paying. I think if he was paying attention to his illusions, he would have seen the spells coming out there. I think he didn't see it. Like, he didn't see the storm. You know, he bolted towards the jungle camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
But I think it's hard, right? Because we are obviously we have the third eye, so we see everything. But maybe he's on his screen, he's not seeing the visual effects come out.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Like, you need to look at so many things as Naga, so it's hard.
Yeah, I'm sure his camera movement is going crazy, trying to micro all these illusions. So I don't think he fully expected that they'd be all the way deep in there. It's unfortunate, but YG, again, they spent a lot of time trying to find that pick off, right? It was a good 1.5 minutes of getting that setup position, waiting around for the real Naga. The whole time, everyone else is still farming. Darkseer, he's just used this creep to push out the waves, top and bot, take the tower as well. It's a tier 2 going down at 18 minutes in the game. And this still seems pretty fine if you're BAIYAWAK.
I mean, okay, they only lost a task, but I mean, all these kills, I think at some point it's going to matter a lot, you know. I mean, I'm not sure why the task was trying to farm his dagger there. Like, he's not even close, you know. He's like around 900 gold, 900 gold away. And I'm sure you've heard me say this before. I generally think that it's not a very good idea to farm dagger on the supports if you are too far away. Like, if it's not
Yeah,
like I get one wave and then I get it type of thing, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, my initial guess is just that BAIYAWAK probably want to try setting up in the top lane to make sure they don't get the Tormentor taken away from them for free, right? Like, that's why maybe the task was going a bit early. You just didn't expect the catch. Speaking of a catch, though.
Yep, Ember
Oh,
Spirit.
the Macro Pyre, Ice Path, not even needed. Ember Spirit into Storm. You keep saying it, Winter. It's such a lethal matchup. One chains and you're dusted.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he just needs to get Manta, you know. He has to split. He has to split the Yasha out now and get the Manta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's why he has queued up. I mean, he has a diadem, so that's a natural build-up. Just a bit expensive
Yeah, I mean, it's
at the
like
moment.
one too many deaths already from the Ember. I feel like it's difficult right now. Like, he's so scared to play against the Ember at this point, and you have to go to the fight at 20 minutes at the Tormentor, you know. So that means that the Storm could die again. I mean, look at the setup. BAIYAWAK's already here. The 3-man deadly duo. They have the Darkseer now with them. Darkseer
We saw YG show a pretty good understanding that they couldn't fight earlier on, and they just dodged the 20-minute Tom fight. Zorain, around the tree line, blink away.
Yeah.
Jing doesn't have his own blink to chase though, and the Slaughter's a bit too quick in this river patch area. Will TP around the tree line. Got a shot, got a snowball, not in time. A bit too fast and a bit too far away. But that will mean this entire topside area, as BAIYAWAK were playing for, they've managed to secure it. They'll head towards the Tormentor and get their shot for free.
Who is going to get the shot, Mike? You probably want your Jakiro to get it? I mean, the pass shot is also nice. So. I see. I think they're both good. Okay, Jakiro is probably a little bit better. A lot more damage. I mean, the task one, I feel like it allows you to shuffle waves, right? So remember how he died like 2 minutes ago? If he has the shot, he can just hide behind it. Just shot, use his eye shot to clear the wave. And he doesn't have
Because
to
he doesn't actually need to show.
Yeah, then he won't die. Yeah. That's why I think that it's also very valuable compared to the Jakiro shot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm the greedy player.
Dire's
I like
bottom
to
That's true.
tower
I like to
is
shuffle
under
waves.
attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, it also kind of fits the theme of this lineup, right? You got Naga, you got Darkseer, you throw a touch shots in there as well. You never really have to show, because YG, their heroes are all about the second you show on a wave, they're gonna zip forward, try and pick you off. There's a lot of pick-off focus
it's also
on the Radiant
damage,
side.
right? Don't forget the DPS. Like, when you have chains and you have vacuum, you can potentially do a lot of damage in that extended shot. And you can ice path on top of that. So I feel like there's a lot of potential getting the shot. I think he he should definitely consider buying it, since he didn't get it.
We didn't really talk about this guy the entire game, but hold that thought, Skill Lay. Another freebie.
Which guy?
Sticking around a bit too long. I was going to talk about the Darkseer because look at the amount of items he has. Pipe, Helm Dom, Vanguard, now the Crimson almost complete as well at 22 minutes. This is an insane timing from him.
Yeah, this is all because of the... Remember earlier when we were saying YG is bringing a lot of heroes to kill one side and then they're always reacting a lot. So Darkseer got a lot of space for side to farm. And this is a result of that, they have better map management in terms of resources. They don't really need to bring a lot of heroes to kill other heroes. Because Ember with Jakiro, most of the time you can find a pickup on the support or even the Monkey King. But I think those are things that you really need to think about when you're making your lineup, when you're drafting a composition. You have to make sure that you have, I think, balanced damages across the board so that you don't need too many heroes to move to kill people.
I feel like it's 2 games in a row at this point, Winter, where since you're talking about the draft, in game number 1 it was BAIYAWAK who picked that Disruptor, but they weren't really able to find themselves an advantage. And Disruptor is the type of hero you want to be playing from ahead, so you can just keep pulling people back.
It wasn't me, you were the one saying, oh, are you sure it's a good Disruptor? You're the one who was like questioning the Disruptor. It wasn't me.
Yeah, and it didn't really work out, right?
changed.
Like, they ended up losing the game, and now Zorain fought around the tree line. Even if he BKB'd, he wouldn't be able to get out because of that Tusk. Yeah, I mean, he pops it anyway. I'm not really sure whether I agree with that. That's 45 seconds without your offlaner, and meanwhile, the rest of the map still being pressured by BAIYAWAK. A glimpse away. Lewis trying to dodge it in the sleight of fist. Well, even Song to try and find the monkey. They've caught him before he's jumped to a tree. Oh no, Ice Puff is there. KSH. He's going to get found and killed. It's a double kill for the Tusk as the entire map is just crumbling for YG.
This is definitely a very, very good Naga player. He recognizes a lot of Song initiations play. Like, if you don't play Naga enough, usually you just save your Song to save teammates. But when you have like a good grasp on how the hero works, you can actually see a lot of opportunities and you need to use it offensively to catch people off.
Yeah. I think he understands it's not about that big 5v5 teamfight setup this game, because that's not what YG are playing for. So he doesn't need to save the Song for that kind of situation. He can just use it, further push their advantage. And speaking of the advantage, it's a 9k gold lead at the moment. In a lineup that YG really needed to snowball, they just didn't get enough momentum. And now they're losing out all around the map. Winter, what do they have to do to come back? Because this is looking real, real bad.
They need to drag the game to the point where the Monkey King can actually deal with the Naga. It's going to be a long time. So you're talking about the 25 talent, you're talking about a lot more items on him. So give or take another 15-20 minutes.
Yikes. Yeah, I don't know whether they got that long. They have to try and cut creeps, drag these heroes away as much as they can. I mean, you can see from the way that Zorain is playing, he understands that his life is forfeit. He's just gonna try and buy as much time as possible. Even Loon coming through with a glimpse that might have saved the Slada from certain death, but it costs him his life instead. As look at him, he's just sending his body in, clearing the creep wave. He actually manages to swipe down 2. And if he can TP out and maybe even get a 3rd wave, it's suspended the push here. That's not too bad, actually.
That was kind of probably jinxed out there. He waited a little bit too long to use the punch. He snowballed on him because he knows that he doesn't have BKB, but he just waited a little bit too long before he punched him. So he couldn't get that punch, and I think the glimpse doesn't really matter in the end. It's just they needed to punch him right away.
The rune of regeneration.
But still, BAIYAWAK in a very commanding position. Manta done on Som, so he doesn't have to worry about the Ember anymore. I mean, Naga is cutting waves, Dux is pushing waves, so it makes it very easy for the Ember and the 2 supports to find place on the map, I definitely feel like they shouldn't let the game drag out too long, even though they are in a commanding position.
Sure. I guess it's a little bit awkward because Naga's not really the hero that rallies a team of 5 to go up to high ground until she has more items.
Hit buildings, that's the problem. But lucky for them, they have the Jakiro. So Jakiro can maul down the tower slowly.
Slowly might be an understatement because the Jakiro's busy just moving around the map for now. They might have found, wow, the DCMG rather, caught out for now. No way of dispelling that amplified damage. They'll even use the Wukong's command. Everything being thrown out on this Darkseer. He turns around with the wall. It's not enough, barely. Needing the Skyref ultimate as well. The rest of BAIYAWAK couldn't come through and save their offlaner. Nice pick off there from YG.
Yeah, just so many times where he's just dying like this. I mean, they don't see anyone on the mid lane and the top lane, right? So I kind of feel like whenever that's happening, right? Because he's died the same exact way, like in the last game as well. I think he just doesn't read that the gank is coming, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is
Like
under
you don't
attack.
necessarily have to see it happening. Like you don't need to see the heroes, but you can kind of tell from the positioning of the creeps on the map when nobody is like showing, right? So you kind of
Dire's
have to
bottom tower is
remove
under
yourself
attack.
from risky positions because he's farming very, very close to enemy territory there.
I kind of get his situation. Not saying I'm agreeing and that he didn't make a mistake, but I think maybe he's gotten a bit comfortable because this entire game, YG haven't punished him yet, right? They've been focusing a lot on the top lane, the mid lane. They haven't really come bot and pushed this Darkseer out. So now I think that was a harsh wake-up call, slap in the face. Okay, they still might come for me. I need to play a bit more careful. These pickoffs continuing to be found on the map. Zorin coming through with the crush to try and bail out the storm. But there's an orchid, a silence, meaning you're not going anywhere. And the same fate for Zorin might be next up on the chopping block. Has to BKB and TP out. No interrupt is there.
That was close.
Narrowly surviving on the last bit of HP.
Yeah.
I believe that's his Essence Ring coming into play there on the Slardar.
I mean, I felt like he could have ran a little bit further, you know, with the sprint move speed before he started TP. That was so close.
I think he's worried about the BKB
Radiant are
timing.
scanning.
Yeah, but there's nothing to cancel anymore. There's no net, there's no ice power.
True.
Yes.
Oh, either way, he gets out.
Yeah.
YG, they do lose their Storm Spirit though. That's a really big kill to continue to keep young PH down.
They are going to need a lot more time for the Monkey King to fight the Naga. I mean, Monkey has BKB, so I think this should be at least an attempt, you know, with this item timing. And should try to fight back.
Okay, just to be clear, Winter, when you say attempt, do you mean you want to see YG do what they're doing now and smoke out of the base to find a fight?
Yeah, they should look for a fight right away with the behavior.
Okay.
Storm is
It
alive.
looks like they heard you.
They don't have. They know there's no song, so this is the best opportunity.
Here we go. I set onto Lewis, immediate blink
Yeah.
static storm, catching the Ember
Tanky.
Spirit. He's very tanky though, still not dropping. Last bit of HP, they'll find it with the Boundless Strike, and the rest of BAIYAWAK now. Do they still want to stick around and fight? The ultimates, mostly used from YG. Could just wait 55 seconds for him to come back in and then try again. But pretty successful attempt there from YG. They get the kill.
Yeah, this is when you start to feel like, oh, maybe I need a BKB on the Ember right now against all this silence. Because the aura is not enough from the Darkseer to keep him alive in the team fights anymore. He has an axe, but he's always going to be, I think, killable at this point. Because you cannot really rely on the task snowballing you in the Disruptor Storm. I think only the song can probably maybe save him. Only the song. Because the Naga doesn't really have a dagger, right? So I wouldn't say like the song is a guaranteed save, you know, at this point.
Yeah, the Naga doesn't have a dagger, but
It's not
she
a
has a
support.
completed butterfly,
It's
so...
not a support Naga, so you don't usually get dagger on core Nagas, you know, usually.
Mhm. Well, one thing's for sure, this Naga is still giga fat, right? 20k gold
It's
on
fake,
that bad boy.
brother. It's fake. It's fake net
You think
worth.
so?
Like Naga's like elk. You don't really utilize the net worth as well, because in the
Okay, so how much of this net worth do you think is real on the Naga if you had to break it down into a percentage? You got 20k right now.
I would say that around 30% is not actually there, because you don't really
Okay,
fight.
Maybe,
you don't really
maybe we're
fight
thinking
well.
like 16k, so she's kind of on par with the Monkey King
Yeah,
right now.
I would say so. Something like that. I mean, with the butterfly timing, I think it kind of changes things, because the evasion
Yeah.
is going to add a lot of problems in the team fight. And on top of that, you must remember she has the evasion also from the innate. So everything stacks. If you don't have MKB, you're not killing her. What's it called? Eel skin, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically not killing her if she has illusions around her with butterfly. With right clicks, you can't kill her with right clicks.
Could land the fattest Boundless Strike in history.
Like how? Onto everything, on all the illusions, and you kill him?
Yeah, because he has
I mean,
True
you
Strike.
don't even
right?
kill the illusions with one bang, right? I'm pretty sure it takes. You still need to click the illusions a few times. And good luck doing that when butterfly is completed.
True.
Good luck. May Lord Gaben help you, you know, if you want to kill that thing without MKB.
It's a 12k gold lead for BAIYAWAK right now, but like you mentioned, the Naga net worth is not entirely real, right? So maybe, let's say, a 10 or 9k gold lead still seems like a pretty commanding position for BAIYAWAK. They just need to be a bit more careful, maybe get some of these defensive items like the BKB that you mentioned on the Ember, help them survive these initial jumps.
Yeah, but he just finished his act, so good luck getting the BKB. Actually, he hasn't
Well,
finished.
it's not going to be a problem if they're the ones making the jump first. Noon gets the
Manta?
glimpse off, not Manta dodging it in time. That'll reveal a ward, but preserve the life of the Disruptor and stop this smoke from hitting anything else.
Yeah, that is a big dodge right there for YG. Because it's the butterfly timing on the Naga Siren. You don't want to fight now. You want to just dodge and wait for your MKB. I have an important question for you. Okay, BKB TP. Oh, he's gonna die.
Yeah,
You can't.
tries to stun up the Tusk. No way for him to run though, but shouts off the mark. I don't think it's gonna matter. Still surrounded on all fronts. He's just got to try and buy as much time as possible.
You cancelling the spin. That's it.
Very annoying.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you have a question?
Do you think it's fair for some heroes to have an innate that you have true strike?
Middle tower is under attack.
Wait, what do you mean? Like a hero?
Yeah,
like
some-
you're
you shouldn't have
asking
a-
if a hero had a true strike innate?
Yeah.
Like it always lands. You know what I think? I think Sniper should have that innate.
Dire's courier
Why
has
Sniper?
been
Why not
killed.
Monkey King? You have Monkey. You
Radiant's
already
top
have the
tower
Monkey King
is
buff.
under attack. Dire's
Isn't that like
bottom
lore
tower is
accurate
under
or?
attack.
Oh, I guess so. But Mischief is such a fun one, you know.
No, it's
I
remove
I
it.
generally like innates that do things over them being passives. That's my perspective.
But it kind of
Radiant's
like
top tower is under
true
attack.
strike is something that. I mean, it's valuable, right? Like it's
Radiant's
doing
top
something.
Isn't it kind of busted? You're basically the only way most heroes get true strike is like
No, I
either
mean,
serrated shift or MKB.
Not 100% lah, brother. Like maybe.
Then what's the point of true strike if it's not 100%, huh? What does that even mean?
Bro,
It's half true, half false strike? Is that what it is?
no. Cast the
I'll tell you
cast
what,
the
they
damn
truly
game,
struck
Mike.
that Storm Spirit down, but he has a Manta style, so he's able to escape.
Brother, even MKB is 80%, you know? What are you saying? It's not 100% true strike. I mean, there's some mechanics out there. There's some mechanics that's 100%. I think it's like what, Witch Blade? The hit? What, the poison hit or something?
Yeah, Boundless is also a for sure true strike. So there's
I
that.
mean, but that's not the same, right? Because you're literally using a spell. Or am I wrong? It's a spell, right? Like,
I don't. Okay, I get what you're saying, but what's your point? Are you saying that Monkey King should have an innate that gives him 100% true strike because he's the rightful owner of MKB?
I'm just saying it would be interesting to add that to the innate, you know, or change the innate to something more lore accurate. Or you would say that
Okay, TLDR, Winter spent 2 minutes telling us to buff Monkey King because he's not doing too well this game. But we'll see, as the game's not over yet, right? YG looking to try and contest this Roche.
I hate you, Mike.
Smoke up, holding onto a high ground position. Yeah, but this is where the Naga really comes into play, right? You can just keep pushing out these waves.
Yeah, they're just kind of just chilling and waiting for Roche. Is Roche up? Yeah, Roche is up. And they have to fight. I think YG has to fight this. Do they have MKB done? Yeah, they have MKB done. They have to go. They do it. They don't know actually.
I have some bad news for you, Winter. It does not look like they are interested in going.
If they're not taking this fight, then when are they going to fight? I feel like they're going to not fight for the next 5 minutes right now.
High ground? Question mark? I mean, the high ground defense is still kind of scary into Wukong's command and like Disruptor out, right? And when you're defending high ground with a Storm, you always have that advantage of zipping back into Fountain and getting a second salvo. Also, they caught Zorain. He has a BKB, but he can't really use it to
There's a
escape.
punch.
Again, that's a Tusk effect.
The passive effect.
Jing just marking him. Get his ass. Not even gonna punch him. That's cruel. That's cruel.
The threat is bigger than the spell itself.
True?
I thought we only used that for Black Hole.
No, turns out a good old smack to the face is also
We
consideration there for that title.
give the Enigma players an excuse not to.
What is this? Wukong's command just to finish off Grims? Okay. I'm not sure whether that's good enough because now you're kind of Wukong's commander in an awkward position. You're not really doing damage onto anyone else. And this doesn't really fit the
Brother.
criteria of dodging.
This is high ground time, no Wukong's command.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, I feel like one of the only things stopping you from going high ground is the Wukong's command, and KSH just kind of threw it out to kill a support. So yes, you kill your main building hitter on the Jakiro, sure, but I think Akashi is very happy to go up there and do the job himself.
But yet he is not doing it.
What are they scared of?
Radiant's middle tower
Throwing.
is under attack.
Valid?
I'm pretty sure that's kind of throwing.
But what? Okay, so what do you
They are
what do you need to have?
1-0
Because
they are 1-0 down. I'm pretty sure that was
yeah,
not the
I get
agenda.
you. I get you. Yeah, they were like, let's not force it, right? But then that begs the question: what do BAIYAWAK want to accomplish before they feel like, okay, we can go high ground? Do you need a team wipe? Do you need to kill certain heroes? Because that was Wukong's command down, right? And now Wukong's command is coming back up soon, but they're going up onto high ground.
Yeah, it's strange, right? They didn't go 20 seconds ago, but they were choosing to go now.
Pulling in Zorin, forcing out the BKB on the starter. That is a very important cooldown. You're zipping through on young PH, but not really getting much done into the heart. Completed on the Naga Siren a bit earlier on. Putting out the burst. Naga in trouble. That's the first life. Committed the BKB or KSH can now use the Wukong's command. You have a way of holding her in place. She doesn't have it now. She doesn't have an escape. The Naga Siren. This is what you were worried about. Loon will go down on the back line with the Ember. I want to say he should be able to jaunt over to a Remnant on the right side. The punch is there as well just to keep Skill Lay at bay.
They should buy back on the Naga though. I think buy back and come and get the rest.
They're not feeling confident enough. Like you mentioned, they're 1-0 down and they don't want to take any chances. They might have lost their carry, but they decide, we're just going to try again another time. We don't want no trouble.
Think about it, Mike. There's no Wukong, there's no BKB or Monkey. If you buy back on the Naga, what can they do to stop the push?
No, I agree with you. I just wonder whether... Okay. And Monkey King's going to get caught out.
The reason I say that, right, Mike, is because I believe they are kind of on a timer. I mean, eventually this Monkey and the Storm would just outscale your Naga. And even the Ember and Darkseer, you know? And I think that...
I know what you're saying.
Okay. It's good to know that, you know.
As in, I understand that. I just wonder whether the buyback would have been too hasty. Right? Because as we see now, YG, it's not like they don't have buybacks on their heroes. They could have bought back on the Storm, come back in. It's a whole mess, right? So I can understand their hesitance. And you raise a very important point just now as well, Winter. They're 1-0 down. It will be really annoying for them to go down to the lower bracket this early on. The other opponents are not much easier either.
Oh, that's a good
Young
attempt.
PH coming through with the zip. Get the silence out. But the Yules is there. Lotus start to reflect. The damage, it's going to be there. Young PH, he nets himself another. And again, YG managed to jump in, pick off one, and force BAIYAWAK to at least reconsider a little bit. Now, the Monkey King is coming back up with his Wukong's command in 20 seconds, but maybe that's enough time for you to use the illusions and clear out at least one lane of rags.
Yeah, they should have enough time with the liquid fire.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
This is what I'm saying, you know. The Ember can't play this yet. I'm actually very surprised he didn't buy BKB.
Is he still not going for it? He
Yeah,
went
why-
refresher
why-
first before the BKB.
Why? You know, he's died like, what, 3 times in a row to this Skyralf and Disruptor thing? And he still doesn't want to buy BKB? Like, he already knows that the Darkseer can't save him, you know, the Tusk can't save him. Does the Tusk have
Radiant
BKB?
are scanning.
The Tusk is not even near his BKB. Like, how are they going to save him in a team fight? I don't understand.
now-
I don't understand.
Maybe he just doesn't think it's that important just yet.
Sure, you know.
But now,
Sure, dying is not important. Feeding on the coral is not important.
I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I kind of think he's been doing a lot of work on the back lines, right? He's
You're not
spending...
trying to understand, Mike. You're just giving him excuses.
You sound just like a disappointed Asian parent right now, Winter.
No, I don't. I'm not that old. Okay, maybe I am.
Okay, well, whatever the case is, you're right. It did lead to the Ember Spirit dying quite a few times. And for now, YG, even though it's hurt them a little bit...
Think about what you just said. You're contradicting yourself. A moment ago, you're telling me, oh, Winter, you're right. They're 1-0 behind. They don't want to show it again. And then now you're telling me it's okay for the Ember to not buy BKB. So where's the logic?
No, I'm just trying to figure out at what point is it too far gone, right? Because you mentioned that we don't really see Naga Siren very much, but I agree with you that I think she probably outscales, or rather she gets outscaled. So you are on a timer, but how late can you push that timer? I think that's kind of the question that BAIYAWAK are asking themselves right now. They're still going to make use of that Disruptor Death to go up to the high ground, use those illusions though.
Why would you ask yourself that question? Just buy a BKB and end the game on the Ember. You know, as long as Ember doesn't die in the team fight, you can end the game.
Well, they're going to try right now. Akashi being targeted down but able to BKB and get out. Huge Ice Path Macro Fire burning up young PH. He's in trouble. You bought back on the Disruptor but far too late, and the song is there to initiate. Turns out you don't need a BKB on the Ember, you just need it on the Naga to stop you from getting jumped. They hex up the monkey and he's gone. Buyback's forced out, Zoring coming through, but he doesn't have a buyback. He ends up going down. The refresher coming through, Ember burning them all up. It's way too much damage coming out from Lewis. He's killed off 3 all by himself with the remnants, and maybe that was enough to open up the base. They're gonna take this lane of Rax, walk over to mid, get the job done on that as well, and all you have left on YG is 2 cores.
Yeah, that was all the refresher. But I'm still not gonna eat my words. I still think he should have gotten BKB.
Young PH, this is his buyback. He is gonna drop to the deck if he's not careful, choosing to zip forward instead. There's a lot more room to escape there, and a creep wave, but it gets very quickly glyphed.
Still game. Doesn't matter what he does there.
It does seem that way. 14 more seconds until the Skyriff is up, and you now have a buyback on the Slada. YG, you want to put up one last stand. It's looking pretty hopeless at this point. Not sure how you're gonna kill off this Naga Siren. Finally, the TP back on the Storm. One final fight is all YG have left in the tank, and I don't even know if they can pull that one off. It'll be a 4v5 at best. No song. That's what you're banking on, but a vacuum wall. In comes the zip, in comes the buyback. You're looking for a target. Manta away. They've already used the Macro Pyre and the Ice Path, but they called the Slada. They called the Slada. He just came back into the game, and he can't even get a crush off. He didn't have his BKB available. And that is too much of a handicap. They're gonna try and get the kill on Akashi, but the snowball save is there. Static Storm didn't come through, and he's gonna come back out with his BKB, start healing up, and the song puts a stop to it all. He said you didn't want to see this, and he's not gonna make it happen. It's just setting up for Ice Path to finish out the game, kill off the Storm, take Yangon Galacticos down, and force a game number 3 BAIYAWAK. They're able to even the score and push us the distance.
Your favorite time of the day when a series goes to a game 3, right, Mike? I know.
Yeah, sure, something like that. I mean, I'm just kind of surprised with the way that YG limited themselves, to be honest, because I feel like you're right in saying that at some point YG probably outscaled the Naga, but compared to game number 1 where they were playing really clean, you know, the decision making was on point, I feel like there were times this game where YG looked a bit messy, they looked a bit clueless as to what they needed to do depending on what the game state was.
I think it's just the overall composition. And maybe also the itemization, you know. I feel like if you are going better fully on the Monkey King, everything's going to be slow. It's just naturally going to be slow.
Yeah.
You're going better fully. You don't really want to fight so much. You're just going to play for the farm game. I get it, but they just couldn't really survive the early stages, you know. I think if you have Disruptor and Skyriff, you need to be snowballing the game in the beginning. Once those supports go into a phase of a game where you can't really fight and just avoiding, they don't really feel that great, you know. You just don't have damage to kill heroes early when your Monkey King is not coming in. And you also brought up a good point that the Dark Side was really rich this game. He had the aura items very, very fast with the pipe and the Guardian Greaves. Sorry, not Guardian Greaves, Crimson. I mean, he had Greaves as well in the end. But those are the things that mitigated the damage from the Disruptor and mainly the Skyriff, you know, so they couldn't kill heroes off. So I think the game would have been a lot different if they go for the Mjolnir build, like I mentioned, on the Monkey King, and he just needed to participate early, right? You go Mjolnir, then maybe you get a BKB as your next item, and you need to fight with the Storm Spirit. I think that would
overall
that would give them, I feel like, a much better shot in the early stages.
Yeah, it just feels like everything since the early stage didn't really work out, right? We saw that Slada Blink reveal compared to the success of the opposing offlaner DCMG, all these items, all the gold in the world, like you said. Let's see whether YG can actually complete the upset in game number 3, or whether BAIYAWAK will manage to reverse sweep their opponents after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in the speed. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to NOLA, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer?
Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. You, yeah. You, yeah. You, it's gotta be you.
gotta be you. Yeah, These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better be you. You got to be you. Voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. It's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
I want good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 28, Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers here. We are in Round 1, Yangon Galacticos up against BAIYAWAK, and we have ourselves a Game 3, off of the back of a Naga Siren carry. Who would have thought, and who would have thought Akashi would bust it out this early on? But they managed to make it work. They farmed the map, they pushed their timings, and they crush out YG. Now YG, they were able to take game number 1 in a pretty convincing and disciplined fashion, I think against a lot of our expectations. So maybe they can bring a bit back of that game 1 YG, because that was fun to watch.
Yeah, they need to play fast. I think if they're playing slow, it's bad for them. They tend to, I feel like, make a lot more mistakes when they're playing the map and the game is like in a slower pace game. So I don't know if BAIYAWAK actually noticed that. Maybe that's something that would try to replicate in the next game. And for YG, they need to amp up the game. They need to speed up the game. They need to increase the gear. So they have to find out how. I think heroes are not just the problem. I think the way they play. The heroes were like, okay, I think they could have made it work with their heroes last game, but they needed to itemize for a faster timing. I think that was the main culprit that caused them to have a lot of problems in the game.
Yeah. It also didn't really help that the Slada on his Blink review, he like died 3 times in a row. Right, I think in comparison to, you think about how Zorain was able to establish himself in that game number 1. Of course, we're talking about the off-laner here of Yangon Galacticos. Game number 1, he had a really quiet early laning stage. He was losing to Akashi's Dragon Knight, but first arena, already a kill, and then from there, it's like blink kill, stun with the tiny, chain stun them and set them up for the mid laner. But then game number 2, it's like he tries 3 times in a row, fails 3 times in a row, and then it feels like every other time we see this Slada on our screen, he is BKBing to try and escape, but there's a task and then he dies anyway. It's not a great look. So Yangon Galacticos, I feel like my eyes are going to be on what they pick for Zorain, whether he's able to be included and kind of execute his part in the team meaningfully, because I think between game number 2 it feels like that's the major gap, right? On one hand you have DCMG farming up a storm, providing so much for his team, and then Zorain was in 1 crush and dead.
10 seconds remaining.
And he had the carry helping him last in the
5
first game,
seconds
so
remaining.
I think it's mainly because the carry is not active. I think that is for me the most important difference. The first game it was the slug coming into the game with the diffuser very early on, so it's easy for the offlaner to kind of exert pressure, and he also had like a lot of damage from SF mid, right? So I think the circumstances were different from first game and second game. I mean, they still opted to ban out his
10
mask, so they don't want to deal with it. And yeah, so
Radiant team ban.
like who has first pick? Or YG has first pick here. So they're gonna have to
Dire
decide what
team.
are the openings that they want to go to. There's a Jakiro if they want to. There's also the Slada that didn't really go so well for them.
I think what was most interesting to me is they picked the Slada, right? Then BAIYAWAK ends up
10
picking the
seconds
Ember.
remaining.
As much as
Radiant
Ember is a
team.
great position
Yeah,
too right now,
they
it feels like the Slada would have been fine into Ember. I don't know why they ended up switching to Storm.
So that tells me, right, that their carry doesn't want to pick his hero without seeing his lane matchup. I think that was the
Right.
main purpose there, because the 3 heroes that they see was the 2 supports and the Ember Spirit. So they
10
didn't really
seconds
have like a good
remaining.
way of picking the other cores after having a Slada. But I think
5
strategically
seconds
there, you need to keep the Slada as a flex, and then you have to pick your carry hero blind there, no matter what,
Yeah.
to ensure that you have a lot more draft integrity, right? So it's harder for
Dire
the enemy to
team
abuse the draft.
Slada.
I mean, it's the same. Wait, is this? Oh no, it's not the
No,
same.
it's switch
I'm
sides.
confused. It's not the same. I remember I see the same exact opening just now, but it's not the same.
No, it is, right? Like the Slada is playing
but
from
for-
the Radiant side and Yangon Galacticos on the Dire side now.
Yeah, for different.
The only
teams.
thing is it's different
Yeah.
teams. Yeah.
So technically, it's not the same.
Yeah. So what do you think of this? What do you make of this? Because obviously both teams have the same set of priorities. They still each think that the Jakiro is what is more
10
valuable than the
Ye-
Slada.
Yeah, right now I think I have pinpointed like a weakness for YG. I don't know if BAIYAWAK will
5
notice it. So
seconds
it means that if they
remaining.
draft, they shouldn't show like the exact lane. Because right now the Yangon has first pick, right? So I think if they can actually 16, 17 and they keep the off laner flex, right, this would be really good for BAIYAWAK. Because it seems like YG they don't really want to pick blind for the carry. So I think they should force YG to pick blind with their carry.
Well, let's see whether they're able to do that. That is a very specific thing that we noticed just by being, spectating on a third person perspective.
Radiant
Of course,
team
being
back.
in the drafting seat yourself, you're thinking about a lot more aspects. What kind of player hero comfort, levels you
Yeah,
have.
it's a-
what kind of
it's very
combinations,
hard-
what you practice in scrims.
It's very hard to notice this if you don't have an extra person watching from the outside, right?
Yeah.
Because we can pinpoint this because we are watching the game. So
Yeah.
in the game, they might not,
10
you know.
seconds remaining.
Maybe they notice it, maybe when they're drafting, they notice it, maybe.
5
But
seconds
usually the
remaining.
players are very focused and they're laser, zone in the zone, they're just focusing on what they need to do in the game, because there's just so much happening in a Dota game, Like
100%.
us watching,
But-
you can't really feel the same intensity compared to the players.
Yeah, agreed. Although that does lead me to my next question. From a third person perspective, then, since we now see the Slada picked up, and there's the chance that its role is not revealed until the last phase, right?
Yep.
What do you do when you see a first pick Slada? Like, what's the best way of trying to counteract that in the draft?
You eliminate the flex lanes. You put lanes that the Slada can go to. Like off lane, for example, it's like Troll. Mid lanes, for example, like Queen of Pain.
10 seconds
I don't know what
remaining.
else. I think they can win the lane against Slada.
5
So
seconds
that is like the
remaining.
concept when you're going up against a flex pick. You need to eliminate
Sure.
the flexness. I don't know if that's a word, but
Yeah.
you need to.
No, I get what you're saying. I think what you're saying is you gotta eliminate the flexibility.
Yeah.
Because that's what, there you go. It's fine.
Thank you, sir.
No, I got you. That's why you need a partner, right? You were talking all about it just now.
Dire team pick.
I think it's interesting that Yangon Galacticos choose to ban out the Disruptor. Clearly a hero that both teams value very highly, even though at the moment it's sitting at a 0% win rate in this series. Each team that picked the Disruptor ended up losing with it. But now BAIYAWAK, they're going to equip themselves with some save, some nice bit of teamfight as well with the Ringmaster.
10
I think this is
seconds
actually one of the position 4s that can somewhat deal with the Jakiro,
5 seconds
because you never
remaining.
win the trades, but you can't really fully commit
wait,
on the
wait,
Ringmaster
wait,
as well.
wait,
He
wait.
always has the whip.
Who are
Dire
you
team
saying
pick.
not winning the trades? Are you saying the Ring not winning the trade against Jakiro? Ring can actually,
Yeah, Ring-
you can win the trade because with the dagger, you actually can. So level 1, you're stronger than
Oh,
him.
okay.
So there's like so level 1, Ringmaster is stronger than Jakiro. But when Jakiro is level 2, Jakiro is kind of a little bit stronger than Ring. But when it
10
gets to level
seconds
3, I think
remaining.
Ringmaster can fight the Jakiro. When both supports have their
5
E
seconds
at
Level
level
two.
2. Yeah, the dagger
Right,
at level
okay.
2 and the liquid fire at level 2.
Yeah.
So you have to understand at level 2 you're weaker than Jakiro. I think this is the part where you need to grasp as the Ringmaster player.
Right. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, Ringmaster, I think the main thing is if you... Obviously, the Impalement Arts is a lot harder to land than just right-clicking someone as Jakiro, right? So if you've thrown that to maybe secure a rage creep or...
It's not like totally hard to land in a lane against a slow hero. Jakiro is not...
Okay, let me correct myself then. It's a spell you need to cast.
Okay,
compared to
it's
just
a
right-clicking.
target spell. It's not a target spell. It's an aim, like a targeted.
Yeah.
You need to aim, So
Exactly.
Jakiro doesn't need to aim his spells. He just
Radiant
clicks it on you.
team.
That's what I'm saying. He
Fine,
just
fine,
right-clicks
fine.
you. He needs to aim onto your hero portrait with his mouse.
Yeah,
That's
fine,
all he needs to do.
fine. Okay, so interestingly here they go with the SB over the task. Why did they choose SB over the task?
We were, remember, like just when we
10
got into this
seconds
new patch,
remaining.
you were telling me that this Spirit Breaker
Yeah, but
is sleeper OP.
You need to
5
have
seconds
the right game for it. Right now, I don't know if I've seen enough information. So with SB, right, you're looking at
Yeah.
how many stuns the enemy has. You don't want to charge into, for example, right, the heroes can continuously disrupt your charge. Like Ember Spirit, or something like Mars, you cannot go in the walls.
Yeah.
Or something like Clockwork, like those are very annoying things. And right now, I feel like I don't see enough. This ring can be annoying with the whip to stop your charge. And the box.
I agree.
The box is also kind of annoying. So this tells me that the SB is setting up for something that's coming from mid, right? They want to pick like some, I would say Queen of Pain. There should be some Queen of Pain coming, or SF type hero, or Lash, I think Queen is not, maybe it's not SF. Maybe it's Queen of Pain or Lash coming in the 18 pick. So you combine those two heroes, you get kill threats on the mid lane. Every time you have SB, you need a mid laner that can help you secure the kill with damage.
I actually think it's kind of like what you were saying. Like, it's a combination of both the concepts you were mentioning, right? With SB needing this additional partner. But earlier on, you were talking about how BAIYAWAK, it's important that they make sure this Slardar is still a flex pick. But you're kind of eliminating the flex by picking the SB, because no matter what you end up picking, even if it's a 50-50 matchup, the SB can actually make that a bad matchup for you.
Maybe. But right now, okay, so BAIYAWAK is definitely keeping the
10
Slardar as
seconds
flex.
remaining.
Slardar can go mid or off lane. And then they're gonna pick their, I guess, Warlock.
5
Instead of Warlock,
seconds
there's
remaining.
what else? Good against SB here.
Dire team pick.
Just stun hero. Or they go okay, so ring is 5, I guess. And Moeta is kind of nice into SB. Your what's it called? Your dead shot.
Dead shot?
Yeah, your dead shot can cancel the charge. Then the silence is very annoying for him to charge into. So this is very annoying. Pretty annoying for SB to go into.
10
And it's a very
seconds
strong
remaining.
laner on
Dire
position 4.
team ban.
So they go back for their fish again.
I don't know if I like this as
the
much.
lane against Slardar is not that great. I think Slardar and Moeta can actually do well in this lane. The Slug is
that's...
he's entirely
10 seconds
relying on the
remaining.
Jakiro and SB to play for him. I think the SB has to gank for the Slug. He needs to ditch the
5
Tide as soon as
seconds
possible. Once he
remaining.
pulls away, we get level 2. Oh, Tide has level 3. You okay in the lane. I mean, even if he gets level 3, I think this lane is not that straightforward. Abaddon can actually bully him a little bit because the DPS over time is magic damage, right?
Radiant
Tide doesn't
team
like to
ban.
play into too much magic damage. But at the same time, you kind of have to sack the Tide this game with the setup, I think Tide is going to have to play alone. And YG, they're going to have to help the Slug succeed. And once the Slug succeeds, he's going to run around and gank. That is the idea.
So what kind of mid laner do you want if you're on YG now?
10
Right? Because you still don't know whether
Stun.
Slardar's going off lane or whether...
You need stuns set up. I think Ember Spirit.
seconds remaining.
They're banning out Huskar. They're definitely looking at Ember. They're looking at maybe Storm
Dire
as well.
team
Ember
ban.
Storm is a little bit more greedy. Then there's no tiny. Yeah.
Storm's kind of tricky to play into the Moeta silence as well, I feel.
There's not many good options here, to be honest, Mike. I think there's only a few
Yeah.
here. It's either Ember, Storm, maybe.
Is Void too weak by himself?
Maybe Void. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Void Spirit too much.
5
I think the
seconds
other heroes are
remaining.
like. I don't know if they play the other heroes like
Radiant team
maybe
ban.
Invoker type of heroes. Like Invoker.
Ooh, yeah, Invoker could be nice.
Invoker against Slardar is nice. You can dispel the
Like the mana burn and
dispel the
everything.
sprint. Yeah, the mana burn is nice against Abaddon and Slardar, but I don't think he plays the hero. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, we'll see.
It-
Young PH Invoker has a nice ring to it, I can't lie.
He's
10
going to. I
seconds
think he's going to
remaining.
definitely want to play. Okay, he banned Kanka. So what does that tell me?
That tells me Invoker,
Yeah,
brother. I don't know.
Probably Invoker. Yeah.
Dire
Like,
team
that's the classic, right? They banned the Shadow Fiend because they saw it in game number 1, so they don't want to deal with that same combination of the Requiem blowing all of them up.
I mean, I think Corp could also maybe work. Like, it's either Corp, Ember Spirit, Invoker. These are the 3 primary candidates. There might be some outside hero that I'm
10
not aware
seconds
of.
remaining.
Some, I think, niche.
Some, like,
niche-
specialty pick
niche
right there.
hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, let's see what they decide on, because the bans tell us Invoker / Ember. Ember is still available. They go for the Invoker. So Young PH will grab that last pick for himself, or rather 23 pick. BAIYAWAK, now you need to make a decision. Slardar, are you comfortable playing Lewis Slardar in the mid lane versus Invoker? It should be fine.
good lane.
But then what kind of off lane are you picking
It's a
instead?
very good lane for Slardar against
10
Invoker is very good.
seconds remaining.
Invoker doesn't
Okay.
do anything to you in the lane. And you can kill the Forge
5
Spirit very
seconds
easily with your
remaining.
crush. Because it's physical damage. He has no armor. So
Does the Spirit Breaker change
no.
that
You
matchup
you
at all?
play
No?
against professional Slardar, it's very hard to charge into him. He will just use that tiny edge AoE that he has to stop the charge unless he already used the stun beforehand. So it's not easy.
Okay.
I think you need like very specific scenario to set up, like cold snap for example. Maybe it can work, but I don't think it's an easy kill overall. I think they should pick another offlaner here if they can.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter. I'm a little bit worried
Oh.
about this Yangon Galacticos lineup.
No, they pick mid.
Okay, there's the Ember Spirit. So they choose to go for the Ember Spirit mid, just
Yeah,
picking that
actually,
very high value
it's
hero.
also because the Stada is already having a very good lane against Stark. I believe this is a very good lane. This against Stark.
Yeah.
So Lewis as Ember is also going to be very hard. It's like close to impossible. I think with Stada there's a chance to gank him as SB, but Ember is like very, very close to near impossible because he has 2 spells to stop you. He can slide to dodge charge. He can use chains to stop you from charging in. This is like a...
Right.
Whenever I play SV, I see Ember me, I'm like, screw this. I'm just ganking the silence. I don't even want to try, unless I have to take the rune, I don't even want to try to do anything to Ember. Usually it doesn't work. You have to...
I mean,
you have to go like, the way you have to charge is like you have to go like way behind. It's going to take a lot of time. So you can charge him from an angle where his screen is not looking at initially. And you have to do it at night. So he doesn't see you until the very end.
yeah, if not, he just slide chains and that's the entire attempt down the
Yeah.
drain. I was going to say on the topic of the Spirit Breaker, I am worried, right? Because Spirit Breaker is the type of hero where it feels like you want to be making these ganks happen, especially in the early stage of the game. You want to be surprising people with twin gate ganks, unique angles, getting the action started and getting your slot involved. But no matter who you charge, it feels like there's so many ways of dealing with it, right? BAIYAWAK, they have slide chains, they have the dead shot, they have even a Abaddon shield, a Slada crush, like you mentioned, the pro Sladas, and the Ringmaster can stop you either with a box save or with a whip. How is Skill Lay going to get anything done this game?
I don't think he will get anything done. I think it's a pretty bad SV game. This is the problem when you pick SV. I don't want to say blind. He kind of saw the first 2 heroes, your Stada and what Ring, right? Yeah, these 2 heroes already is kind of decent against SV, So if you continue to pick the SB into this type of setup, like how can you ever expect the SB to be in a good situation to do his job, Like I feel like they are going to be missing 1 hero in this game. SB is not going to be able to contribute much. I'm sure that there's still a way to play the game, but it's very difficult looking at just the matchups.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's scary, right? Because it's not like minus the SB, you have anyone else that makes plays.
Brother.
This is not an Invoker with Wex. This is an Invoker with Exort. So he's not going to be running around setting things up with an early earn. He wants to get Midas. He wants to ramp towards those levels.
I think the Exort is better with SV anyway, because you need the Sunstrike when you're trying to kill heroes on the sides, So and you have the Tide, so you want to have the Cataclysm with this, So I think it's...
I mean, it just feels slower. That's my concern. And you were talking about you want YG to play faster, right?
Slug is the key to accelerating the draft. So I think if the Slug gets a good start, he can run around. But in this game, I don't think he's going to get a good start. I think they're going to get Ruffle Storm from the start to the end.
God damn. Big prediction there from Winter. YG, let's see whether they can put the pedal to the metal. KSH, it's time to put the headphones on, block out the haters, and put on the Fast and Furious soundtrack. You got to move quick.
Block me out, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Damn you, Mike.
A bit of a setup here, top lane. At least forcing the slot away from this rune. They're going to try and body Akashi as well, but Akashi outclicks them. That's that Zoomer reaction speed. He does take a lot of damage for it, and KSH actually goes down. So he tries to contest. I don't know about that.
This is the first time the Akashi stack has gotten 3 runes. The previous 2 games, both games started with YG getting 3 runes. Wait, did they get all 4? Oh no, 3. Okay, the Jakiro came back. Okay.
But I mean, the Slada going down there first blood. You talked about this Muerta Slada lane being strong. It's just gonna be harder, right?
I think it's a GG for this lane. Who got the kill? Oh, Slada gets the kill? Okay, GG.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What did he parry out? I'm sure it's gonna be some extra braces coming already. Yeah, it's gonna be 2 braces. Oh no, 1 extra bracer and a faster guest Stretzer. Yeah, this is gonna be a huge problem for the Slug. The Slug is going to have trouble last sitting in his lane for sure. Even without...
You walk into a double crush and now Loon in a spot of bother.
Yeah.
KSH just being pushed away from the wave. It's very awkward.
It is really bad. Like, even without the kill, this lane is already hard, and now it's going to be worse.
Sure. It feels like there's got to be a lot of weight on those Jakiro's wings to try and even
I
things
don't
out,
want to
put
be
some meaningful harass
I
out.
don't want to sound like doom and gloom, but their lane matchups are all very bad, right? Invoker doesn't do particularly well into Ember. I think it's a very good lane for Ember. Ember should have more CS. And even on the Tide against Abaddon is also a lane that, okay, never mind, Sark is dead. Never mind, he has...
Nice little dodge away on the blood grenade.
I mean, he is as good as dead, because if you have to learn the pounce at level 1, you're so screwed.
Sure. I mean, what's important is for him to just stick around in this lane because this situation has already gotten a bit ugly.
Yeah.
You need to try and scrap together whatever you can here and still find a way to accelerate the game. Level 2 for Loon, coming through with the blood grenade, actually forcing
Wow,
WoW back. Nice dead shot. DCMG, gonna come through, double crush and a kill.
Brother.
Both hits, but not strong enough. The silence, they're still putting damage out onto KSH here. Not really sure whether that's where the Jakiro wanted to be.
They had to suicide. I think he had to actually go for the trade there with the slug. I mean, I think he's gonna die if he tries to kill the Sada, but I think he will kill the Sada and die, and then come back with full resource, and he might kill the Sada first, you know. Because if he sits in the lane like this, like, what are you doing, you know? You need the Jakiro to parry regen. Like, it doesn't feel good, you know? Like, I'd rather just get a trade and die and reset.
Sure, but instead the Jakiro does the resetting for him, so goes back to base. KSH buys his own self, so it's not half duration.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, bot lane, some damage coming out onto Skill Lane, who's dropping so low, and the blood grenade will finish him off. So much pressure being put on by Grims and Akashi as they double, almost
Wait,
triple
if he
wave
dies
this
here,
tower. Zorin's only level 2. I don't think he can get out of this. He's just gonna slowly get run down, whip off the mark, but the auto attacks will be there.
GG.
Akashi even turning around and shielding himself. There are still so many creeps under this tower.
Mike,
And Grims and Akashi are using that to their
the
advantage.
game is over, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. I mean, the Tide just missed, what, 2.5 waves
4.
of creep?
4. It's at this point. I mean, he's gonna come back and get this one, so it's not that bad.
I mean, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand.
He's gonna,
I get
gonna,
look, I get it.
He just freaking lost the Lotus, and he lost like 1.5 wave of creep under his tower.
On the bright side,
Okay.
there's 2 more creeps coming into his tower right now because the Ringmaster's only now getting the pull off.
Okay, this might be the bright
That's right.
side. This is the real bright
Come
side.
on.
This is the real.
That's real bright. That's so damn bright. It can't get any brighter than that.
Like how did this just happen? Yeah, the Ember just used his spells on the lane to last hit. That's how it happened. Yeah, that was so badly needed, you know, for the YG side.
Yeah.
But you look at the CS. Ember is 22 and 10. Invoker is 14
Oh,
and 4.
yikes.
Yeah.
Badly needed is an understatement as YG able to get themselves on the board, but it still doesn't salvage the severity of the situation they find themselves in.
Yeah, they're kind of not doing so well in at least the mid and the off. The top lane kind of stabilized after the Jakiro died there. I mean, the Stark has kind of caught up to the Sada in terms of CS.
Jinx taking quite a bit of damage and the Spirit Breaker coming through. KSH once again able to find an angle for the pounce and the bashes. They're gonna keep the
bash.
Slaughter away. Loon, is he actually gonna survive? The
Damn.
Glowbreath will stop the last auto attack from coming through. What a clutch charge there from Skillay to stop that attempt onto the Jakiro.
That's some global presence, right? The charge and the Sunstrike turning the tides. That was not fair. Sada is saying that is not fair. That's not a fair lane. How are they winning this lane with all these global spells, you know, the charge and the Sunstrike?
I mean, this was kind of the similar situation that we talked about in Game 1, right? There was that initial phase where KSH was suffering to the Tide Hunter of DCMG, but then with him and the Witch Doctor, they were able to find these chances, and then suddenly you're in this situation where, as you can see, KSH is actually a level ahead. Lewis now in some trouble, still not level 6, Sunstrike off the mark though, young PH a bit too close there. And Skillay, he's gonna die to that blood grenade, the last tick. Jing will be able to find it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is like the thing with charging like Ember, right? If you don't get the kill, you're probably gonna die for it. Yeah, that is a good reaction there by Jing, and now Grims as well coming over. If they kill the Invoker here, this is gonna be really bad for him.
They kind of stacked the disables a little bit though. That was awkward. The whip came through same time as the dead shot, and now Skilllay's gonna charge through. They don't kill the Invoker kills them. Level 6 now, hit on Lewis, jumping through onto the ice wall. Unfortunately, the Jakiro, he's a bit busy top lane, so he can't help with this attempt. They do find their initial target.
Yeah, KSH is the real boss of this team. And he gets all the ganks, he gets all the priority in the draft. Like, he doesn't want to pick his hero without seeing his lane matchup. And he gets all sort of perks, you know.
Tower is under attack.
It's fun to be.
Well.
It's fun to be the person that gets everything on your team, but you better make sure you carry the
That's
game.
right. Nicely done.
That is.
Skill A. I'm not sure whether that was kind of what he wanted, but he got fogged a little bit first and then came back out. Got the setup there. The KSH gonna start running onto the Slada, the Crush, and the
Charge
Sprint
is gonna
with
come.
Guardian Sprint.
Okay, no charge.
Touch. Oh.
No charge. Not
Did he
needed.
cancel it or?
It's cooldown. He had a haste.
Ah, okay. I was a bit confused there. He was moving
Yeah,
real quick.
this SB and Sunstrike has kind of salvaged the game for them.
Radiant's courier
Yeah.
has been killed.
Meanwhile, what the hell is Zorin doing here? Just trying to get whatever he can in this bot lane, being chased to the ends of the earth by Jing and Akashi. But he's in poverty mode. Meanwhile, top lane, don't think they're able to defend that Wisdom Shrine. Oh, okay, I guess they will be. If they just all walk away, Zorin will go down. The Invoker doesn't choose to come over because he has the Sunstrike, and even though there are 3 Yangon Galacticos heroes in the top lane, they don't want to challenge the potential Ember rotation.
Yeah, at least right now the Slug is already back into somewhat having a decent game. I mean, the Abaddon and Ember, they're still really fat from the early stages, but I think YG, they are lucky to, you know, get out with this first 7 minutes of the early game without losing too much. I mean, they're still slightly behind, but I think this is way better than I expected.
I will also say the Slada's not as doing a lot worse than I thought.
Yeah, because of the
He's basically on par with the Tide.
The gank from the SV and the Sunstrike changed the whole lane, literally. I mean, he's okay lah. I don't think he's like poor or anything. But it's just he could have been doing a lot better.
I mean, he's only 100 gold higher than the Tide right now.
Considering
We've seen how rough of the time Tide
considering he got first blood on the Slada, yeah, don't forget.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you minus the first blood gold, it's already basically he's lower than the
They
Tide.
can't do anything.
He will lose his tier 1 tower though.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
Not much you can
about
do.
This is actually also
Dire's
quite annoying.
bottom tower has
It's going to
fallen.
allow them to have access towards the ancients. You know, your Tide needs to farm ancients to come back. You talk about him being behind, and if you're behind
Yeah.
and you don't have your ancients, oh, good luck.
They also haven't really started pressuring objectives just yet. In the previous game, YG, that game number 1, they were able to connect Zorin on the Mars to a lot of these attempts. But Mars, very much an active hero, especially with your spells and a Blink Dagger, compared to a Tide who really only wants to fight during Ravage, especially when he's behind. Not really easy for him to take part. They've turned their sights towards mid lane now on BAIYAWAK and just putting the pressure in, making use of Akashi's strength at this stage of the game. Here comes a charge onto the Slada. They have a nice ward in the triangle, spotting him out. You don't have level 6 yet on your Spirit Breaker, but
Wait, what was that?
Sunstrike off the mark. Last auto attack, they'll find it. But it comes at the cost of a tier 1 tower. In comes the TPs as well. They need to bail on out of here. Looks like it might be at minimum 1 support going down. It'll be the Jakiro sacrifice. Again, YG, their style has been similar all throughout. They're happy to throw away the lives of their supports if it means that their cores can have an okay game.
Yeah, that's been the team, right? All 3 games, I think the supports are just giving their lives so that the cores have a much better game. I think sometimes it's bad to do that, you know, like depending on like what type of hero you're playing. But overall, I like what they're doing here in all 3 games. Getting another charge onto Akashi as a gank from the KSH. Gate gank. Is that backup? I mean, I think
Ravage is
no
available.
TPs, right? Because they TP to help the Slada. Yeah, no TPs.
He kinda messed up there.
Yeah, I mean, he
He
would have
ended
died.
up leveling the borrowed time, but it was way too
but
late.
he's-
I wonder whether he thought his team was gonna come and help
He's dead
him.
anyway because they TP to help the Slada. They didn't have TP.
Dive in the mid lane. This is what BAIYAWAK were trying to make happen instead of responding to that ABBA kill. And it's a much better attempt. Now TP up. Trying to punish Slada. Here comes the charge,
Oh,
immediately
bash.
holding him down in place. You needed a pounce though, but you have that ultimate from the Spirit Breaker. Is it going to be enough damage? He's pretty tanky with those
Yes,
2
back up.
bracers. Ember's here to back him up. Lewis is there with the crush and the chains, holding the slot in place, and he has nowhere to run, surrounded by all 5 members. This time round, it's the Slada who calls for backup, turning the tides around of that fight.
Yeah, you need your Tide in this fight, you know. You need him to come over with the Ravage to take the sort of exchanges. And now Skill is gonna die. Yeah, he's definitely dead for this. So, ooh, okay, the neutral item.
Ash Legion shield that he just crafted saves his life there. That's crazy.
Radiant structures.
140 physical damage barrier, sure. I mean, it wastes a lot of the Ember's time and resources. Doesn't change the fact that still, they managed to get all 3 tier 1 towers on BAIYAWAK.
They're
A lot of
doing good.
early game pressure going to start mounting as BAIYAWAK. I think their plan is to start invading these jungle areas.
Yeah, look at the vision as well. They have so many good vision in the middle section of the map, like two observer wards. This should allow them to make plays, you know, after this. I mean, the Slada dagger is going to be the key item for them. Like, he's quite far away from here, so it's not going to come anytime soon. But the Ember Spirit is the danger right now. Like, he's not going for a Vessel, he's going for a Kaya, so more like a farming build, I would say. The Vessel doesn't seem like it has a lot of value here against Tide and Start. They can both dispel it.
Yeah. That makes sense. I don't mind it too much. I mean, Lewis is having an excellent game here on the Ember. Funnily enough, if you look at the CS, it's a Tide with the most CS in the game, but he's still so much further behind. Level 10. Running around the map with that AD rune, wants to get some kills. Want to fry up some nice sirloin steak. Not able to charge away on skill day and will get another kill on the side of BAIYAWAK. Immediate smoke up looking for more.
Didn't know you're a sirloin guy. I'm a ribeye guy. I only order ribeye.
Yeah, man's classy. What can you do? I do like. I'm a ribeye enjoyer. I think ribeye is the best go-to. You can't go wrong with that most of the time.
The first time when I was like 9 or 10, when I had a steak, I asked the waiter what to recommend, and he said if you want to learn how to enjoy steak, you should always order ribeye.
Damn.
I remember that until now.
That's such a dramatic ass. That sounds like a movie line. You know what I mean? And then you grow up and you become like the world's #1 restaurateur or some shit.
No. I'm here just shit talking, you know, games, you know, like that's what I'm doing right now.
Look at what a culinary master you've become. A little bit of a weird situation where the Slada this time, of course he has the defusal, he wants to make things happen. There's a charge going onto the Slada, but they decide to abandon that attempt on YG. They're worried that BAIYAWAK are in the area in force, and they're absolutely right. There are 4 BAIYAWAK heroes swarming this top side.
Yeah, they're getting chased by the Slada and the Ember right now. I mean, YG they have to just chill for a little bit. I mean, the moment the slot gets his, oh, he already has his default actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, why is he actually still chilling? Maybe he feels like they're not strong enough to fight even with the default.
I think he's right though.
But once the if you're not strong enough, then when are you gonna fight? Because once I think the Abaddon have Radiance, you are definitely not gonna, want to touch him.
I mean, right now, I think YG are just hoping and waiting for the side of BAIYAWAK to split up, right? Because they're not really sure where the numbers are. If they can for sure know that the Slada's alone in the top lane, I'm sure they would go. But right now, they don't see enemy heroes. All they see is an AD rune Lewis popped, pressuring out the mid lane with that Ringmaster backing him up. But where's Akashi? Where's the Slada? Those are big questions that they don't know the answers to, and it's making them very uncomfortable. Now, an Athos is complete on young PH, so we might see him try and make a move. Creeps are going to spot out Jing, clear out the triangle vision. In comes a charge. They're going to try and approach from a rough angle.
Yeah,
Easy dead shot, easy chains, but that doesn't stop Zorain from coming in with the gush. Sunstrike, Ice Path should be enough damage. Kills off Jing. Managing to defend the area in their triangle and force out the intrusion.
They brought everybody. That's why that charge worked. 5 heroes here. I think that's actually okay for BAIYAWAK. They get the whole map to farm. Look at the Abaddon, look at the Slada, look at everyone farming the map. You sacrifice Jing, it's okay, you know. I know this is not the guy you want to sacrifice because he's not on my to-kick list. I think he's playing very well.
Sure. And that sacrifice was kind of part of the playing well, right? But if they lose the Slada up here in the top lane, it's going to be rough.
He didn't land
Pounce off the mark, and you don't have the ultimate from the Spirit Breaker. Ice Path follow-up, manages to clip him the first time. No mana.
Yeah, I mean,
Getting through the stick, and I think he might be away. Sunstrike, blink, he's gone.
Yeah, this is why it's so hard to gank Slada. I mean, he didn't even walk through any river areas, right? The speed, sorry, not speed resistance, slow resistance. It's just so annoying. They couldn't really follow up to him, you know.
I do wonder whether the Sunstrike could have come a bit earlier. That's my only thing.
Yeah, actually, maybe he should have just done it earlier.
Like there were a couple of like hard lockdowns, right? I guess he just wasn't sure.
He was,
But still, that
not wasn't sure, wasn't looking.
perhaps.
If he looked, he will be sure.
I mean, I wonder whether he was also just saving, you know, the classic Invoker thing of just trying to get the last hit.
Yeah, okay, fine. I give you that maybe, but that
Is under attack.
that definitely cost them the kill.
Yeah, that's a bit of grief, not gonna lie. Charge in, Ato's
Alright.
there, Jing in some trouble. There's
Oh,
a Prophet
no.
Shield, but you actually bump him out of the Sunstrike. And this is no longer a fight that feels very comfortable. Looks like Skillay is going to die for that attempt. Meanwhile, Zorain thinking about if he wants the Ravage, but with a Kashi and a Radiance on the front line, not really a fight they can take anymore, even with the pipe complete on the tie.
Time to back. Time to back. This
Get the
doesn't
hell
look
out of
good.
there, bros.
Yeah, doesn't look good for them. I think 5v5 is still kind of difficult against the Radiance, and the Ember is also very, very strong in this situation here. If you go on the Abaddon, it's like heaven, you know, for Ember. He's just going to clean up the other heroes. I think Abaddon is the last guy you want to start the fight on. So you probably want to try to catch the supports off first if you can help it, like right now. Nice Muerta. Alright,
There's that Sunstrike.
Yep, so they have to run now. Can't really fight anymore.
Has been killed.
And Tormentor is definitely going to be up on that man. 3 minutes to the Tormentor.
Yeah, but this is kind of the limitation of Slug that we were talking about, right? 20-minute Tormentor fight, I don't really know how you take that. You can't really force it as well.
I mean,
You
you have
TP 4
Ravage.
heroes to the mid lane to try and set up onto Ember,
If
but
they
he just
can
immediately gets out.
acquire the high ground before the fight starts. You have Ravage on the high ground, you know. I think that is quite strong. If you can have
Oh, I
five
think
hero-
what I'm also saying is that even if they do acquire the high ground, do you think they'll feel comfortable to try and take the Tormentor?
Yeah,
Because
why
I
not?
don't think their heroes can do it. Like they're gonna drop way too low, and then
I mean,
you
if
run
there's
in with the
no
Ember,
fight,
you dance
they have
around
to
and whatnot.
fight and ensure that there's no resistance, right, coming out of
Sure, okay.
BAIYAWAK side. Then you can do it.
I think the contrast to that is if YG are not in position to stop BAIYAWAK can easily take the Tormentor with the Corrosive Haze. So there's a bit of a difference there where YG, you know, if you're not sure where BAIYAWAK are, I don't know if you feel fully comfortable to try that Tormentor. They'll feel comfortable to take this tier 1 tower though.
Has fallen.
Yeah.
Easily right-clicking it down.
Game is definitely stabilizing really, really nicely for YG on this. Considering the start, you know, all those kills with the SB with the Sunstrike definitely salvaged the whole game, you know. If it wasn't for that, the game would look completely different right now. Just doing some poking and prodding. In Dota, you gotta master the art of poking and prodding and tossing reactions. And you also have the art, master the art of not responding to the enemy poking and prodding, right? Not overusing your TPs for that.
Bro.
It's a high level skill, Mike, you know?
No, I
Unfor-
believe you. As in, I
unfortunately,
also agree.
None of us here have it, you know? I'm pretty bad at that.
Yeah. I know for sure. Every time I poke you, you snag on like an angry little rat. You
Every
know?
time
I just say,
why can't you just say every time we play together and then I see you in trouble, I just TP without hesitating? Why do you have to go on the other side?
it's because we don't play together, Winter. Bit of a setup here onto the Slada. Wheel of Wonder, try and help him out. Actually hypnotizing too. Very nice placement there from the Ringmaster. Is it going to be
Leash.
enough?
He's dead.
Got him caught.
Why does it
Got a
feel like
kill.
it's always DCMD getting caught? Am I losing my mind or something? Every
No,
time,
you're right. You're right. I think so.
Every time we look somewhere, it's a Slada getting gone on. And I think the Tormentor is gone. It's forfeit right now. That is actually a big kill. A bad, very, very bad dive from DCMG. He just doesn't really read the map. It's so easy to gank him. I think it's just way too easy. 3 games we watch him. Every single game he has one of this death. Like it's not even just one. I think 2 at least.
Radiant's top tower
Sure.
is under attack.
Well, we did talk about him being sort of the least experienced member on this team by a long shot, right? Even though he is younger. Lewis is also pretty young, but Lewis has had experience on tier 1 teams at major tournaments.
Yeah, it's not the age.
DCMG not really.
It's not the age, it's the experience.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower
You
is
can be
under
19
attack.
and you have experience in a tier 1 team and you wouldn't make this up. This is so
Yeah,
bad.
like say 10.
This is okay. This is like so bad, you know. So because of he died there, they can't control this. They have to get Roche now. I think they need to run to Roche now.
They are
okay.
running towards the top
Wrong.
lane, is
I
what they're
think-
doing.
This is bad. This is the wrong move. If they went Roche with the Slada and Abaddon, I think they get Roshan, and then maybe things are salvaged.
Oh, but I really love this immediate move from YG. They're not retreating in the obvious direction. They went through the twin gates. The Slug's showing mid. Invoker's
Yeah.
nowhere to be seen on the map. I think they've just dodged this move completely. Unless KHH still gets caught, that would be painful.
Yeah, they hit the scan, whoever that did. I wish we could see who used the scan, so we can.
Yeah, that would be dope.
we,
That would
we
be
can
dope.
like, oh, he's the hero, man. The guy who clicked the fight. We'll never know. I guess we will never know. The hero of YG.
I mean, whatever it is, we know for sure that YG, they're really good about playing around this slot timing. We saw it demonstrated in game number 1, and even though it wasn't necessarily the best start for KSH, he's found his way to stabilize, like you mentioned, and now, even though it's just a 1k gold lead, you kind of get that sinking feeling that it's gonna start crawling the way back of YG, the way they're controlling the map, the way they're finding these opportunities and dodging away from the obvious moves that BAIYAWAK are making.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they have really not found much with this Slada Ember over the past 5
Dire's
minutes.
top tower is under attack.
Because the Slada died there, at a crucial time.
Yeah.
He died twice, right? So far. I mean, I don't want to pin it on anybody, like the last few deaths was really bad. We have to get something done here.
Zorin, that could be a big kill. Pipe there, Ravage still available. Throws out the dead in water on the Slada. Usually very comfortable in the water, not this time round. Ravage
Oh,
turned
big
around to
one.
set up his there. Cataclysm tries to snipe down the Slada. He's a bit too tanky for now.
Strongman
Tonic and the box along with the mech. I think he's surviving, but now KSH has to jump back up to the high ground. Looks like Lung, he's gonna get caught by those chains. The one left behind. Zorin started that fight out in a very uncomfortable position, and he's still being locked up. YG, they're making the call, they're leaving their Tidehunter to die. He will pay for his sins of being the first one caught, and it ends up being a 2-for-0 exchange despite the Ravage Kata.
How did that go so bad, yeah? Is it because it's an Abaddon and he just tanked the other Sunstrike? Because the Slada kind of didn't feel like he took too much damage, right? I feel like he looked like he was going to die for sure, but he didn't die.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the Strongman Tonic, the
Yeah,
Greaves.
but that was after, like he already didn't die to the Ravage.
Sure, yeah.
Kata and the Ice Puff Macropire thing.
The flames rush forth.
It must have been the Abaddon. He popped his ulti and then he moved over and he tanked one of
He
the
like
Sun-
soaked it, right?
Yeah, he soaked some of the damage. Something must have happened. Oh, nice horse stuff. That was nice.
That was cute.
This is why I say Jing is not on the to kick list. He is so good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Very, very
I know I shouldn't be biased. You told me I'm a biased caster, and you told me I shouldn't be biased. I'm sorry.
These are actually the opposite of things that you say. It's the people, they hate it when you obviously favor one team.
Why you
But
gotta be so
I think in
honest?
your case,
why you
I think
gotta
in
be
your
so
case, it's
honest,
funny.
Mike? Why you gotta be so honest? I can't keep things in the closet, Some things are meant to be kept in the closet.
Alright, if you say so, Winter. Whatever the hell that means. Less than 1k gold lead for BAIYAWAK here as the game continues to be back and forth. YG, it felt like they were in a good spot, but there's still some of these counter plays that you can have, right? DCMG, serving as a bait. This time Zorin now in the mid lane, maybe feeling like he can't die. It really has to be a bit more careful than
I
that.
think he's right. He can't die.
I mean, if they had +1 hero, maybe he dies then.
They need a Kanda to make him can't die. No, can die. But
Nice.
nobody's gonna build that, so probably just a Silver Edge. But who's buying Silver Edge?
Skill A. Kind of getting caught out pushing the map. This time round, it's not one of those deaths where we've been praising YG supports for. So far, they've been sacrificing themselves for good info, sacrificing themselves to further their cause games. But I think in the recent few minutes, I'm not really sure whether skill lane needed to die there. First, it was in the top lane trying to get the wisdom. Then, I don't know what that was in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's nothing going on. Whenever you're playing Spirit Breaker and there's nothing going on, you tend to just try to get some information or try to do something. I think for me, that's kind of understandable what he's doing. It looked like he's just dying for nothing to the naked eye, but I can see what he's trying to do. They don't see any heroes on the map, right? You look at the dire vision, they only have one on the top Reaver. So they don't really see anything. So he was kind of trying to see what they're doing, Like be the ward. He was trying to be the ward, basically. But
Well, he was a ward for about 15 seconds and then he expired, unfortunately.
yeah, I mean,
so,
you of course know, right? They have to bring 3 people. Oh, it's 3 heroes here, they are here, so you can farm the other side, So he definitely did something for his team.
sure.
There are some deaths that does nothing to your team, like the DCMG deaths. But every time I feel Skill A dies, like he's doing something.
We'll see whether he can continue that trend of impressing you then.
I always
A
find
lot of
way-
wards around the bot
always
side.
find a way to flame the Slada, this game. There's always a way.
Yeah. One thing I'm surprised about is the fact that the Slug is not actually doing very well in terms of net worth.
Yeah, you're not killing heroes. You're not the fastest farmer, you know.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that his game has gone 2, 2, and 6, it's not like he's doing badly. But yeah, like you mentioned, Slug wants to farm those heroes, not creeps.
Invokers
Nice blink
are
away there
carry.
from Zorin.
I'm telling you, the invokers are carry right now. That's right. I said every time it's the Slada. Every single time we go somewhere, it's the Slada getting gone on you. Like, I can't.
I mean, he started that out by trying to get a solo pick off onto Loon, so I can kind of see where that idea came from. But he just didn't really have backup nearby, and he gets swarmed by YG.
You know what I think they should do? They just need to follow him, you know. I think the secret sauce right here
Dire's top tower
for
is
BAIYAWAK
under
is to
attack.
follow DCMG.
No, that's real. Because the one time that they actually backed him up, they won the fight. That's legitimate. You might be onto something here, Winter. Oh. The scary business, Loon. Okay, not sure what he was accomplishing there. He went very deep with like 300 HP for D-Ward, but he ends up losing his ward instead.
Yeah.
So, I think that was not the move.
Uncalled for. This cost them the rush. I'm not sure though, they don't really have the... I guess they have Slada, so it might be really fast. It seems like it could be dangerous here. Let's see if the Tide can land some big ravage into... But they just use Sunstrike. Okay,
Yeah.
they don't have the combo, so I guess they have to change.
I mean, they're giving it up, so...
Maybe. So the Jakira death actually cost them big time.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I feel like YG, it's a very clear indicator, right? When their supports are dying, but the cores are still doing great, then YG are probably winning the game. But I genuinely, you were defending the Spirit Breaker, and I can understand what you're saying. Like, he's getting info for his team, but the impact of their deaths is not quite as much as it was in the first game.
I ain't defending this Jakiro one, yeah? Oh, look at this, you know, how many... I ain't fucking done.
Any words you have for this Slada, Winter?
Fucking, they should... He's done, you know?
I mean, he's following him right now. Cataclysm's coming through. Lewis ends up going down in Akashi. And this time round, they follow him, but they just weren't fast enough. And now all three cores might go down. Blinking up to the north is Akashi, trying to juke away, but Grims on the backline getting chased down by KSH. And looks like they found the Abaddon in the trees as well. That's gonna be the first life. I mean, the Moeta, she's just on the other side of the map. We're gonna lose the second life of the Abaddon. Not the move at all, as BAIYAWAK completely fumbled post Aegis.
They can't come back from this. This is too much mental damage. And they're saying this is why we don't follow you, DCMG. This is why you have to follow us.
Radiant's top
I mean, you were asking me what I would do, right? To this player. I would remove him from the
Radiant
team.
structures are fortified.
Jeez.
I mean, you give him a
Certified
chance.
DCMG hater.
You give him a chance. Maybe you give him like 2 firefighters, 3 firefighters if he plays like this. Because to me, like, he did this 3 games in a row, you know. Like, if you're in a team with him, how can you take this mental suffering 3 games in a row? Like, how?
Okay. Obviously, you're explaining something that seems obvious, right? Like, you're like, okay, you know, he's getting caught out. But there are many more layers here. So what should he have been doing? Is it a part of the game where, you know, he has to be sticking with his team, or what's the deal?
It's not just him, like, it could be also a team thing. Then maybe they're just
Yeah.
not really playing around him. Or he's like, because he's dying too much, right? So they don't really like to play around him. So when they're supposed to play around him, they don't play around him. But the moment he has a couple of bad deaths in a row, they forcefully play around him, and it became bad, you know? Because
Yeah.
it's not the right time to play around him.
Basically, the momentum of when they should be doing things is
Disrupted.
derailed, right? Because
Yeah.
of maybe a bit of the mental pressure. We got to keep in mind as well, DCMG is quite a young player. He's relatively new to this. I don't want to say he's not done qualifiers before. He's been in many qualifiers, but I think this might be the highest caliber team that he's been in. And maybe the pressure's getting to him a little bit, because right now Yangon Galacticos are smashing it.
Remember the first Tormentor? He also died, you know, and then they lost Tormentor.
Yeah.
Like every single... So he died the
Are scanning.
first Tormentor and the second Tormentor. At least they got Roshan, you know. But they lost the Roshan because he got jumped just now. And the
Yeah.
Abaddon came and saved him, you know. So every single big objective, has happened because he did something dumb, you know, and then his team just lost control of the game, you know. So you imagine the mental torture that you are in the game with that, having to deal with that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It could be too
attack
much for them to
once
come back,
again.
you know, from this situation here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, they might be down, but they're not out just yet. 6k gold lead, not insurmountable. And Akashi's still having a great game on the Abaddon. The problem is, so are YG. At this point, KSH, you know, just a few moments ago, he was behind the Ember, behind the Tide of Net Worth. Just find these slugs some action, and he's able to catch right back up. Really, really scary moment now for the side of BAIYAWAK.
Invoker is the real hero right now. He's the
Yeah.
strongest hero on the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like, there's no hero on Radiant's side that can actually deal with Invoker. Like, Abaddon is absolutely atrocious against Invoker late game. Like, all his spells just
Radiant's bottom
make you
tower
wanna
is
cry.
under attack.
the mana burn, the disarm, the ISO, everything, you know, you just can't do much against that. And they have the Tide to set up Cataclysm, they have the Spear Breaker to have a global pressure with the Sunstrike, you know, it's just gonna be very hard to deal with at this point. And you're also going to be getting a Shivas on top of that, you know, Tide Ravage and Shivas, very, very hard to deal with. It is definitely looking one-way traffic right now, you know. I don't, even though it's 6k, it's not worse. It's not the worst, but based on the lineup, this is really, 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 really bad.
Yeah, I feel like you never ever want to buy Abaddon BKB, but this might be the one game where you need to somehow work it in, because
Probably.
even if you like let's say you get it right, then that's your only way of actually full committing the Invoker. And if you're not dealing with the Invoker, I don't know who is. Like, he's just gonna throw out spell after spell, and the
Ember?
Octarine Call's coming up soon.
Probably the Ember Spirit has to do it.
Radiant are
Well,
scanning.
sure, but I just don't know whether he has enough damage on his own.
Yeah, this is
Because the Invoker is the BKB. Now skill lane, he'll die. He'll
Perfect.
break that smoke though.
you can't say this death is a bad death.
I
right
did
now,
not.
yeah. I was just trying to prep you so that you don't go there.
Yeah, thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
And you owe
Anything
me,
else we should be prepped for? Because that was a smoke move out that found a support.
You owe
what
me
else?
eye mango again, right? Another eye
Okay,
mango.
cut it out. Cut it out. Stop geolocating us, brother. It's not, it's not worth it.
Nobody knows about eye mango, you know.
Nobody knows about iMango. You're gonna preach to everyone about iMango salesman? You think I get a cut on their commission or what?
Yeah, hopefully.
Relax.
Why not, bro? Why not?
Alright.
Send me a batch of fresh mangoes every time, yeah.
You
Sorry.
say that as if you don't live in a country that has fresh fruits on demand. Jeez.
It's not the fresh part, it's the free part.
I get
Fresh,
it, I get
free
it.
fruits.
Brother over here on the DreamLeague qualifier broadcast asking for free fruits from an unknown dessert brand. Okay. Times are tough, guys. I mean, you need a recession indicator, this is it. Nice catch there, forcing the BKB out from Lewis.
That's
You
such,
weren't prepared for the Invoker to be there.
that's such a good poke right there, Mike. That is exactly how you should poke me.
Okay.
So I don't get mad, you know?
Let me take some notes. So you want me to throw anchor at you, Rod of Athos you, Meteor you,
Yeah, just give me some
and-
meatballs. I'll be happy, you know?
just give you some meat. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, three
let me
really
just,
good marinara meatballs, you know?
Sure.
You
But
know
knowing
where
you,
to-
you'd be greedy as hell. You'd be like, oh, there's not enough. Where can eat so little? Oh, give me 5.
Bro,
give me 8."
you know how humongous they are in some restaurants, like the big, not the small ones, you know, not, it's like the huge ones. Sometimes they give you one big meatball.
Oh, I've seen it, like the meatball marinara, and it's like 3 ginormous meatballs, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen Zermatt chow down like 50 of those, you know.
Okay, for those of you who have no goddamn idea what we're talking about, Zermatt, who he's referring to, is I think what people would generally call a mukbang content creator. Like those people with like the endless stomachs, then they just keep eating
Not
nonstop.
endless, a practice stomach, a trained stomach, okay? Not
Sure.
endless. It's not endless. Stop lying, you know? There is a limit. So he told me okay, not me, but he said in his video, his limit is around 8 kilos, 8 to 9. Depending on whether he's having a good or bad day.
That's horrifying.
Like for who? For the food?
Yeah, no, I mean just in general, like the idea of that. But right now, I can tell you one other person who seems to have a bottomless stomach. It's KSH, right? Like he's running around, farming these Essence Shift stacks. He's having the time of his life.
No, it's the Tide. The Tide has the biggest stomach. How can Slug have a
Radiant's
big...
middle
Look at that
tower
hero.
is under attack.
Bro! Like,
That's true.
like the Tide is the one obviously the
He
most
did.
suitable
He did
candidate.
say before that he could eat a walrus.
Imagine stopping a toss in
Your mouth. Gleipnir, Tornado, Grims is dead. Tries to whoopee cushion down to the low ground, rolls into another giant marinara meatball, unfortunately.
Yeah, tasty. It has to be well seasoned, yeah?
Radiant
I don't want any marinara meatballs with no salt in it.
Yeah, the only thing Grims is eating right now is the dirt, unfortunately, and Lewis might be next. He doesn't have his BKB. He's gonna start getting caught out. Leashed up, charged through. You gotta come through onto a Ravage. The Sunstrike was used, so they don't have Kata, but that's still not gonna be enough disable to
told
get
you.
the Ember out of there.
I told you, Mike, they are not coming back from the mental damage. They are not. They are done. They are zoned out. This game is over,
Dire
Mike.
are scanning.
This game has been over since that time, you know? 5 minutes ago.
Kind of a rough way to see them go out, because I thought that in game number 2 they were able to rebuild some of that lost momentum, but seems like KSH on the slot is just a bit too beastly for them. That Invoker last pick as well, I think the Ember in theory was pretty good, right? Like it started out nicely, but...
Middle tower
Oh, you got point at DCMG. We shitted on DCMG again? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. The game would have been really different if the fishman did his job. He didn't do
Okay.
his job. I'm sorry, man. Just the
No.
fishman. You can't
No,
blame
I'm-
like, you can't blame the draft, you know. It's just like he definitely has had his chance to do his job, you know. He has to learn how to read the map, how to play better around the map. You know, I think he's just too greedy the way he plays. Like it worked with the Darkseid game, because Darkseid, I think the Darkseid game was the game where he actually had the most minimal amount of bad bats, because you're pushing out with the Iron Shell. You're not exactly pushing out with your hero.
Ah, okay.
But
I
at the
understand.
same
So-
time, the way he got caught wasn't in the lane. Most of the time, he got caught when he was farming jungle. So it tells me that he doesn't really know when to retreat, right? Because like you're trying to hit max and you're playing in dangerous areas. You're always trying to. Oh, I think I have time for one more camp. You know, you always think that, you know, and then you die. You know, in this sort of games, people are quick. You know, especially you're playing into Spirit Breaker, you can never take a chance.
That's true. The second they got any lingering vision of you, you gotta assume you might be getting
nice
charged.
use. Psychic Headband. That's my favorite neutral item right now. Do you want to know why?
Sure, I mean, we're already
Okay,
here.
so you didn't know. You didn't actually care. Because you can use it on your teammates right now. Right, you didn't know that. Good.
No, as in, is that it?
Yeah. Sometimes the most fun things you can do in the game are simple things. Wait, why are you doing this to me? It's like,
No, I'm trying to figure out if there's any other neutral item that's as fun. You might be right. Psychic Headband might be the new best one.
Radiant's bottom
yeah,
tower
what else
is
can
under
you
attack.
like do to your teammates?
Because I'm trying to think of the new additions, and I feel like the Flayer's Bota, the Idol of Skrill, even the Metamorphosis one with like the insect mandible or whatever, like those weren't really very impressive. Funnily enough, the most impressive thing was the Psychic Headband change. You're right.
Radiant's bottom
Thank
Because I was running down the list of like the removed ones and the new ones, and I'm like, they aren't really that
Why do you even have to
interesting.
run down the list? Like every time you play, like you look at the choices, it's kind of obvious, right, what you want.
tower has fallen.
I see you playing every time in the middle of the night, you know. Figured you should have figured that out. Psychic Headband is the fun
I haven't
one.
actually. No, the thing is, I haven't actually picked up a Psychic Headband. in
What?
the game.
Why?
Yeah. Okay, I know.
Why?
I know. That's kind of. I didn't wanna have to admit that, but we're here now. I just kind of end up picking other stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a real big fan of the.
The what? Huh? What? What?
I'm gonna embarrass myself. I mean, I always get Whisper of the Dread if I can.
Okay, fine. That depends on the hero, right? Like sometimes
Yeah,
it makes
well-
sense to do that.
Yeah, I'm like a spell damage min maxer.
Like if you're
kill
playing
me.
Spirit Breaker, you don't want to get this. Yeah, you want Whisper of the Great on Spirit Breaker, for
Dire
example. You know.
are scanning.
And so it's like, well, why you have to be so ashamed about that? You know, it depends on the hero. Like look at
I
this,
don't know, it
look
felt
at
like-
this
it felt like I was
scene-
gonna
look
get
at
blamed
this
here.
Scene again.
Yes, BKB.
Okay, he's fine now. They poked the
He's
BKB
fine.
out. Akashi has had enough. I'm running in. I
He
have
has no mana. He
Okay.
has his friends are coming though,
This is
and he
the
still has
move.
an ult.
This is the move of a guy who's already had enough. I've had enough of this ladder. I'm running in.
I
die.
think he's not gonna survive
Yeah,
this
I know,
though.
right?
The Slada survives though.
Bro, I told you, right? Like that was like a a classic tilt move, you know. You see your offlaner dying every time, and then you just feel like you have to go in, and then once you go in, you feel like, okay, I'm done already, then you just done. And then your starter runs out, you know, okay, sure, you're facing it. And then in his head, he's saying, this is why I don't want to come to you. This is precisely why I want to stay away from you.
Radiant's bottom
And then you know what the starter does? He pings your death timer. You got the buyback on the banner, but you really don't want to use it. YG, they're pushing the issue though. Huge tornado catching two. The Slaughter survived momentarily, but there's a glide near, there's a meatball. Akashi buying back into the game, trying to hold one last stand. They managed to kill the Jakiro on the backline, and now Zorain left all alone, but the Watermelon, he's very hard to kill. They want the bigger, they want young PH, but they just can't get to him. Even though they way out of here, I say that. Gleipnir, Manta, can he escape? Trying to stop that huge crush from coming through. This could be a big turnaround moment, and they get themselves the dominating kill streak off of 2 buybacks from the side of BAIYAWAK.
1,800 gold, my friend, and finally.
Yeah, the buyback available on the Invoker if you need it. So those spells, YG, they weren't really prepared for the resistance coming out from BAIYAWAK. You're gonna jump in on Zorain. He's not afraid of death, but maybe he should be a bit more wary. Buying back now. Invoker's ready. You don't have the Ravage for the Cataclysm, but you have a big charge. KSH turning his sights towards the Slaughter, and the Spirit Breaker ultimate. Invoker, he's here with the spells and here with the meatballs, laying down mass bits of damage. And Zorain, he's found himself this poor Slaughter, able to use and blink away at the very last moment, but it still cost them. Meanwhile, Lewis able to dodge around and kill the Spirit Breaker, but it might have cost him his life.
One more remnant.
Held in place now. One more remnant. Last moments there, but Zorain hot on his heels, and the buyback from Skillay, he'll get his revenge. The buybacks now, this time round from YG, will secure them the Roche instead.
Yep, good buybacks. I think that was very nice for the Invoker. I like the decision to buy back to secure the Roshan. This is going to cement the lead in the game. And yeah, it's going to make it very hard for the BAIYAWAK side to find another move. You know, they're gonna have to be passive for the next 5 minutes. I think it's gonna probably mean that they lose the next set of racks as well, you know, because they previously used double buybacks. And this is tough right now.
I was wondering if you actually give the Aegis to the Invoker, given that he's the one who bought back instead.
Good point. But I think he feels like
right now
he's a backliner. Like if the fights happen normally, you have a tide in front. I don't think he should be too worried about dying, right? Like that's like I'm trying to understand the reason. Because the Stark is the frontliner, so he feels like he should carry the Aegis.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was only up till that
he's
death
hitting,
that
he's hitting
young
the tower,
PH died, right?
Look at what's happening. He's hitting the tower, right? So the Invoker's just hiding behind.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
I think it's the correct call.
Yeah. Forge Spirits, Alacrity, you can do all of those things from a distance. KSH the one doing the dirty work anyway.
Radiant structures are
Poking, prodding. 8 more seconds until the Ember's back up. In comes the Crush. KSH dropping pretty low though. Not sure whether you want to back up to try and regen up. Actually using that Shadow Dance, jumping over to the Slaughter. And this time round, again, the box narrowly saving him. The Gush is not going to be enough. 2 4-stars, a BKB, and a box. The last shot can't find him. As now Lewis onto the backlines, trying to cause some chaos on this Ember Spirit. Zorain getting caught out by the Wheel of Wonder. He just can't look away. Turns around with the Ravage though, and a huge meatball coming through, but it's into the borrowed time. They'll use just to kite it. Skillay able to push away the Ember, so no chase is there, but KSH, he's back in. Zorain, I'm not sure what he's blinking in for, but will offer a Gush, offer a leash, and they'll kill off the Baron. That's Akashi out of the picture. And just like that, it might be that Yangon Galacticos have won this series. This game number 3. GG is called as the KSH Slug and the young PH Invoker a bit too difficult for them to deal with despite their best efforts. And I do gotta agree with you, Winter. I think at the end of the day, it's always a little bit cruel to point at one player. But DCMG, a lot of those deaths on the Slaughter, I think that ended up losing them so many objectives and lost them this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, have to say that, but as a pro player, you gotta understand every single thing you do, you have to really scrutinize it. You have to figure out, what you have to be, doing at every given moment. If there's an objective coming up, what other opponents are doing, there's a lot going through your mind, I'm sure he's like, individually he's really good, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that he's a really bad player individually. It's just, in this sort of games, there's a lot of things going on. It's very different from your average pub, and you have to be not only really good at playing your hero, but you also have to be really good at playing around your team or with your team. Sometimes your team plays with you, but sometimes you play with your team, right? It has to be give and take, and I feel like the way he showed in the 3 games we see today, he's just waiting for people to go to him. He's not exactly the one that would adapt. Like sometimes it's okay for your team to come to you, but sometimes it's just not. You need to go to them, and I think that's something that he really needs to sit down and figure out what he has to do to change this.
Of course, he doesn't really have a lot of time because with that series lost by BAIYAWAK, just in the first stage of this tournament, will be dropping down to the lower bracket, and tomorrow they'll be playing for survival. So maybe a different type of adjustment can be made, because in game number 2, where BAIYAWAK were actually successful, they were playing heroes that allowed him to kind of play away from the team and be greedy. So maybe in the meanwhile, before you figure out that huge overhaul of your gameplay, there's some stuff that the team can do to better support him. But whatever the case is, Yangon Galacticos, they'll continue on in the upper bracket, kind of showing us a new YG that we haven't seen in a long while. But we'll be seeing more Dota 2 being played after a short break. We're not going to be gone for long. We have already way past the limit, so the game is going to start very shortly. I want to say 10 to 15 minutes break before we come back for Execration versus Trailer Park Boys. That will be a series to watch, so you don't want to miss it. See you then.
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love.
We already had our first series of the day here at DreamLeague Season 28, Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers, and I think this upcoming one will be very different, Winter, because YG versus BAIYAWAK, those were two teams that I want to say are relatively untested, had their fair share of messiness, a little bit of sloppiness here and there, but I think this upcoming series between Execration and Trailer Park Boys, don't be misled. Even though Trailer Park Boys are a stack, I think these two teams are going to be playing with a lot more precision and tactics that we're going to see for ourselves here.
Yeah, definitely a much. I think a much different team compared to the other SCA teams. I think they have very different ideas. Maybe because the head of the team, I assume, is Narman. So he's been in Europe, so he probably has some kind of different way of playing the game. Because when I watch their games, they definitely don't feel like your regular SCA team. You know, it feels like they prioritize playing the map a lot more. They don't just go for kills, because the classic C team will be like, oh, we see hero, we kill hero, oh, we run at them, just keep doing that, right? They're not really farming the map, they're trying to farm the heroes, which is I think not an efficient way to play Dota. But this team, they definitely don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think the one thing that sticks out to me the most about Trailer Park Boys, other than, of course, their tendency to prioritize playing the map, is that I would say their players really play their roles. So what I mean by that is, I think we live in a current age of Dota where sometimes, you know, me and you joke about it a lot. Maybe the real carry is from the off lane. Sometimes your carry is a bit more active. He's kind of like a 1.5. And then your mid lane is the real carry. But between Trailer Park Boys, you got Jackie, Sanctity, and 11. These guys are always the 1, 2, and 3 in that order. They never really switch it up. Sanctity is always on some sort of semi-carry tempo hero. You always see 11 focused on building auras, playing that frontline initiator role for the team, and you're always putting Jackie on that sort of be-all, end-all carry. So it's interesting how strict they are with those ideas.
Yeah, Jackie has always been like this. He is very greedy. Like, he needs the whole team to play for him, which I think he is probably one of the carries in SCA that I don't really like more, you know. I think the way he plays is very, very difficult for the team to function at a high level. I mean, personally and individually, I think he's really good, like as a sole carry player. But with the team, I don't feel like his style is very, very nice for higher tier games because he takes a lot of farm and he doesn't really sacrifice himself for the team. I think a trait of a good carry is knowing when you have to TP in, and even if there is a chance you might die, or even sometimes you have to die, you have to do it for the sake of the team. You're like either defending a crucial tower or taking a rune fight. I think if you look at what YG did last time, where the carry is coming to the rune fight, you're probably not gonna see that from Jackie. Yeah, so I think that is probably his main weakness, you know, as a carry player.
Yeah, I can understand that. I wonder whether Trailer Park Boys are sort of accounting for that and building this team or their identity around that, because it's kind of like what I say, right? I guess in a funny way, this team might be the best case scenario for Jackie, where you have a 3 that really plays a 3 and plays for you to build those auras. You have Sanctity, who's not trying to necessarily scale to become a carry in the game himself, but he's also kind of playing to set that tempo for you to farm. And Trailer Park Boys, even though they didn't manage to qualify to anything just yet, in the recent tournaments and recent sort of qualifiers, they've done pretty well for themselves. I think they are a serious threat, especially to some of the stronger teams like these Execrations, like Nemesis, that we haven't got to see just yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way they play is definitely good, like for the game. It's all about like finding the right balance with the draft. Like how are they going to position themselves to allow Jackie to be greedy, and like you said, like spread the goal across your other 2 cores, your mid laner and your off laner, and just finding rhythm with that, you know, because Norman feels like he's going to take a lot of farm in most of the games, and the other support player kind of has to pick up a lot of the slack, where if you have one support farming, the other guy needs to kind of have to do a lot of setup work. You have to be the initiator, you have to hide in the trees most of the time, you have to find openings. I think that is the most difficult role in Dota, when you have to just sit and wait for your prey, you know, like setting up stuff in the game. I think position 4 is kind of like a mini mid lane role, where you do about the same type of things, but you do it with way, way less net worth. That's why it's hard. On the mid lane, at least you have money and levels to do it, you know, so I'm not saying playing mid is easy, but I'm just comparing to what you're doing on the position 4.
Yeah. I can understand that. I think we've seen, at least for Trailer Park Boys, we've seen Naman and Say kind of switch between those roles. Sometimes it's like what you say, Naman might be the greedier one of the two, but then in certain games when they pick, say, his signature Chen as well, he's the one farming up the storm, while Naman is like poor as shit on the Shadow Shaman, running around in Tranquil Boots, trying his best to make things happen. And in case you guys are wondering why we're still yapping and the draft isn't on your screen yet, we are facing some issues in the lobby, so bear with us. I promise you we'll get into the game very shortly, but let's look at the other side of the coin. Execration, a team that I think most people would largely consider number 2 top dog in Southeast Asia right now, right? Obviously behind OG, but these guys most recently were also at Blast Slam 4, or at Blast Slam 5, but they didn't make it past the group stage, so we didn't get to see them on that LAN. But I would say that they're the team that has stuck together for quite a long time compared to some of these newer stacks, and the experience definitely shows. Of course, you gotta shout out Leon Arthur, their coach as well. I feel like ever since he joined the team, there's a lot more structures, a lot more unique ideas that are being shown. I kind of feel like Execration are one of the favorites, if not the favorite, in this entire close qualifier. Because Execration only lost to Reconics, right, in the Blast Malta qualifier. And for one reason or another, I'm not sure why, but Reconics are not participating in this close qualifier.
I think you're probably right, but I don't think it's as straightforward as you make it sound. I mean,
Okay, so what's your thoughts on Execration?
I don't think it's gonna be that easy for them to win. I think anybody can win. Like you already mentioned, Nemesis is strong, KUKUYS is decent. I think Trailer Park Boys is decent. I probably put them in the same category of KUKUYS. And then you have the outsider teams like the Carstens, BAIYAWAK. I think Ivory is also considered outsider team, even though they got invited, and then YG. Yeah, I mean, actually, probably the strongest. I think you're probably right. Execration and Nemesis look like, on paper, they should be the strongest teams in the qualifier. The rest is kind of like a toss-up, so they should be like the hot favorite. But I don't think it's going to be straightforward. I think they could lose to anybody. With how Dota is being played right now, there was a patch a couple of weeks ago, a huge one. So a lot of things have changed. The heroes have kind of like slightly moved, and if you can't play certain heroes, then it'll be bad for your team. Like for example, if you can't play Klings right now, that's going to be a problem. Like Klings is like a very, very key hero, I imagine, in most teams' draft arsenal. So I don't think it's like a walk. It's going to be a walk in the park for Execration.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially when there's a patch.
Yeah, we'll see just how solidified their ideas are. I think they maybe, some might say, overcooked a little bit in the Blast Malta qualifiers. I remember I saw one game where they were playing Earth Spirit offlane Pipe Rush, which was cool in theory, but then, there's a lot of jank that comes with lineups like that. So I'd love to see them go back to their bread and butter. I'd love to see them put Bob on a hero that he can just excel at. You get Tino on one of his signatures, like his offlane Undying. They have some really nice tricks up their sleeve. Let's see which one of these teams are going to take the advantage here in this game number one, as we'll have a draft for you very shortly. Just straight off the bat, you said it's not so straightforward of a road for Execration, but would you also be favoring them in this matchup, or do you think it's like 50-50?
They should be slight favorites. Very, very slight. Maybe 6-4. I don't think Trailer Park Boys are like an easy opponent by any means. Maybe some will say 65-35, slightly even more. But I think
you did bump it up just by a fraction.
Just about a little bit, because 70-30 I think it's a little bit too much.
So a bit too much,
you have to go somewhere in between. I mean, Trailer Park Boys are definitely a scary opponent, not gonna lie. Even if you're Execration, I think anything could happen in this series.
Trailer Park Boys give me the impression of a team that can probably beat any of these close qualifier teams.
Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe, where I think if you look at some of the other offerings within this bracket, for example, with Ivory, would I feel confident that Ivory could take down any of the other 8 teams? No, I kind of feel like they might run into a wall if they play against Nemesis or maybe even KUKUYS, right? I feel like even KUKUYS might be able to take them down. Because the Ivory lineup, it hasn't really changed, but Ivory in particular, they now have Karma on the position 1 instead of Gohan. So that's kind of a major move, because I feel like Gohan has been on that team for like forever at this point.
Yeah, they've been like a household name in SCF for quite some time. They played together with the same players, almost the same players for quite a long time. I think it's really important. You need to be with, I don't want to say like exactly the 5 same, maybe 3 to 4 of the players kind of play together for quite some time. I think that's going to be really important for you to create a team for a season that's competitive, right? Because everyone else is scraping together like new rosters, most likely. I'm not saying 100%, but most likely people are trying to group up players that haven't really played before to try different combinations. And if you're that 1 or 2 team that, usually it's always YG, right? They stick together. So eventually it's gonna pay off. Right? So you have to try to stick together if you can, And it's also understandable that there's a lot of external factors stopping that from happening. Sometimes there's a lot of outlying problems we can't really avoid. But if you have to change, then you have to change.
Sure. I mean, you want to take advantage of the early season's messiness and people still trying to finally solidify their roster. Maybe use the synergy you've already built.
Do you know why it's so important? It's because of the chance to play against the better teams. I think even if you don't do well, right, but having like 1 or 2 of the qualifiers to play against a better opponent, so you can understand what you need to do to improve, that actually might mean that your team could go on for a longer time.
Yeah. We'll see whether Trailer Park Boys... I mean, Trailer Park Boys, I think, funnily enough, at least for this matchup, I think Execration and Trailer Park Boys are the better opponents that you're trying to face, right? As some of these sort of smaller teams, less established teams. But we are getting through the coin toss. We are getting to the lobby very shortly, folks. So don't worry about that. I think for me, Execration, there's probably a bit of a chip on their shoulder coming into this new year, right? Because it was a really big deal for them to qualify for EWC last year, and then after that they didn't really do too well then. So they don't have a problem qualifying. It's when they actually get to the tournaments, and then that's where they fall short. So they've already missed the mark on qualifying to Blast Malta, so there goes their 3 Blast events in a row. So making it to DreamLeague, at least that will fill up their schedule. That'll give them something to just keep their skills sharp during this period. I think it'll be really rough if during this whole close qualifier period, they're not able to make it to either DreamLeague Season 28 or ESL 1 Birmingham. Of course, the qualifiers for those are literally next weekend. So the time window for you, like let's say if you fell short last week in the Blast qualifiers, and then you had 1 week basically to figure out your problems and see whether you can come out on top here at DreamLeague Season 28, and then maybe your last chance again is just 1 week later. So time is of the essence here. Let's see whether Execration can get something done. Are there any particular heroes? You were talking about Klinks being a priority hero, but we didn't really see him favored by both YG and BAIYAWAK earlier on.
Rather strange. I think the hero's like pretty strong.
Like S tier, right?
Yeah, S tier hero on the carry. I mean, the only argument I can make is maybe because there's a Stala in the game, so the other team doesn't want to go with Klinks against Stala. But at the same time,
Sure.
the team with Stala, if you have Klinks, is good. The minus armor, he benefits a lot from it. So I'm not entirely sure why, but hopefully we get to see some Klinks. I think I kind of enjoy watching the hero a lot. Like all of a sudden,
What do you enjoy about watching some guy just shoot some arrows, bro? It's like Drow Ranger.
He just runs around and he just kills heroes. I like heroes that do things on the map. You know, he kills buildings,
Okay.
he kills heroes. It's always exciting to see what is he going to do next. You know, in the game.
Sure. I mean, a lot of the Klinks that I've seen, they kind
I
of
don't
go
want
for
to
this.
see heroes farming the map. I thought you're on board with this.
Yeah, I mean, I know what.
You just want to
I
see
get
things
it.
happening. You know.
I get it. Well, unfortunately for us, we're not going to see anything happening quite yet, as we need to go for a short break to make sure all the issues are fully resolved. But I promise when we're back, we'll have action for you. It's going to be Execration versus Trailer Park Boys. Don't go too far away.
Begging I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sad. But I love to 'Cause I could be anything you want, I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile, you know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that filled their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, stuck in our ways and running out of time.
I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now.
Look, when we went on a break, I promised you would get back into the action. Well, here we are, Execration versus Trailer Park Boys, finally dealing with some coordinator issues. So sorry for the wait, everyone, but we have the game started. This is game number 1 of the first round. So both these teams still in the upper bracket. They have a second lease on life, and they're up against some pretty strong opponents to start things out, right? Execration and Trailer Park Boys, I would say both teams that I could see take the entire thing and take the only slot that Southeast Asia has, Winter.
Why not? Why not give Trailer Park Boys a
10
chance?
seconds remaining.
It's kind of hype.
You'll be happy, right? Let's go,
Yeah,
Norman.
I mean,
Seconds remaining.
I think you've casted with me for a while now, so you'll know that as much as we try not to be.
Not long enough. Just a while. Not long enough.
I've always been a fan of the Mongolian teams. I think they have such a unique playstyle. They very clearly have their own ideas to a certain extent, whether it's IHC or Lil Gun, all these iterations. And I feel like this might be the strongest one we've seen in a while, because IHC and Lil Gun haven't really been a thing for a hot minute. I think the new recruits on IHC are not quite as strong as their seniors. So now you got Sanctity back from his little excursion in EU. You got Naman also back from his excursion in EU. You pick up Say and 11, and then Jack Boys off of the just sort of recently disbanded Boom. So pretty solid lineup. But it's into the long-time synergy of Execration, who feel like the last major roster change they made was just bringing Bob in, but that's been like a year and a half at this point.
Huh? No lah. What the hell? Wait, about a year? Serious?
Yeah, I mean, prior to Bob is Lewis, right?
Yeah, but Bob only came back after
I want to say early last year.
half. When was it? I'm pretty sure it wasn't that long. The hell, it cannot be
Really?
that long.
10 seconds remaining.
Let me check.
Alright, my concept is time is bad. Of time is bad. Sorry,
5
everyone.
seconds.
But
You-
Execration,
Usually I don't care about things like this, but this,
Yeah.
this one I'm like,
his ass is trying to fact check.
yeah, I
me.
mean
Okay.
it's on September.
It's okay, you
it says
can-
September.
Really?
Yeah, September 13. It's not even half a year, bro.
Wait,
man.
September 13? Wasn't
Yeah.
he at EWC though? Wait, then who the hell was with Execration as their mid at
Louis lah,
EWC?
the previous guy lah. What the hell? Yeah, it says Louis left in August.
So after the bad finish at EWC, Lewis
Yeah.
left. Okay, that makes sense. I must be tripping here. Sorry, folks. But what we do have is we have Bob, and we probably have his Ember Spirit. First pick overall, Execration, prioritizing this hero over the Slardar that still remains in the pool. Trailer Park Boys choose to take out the Clinks, Centaur, Kotl, all very high value picks. Understandable. But the Muerta's gonna come out very early on. I feel like we usually see this pos 4 as a response to something on the other side. Maybe it's to counteract the Naman Shadow Shaman that he's been really liking.
Yeah, maybe. But the hero is also very
Radiant
strong
team
at the
pick.
moment. Like he's very good in securing the lane. He works really well with Ember Spirit, and you scale.
Radiant
You do a lot of
team pick.
DPS later. Oh, this is my favorite hero in Dota right now. I love this hero, Mike. Not bounty hunter.
tell me about
not
it
bounty hunter. Yeah, not.
Just clear no, Tree Protector, I got that part. Talk to me about the big tree man. What's the love about him?
I think you are a very, very sneaky spy in the
seconds
game. You
remaining.
walk around, you get information, you place wards, and then you cast living armor on
5
your
seconds
towers and your
remaining.
team. Very, very nice. He also got buff a lot recently. I mean, some people say it's like a nerf, but I think overall for how you play the hero, I mean, he's always gonna suck in pub, right? So if you lose in pub, it's normal on this hero, even if they buff it. He fucking sucks in pubs. But in
Why is
competitive,
that? Is it just because no one like
you need
coordinates to
freaking
defend the towers
rely,
and stuff?
Yeah, you need to freaking rely on a team to do everything. You can push out waves, you can cancel TPs, but that's about it. If your team doesn't come to you, what can you do? This hero that you don't like to just sit around your team one. You need to be across the map. You have to be on enemy territory if you can, and you scout, and then you look for individual heroes that are alone. Then you tell your team to come. But in parts, people don't care about what you're doing. You think if you ping this guy is alone, come kill him, you think people will come over? People are just hitting creeps in the jungle. So how will ever Trian work? Tell me, Mike, how?
That's true. But then, technically, in terms of what you're saying, you can say the same thing about Bounty Hunter, right? We kind of have two heroes playing somewhat similar
Bounty
roles.
Hunter is different. Do you know why? When you track, your teammates get bonus gold and they will come for the gold.
Oh, you wave a little wanted poster in front of them. Cha-ching, baby, you want some money? Come get
10
it.
seconds
I
remaining.
understand. It's also a psychological thing, right? Like, just the kill effect of having killed someone in track, you're like, hell yeah.
Most people don't understand how Treant Protector works. Most people understand how Bounty Hunter works.
No, that's fair. So what would you say is the key of Treant Protector? Because he doesn't really give your team a very obvious benefit like a Bounty Hunter where you get a kill and then you might get more gold, right? Like, what's the ideal way of playing with a Treant Protector?
He's like a slug. He's like a slug.
He's like a slug.
He's like a disruptor. He's like a bait. You know, he's like all those heroes together. You have
It
a
sets up on the opposing side of the map type shit.
Yeah. And
Okay.
he also can set up when you're defending your towers. You hide around the trees. It's very difficult to play against this hero
10
if the person
seconds
knows what he's
remaining.
doing. You constantly need to guess where he's going. You have to buy sentries
5
against him,
seconds
gem
remaining.
eventually. And right now, because you get the shard, right? Before you need to buy Axe for the eyes, but now it doesn't do damage, but it's okay. It's still vision, you know. Like you give your team so
Radiant
much vision.
team ban.
Dagger, once you get dagger, windlace, and shard, you're Gucci, you know, with arcane boots.
You're you're lighting up the map basically for free, right? And the cost to clear your trees is like, they can sentry and right click it down. They
Like,
don't need
so
to buy a
much.
quelling
You have
blade
to buy
anymore, but
gem.
still.
There's no way. You have to buy gem.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, on the bright side, Trailer Park Boys, they have a
Bounty.
pretty good reason to buy gem anyway, right? The bounty wants to clear out that vision. Now they have that underlord for the, I guess, global join the fight. The pit's also excellent
10
into Ember,
seconds
Muerta, a
remaining.
lot of damage over time to pump into the X as well. I kind of like what
5
Trailer Park
seconds
Boys have at the
remaining.
moment. Looks like they're missing a mid laner to go into the Ember as their last pick. That's what they're thinking about right now. No Quad, no Shadow
Wait, what?
Fiend, but they go for a Shadow Shaman. So is this a mid bounty?
Bounty is mid. Yeah, Bounty is mid.
God damn.
This is a very good lane matchup for Bounty. I've seen this matchup. Ember, any melee hero against Bounty, you get shut on in the lane.
Oh shit, okay. Well, then what do Execration do? Can they even afford to bring the Ember mid? I mean, you have to, right? Like, there's no way you put Ember carry and then
there's
you
nothing,
switch it up.
There's nothing you can do. The pace of the game is very quick. Gyro with Bounty Hunter mid. This is
Choose your
perfect.
hero.
This is perfect. Are they putting? Oh, it's a Huskar carry. So Huskar will win. It's kind of getting popular, you know. Yesterday I got shat on by Huskar carry against Nemesis
Okay.
when I was playing the OQs. They did Huskar carry against us.
Did 23 beat your ass with a Huskar carry? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else am I talking about?
I'm just clarifying the situation for people who don't understand.
All right.
Yes, we've talked about it, obviously. Okay, so Huskar carry, you know, when I first saw the Huskar come out, I thought, okay, maybe they're picking the Huskar, and then it's gonna be like a Palos goes to the mid instead, and then he shits on the bounty so that Bob can actually have a free game. What do you think that's gonna happen? If not, what's kind of the idea here? Because the way that it looks right now is that
10
Trailer Park Boys,
seconds
they have a bounty hunter mid. That guy's gonna play fast, he's gonna get level 6, he's gonna shit on your Ember and
5
run around the map and
seconds
make kills
remaining.
happen. What do Execration do to stop that?
I mean, it's also the fact that Execration is going to. I feel like maybe they don't get the mid lane win, but they're gonna win the off lane. I mean, their safe lane. You know, like Huskar just wins any lane he goes to. I think the things that they need to care about is the gate gang from Gyro. As long as the Huskar is safe from the gate gang, you put a ward early. I mean, Treant Protector is amazing for that. You know, the hero can just scout and look for information. So I think it won't be a problem as long as the Treant reads the movement. As long as they don't get into like some sort of snowball where the Shaman was like overly fat with a lot of levels, bounty with track go, and then the underlord with some pipe Crimson Guard, you know. If that timing doesn't appear too soon, then I think it'll be fine for Execration. I think if you look at all both the side lanes, right, I feel like they're definitely winning the Huskar lane. The X and Muerta, I feel like there's a chance they could win that lane also. They are pretty strong lane.
Sure.
Even though it's against like Jakiro and Gyro, I feel there's a chance they could win. Because it will be one when the Treant secures the Huskar and he gates and he ganks the Gyro. So I could see something like this happening and then totally upsetting the balance of the game.
Well, what it sounds like is that Execration have to kind of upset that lane balance, right? Because if it just kind of goes very stock standard, very straightforward, if they're not shitting on the Underlord can return to stacks in the jungle and maybe farm that up with the Firestorm. You're not too concerned. The Gyro's always going to have a great time. He's looking for those gate ganks as well. Let's see whether Execration can stave off this Bounty Hunter mid, because I don't know what build he's going to go for. I've seen some bounty hunter calls go for the early phylactery. He's going for a mech rush. He's going to try and get those greaves.
Mech into what though? So he wants to build the.
I
guess
thought he would go
just-
like Spirit Vessel or something.
Yeah, that. I'm not sure what's the good build in this game for bounty hunter, but the mech greaves, the greaves is good against like the chain. It's very good at dispelling the chain. You definitely need something for that, so you don't die easily. Oh, smoke! Who is smoking? Who is winning the fight? Oh my God! Narman's dying. Oh, no,
Tino, they can't get the last hit.
Narman's
Oh,
fine.
Tino's going to be the one to drop. That is painful stuff.
Guess what just
In
happened?
case you're wondering, yeah, I mean, this is the Treant Protector effect, right?
Do you know what was going to happen there? What was the plan there? So, Trailer Park Boys, they're playing against a Treant, right? So they wanted to 5-man come down and cut the trees. And then Execration kind of read that move, so they brought their own 5-man. But Trailer Park Boys just have a stronger setup, you know, at level 1. Because Husker is not very useful at level 1. And so is Treant. So they have 2 weak heroes. So Trailer Park Boys just overwhelm them with their lineup at level 1.
The battle begins.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. I think we've seen a lot of these mind games over the recent Southeast Asia and even EU qualifiers. Every time you see a Treant Protector in the game, the idea of, okay, let's go early to the lanes and cut down his trees, because it just severely limits the hero's ability to impact the lane. And this time round, it works out in Trailer Park Boys'
To be
favor.
fair, I think it actually doesn't matter so much.
You think so?
Yeah, it's not so bad. Because you don't have the invis all the time now. It's like it's on a cooldown. Like it's not really that bad for you, you know. I think you still like play the lane, you drag the creep waves, and then you use leech seed on the creeps whenever you can and to kill your carry. So I think losing the trees is annoying, but it's not like the end of the world, you know. Because you can't really use it all the time now. It's like a 35-second cooldown at level 1.
I mean, the main thing that I see as a benefit for the Treant Protector is not so much of the going invis, but just being able to kite through the trees and dodge away from those annoying auto attacks. My God, Bob! What the? He's at 20 HP!
Wait,
He's
how
dead!
What the hell just happened?
What
Level
did he think was gonna happen?
And he's gonna lose the whole. Oh my God! I just bob things. I don't
Bob,
know.
what the hell was that?
Yeah, no, I'm sure it wasn't people taking away your tangles, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Dire's
What
courier.
the hell was that? I mean, just like that, Sanctity's gonna put himself on the board. 2 kills in this early laning stage. A bit of sloppiness here from Execration. Not really what you want to see. They seem to... Okay, well now it's Sanctity who's dropping very low, being chased away by the Flame Guard. Alright. I mean, it has that bottle, so it's not really a concern. And
Was
the
he
water
like
rune's coming up
low?
as well.
Was he like low when he went to the lane after the fight? I
I
don't
think
know.
so. I mean, he was
Whatever
definitely
happened.
not full HP.
Yeah, whatever happened. Okay, fine. So now we see this very contested lane. Kino trying to kill the gyro. Yeah. Very nicely done. Stick charges for Shanks. He's trying to go for a double here. He's baiting them in. He bait. He actually.
He's trying! The last hit! The last hit, Jack boys!
Alright, he has to die to the
Oh!
creeps. Go die to the creeps now. Or no, he wants to stay in the lane.
South?
I mean, he's gonna die now. The axe is back if he doesn't.
I mean, you just press Battle Hunger on him, right? You need to get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
feel
But I
he-
think the Jakiro's gonna bring him a
Yeah,
South.
I mean, he has to buy a salve for sure. He can't wait for the jacket.
Oh, that was so damn close, my goodness. I thought for sure Shanks was gonna get both of them.
I mean, you know what? I feel like he should just die to the creeps, you know, because he's not even full mana. Okay, whatever. And he stays in the lane. He gets like, I mean, the only benefit for him doing what he did is he got an extra XP for 2 creeps. That's about
Yeah.
it.
Sure.
I don't know if that was worth it, but we'll see.
Maybe he was just worried about the death timer, because that would have been a little bit annoying. Meanwhile, bot lane, while all that actioning up top was happening, Palos actually ends up going down to 11 and Naman. So pretty nice. Not really sure how it happened because it wasn't on screen, but now Lotus fight. Trying to group up. CML's gonna equip himself with the living armor and try and start trading. 11, you don't have mana for any spells and you're gonna have to just back on out of here. Lotus secured by Execration in the bot lane at least. Meanwhile, Shanks tried to step up to contest and will lose his life for the respective Lotus on the top side.
Yeah, this is quite bad. The Moreta died back to back. It was really close. I really like the play that he was baiting the gyro in with his 10 stick charges. That just didn't work out and now he dies again. This is really, really bad. And the mid lane also, as I expected, is a very bounty hunter favorite lane. This lane is really hard for Ember Spirit. So I mean, not to mention that he died solo at level 1, you know, that itself is very, very bad news here. You have to have levels in Flame Guard to play this thing. He's gonna have to rely on it to come back.
Really, really rough here. Ember, not the type of hero that can flash farm and recover, needs to make action happen.
If you have Flame Guard, it's okay. You need to get more points in Flame Guard in this sort of game.
Oh, he only has level 1 Flame Guard. He's just getting Shuriken down right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's see if he puts more points later. I think this is still fine, but he needs to put more points after this.
Sure. At least gonna get the Water Rune in the top side. Not the end of the world here. 1k gold lead, a minor affair here for Trailer Park Boys, but you got to imagine that they are pretty okay with how things have gone in this early stage. They're not Giga getting bullied, the Underlord still having farm. In fact, he's neck and neck with the Huskar right now. So it's not even that bad.
Yeah, maybe it's something to do with them cutting down the trees, and then they got first blood before the lane start, so all those small little things definitely adding up.
I still think the biggest question is what is this Bounty Hunter going to build? Because he's going for Greaves. I thought maybe he would go Phylactery into Kanda for the break, or maybe even Spirit Vessel for early tempo rotating around the map.
I think
the
mech's okay. You think about their overall game plan, they want to run them over with auras, with Gyro. So you have a mech on the Bounty, you have probably Pipe Crimson from Underlord. And then you have Gyro. Gyro doesn't like to buy BKB early here. He wants his team to buy auras to help him, So I could see like the whole lineup actually coming together in that way. I mean, this
it's funny because I think you mentioned earlier on that you like to see Bob. Oh, Flame Guard and Infused Raindrop saving him there. But you were talking about how Jackie, you don't really like him compared to a lot of the other Pod ones. But when his whole team plays around him, that's where he shines. And that's kind of the idea that Trailer Park Boys have, right? They want this Gyro to be the king of the game. And for now, it's looking to be the case. Another kill into Tino. This Axe has not had a great start.
Yeah, not at all, Like the starting couple of bad trades just, I think, ended his chances of competing in the lane, Like at this point, he's just like gonna hope, but he has stacks and he has to clear them later to come back.
Oh dear, Bob, still not level 6, try to tank some damage. Nice little dodge away, attempt at least, but the problem with the Bounty Hunter is that the Shuriken chases you down to the ends of the earth. Maybe you're a bit happy now that the Bounty's slightly out of mana, CML rotating over to the mid lane as well. But now the Treant's the one in trouble. Chicken Fingers turning him into a hen. Still got the vision. Sanctity a bit too far away from the Treant. So Execration able to somewhat stabilize. They just really need this level 6 from Bob for him to be able to maneuver a bit better.
Yeah, he's really struggling. Oh my, I didn't expect him to struggle this much. I don't think the matchup is actually that bad. I just feel like the blunder he made at level 1 just made everything so much worse.
I agree. Now he's desperately surviving using Infused Raindrops, every single drop serving its purpose of blocking at least one Shuriken, allowing him to just stand by and get a bit more EXP. A 7-minute rune, speaking of EXP, or rather Wisdom Shrine, sorry, doesn't look like any team is in the position to aggress upon the other. I thought maybe the Gyro Jakiro would try for something, but opting to try and play things safe, not wanting to risk a over-rotation.
The other thing he has on Bob, right, is also the living armor. I didn't mention that. Like, the Churn is going for like a very different build. He's going to max the armor here. Usually, I personally don't really like this build so much because you can't really farm later. But he's doing this build, and Bob is still losing so much. He's been using his armor on mid lane so much, and he's still getting trashed.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. The one thing about the new living armor is that it's a certain damage block, right? But it also heals. So it's damage block plus heal, but if you cut through all the damage block, then the healing stops, like the entire effect ends. So if you living armor Bob, if the Bounty Hunter just Jinadas him once and Shurikens, then you're not healing anymore. That's basically the entire living armor expended.
Yeah, 8-minute rune is coming up. And Bob is definitely going to want to... Man, he is just in struggle city right now. I feel every Shuriken toss, he's almost going to die already. He can't even get the rune now. He's going to try to steal it with Slide maybe. That was very nice by Naman. He walked one step to the left.
You were doing very well.
And these are the things, that make them competitive players, are the small little things.
Exactly. Yeah. For those of you who don't really understand what he's talking about, basically Ember with the Slide. Technically, when he Slide attacks you, he is technically physically next to where the hero is. So Naman made sure to walk to the left away from the rune, so the Ember couldn't steal the illusion rune just with the Slide alone. That's going to give Sanctity the amount of reassurance he needs to continue pressuring this tower. speaking of tower pressure, we didn't mention the Jakiro and the Shadow Shaman. These early towers are gonna drop whether you have living armor or not. There's so much pressure coming out from these two.
Yeah, if you take living armor and you're losing towers, that is bad news. You know?
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh my god, he's gonna die. Okay, almost.
So bored.
I mean, the gyro and the bounty are just snowballing out of control at the moment, and they have the underlord level 6 soon, and things are gonna get faster and faster. Oh, he already has. Oh, he has 1 point skill up just in case he needs it. So everything is at where it should be, you know, for Trailer Park Boys. Whereas for Execration, they're kind of hoping that they can find a way to get like a couple of kills to get the Ember out of this rod, and hopefully get towards their team fight, because they still have very good team fight. I think with the Trian ultimate, and then you have the Ember and Axe, you know, damage. I could still see them in a way like winning team fights, you know, if they get their spells off correctly. But that's gonna take time before they get to those stages.
I was gonna say the one shining star for their team here, Execration, is still Palos, but CML scouting them out. They'll spot him out with Sanctity, start auto-attacking, but the problem is no one's on Palos. You've used your shackles onto CML, might have been a mistake. No one's stopping Palos from just auto-attacking away this Huskar. A bit too strong to fight into at the moment, and Naman's gonna drop first. CML will drop very low magic damage. Jackie's coming in, laying down the missile, slamming down onto Shanks, and they should be able to get the last hit. No! Jumping over now, life break, it's there! Huskar doesn't manage to toggle, and he dies to the AoE damage, and Jackie's the new king of this fight. Double kill for the Gyrocopter, as it looked fine for Execration at the very start, but the overwhelming magic damage, it's way too much as Jackie runs down the third and kills off Shanks to boot.
And this is what I wanted to see from Jackie, like him being more team oriented, you know, with his play. This is such a crucial move. Like what, 3 track kills in total for Bounty Hunter? This is such a big snowball, and now they have like, all of a sudden they have like a 4k, maybe 5k lead soon, you know. Wait, Huskar's TPing down? Huskar TP down?
He's trying to defend this tower, fighting into Say. Palos, you gotta be so careful using that cauterized last lingering bit of healing. He wants to hang on to this tower because, like you mentioned, if you're maxing, okay, well he denies it anyway.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. This one is already too low. Yeah, if you max living armor and losing towers, it's very bad. Because you cannot farm. If you max your nuke, your nature's grasp, your Q, you can farm and you can push out waves. I think that sort of offsets the part where you don't have your towers. You can farm and you can get items, you know. But if you're going this build, it's very difficult to get to your dagger. I think for this hero to function well, you have to be able to farm your dagger at some point. So I'm kind of worried about this for the trend. Palos is stuck in no man's land and get out. That was very nice. Uses the life break to dispel, and the cauterize as well to dispel, so he has 2 dispels there.
Yeah, really nicely done, that last bit of healing. But Bob's here finally showing up. This would be a huge kill on Sanctity if they can find it, and they will be able to. Overestimating themselves a little bit, and the tips come through. Bob is saying, you got so many people to help you in that mid lane, and you can't even get away out of that situation. How pathetic.
Yeah, that is like a Trian, I think a Trian thing. You don't remember the Trian is in the game Invis, you know. Because the way they dove the Huskar, they just didn't really account for that extra +1 that could be nearby, you know. And it kind of made the big difference there with the overgrowth. And that was a very...
It's kind of weird because I thought that they spotted the Trian going Invis. They had a ward near the bot lane, near the Ancients area, right?
Maybe
like
that's
what spotted
him. Did he like invis behind the tree? I'm not sure. Like where did he?
No, he wasn't invis at first, and then he got invis on that wall that we just saw on our screen. So maybe enough time had passed that they thought, oh, the Trian must have gone elsewhere to do something, not knowing that CML was stuck by the hip to Palos the whole time. So really, more than anything, good play from CML just to be prepared for that, right?
I mean, either way, it was a really bad exchange, you know, for Trailer Park. But it's not so much of an exchange, but a gift, you know. Their lineup has to snowball really hard, you know. Even though they have like a 4 or 5k lead at 12 minutes, it's nice. But they can't really let the foot off the gas, you know. They need to keep pressuring. They need to pick Roshan if they can, because if the Huskar somehow gets Roshan, that will be their ticket back into the game.
Sure. I mean, on the bright side, Jackie, he's still having a monstrous start, right? We talked about the Trailer Park Boy strategy, you know, we're honing in on this bounty and his mech, his build-up. Everything that Trailer Park Boys is doing is just to prop up Jackie here on this gyro,
look at his
and
build.
he's getting there.
He's not even like going greedy with rushing Agamins, right? He's going Manta to deal with the Trian Protector and the chains, you know. He wants to fight. He doesn't want to farm. So this is itself already a very good, I think, sign, you know. If you look at the whole lineup, Because if he's coming to fight, everything's easy for the bounty and the underlord. They want the fights to continue. They
Dire's
want the
bottom
track
tower
gold.
is under
They want the
attack.
push towers with Jakiro and Shaman, you know.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, right now, Sanctity, he's looking at that phylactery as the next item, so Greaves complete. There's a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine that Trailer Park Boys, again, they're not really pushing the issue, they're not in a rush, but I just wonder, because Tino is a hero, or rather, Tino is a player that we didn't talk about this entire game so far. He is rushing a pipe, and that is going to cut a lot of the Trailer Park Boys' damage by half.
But then again, I feel like it's just like
Dire's
I don't know.
top
It's like
tower
I
is
don't
under
feel like
attack.
the pipe is going to necessarily
That's not good enough. either.
allow them to fight. And it's not like coming soon, you know. It's going to come, say what, 17, 18 minutes, maybe I think close to 20 lah, like 18, 19 probably, realistically. So by that point,
Do you have any... okay, so, and that's not so important. That's what you're saying. Maybe the pipe is not going to make a major...
it is still good against their lineup, but I just don't know if it's going to allow them to be strong enough to fight, you know. Because I think the main thing to think about right now is, can you actually get an item to allow you to defend the Tormentor? You must be able to fight either the Roche or the Tormentor. Can the pipe do it? I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's still the right item, you know. There's Jakiro, there's Underlord, there's Gyro. You need to buy pipe this game.
Speaking of pipe, the Underlord actually delayed his own pipe to finish up a Blade Mail first. I kind of understand it because there's a lot of damage being poured out by Execration, but it feels a little bit awkward.
I think it's good against Huskar, it's good against Huskar, it's good against Ember, it's good against X. And it also kind of speeds up your farming, gives you some damage to hit creeps. I think I kind of am okay with that route.
Okay.
He feels like he can afford to go a little bit more greedy since they have a very good start with the track roll.
Yeah. I was just wondering whether the early pipe will allow them to fight even more, you know, because right now we've gotten into a bit of a lull period. There was a lot of action earlier on, but Trailer Park Boys, they're not too fussed about forcing the issue now. They're just gearing up, sitting back a little bit, allowing Execration a bit of much needed space to start getting those first few items.
You know, the pipe timing, I think as long as you can get it before the Tormentor, I think that's how I would put it. Like, you can delay it, but you make sure you get it around 19 minutes.
Sanctity standing right under a sentry. He'll get rooted
Dispel?
out. The jump in there from Palos. He's in trouble. He's gonna get held in place, but able to dispel and silence all of them up. The bounty is dead, and so is the Shaman. They get a trade onto Trade Protector, but Tino, he's up way too far. No one's dealing with Palos just yet, though. They've rooted up Jackie, and he can't get in range. The silence, the last auto attack. They'll find the Huskar at the very end. And Bob, are you serious? Able to get a regen rune, pops it. Will manage to survive. So it ends up a lot bloodier for the side of Trailer Park Boys than I expected. With the bounty running into a sentry at the very start. It looked pretty rough, but they managed to stabilize and at least trade evenly.
Not gonna lie. Like, if he had a pipe there, the bounty lives, and I think it was a clean fight.
That's what I'm saying.
The Jakiro and bounty probably would have lived.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really like this Blade Mail. I don't...
Yeah,
Because the thing is, you turn the Blade Mail on, right? And then the Huskar just stops hitting you. Like what,
right? What do you do, right?
yeah, right? Like, it's not like you're an axe with a taunt that you can stop. I mean, it's all nice and all if he's the one in the front soaking up the damage, but with Underlord, as we saw there, like, the whole Underlord gameplay is you join the fight with your ultimate at some point, so you're never the real main target. So I don't really know. I mean, it's not that bad for Trailer Park Boys, right? Jackie still gets out of it alive. They kill Palos. They continue to slow down the Huskar. It's fine. It's just...
Not good enough.
I wonder whether this itemization kind of decision is going to come and bite Trailer Park Boys in the butt a little.
Yeah, I think it's actually not good, you know, overall. Because they need to snowball. Like, this 6k league is very deceiving because of the lineup, you know. Like, they have to keep building it. Because at some point, their lineup is going to start falling off because you have a mid bounty hunter, you know.
Oh dear.
No.
Jackie, he's about to get caught.
Ice
Save.
Puff, save it.
He's nearby. Ice Puff. He might have
Money.
just saved the day there.
On the
Palos
money.
trying to run in and at least get something. Jackie splitting over to the left. Do they see him? Oh, Deadshot's gonna find him. They see the gyro, but the problem is no one's on him. And now Palos, he's in far too deep. 11 there with the stun, but the heals are there. Palos still surviving for now. He needs to live, but he can't. The carry of Execration drops to the deck. And now Sanctity is ready to start tracking you up. You are not going anywhere. Tino run into the trees and chased down by Jack Boys. The initial target gets his revenge with the rocket barrage. And Jack Boys is godlike. Now's the time to take Roche if there's any. You can just head right in there. So much gold amassed by Trailer Park Boys as they'll just surge forward, force Bob away. Yeah, this could be a Roche if they want it.
Man, Jakiro, the hero. I mean, Gyro, he got godlike, but he has to thank the Jakiro for that. You know, that was a crucial ice path right there at the right moment. And I don't even blame like the Huskar for trying to get something out there, you know, because they were under pressure, and then he felt like, oh my god, you know, I need to get something out of this, you know. I mean, I can understand why he was trying to like go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if you're being objective there, it's not even like, oh, Execration made such a big blunder. It was just an amazing ice path from Say.
Yeah,
right?
but the correct,
I think in that situation
the thing
you
is,
can't.
The correct play is after that ice path, you need to back. You have to accept
Okay.
defeat and run away.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I think it was one of those things where they saw the Jakiro so very close and they caught glimpses of the gyro. They're like, we can try and find something there.
They just have to back because it's near a tower. Like, there's too much risk involved in not doing that. But I can understand why they wanted to go. It's like very frustrating, right? You catch the gyro and then some freaking ice path lands on 3 heroes, you know. And you're like, oh my god, they look like they're not too far away. Maybe we can still salvage this. Then you chase and then, oh my god, we should have back. But it's too late.
Now Jackie continuing to make a run towards his next few items. Top of the net worth by 4,000 gold above the Huskar. Scary, scary business and Sanctity. That phylactery complete, like we said. A lot of damage now coming out from the Bounty Hunter. Something that Trailer Park Boys have in large supplies. Now this means they're going to be able to take a good position at the Tormentor and grab it for free for themselves.
Yeah, this is tough for Execration. I think this game is like getting close to out of control. They have to figure out when they can fight back with their timings. Right, the pipe is not going to cut it right now on X. I think they're going to need. I don't know. I feel like the Huskar's going to need a lot more items right now with how the game has turned out last couple of minutes. I think bare minimum he finished his BKB and then maybe they can look for a fight. Maybe.
You talk about the Huskar?
Yeah, Huskar BKB and maybe the dagger on X. I feel like he might be considering getting a dagger now.
I'm not too sure. He has a vitality booster queued up. Maybe he's just gonna become Aura Man.
Then how do they start a fight? I actually
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
a great. I mean, it just has.
Oni
That's a
chains.
weird thing, right? It's like Ember running in.
Treant
basically.
Protector is not an initiator.
Is under attack.
Yeah. No. And he's not going for a Blink Rush either. I mean, he's pos 5, so he's going for a Pavise/Solar Crest.
I mean, I don't really like this build on this hero. I think it makes the hero very, very heavy. You know, it's very limited what you can do with the build on Treant. It's not a flexible and fluid build.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
It's good
But-
if you are snowballing and you have a hero that you can just put the solar and living armor up front and you take the whole map, you know. I think it's good in that sort of scenario. But in this type of game where you're already getting, you know, bullied, I don't think it's good.
Found themselves a nice and toasty Ember. Sanctity. Gotta say thank you very much for that gold.
You're welcome.
Finds another.
Is under attack.
You're welcome, Sanctity.
Why are you saying you're welcome as if you set that kill up with them?
Okay, why can't you just let me have it? Why do you have to give me shit for everything? Why? What's wrong with you?
I just don't understand that response. That was so. It's a matter between. It's obviously Bob Sanctity situation, and you're like, yeah, let me
So
self-insert.
it's just an expression, right? And somebody gets like a free kill, and then you can just, oh, you're welcome, as if you are the one who gave the free kill.
Is under attack.
Yeah. So graceful of you and generous of you, Winter.
I'm just being polite. You always say I come across really rude, you know, so I'm just trying to change the narrative.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Small steps, but important ones. It's now Trailer Park Boys take the first steps towards the high ground. A little bit of a tricky situation. The Manta just dispelling the Atos with ease.
Wait, there's a
and
Kanda? There's a break already in the game? I just saw a break.
Yep. Kanda complete by Sanctity, brother. Not gonna look nice for Palos.
Undispellable, by the way. So you can't cauterize that thing of life break.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Wait,
attack.
how,
Can you
well,
BKB it?
Wait,
Can you like...
I think you can't, right? Let me see. I think you can.
The break debuff is not dispellable.
Yeah, it's not dispellable, so I think it's...
Jesus
you can't-
Christ.
I think you can't. You definitely can't BKB. You're just screwed if you're Huskar.
Has fallen.
Well, we'll see whether he'll be able to play his way out of this one. Needs to really rely on his team to come
Bounty
through, I
Hunter
feel like.
is a Huskar counter, yeah?
I guess so. I guess so.
Yeah. How long is that thing? 5 seconds? 4 seconds. I mean, still bad enough. 4 seconds. how do you play as Huskar? You don't have attack speed and regen for 4 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep, my living armor trim protector has lost all his towers. What can do now?
This is a really cool lineup from Trailer Park Boys, I gotta admit. Like the Bounty Hunter
Yeah.
mid has served its purpose, you know.
I
it
really like it.
completely stomped the Ember in lane, and it's punished Execration for very brazenly picking the Ember
They
because
didn't expect it, you know, because they were picking as if they... Because the bounty was picked early, right? So they thought it was a support. That's why they picked the Ember to respond to it.
No, the Ember was actually first pick
Yeah,
overall.
the Ember was first pick. Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
And then they picked the support last, right? Then you
Yeah,
can-
I think that's the thing, right? Because Ember is like... I feel like the two main Koto pairings we keep talking about are like the Ember and the Tiny. And you can pick Tiny in the like they did in the first game with Yangon. And then you... nah, man! Where you going, Tino?
Hey,
Snakes.
deny the snake.
I got
Deny the snake.
shackles.
Don't give him the last hit. Oh, he got the last hit.
That's an amateur move. That's an amateur move. That's mental damage right there. He got 26 gold.
Dire structures are fortified.
That 26 gold helps him finish his Crimson Guard. So really, who's
Get
winning?
out of here. Are you serious? He actually got the item because of that. What? But never mind. Wait.
I mean, I think so. He's literally at like...
You actually
like
might be right. What the hell?
yeah, because he literally only had 30 gold. Hang on, high ground attempt. Fear Dart. Nice little Manta. Dodge away. They're doing so much damage onto Palos, and like you said, the break, it's undispellable. You can't do shit. 50 seconds without your Huskar. That's your carry down.
Yeah, I'm afraid the end
Radiant's
is
top
near.
tower is under attack.
This is too much. 20k goalie at 25 minutes.
It's the Kanda bounty, man. The Kanda bounty. It's terrifying.
Radiant's top
And this is why you are saying you should run Blackberries. Sometimes
He's just dead. I mean, he just comes back from the grave, dies immediately. Execration looking a little lost right now with how they can pull this game back. I don't really think they can.
Why does he actually look so broken, yeah?
has fallen.
It's only Monty running up and just casting shot, not even right clicking.
Radiant
Insane.
structures are fortified.
Really cool concept overall. I mean, they picked this bounty even before the Huskar came out, right? So it was meant to deal with the Ember, and then now it has the dual effect of also being busted against the Huskar. So you got to wonder whether that was kind of a misdraft there from Execration on paper.
They didn't read it
Yeah.
for sure, because we didn't read it too. You know, it wasn't very obvious unless you know some inner strat thing about this team.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle
And then also the fact that I think what they would change is they won't pick the mid laner so quickly. If they know that there's so many cheese that can come out, they have to save box
Yeah.
hero for last.
Hold on. It's a bit of a high ground defense here, but
Game is over, Mike. Don't worry. You're not really missing much.
come on,
Dire's middle
don't say
tower is under
that.
attack.
Don't say that. You told me to be honest with you, so you want me to lie. And I-
25k gold. Is there really no way for Execration to come back here?
yeah, you need help from Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah?
I can tell you.
Okay.
If you want me to cope for you, I can, you know. Just tell me. I'll
Yeah, let's cope together. Let's cope together. 25k gold lead ain't nothing. Execration, they just need to find an angle, and right now they found themselves a Shadow Shaman. Fresh fried chicken on the chopping block. Easy for Jack Boys.
Ember Spirit
Bob's
is the
dead,
fried
CML.
chicken. What the hell are
He
you
got
on?
turned into a chicken
Oh, okay.
by Naman. Yeah.
I was so confused. How did that
Yeah, I understand.
sentient being that you were talking about, some fire spirit becoming a fried chicken?
I mean, chicken are also sentient beings. Just depends on your definition of sentient, to be honest. Or whether they've already been fried or not.
Okay, fine.
I mean, the Brags are just dropping with an alarming speed. And Execration, they have no way of starting the fight. Because right now, they're staring at Trailer Park Boys. Trailer Park Boys are staring at them. The problem is that Trailer Park Boys, they have pits, black cannons, shurikens, tracks, everything in the kitchen sink, and Palos is gonna have to fight against that. A BKB Gyro just gunning him down. Even your inner fire ain't gonna do nothing. Stun Duck is the Huskar. Sanctity's on the front lines, just auto-attacking him under the tier 4 towers. You got a buyback on your Huskar. So you're threatening Naman on the back line. Bob is there, but the GGs are already called. I think Execration understand there's no hope for them there. That's something that you already mentioned, Winter. But cemented now, 31k gold lead. Trailer Park Boys with a very, very cool concept. Bringing the Bounty Hunter mid, not only screwing over Bob's Ember, but also completely countering the Palos Huskar to get them the game #1 win.
Yeah, I think let's not forget, right? Despite the Bounty Hunter, the true MAP is the Gyrocopter. He came to
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jakiro. I thought you were going to say Jakiro, who had a crazy ice path to save the Gyrocopter.
Sure. You can add that, but he didn't win, like, solely won them the game, you know? I think the Gyro's movements in the game made everything so easy for everyone. Like, the first movement was from the gate, right? He came from the gate, and he ganked the bottom tower, and they got like, I think not 5 kills, maybe like 4 or 3 kills, and they killed the tower. That was the first move. Then after that, I think he made another one at the mid lane when the Bounty Hunter was, I don't know if they were baiting intentionally. He was running to control the rune, and then he got chased, and then he had grief. He was able to run away. They had to chase very, very far, and then Gyro came from behind. It was a 3-for-3 fight, but it was like all these things that kind of, I feel like gave them control of the game. And I think ultimately the game just became very, very straightforward, right? They snowballed too many Bounty Hunter track kills, and that was it, you know?
Yeah, at the end of the day, the Bounty Hunter ends up amassing what looks like close to 5,000 or 6,000 gold for the team. So amidst that huge gold advantage, like a large portion of it was actually just off track gold alone, not to mention the amount of tempo he enabled. Really, really nice plays from Trailer Park Boys, but Execration, down but not out. One more game to try and prove that they remain in the upper bracket. Let's see what happens after a short break.
I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? I wake up every morning at the break of dawn. Get out of bed with a stretch and a yawn, wondering what the day ahead might bring. Then I remember you and start to sing. See, I know I made the right selection to keep me in the right direction. You got the ability, and I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh. You're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah.
Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you loving around.
game number 1 between Execration and Trailer Park Boys ended with Trailer Park Boys completely stomping their opposition with a mid-bounty hunter played by Sanctity. Picked it early on in the draft. Execration did not suspect a thing until the very last pick was revealed. Aha, we gotcha. Cool build from him as well. Guardian Greaves first into the Phylactery and the Kanda eventually. Execration just did not really have an answer. So I think coming into this game number 2 Winter, I don't know if they're gonna feel comfortable about picking that Ember that early on. And I mean, Trailer Park Boys, they also have overall first pick. So if someone was gonna first pick something, it would be them right here.
Yeah, they have to rethink their priorities. They need to hide his hero more. Definitely not in the first pick. So they are on second pick here. So maybe they can pick it. Oh, that's 16, 17, maybe. Yeah, try to pick it. I think they don't want to save his pick for last. So I don't think he's going to be picked last. They want to pick him maybe in the second phase this time. Gyro opening. All right, this is telling me that maybe we're going to see some Narman gyro or some weird ass thing with this gyro. Or it could just be a gyro. Gyro carry for Jackie Boys because he played so well.
I think it's one of his best heroes. Like, whenever I think Jack Boys, I always think Gyro or Morphling. Those are the two big ones.
Can you counter him now? Do you want to counter him now? I'm not sure, you know.
What do you pick into Gyro anyway?
Centaur, Underlord. The counters, okay, there's no Centaur. They banned the Centaur in the last
Yeah,
phase.
exactly.
So that's, I think Underlord is pretty good in Gyro, usually. Like, it's good in the lane, it's good in everything, you know. Because you flat cannon, you push out the wave, Underlord kind of likes it, you know. He gets free farm.
What's the idea behind this Skyref Mage second pick overall? It doesn't really seem like it would answer the Gyro directly.
You know what? It just tells me they have no idea what to do and they're done, you know. Or this is like some other strategy that they have which already doesn't look very good. Or the third reason is they just want to pick a support right away. And they figured Sky is good against Gyro in the lane because you can slow him when he's going onto your offlaner, your core, and you can protect your core that way. And you have the magic barrier. Gyro does a lot of magic damage in the lane, so it kind of helps you trade against Gyro. I think that is probably the most logical explanation for this here.
So the weird thing for me is that they know that Sei really likes his Chen. So they ban out the Chen. There's still the Enchantress available. He likes his summons heroes. There's also the Warlock, which he really likes. They haven't really addressed any of it. I don't really feel like Skyref is the type of hero that answers the Gyro in the lane either, because you just get flat cannon pushed and then what do you do?
10 seconds remaining. Team ban.
I don't know.
This is also kind of like a linear hero, right? I feel like Skyref Mage,
I don't know.
it's
what
very
you do.
obvious what he does. And then maybe compared to another pick like
the
let's say a
other
Shadow Demon,
yeah, the
that's
other,
still in the pool.
Yeah, the other thing is also Skyref doesn't work with the offlaners that you want to pick against Gyro, like the Tide and Underlord. It's like, I think it's not so good, you know. Sky, you want Mars, send Mars in the game. Okay, they go with X, but I would have preferred the Mars. I mean, X is a hero that enables the Sky a lot, you know, but I just feel like they could have not gotten the X, you know, or Trailer Park Boys don't care if they got an X. Like the way I see it is, if you already want this duel, right, why are you picking the Sky first instead of the X first? Because you're picking 2 in a row, right? And then you want to pick the... Because I think the important hero to make this thing work is like the X, you know. And if you don't get X and you already have a Sky, you're kind of like in a very tough spot, you know. But if you get the X and you don't get the Sky, there's other replacement, there's Snapfire, there's something else, you know. There's the Windrunner. There's like 3 or 4 at least heroes that are good with X, you know. That's why I don't get the logic here, you know. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get it.
This thing tells me that they don't have any clue what they're doing right now, or they have a very, very bad idea on what they want to do here. So I'm already losing a lot of confidence by looking at the pick sequence.
I mean, my immediate thought is that
Wait,
maybe
what the
Execration
hell?
felt... My thought is that Execration felt that there were some minor things that happened with the Gyrocopter X lane, because this is the exact same matchup, right? If we're assuming that it is going to be a Jackie Gyrocopter again, and it is going to be a Tino X. That was the matchup that Tino was just basically chain feeding last game. Like, he didn't have much of a game, he wasn't able to do anything, the Jakiro bullying the shit out of him. This time around, they banned the Jakiro, they gave him a Skyref Mage, and they're like, okay, you should have a better time this time round. So that's the idea. Out comes the Warlock like I expected from Say. It's one of his signature heroes. Now you have the Underlord from 11 again. Beautiful aura builder that he really liked. Played it last game, looked great. A lot of AoE magic damage in the team fight. It's already looking very scary for Execration.
10 seconds remaining.
And what is this two heroes gonna do? Against this, like these two heroes have no
5
team fight,
seconds
so they
remaining.
gotta pick some sort of team
Radiant
fight hero
team
to
pick.
help solve the
Dire
problem out.
team pick.
Or they pick more individual pick-off. They go for a junk that can't really be threatened by any of this other than the Warlock Rock.
It's so slow. So slow. I mean, they're kind of hoping that the lanes go well, X jumps around the map, get pick off, and Jack can farm. Very straightforward.
Winter, I'm sensing a lot of distaste for the Execration lineup.
I mean, you
that
don't have to
right now.
sense it,
5
you know, you don't have to
seconds
sense it,
remaining.
I'm already portraying it,
Yeah, you're openly spitting at that.
That is, I mean,
Yeah,
that is
okay.
God-
Well,
that is God-
what do you think?
that's
What do you think the
goddamn
idea
terrible.
is here with the Tusk and the Jug? Then
I mean, Tusk is just
this is probably
useful.
like
Tusk is
a
just
5
useful.
Tusk, right?
Tusk is just useful in the early game. Like Tusk and Skyruff, you walk together, you can kill heroes if you see heroes. A lot of damage. And Tusk, you can kind of, I think it's really good against Warlock. Like all these backline
Yeah.
heroes, you can just go on them. It's also pretty decent against Gyro in the early stages. You can use Snowball to dodge some of the
Dire
damage,
team
from
back.
Call Down or Rocket Barrage.
Ember Spirit.
But guess what? Ember Spirit counters Tusk, it counters Skyruff. If your two supports are not enabled in this game, you are in a whole world of trouble.
Sure. Although I do imagine that Execration, if they last
10
pick
seconds
a strong
There's-
hero
there's
for bot in
nothing-
the mid lane,
I'm telling you, there's nothing you can pick on mid lane. Right now, I'm
5
telling you.
seconds
Because the two
remaining.
bands are going to come out, you're going to lose everything. There's not going to be a
okay,
hero.
what are the bands gonna be? What are the bands?
That's-
Well, Viper's
Like,
one.
he has to play some Husker or something, to like totally destroy the lane. What is available? There's also a
Team
starter.
back.
Maybe they have to ban the starter. I think Trailer Park was
Starter's not too bad.
they'll probably have to just ban the lane dominators. I mean, there's Husker, there's something. I don't know, but the overall lineup.
I mean,
is-
right now it's just whether you ban the Slaughter
I mean,
or
you
the
also
Ember.
have to.
Rather
Okay,
the Huskar,
you
right?
also have to worry about, right? If they pick Husker with this lineup, right, can it work? Like, is it like
5
very
seconds
slow? Everybody's
remaining.
like hitting creeps, Because your main playmaker is the X if you have a Huskar in your lineup. And if X gets dumpstered, I mean, it's a Warlock Gyro lane, bro. This lane is scary, You're not going to do much in this lane, I think as X and Sky, I don't think you can snowball in this lane. Even if the...
Maybe you don't need to start plays. Maybe you just farm on the X, you get the Huskar, and then you use the Huskar to force objectives
Bro.
like Roche or Towers.
Bro, Huskar...
Radiant team ban.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
think
snowball
it's,
save for the-
it's greedy also lah.
Dire
Like
team
Huskar is like a
pick.
farming hero. You need to hit creeps for quite some time, So I don't know, not really too confident with this. And right now they have to finish off their draft with the support. Somehow feel like
Pretty interesting Wind Ranger ban though.
yeah, it's a good pause
Execration
for
choosing
it's
to
a
take
good
that
pause
out.
for hero to secure the lane. They're just banning heroes that will secure the
10
underlord lane.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
5 seconds.
And Wind Ranger is like a
remaining.
counter to Tusk in the lane. You can't hit her, right? If it's a pause fire Tusk, you can't hit
Right.
the Wind Run. So, I mean, the other option is Dark Widow lah. If you pick Dark Widow, he can't hit you.
Kind of want a hero that can follow up with the Ember very nicely, like be that in between the Ember and the Warlock. That's the Shadow Shaman from Narman. That's
Yeah.
been his specialty this
Yeah.
entire time. Gonna go back for it.
This is just their comfort. A very strong lane with the Shackles at L1. And you have like so much, dude, they have so much stuff, the Rock. And then the Shaman wards, like they take towers, they cash. I mean, this is like I think this is like very
10
close to a
seconds
perfect lineup.
remaining.
You have everything for Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah.
Like you get everything you want.
5
And for
seconds
Execration, I
remaining.
don't think it's very hard, right? I think there's only Huskar and all this type of hero that can win your lane. But even if you win your lane, their lineup is so overwhelmingly strong in the team fight that you have no team fight, Like how are you gonna fight them? Like even you win
Sure.
mid, I think it's gonna be like a struggle to play the game,
Even playing the map is kind of hard, right? Because you're talking about Trailer Park Boys being excellent at the 5v5
this-
team fights. You try play the map versus a Shadow Shaman with Blink that can get connected to by an Ember or Underlord at all times. It's like, you're just gonna get caught
Yeah, I
out
mean,
and
this
killed.
is-
But that's the Huskar that we thought
This is
about.
the only option. There's nothing they can pick. Like this is the only reasonable option. And I feel like what Trailer Park Boys can do is they can, I think you save the smoke at level 1 and use the smoke and kill the Huskar. If you can kill him at the start when he's blocking creeps, if he comes to the lane, he actually would change the matchup a lot. So maybe there's something that they have to be careful of. I think as long as they kill the Huskar once in the lane, this game is going to be so easy for Trailer Park Boys. I think they have very, very favorable side lanes. They have very, very good mid-game team fights. They have very good objective taking with their lineup. They have BKB piercing stun to cancel the Jug spin TP with the rock.
Sure.
I mean, that's just everything. They have sustain, they have catch. You can't fault them in anything. In their draft. Like somehow they were able to get everything they want in the
10
lineup.
seconds remaining.
I will say, I can fault them for one thing.
5 seconds remaining.
Right now, Bob is going for the Huskar to counteract the Ember, right? And you're saying that if Huskar goes down even once, Trailer Park Boys are going to be able to snowball, they're going to achieve all these things that their draft wants. However, if Bob does not go down in the lane, and if Bob actually shits on Sanctity in the mid lane, then you don't really have very many playmakers. You imagine an Ember that's behind, trying to tag team up with Shadow Shaman Warlock, while, Jackie and Underlord, they just kind of want to stand on their corners of the map and farm. Earlier on, we were praising Jackie about him being able to connect through the twin gates and stuff, but if you're winning through the mid lane, that's not an area that's so easy for the Gyro to connect to. He'd have to very intentionally farm towards there. Maybe
TP,
there's a chance
TP.
that Execration can play through Bob and have him be this strong hero. Also, before we get into the game, I do want to point out that it's not actually a pos 5 Tusk. They're switching things around. It's going to be Shanks playing that pos 4 Tusk and CML on the 5 Skywrath instead.
Okay, so it means what, the lane's better for the Jug? I presuming this is for the Jug. So the
Yeah.
Jug has a kill lane against even then, I think Shaman, this is a very strong lane. Shaman can easily trade against the Skywrath with the Shackle. I don't think it's that straightforward, And you don't
We'll see.
you
see
don't
how it
have
plays out.
anything to cancel Skywrath. I mean not Skywrath, cancel the Shackle, in the lane. That's why I kind of thought that it would be Tusk against the Shaman. It's very important to have a stun against Shaman. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's
right
see.
now, my read of it is that they're using the Skywrath silence as a pseudo stun to stop the shackles.
Yeah, but you won't.
So if
You
you're
won't get
if
it
you're
at
like
level 2. Maybe you get it at level 3, the fastest. But that's gonna hurt your lane because you want to have either extra point on your slow or your nuke, right? Your Q, your arcane bolt. So
let's see.
let's see. Let's just see. And for Trailer Park Boys, I think you brought up also a very good point about if the Ember being the only playmaker. The Gyro is also kind of like the secondary hero that can move. I think I would say that Gyro can also playmake, but he needs to connect to, like, say, a Shaman doing something. But he definitely has the potential to do it. And now we see...
I guess what I'm saying is, like, nobody is going to do things by themselves, right? Like, the Gyro
No.
isn't going to feel comfortable running up. He wants to get into a fight that's already happening or just kind of get his
30
last piece of the
seconds to
pie,
battle.
but he never wants to be the one actually serving the pie itself.
Yeah, smoke's gonna break. I get what you're saying. But Gyro can definitely, I think, help the Ember out. He can TP in and help him to fight against the Huskar. I think Bob has to be very careful. I think a lot of the game hinges on his performance on the mid lane. Like, he needs to be careful not to overextend, not to feed, and he needs to win his lane.
Well, King Bob got the last pick, so Execration putting all their eggs in this Huskar basket. They tried to do it last game against an early Kanda from the Bounty, and it did not work out. We'll say Execration,
Oh my
probably
God.
one of the teams that a lot of people are expecting to do very well here, but say, getting caught out by beautiful shots. This might not be the fight that Execration are looking for, though. A huge Fatal Bonds punishes Shanks and puts quite a bit of damage onto Tino early on. They do get themselves the first blood on CML, but it comes at a trade.
I was surprised he actually took the Fatal Bonds over the hill. Though. He didn't try to live there. Because he was standing next to the Shaman, he could have killed both of them. But nevertheless, they got a 1-for-1 trade. And right now, the lane begins. And he definitely wanted the Fatal Bond for the lanes, for sure, with the Gyro. The side lanes are going to be very, very important because the Huskar is going to win mid. I think regardless of what the Ember does, he's going to be... The Ember is just trying to survive. He started with boots and he's just dragging the waves. So the side lanes are going to paint, I think, the story, the important story for the game. And whether they can actually win their lanes, I think Execration needs to really win the lanes so that they can actually snowball with their lineup. If the lanes go like somewhat even and it goes to mid game, Trailer Park Boys are going to be very, very happy because they have superior team fight.
Bob voice lighting after being able to drag that range creep back to the creep wave. Just shenanigans going on. Meanwhile, bot lane, that Shackle, like you mentioned, no stun is going to be a problem. There's just so much damage with the Firestorm onto Palos in this early stage.
Yeah, precisely, as the Jug doesn't really do much in the lane, He's very reliant on the support. And in this kind of lane, you have to rely on your healing ward, but, the healing ward has been nerfed quite a huge bit, the level 1 healing ward. not the same as before. I mean, Shaman is just so disgusting, you know, this hero. You trade, you hit him. You don't even want to right-click the guy. You know? You hit him, he just comes over to you and then he shackles you and he heals. And then he hits you back. Like, what the hell, man?
I don't really know why Shackles heal, I'll be honest. I don't get it. What exactly is he doing with those Shackles that's
Oh,
healing?
he actually got
Doesn't
a
make sense.
silence.
I'm telling you, that's why they picked the because they know Naman wants to pick a Shadow Shaman.
But dude,
I'm very sure.
I tell you, this is,
I'm very, very sure.
it's so bad for the Skies game if you have to do that, you know?
Yeah, but the Sky's a 5, right? I think that's kind of the difference. Yeah, I feel like with
Yeah,
a 4
bro,
Sky, you
you-
want to max out the Arcane Bolt
could have
ASAP and
just
do damage.
picked, like, there's so many different heroes that you can pick to do this, you know? I mean, sure, they first pick the Sky, you're gonna tell me, oh damn, why they first pick the Sky, you know?
Dire
And that's the
are
problem.
scanning.
When you have to fix things, you have to change your job, you have to move things around. These type of heroes are not very flexible. And you're stuck in this type of position where you have to do something you don't want to do as Skyra lane. Because it's important on this hero that you get kills on the lane. Very, very important. You need to snowball this type of support.
Even if TP here just to stop Sanctity from pulling the wave, but iShot's off the mark there. Sanctity, he's really just taking
Does
a
he have
tour
a
around the Radiant side of the map.
Does he have a skill point save? He does, right? Yeah, he has a skill point save. So he can't TP. He's just gonna die for this. He kills the wave and... Yeah.
He doesn't even kill the wave though.
I mean, what can you do? You get one creep, that's it. He wants to die to the neutral, but Shanks. Actually, that was a very nice snowball.
It was
He-
very close.
he-
It was really, really
Bro, he
very
even
close.
tried to stun all the creeps so that the neutral creeps can't hit him, you know?
Yeah. Meanwhile, CML. Snowball that you talked about comes at the cost of the jug, but what was supposed to be a gank from Sei to the bot lane ends up with the Underlord paying the price first. So yes, they kill Palos in the end, but it's not really an even trade.
Nope, it's not. It's definitely not.
I guess the upside is that you do get a Black Grimoire charge on the Warlock, so that's something, but still pretty sad for Mr. Underlord there.
Yeah, he's going to stay here though. I think they can actually maybe get another kill here. I wait for the spells to get ready. But they're going in. I know the Underlord has no
As long
TP.
as you don't use the spin all willy-nilly, you're gonna try and go onto Shanks. There's the Snowball holding 11,
bad.
and that is back-to-back deaths for the Underlord. Not a good sign here as Execration able to come alive in the bot lane. That is 2 kills for the Juggernaut.
That is very, very big. Now he has to walk all the way back to the lane, so the lane is over. I think the Underlord kind of
Yep.
got baited because he thought the Warlock, I think he stood just a little bit too far. If he was in position to heal, the moment they went on him and then cast his bonds, I think the bonds maybe was still on cooldown. The fight might be different, you know. Now we see the
Oh dear.
silence against the Emperor. It is going to be. Yeah, okay, this is actually snowballing very, very hard right now. And this Tusk is just doing everything for his team.
As kind of what I was saying, like you can pick the Ember and it's real nice and cool and all, but the problem is you're still facing off into a Tusk and Skyref. These are excellent heroes around the mid lane when fighting for the runes. And the Ember is having an awful game and he's not getting any runes, he's not getting any backup because his support duo is Shaman and Warlock. And now the Shaman in question is actually giving a kill over to Tino if he's not careful. Try for the heal, you need a bit more damage. Last auto attack will proc the passive and Tino will find it. Now getting the full rocket
Another
barrage
charge.
from Jack Boys, but an easy TP away. Another charge for Sei, yes, that's correct, but you still get the sense that Execration, they're getting what they want from this early game.
Yeah, for sure. But the Warlock's Grimoire charge could be the saving grace. You know, you get an early level 6 and you might be able to turn some of this situation around. That's why I keep highlighting it. It could be a tight turner. Like
I
he
think
has,
Trailer Park Boys, if you're a fan of theirs, you're hoping that's the case.
you have what, 4 charges now, right? So he needs, I think he needs a little bit more XP and 1 more charge, then he can get his level 6. But things are definitely not looking good right now for Trailer Park Boys. The Ember Spirit has 9 last hits. Oh boy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is just cruelty. They're even placing sentries deep in the jungle just to block the camp.
Yeah.
Further that economy damage and
Shanks is
wow, look at that, dude.
Shanks is doing a very good job. He knows what he needs to do in this sort of scenario. I think he's like very accustomed to Bob winning his lane and then coming in, kicking out the mid laner, making sure he keeps tabs on the guy. The gyro has to be, I think he has to figure out when he has to move. He's level 6 now. He has to kind of help his team make a play very, very
Dire's
soon.
middle tower is
Yeah,
under
but that's the
attack.
problem, right? We kind of loosely talked about it. Where does the gyro go? Because even if he TP's mid, they'll just walk away from him. Maybe they can try and bring attention up to the top lane, punish Tino instead. Start to run up. Tino doesn't want to lose this wave, but being wrapped around on by two supports now. The Kobold's Cup helping him get out there.
Radiant's top tower is under
Rather,
attack.
sorry, not being fast enough. They'll get the wisdom, but on the flip side, CML stealing away the Dire. So it's not like they gained anything else. Shanks dropping very low in the mid lane, will die to the TP here from 11.
Radiant's
Oh,
top
that is
tower is under
that is
attack.
quite a big kill for 11 there.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder.
And top lane Gyro is pressuring the tower, so they're trying to force some
Radiant's top
reaction
tower
over here.
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
I mean,
is
it's still
under
not too
attack.
bad. I think the game, like the two supports are gonna get
Dire's
their
bottom
levels
tower
and whatnot.
has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under
Hey,
attack.
the Warlock already used his. Okay, he already used his charge. Okay, I guess he just decided he needs to click it for some reason. Before the fight, maybe he was thinking that a fight might happen at the Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's gonna be a much slower paced game for Trailer Park Boys here, you know, after the disastrous start. And they need to find a way to claw themselves back into the game with this Gyro.
The big question right now is how you put a stop to this Huskar. Once he takes this tier 1 tower, it's danger territory for anyone even remotely near the mid lane. They can walk into triangle, walk into your jungle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There isn't really a big team fight ultimate other than the call down and the rock to maybe counter initiate. Really scary for sure. Got a sentry spotting out Shanks, I believe, despite the invis rune.
Yeah, at this point, taking away his XP is already so bad, you know, even if you can't kill him. Like, he's just struggling so much on the Ember.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
And because of
top
all
towers
that,
are
Jug is
fortified.
totally free farming. This is supposed to be a lane where I felt like he maybe could have been under some pressure, but because of
Yeah.
what happened, the back-to-back deaths on the Underlord and the pressure that the other players are creating with the Sky, the Tusk, and the Scar, it's giving the Juggernaut total free farm in the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even that big of a problem that the X is not ideal.
This is big!
This is huge. This is what you needed from Jack Boys, but they're only going to award him a support kill.
Bro,
The
Bob-
rest of Execration immediately back
Bob
off.
just ran right away. He knows, you know, he can't die, you know. I like that. I totally like that. He didn't even think of trying to help the support, and he just bailed, you know.
Winter, you know the entire time since Bob has joined Execration, we were memeing. We were talking about, oh, King Bob has changed. He used to be such a greedy player, and then now he's playing for the team. I think if there was any game for him to really feed into that King Bob persona, it's this one. He is so important, and he needs to make sure his game is not damaged.
Yeah, he needs to play perfect this game for the lineup to succeed. And he has to create a lot of pressure so the Juggernaut can farm. Because Juggernaut needs a ton of space this game.
I mean, same thing for the Axe, right? He didn't have the best start. Same thing for him where he's been beaten somewhat by the Gyro and this time the Warlock, and he's in recovery mode, just trying to make his way towards that pipe. There's such an emphasis as well on making sure that Jackie is not being run at. Look at the warding from Trailer Park Boys. 2 wards right outside the secret shop area. Just trying to spot out any potential Execration gank towards the Gyrocopter's general area.
Like, he's their most farm hero, right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to protect him. I think he's your only hope at the moment at turning the game around. And
The Execration Crown Jewel.
it is definitely very, very possible, you know, with the lineup. I don't think it's like some sort of lineup where you don't really have options. Their team fight is very, very big. With the Warlock Rock,
Yeah.
Call Down, the Shaman, Underlord. There's definitely a lot of potential. But for Execration, it's not just the Huskar you have to worry about. I think late game, the Juggernaut is going to eventually become a problem. Like Juggernaut against Gyro, this matchup is terrible, you know, for Gyro. Gyro can't ever outscale a Juggernaut if the game goes long enough. And he's going to get to a point where even the Underlord auras are not going to matter, you know, because he does too much damage on Jug.
Wonder if the auras are gonna come too late. I feel like a lot of the times Trailer Park Boys, their idea was what we saw in game number 1, right? Where they all set up for Jack Boys to be this monster with the aura timings. Jack Boys is hitting his timings. He's still basically top of the net worth. But everybody else on Trailer Park Boys is struggling right now. And 11, it's going to continue. The shards into the ultimate and the punch as well. No TP away for him as Bob is able to help Shanks get the last hit on that kill.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. Like the underlord kind of got a little bit a momentary greediness, right? He could have just left earlier. Use your Firestorm and just run. And he went to the lane to last hit the creeps, pay surprise. His team is trying to get the mid tower, but it seems like Execration should be able to defend this, I think. They're not exactly bringing in the numbers yet, it's just the Skyraf standing here alone.
Say is itching to drop that golem, but he's already seen the Shadow Shaman use his wards. So he doesn't want a double ultimate just for a tower. If they can just get away with the Mass Serpent wards claiming this objective, that'll be great. But Bob's gonna walk over and put a stop to that push.
Right, at least some space for the gyro. What is he going this game? He's getting the Manta as usual. Gonna be a very slow game for the Trailer Park Boys. None of the other two cores are in a good position. The Ember and the Underlord. It's just the gyro doing well. And gyro can't really play on his own. You know, he needs somebody like you said. You know, he needs to play with somebody. And right now there's no one.
I wonder what's stopping Execration from just going into the Roche Pit right now.
Not much, yeah. The only
Because right now you've taken all the tier 1 outer towers except for the top one, right? And surely you bring either the Huskar over there or you just force an objective. Further your advantage.
yeah, they probably feel like that's a bit risk involved, you know. Call down plus the rock, Fatal Bonds in the Roche. But at the same time, you kind of have to find a good time to just go finish it, you know. So you can build on your lead, you can pressure more, you can play more aggressive. Alright, let's see.
There's that Roche.
Let's see if they figure anything out, you know, on the Trailer Park Boys side. No scans used yet. Oh, they don't have a scan actually. Okay.
Wonder when they use their scans.
No idea. So Roche is gonna go down for 3 then.
For tier 1 tower mid, perhaps. Second round of the Snakes gets that kill on the mid lane tower, but comes at the cost of the first Aegis for the Huskar. Definitely a major milestone for any Huskar lineup.
Yeah, the
Pipe complete for Tino as well. So
pipe is very early this game.
yeah.
Underlord, Ember, Gyro, they're all magic. Warlock as well.
Yeah.
This is gonna, I think, be a very, very big item for the Huskar to stay alive. Like, he can't be killed, I think, with pipe.
Seems like Execration is trying to do their own version of the Trailer Park Boys lineup strategy, right? We saw in that game number 1, the idea is all about enabling this gyro. Everyone gets their own part to play. Whether you're in charge of building the Greaves, you're in charge of building this aura, that aura. Look at the items that are queued up from Execration. CML is looking at a mech first into the Greaves. You have that Axe, he's on pipe duty this time. The Tusk, of course, he's gonna get a bit of allowance to get the blink, but that's because so he can start the fight. And Huskar doesn't have to be the one jumping in all willy-nilly. Everybody's part of the Huskar train. And Huskar, speaking of, has his own blink in, jump up, punches there, and Sanctity continuing to be punished in this game as the Ember.
Very nice. They baited the Illusion Rune and then they cast the Silence after on the Skyraf.
Yeah, you can tell that that entire sequence was already pre-discussed and planned. Very nicely done. Continue to take control of the triangle, continue to further the lead on Palos. Again, your only shining star is that gyrocopter. Up in the sky right next to the jug in terms of net worth. But I don't think the gyro alone is going to be enough for them to take these team fights. They need some sort of amazing 5-man, like Fatal Bonds or type shit. PP's come in. 11. He's trying to turn around and bait them a little bit. He uses his ultimate. Bob now being slowed down, but he still has that second life. They rock from the low ground to the high ground to get a stun out. But the problem is who else is going to hold him in place? Naman's going to run up and try, but immediately eating a huge Omni Slash. The junk was waiting in the wings and Palos will chop them down. Another setup. Shanks there with his blink, jumping forward, and Bob is going to try and find another. The pipe comes through timely from Tino and helps Bob survive that hump. Just like that, 3 more heroes going down with an excellent setup from Execration, and they're controlling this entire bot tier 2 area.
Oh wow, this game is gonna be over soon at this rate. Not for Execration, but for Trailer Park Boys. This Huskar plus Pipe plus Healing Ward with the Juggernaut could be just too much to deal with. You know, I think that fight was also really forced.
Under attack.
The Underlord was just, I think, trying to do too much. After he dropped the Firestorm, he just needs to back and just wait, you know. I think they were just not very patient. Like the way they could only make that move work is if the Warlock and Shaman, they were already behind him, and when he baited the jump, they needed to rock and immediately TP on Gyro to kill.
This time round, Sanctity. After thank his lucky stars that CML was not nearby for the silence. Able to remnant away, but like you mentioned, Winter, this game feels like it's just on the brink of Execration completely smashing Trailer Park Boys to bits.
Yep, one more mistake from Trailer Park Boys, it's going to be over. Right, even right now, I'd say it's like it's already very bad. You know? There's only one more mistake to be made, and the game will be over. And Gyro has to find a way to, somehow win the team fight. You know, they have to try to wait out the Aegis and try to take a fight at some point.
Dire's top
Just
tower
doesn't
is
really
under
have enough
attack.
physical
He's
damage right
going-
now to get that
he's
done,
going
right?
aggro, so it tells me that he just wants to farm. I'm not really exactly gonna fight. I guess he thinks that the game is just terrible and so bad. There's no way he can fight.
Looks like Nama's gonna die here. Very close to the Blink Dagger. Unfortunate timing for him. Very easy pick off, and we're just gonna give Tino the chop. Bang.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's still 30 seconds on the Aegis. I mean, they've lost quite a few supports. They're 8k gold lead down, but Jackie's still alive. Jackie's still farming. I guess it's not the end of the world just yet. Like, they haven't made that fatal game-losing mistake. But it does feel like they're being dragged along in this game. Close to 20 minutes. You gotta imagine that after they take this tier 2, swing up to the top lane, get that tier 2 as well, walk into the Tormentor, get the objective.
Dire's middle tower
Execration, they have all these times, I'm sure, very clearly in their mind.
attack.
It's just a game of trying to split the map for Trailer Park Boys and find whatever you can. I can tell it's
I mean, at this point, anywhere the 2 supports show up, it's like done, right?
This is-
It's so easy for them to get a kill.
it is not fun to be as the 2 supports of Trailer Park Boys against Sky and Husk when you're losing like this. Low cooldown
Radiant's
spells that
bottom
can just
tower
kill you.
has fallen.
I mean, if Jackie dies even one time this game, he's 0 death now, but he dies one
Radiant
time,
are
it's just
scanning.
instant over.
Do you think Trailer Park Boys should try and fight for this objective here?
They
The
sh-
Tormentor?
They should, they definitely should. I mean,
Okay.
it's too late, I think. I'm not sure if they have time. Okay,
The
they're
Hex,
coming in.
the Blink, onto Palos, but the silence is there, stopping Naman from doing what he wants to. That was the point of the pick of the Skyrap, but Palos still trying to escape into the tree line. No one's doing any damage. A rock onto the backline. Bob, he's in trouble, but still surviving. They don't have the last bits of damage to finish him off, and he's healing because of the cauterize. The Spirit Vessel can't do it. The healing ward. No one's hitting the damn healing ward. And Execration, they escape unscathed, apart from Shanks. But now Tino has shown up, and he's ready to start chasing them down. Jumping in, teleporting away is the Underlord. He will manage to survive, and somehow, some way, Trailer Park Boys escape mostly unscathed with a 1-for-1 trade. They managed to slow down Execration on that attempt. And now Jack Boys, he can't afford to go down here, but it's only a Warlock flanking you. You don't have enough to repel this angry Huskar, but a Manta might do. Shrugs off a lot of that damage, and the Shadow Word helps him get back up.
Oh,
Now, has he
Vessel.
gone a bit too deep? Bob, he's made a big mistake. Jack Boys will find that kill, and sure, they get the Tormentor, but they did not need to lose that Huskar.
Damn, that was a huge kill. 500, what, 600-700 gold, like going their way. Maybe more. Actually, no, 900 gold actually going their way for that kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it was very, very nice sequence. They baited him to use the cauterize, and then the vessel just, there's nothing to dispel it, and he just dies there.
Speaking of the vessel, Naman again with the blink. That's what started the earlier engagement in the top lane, and they'll find themselves that task. Silence out onto the Ember to try and punish him, waiting till the very last moment for the call, pulling him back in.
Needs a
CML,
spin.
no mana for the ultimate, which means Sanctity might be able to just escape. Just a bit more mana for the Mystic Flare, but didn't have it on CML. And just like that, somehow, Trailer Park Boys, they're finding these little opportunities to claw themselves back in. And it's all off the back of this Naman Blink Dagger. That was the big item that changed everything for them.
Yeah, there is still hope right now. I mean, the battle of the zero death heroes just went the way of Gyro, you know. That's actually so crucial. When Gyro died there, I think the game was just gonna be over. Now the game continues. The Crimson Guard is coming for the Underlord. And that's going to help a lot against the Juggernaut in the team fights. As long as they can somehow survive the burst, right? Because the way Trailer Park Boy wants to take the fight, they kind of want long drawn out fights where they poke and prod. And if you're Execration, you go in with the axe, you go in with the Omni Slash, that's it, you know. You want to win the fight immediately. You don't.
Yeah, you go in with the axe and the jug, you want a few chops at least, minimum.
Yeah, minimum. One. I mean, I could see Trailer Park Boys actually surviving the initial jump right now with the Pipe and Crimson coming.
Yeah. And as long as your position's good, you might be able to even, you know, counter-initiate with a rock of some sort.
So are they going to just try to get the rush? That would be cool if they can actually try to get it. Are they going to try? Oh no, there's a scan. Execution, no.
Some tips coming through from Bob and the voice line as well. His classic Tsunami, I'm so bored. Must have been Naman trying to blink on top of him, but too quick with the reactions on the Huskar. I think my guess is that he blinked out of trouble before it was too late. Now Execration, they're positioned in a precarious spot. They're trying to force the issue up onto this high ground. No Aegis, no anything. But they understand that Trailer Park Boys are on the other side of the map. So forcing Trailer Park Boys now to make a decision. I got a Healing Ward, I got a Creep Wave, I got Manta Illusions on the high ground. You gotta come back and address me, or you gotta try and make this a Roche attempt. Looks like Trailer Park Boys, they're gonna rush this Roche and get the Aegis for the Gyro. They're losing a tier 3 for it. The Crimson's actually gonna keep it alive.
Do they have time? It's going to be close? Close? Oh my god.
Roche is
it's
still
gonna
half
be so
HP.
close.
This is scary.
Oh,
Making a beeline
no.
now. Execration, this is bad. Surely they got to know that Execration, they're on the move. Jackie, he's in big trouble. The snowball away from the rock, and the slashes are there. You can't get it. You can't get it done. Trailer Park Boys, way too ambitious as Bob snatches the Aegis. Sure, the credit for the Roche kill goes over to the Dire, but that is not good at all. Even buyback on Naman, but to get nothing for it. And Jackie down for 35, they can go straight back up to that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, this game is over. That was a nice attempt. They just didn't have enough damage there. Because once the Underlord left, right, they actually needed him to hit the Roche. I felt like that was not good for him to leave, you know. It's either they all in to get the Roche and stack the racks and try to play the game. But they tried to do something in between, right? They wanted to defend at the same time and get the Roche, you know. Which was, I think, too greedy.
Yeah. But you think about it, if anyone other than the Underlord came, I don't think the Crimson Guard... Like, the Crimson Guard was crucial, right? But I completely see what you're saying. Now, Jackie's back into the fray. TPing now. Bob does have that second life, but Lotus Orb to help him out as well. It's not really easy to commit onto this Huskar. Still gonna try. A lot of damage over time, Bob has to watch those toggles, getting hexed up now. The Lotus Orb reflects it. Tino there to try and help his buddy out. The snowball save as well. Not going to get back into the pit. The extended shots making it uncomfortable for 11. But the Fatal Bonds onto 4 heroes. You got to be careful. Healing Ward just keeping them alive. They got very close to going down there. You have to watch yourself on Sei's Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, that was a good snowball preserving the Aegis. And now they have another shot. I think there's no rush, to be honest. The Juggernaut is still scaling, he's happy. Even if the push with the Huskar doesn't succeed, they are still farming the whole map, and eventually Gyro can't really outscale Juggernaut.
Also pretty interesting that they had the Roche banner available to them the whole time, but they didn't opt to use it. Saving it for a rainier day, I guess.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I really like these neutral item decisions. 2 poor man shield and of course the Jug with the Defiant Shell. So they're really accounting for the fact that a lot of this gyro damage will be these mini little auto attacks, and if they can mitigate some of the physical, they already have a pipe to help them with the immense magical, right?
Yeah, small little things definitely matter, you know. Execration is pulling back. They want to finish the Reaver on the Huskar. Okay, I mean the Satanic. He's waiting for the Reaver. Yes, everything now.
Jug has his butterfly complete though. That's a really, really nice timing.
They're gonna just bulldoze it right now. I think Trailer Park boys, they have to smoke and come from behind. They need to find an angle to defend the buildings. At least straight for kills, you know. They need to kill the back lines first. If they allow the Huskar to just sit on the high ground and hit when he has his items, I mean, it's gonna be very difficult. You know? He already has everything. I wonder what they're waiting for.
Maybe waiting for the lanes to be in a better position. Because right now only one of the waves is pushing in, right? Maybe this is where you use the Roche banner.
I mean, the Aegis is running out the longer they wait. It's 1 minute, 1.5 minutes remaining. Jog is not in position yet. He's waiting for his Aghanims.
Yeah, the person with the Roche banner is also this Skyref who was a bit far away, so the entire wave gets cleared out. This is a little bit awkward.
It's very weird. They're not really trying. It feels like they're taking things still very, very chill.
Casually. Yeah.
Because Juggernaut is gonna, they feel like Juggernaut is gonna outskill, so there's no rush, you know. But at the same time, it tells me they're they're nervous because they should be trying to go with this huge timing on the Jug and Huskar. Why are you even waiting, you know?
Dire's bottom tower.
Halos doesn't spot out say there.
Level 20 Jug with the axe. Nothing more you want to farm.
What does he even have queued up? Like, what's his plan? They underlock ultimate over. What the hell was that? Okay.
Yeah, somehow they're just wasting
I
so
understand.
much time.
That was to go over and finish the Daedalus. So that's what that Dark Rift was for.
Okay.
Rather, Fiend's Gate, sorry, not Dark Rift. Dark Rift doesn't exist anymore.
Man, you calling me old?
My bad.
Yeah, you better admit it's your bad. It's definitely not mine.
What the hell? 10k net worth Sanctity. This Ember Spirit has not had a game, and despite some of the moments that he had, where he was able to sort of get a really big pick off once or twice, still hasn't really fully recovered, right? Spirit Vessel, 0 charges, Shiva's Guard, that's all about he has to work with. Up to the high ground again, but Trailer Park boys, they're really difficult to push into. Aegis is gonna expire as well.
Yeah, if they're not pushing when they have Aegis, it probably means that they're gonna like just wait until they get a pick off. Because there's no way they're pushing now when they don't have the Aegis anymore.
Sure.
I think that's their mindset, right? They don't really want to throw the game away.
Or maybe they wait until the Aegis is out to bait Trailer Park boys in outside the base for a fight. And that's exactly what's happening. Trailer Park boys, they're sensing now that there isn't the second life. If we catch someone and kill someone, it's gonna be easy, but Smoke breaks in an uncomfortable position. Flight Chains is there. Lotus was fast enough though. Tino in trouble. Gets the snowball save. That's huge from the Tusk, and now Bob jumping in as well. They're trying to focus down Naman. It's a huge rocks and fatal bonds starting to spread the damage out, but the Omni Slash comes out. Halos, he's able to survive. Oh, that wasn't even the Omni Slash, that was just the Swift Slash. So now he can turn around, use the full Omni onto Jack Boys, who's trying his best to stand his ground and fight. Still has the Manta to work with, will be able to gun down the poor Bob Huskar. And Palos, despite the multiple slashes, they're surviving. They have the physical, they have the guns, and Trailer Park boys get it done.
How did that actually turn out so badly? His Omni Slash actually didn't do a lot of damage. The Atrophy Aura, the Crimson Guard, everything just negating enough, you know. And this is why I felt like they actually had like some big timings to go on, but they didn't go. And right now, yeah, not too sure anymore. I definitely feel like the fight should have gone in a different direction. I mean, the Skyraf especially already a hero that doesn't do a lot at this point of the game. I think that fight you could see the difference between the Warlock, Gyro, and all the auras, you know, coming into play.
Yeah. I mean, the Axe also yes, he survives the fight, but you sacrifice so much on the supports, Shanks especially, having to jump in and BKB just to save him. A lot of the duration was spent into Snowball. So you're basically taking out your offlaner, your pos 4, your pos 5 dies instantaneously. That entire fight was just on the shoulders of Palos and Bob, and they just couldn't get it done, right? They couldn't threaten any of these heroes through the auras, like you mentioned. The Gyro's just running around gunning through people. Even the Omni Slash barely scratched them. Jack Boys was able to survive, and now he's gonna have a Satanic real soon after a bit more gold. And then you're really not killing him. Despite some hiccups in the early game, Trailer Park Boys, their strategy of playing around this big boss gyrocopter seems to be working out. I mean, they are in such struggle city that Naman's even using snakes to farm the triangle just to get it clearer faster.
Yeah, I think he wants the camp. He's telling his gyro to give it to him.
Messes up on the stack though. Okay. This game's a lot closer than we thought. Execration, they need to be careful. We understand why they were so hesitant now. Gotta make sure that Tino's not the one they get that gets initiated on. Maybe Bob would be a better frontliner. Now onto 11, spotting him out. Instant slash through. They kill the Underlord. That is crucial.
Yeah, the difference maker was the task was there with the tag team when they had Omni Slash on. The amount of extra damage from that hero is just on another level when you're next to the target. Another kill. Alright. So are we back in business? Execration? Seems like it. Should be sieging the high ground. I think they're a little bit too afraid, you know. I feel like they just need to go together, use their spells together, and they should be able to kill heroes off, you know.
Yeah. I mean, they made it look so easy, just right there. No Underlord, no problem. Now, you do have a buyback on the Ember Spirit. Finally, the Roche banner comes down. Jack Boys gonna try and get in range to maybe gun that down, but Naman, you gotta be careful. The Shackle's up from the high ground. It gives Jack Boys enough space. Was this just a bait though? There's the rock on top. Jack Boys, he needs help. He doesn't have it. He's gonna get cut down, but still healing. Somehow the Satanic, it's keeping him alive. The Shadow One is all dead. Jack Boys, he's still alive. They finally bring down the big bad gyrocopter, but is it far too late? You don't have a second life. You're holding Palos in place, and he gets worked down by the damage over time. Jack Boys survives in the sky for way too long, and now the Underlord, he's back, ready to try and chase out, get the pit, get the hex. Naman managing to salvage the situation for them. All the heals in the world, even without their Underlord. Trailer Park Boys hold the high ground.
They are definitely expiring on their heroes right now with their lineup Execration. It just feels like their supports are not really already at the point where they are doing so much, and they're trying to force things there with the high ground. And the gyro just with the heal from the warlock, just somehow he just can't die, you know. Like he took so long to die, and they just needed too many heroes to just focus him. And they went on the gyro without having Omni Slash, you know. So that was also the other factor, you know. That's why the gyro took so long, you know. With Omni Slash, that was like an easy kill. Just got jebaited, you know, into that move there. I felt like they could have.
Omni Slash was what got them there in the first place, right? If they didn't Omni Slash that Underlord, he would not have died for sure.
Yeah, they just needed to poke, you know. After they killed the Underlord and they killed the other hero or the Ember or something. They had 2 kills, and they poke, and then somebody comes to defend, and then they just need to back off, you know, and then continue farming the map. Wait for your next pick off, and that's about it, you know. And now the game is I think the game is probably anyone's game right now, like 50-50.
6K feels like nothing at the 35-minute mark right now. I'll tell you that for free. Execration had their chances in the earlier stage of the game, but now it feels like Trailer Park Boys, their plan has succeeded. This gyro, he is getting to an absolute point of...
It's rapier time.
It's rapier time. I mean, he's got a Demon Edge queued up. He's got a... Okay, it's MKB time first. MKB time first.
Yeah, you need the MKB.
He's being disciplined.
They have 1 Lotus on Warlock, because the Lotus is going to be very crucial. They have to Lotus him before the Omni Slash or the Switch Slash comes in to block the damage. They only have 1. I would like to see the Underlord pick up the second one. I mean, he finished his... I think he was planning to buy it just now, but then he finished his axe instead.
Yeah. That was for... I believe that was for the fight. Like, so that he could TP in and catch them. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think the Lotus is the key game-winning item right now. If you Lotus a Snowball or Lotus obviously the Omni Slash or Swift Slash, those are the big ones.
I mean, hell, even make the Sky Silence himself even more useless than he already is.
Yeah, that is a -1 hero right now for CML. His hero basically doesn't do anything anymore. Like you compare that to the Warlock and the Shaman, they're doing so much in the team fights, you know, with the Soup, with the Rock, with the Fatal Bonds, and the Shaman with the Disables.
Honestly crazy. And one small thing that we haven't mentioned yet is that the Warlock, he's at level 15, which means that he has the upheaval attack speed. As long as he soups below Jackie, not only is he giving Jackie a lot of additional help with the attack speed, he's also doing damage to his opponents over time. So it's just everything about Jackie right now. All your eyes are on this gyrocopter, even as the player's Bota, so much damage amp for him. 15% base damage and 30 attack speed.
Oh, here we go.
He's going to be very difficult to stop. The immediate blink away. Execration 1, no part of contesting this triangle. They understand that Trailer Park Boys are on the prowl and they can't afford to lose heroes, but Naman going to be met with a spin. They've rooted up the Tusk on the sidelines, but not really the target they want. Bob on the wrong side of the fight, but will the jump in with the Lotus Orb, but will likely go down. Now here comes the Gyro on the front lines. No one to save him this time. And it looks so much easier this way.
Damage.
You buy back on Naman. It didn't do damage, but you've already killed the Gyro, so really doesn't matter. Orb trying to find more, but no way of stopping those TPs away. They've bought back on Naman, like I said, but he can't really find his way into the fight. They're just being danced around upon. Say's gonna get caught out, and the rest of Trailer Park Boys forced the Delta split and escape.
Oh boy, like, okay, I didn't realize the Gyro died when I just saw the tail end on the Omni Slash and the Underlord was like so healthy creeping away.
Yeah, it's because Gyro tanked every damn thing, and this time round the difference is that they initiated on Naman. Without those pesky shackles, without the huge fatal bonds, you don't really have a chance at winning this fight. You need to keep that formation together, and Execration did a good job picking it apart.
I think it was thanks to Bob, you know, Bob kind of body baited there when he...
Big play from Bob.
That was all Bob there, you know. Like, I think he was the one that gave them a very good...
Wait, what? Oh! Huh?
What the
hell?
This is why, you know, we saw that play earlier, you know, but it was Nama when he was like taking the rune. Like all these Ember players are so good nowadays. They were lucky he only got
Why the hell did they leave the Aegis there for so long?
And you see the enemy carry dead, right? You think that you have time to decide who is supposed to take the Aegis. I'm pretty sure they were discussing. Maybe the Jack should.
Oh my
Maybe the
God.
Husker take it. Husker saying, no, I don't need it. You take it. You know, they're like giving it. Passing the ball, you know, passing the bomb around, and then the bomb got stolen.
Bro, Execrate, I know Leon Arthur is sitting somewhere in the Philippines with his goddamn hands in his hair right now. That was supposed to be... That was their chance. They get the Aegis, they can go onto high ground. It's gonna be so much more convincing, but now you're just worried about instantly getting burst down. That Lotus has to be perfect. You have to snowball save, because if Naman gets his sticky hands on you, you don't have a second life.
The good news is he doesn't have buyback this time. They just need to kill him one time.
Sure. But Naman's gonna be playing a lot more careful. I would hope.
They have double Omni Slash, so at least they still have the refresher shot.
Okay.
Does he have the mana pool to... Yeah, he definitely does. It's way too much mana. 700 for 2 Omni Slashes and 200 for the shard, so it's 900 mana.
You know, coming into the first 15-20 minutes of this game, number 2, we were talking about it being over. These guys were getting absolutely slammed. The Gyro had farm, but nobody else had anything. And then suddenly, from the brinks of defeat...
Kick back!
Kick back, good catch. I mean, from the brinks of defeat, indeed. Execration, they managed to right their wrongs in the early stage of the game. Here comes Jack Boys on the front lines, trying to chase. Nice Lotus, reflecting the Omni Slash. That's exactly what you want. The refresh there from the Jug. He's going to try and look for a second chance. Naman there, holding that in place with the Rock. Palos in some trouble. Healing Ward, going to work. You need to try and find the target. You need to get him out. Snowball save is there. Going on to Jack Boys, the Manta style, and there's the Omni, finishing the job, chopping down the Gyro. And Trailer Park Boys, it was a valiant attempt, but Execration able to stabilize. In a game that looked like it was theirs from the start, they stumble along the way and give Trailer Park Boys some chances. But now, with 2 heroes left, it feels almost impossible.
Yeah, Underlord has buyback now. I mean, I doubt
Okay.
I doubt he's gonna use it. But it's the last
In this
stand.
situation, 2 lanes of racks minimum. Buyback on Save, buyback on Jack Boys, but you're not really mounting a defense with those 2 heroes alone. It was a nice Lotus to cancel out the first Omni Slash, but it didn't matter by the second. That's that refresher you were talking about. That's the important part. Sure, they lost the Aegis, but Palos still very much able to cut them down if given the chance.
Okay. Time for a coffee break. I mean,
You think he's- you think he's fine?
We definitely didn't expect the game to go this route, you know. I felt like the game would have been over. It should have been over a long time ago. I think Execration, they were playing. I feel like they were playing far too careful. I mean, I know they lost the fight, but it wasn't because of like the gyro hitting some sort of timing. It's just the way they took the fight. It was really bad, you know. They're just too scared, I feel. When they had that, you know, decisive advantage, they had level 20 on Jug with the Aghanim's plus Butterfly. I felt like they just needed to go, you know. They're Satanic on the Huskar. Game would have been just over, you know, when they stood together and fight. And there
Yeah,
was
it always felt like it was Execration's game to lose.
yeah, they
and then
didn't have any Lotus on Trailer Park Boys, so there's nothing to worry about. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Omni Slash backfiring.
Yeah.
You just need to go and stand together as 5 and end the game, you know. The fact the game took so long to end also doesn't really sit well, you know.
Yeah. But at this point, if you're Execration, I don't think you're bargaining or caring so much about that. You're just grateful that it looks like, at least from what we see right now, they've managed to secure this game number 2 and force it all the way. Dropping to the lower bracket this early on would be very disappointing for them and maybe a tough pill for them to swallow. They want to finish off this series 2-1 and move on to the next. Face off against Yangon Galacticos and continue their run here. DreamLeague Season 28's close qualifiers. Aghanim's complete now for Bob. Flying out on the courier. They're not going to force the issue, despite the buybacks, despite the mess. Trailer Park Boys. Execration are showing them the respect.
And you're probably gonna wait for the Roshan at this rate. Just to be sure. I think at the same time, you know, they're kind of like also, because they're not GGing, they're making Execration work for it. I mean, it might be a strat, you know, make them tired. Because at this point, there's nothing for Trailer Park Boys to play. Almost nothing in this game. It's just like making your opponent work for it to tire them out.
Now maybe this is too copium of me, but every time I see a gyro in a losing game, I don't really dare to count the gyro out. Especially not if that gyro is being played right now by Jack Boys.
And if he has a rapier, sure. Let's see, go for it.
Go in the conservative option of the BKB instead.
Man, I just want to see him sell his PT and buy a rapier. I think rapier's the play. If he buys BKB, it doesn't really change much. I don't think he changed much. He's dying to Omni Slash. There's Axe, there's a Tusk Punch, there's a kick, everything goes through BKB. Like, they just need to make sure that they Lotus him at the right time. He doesn't get Omni Slash or kick into a bad position. And then he has damage to kill them all with rapier. That's it.
Lot to ask for though.
I mean,
Make it sound simple.
I also think the Warlock shouldn't be trying to buy Axe, you know. I think he just needs to buy Blats for the gyro. It's all in on the gyro at this point.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Axe ends up making a difference. 2 golems better than 1. Sure. But whether it's what you need this game, that's another question altogether. They can catch 11. Jack Boys on the front line, reaching the high ground. There's the kick.
got
Jack
him.
Boys in trouble. Omni Slash out, and Jack Boys is dead. Easy
that's
peasy, just like you said. You gotta try and run in, get the Hex out onto Palos, but Lotus denying them. Naman just not really able to find his mark as Bob now on the back lines, onto Say. No Golem available. Those are 2 diebacks, and Execration, they will finally seal the deal and push us to a game number 3.
Finally, you know. It took a while, but they got there. That's what matters, you know, at the end of the day. But whether it affects their mental state, I don't know. Sometimes winning like this, even if you win, right? Because the way you win kind of shakes your confidence a lot, because you know that you started the game so well by winning all your lanes, and then you still struggle so much to win the game. So it tells me that in the next game, as long as Trailer Park Boys have some sort of answer to this, they make sure that they have like a good laning phase or a decent one, they should be the better team, right, to win the game. Because I think it all happened because they had this Warlock coming in through the gate, and then the Underlord died 2 times because of that play. I think if that actually didn't happen, the game is completely different. It's just one silly little play like this, and they were not in position, they were not ready, and then they died.
Yeah, you got to remember as well the way the game started, right? Sanctity was eating absolute shit in the mid lane. He barely had anything going on for himself, relied a little bit on some of the execution overextensions to even have a chance. And at the very end of it, even though Trailer Park Boys did lose, I think they had some remarkable attempts to try and pull themselves back. So we're in for a banger end to this series. Game number 3 after a short break. You don't want to miss this.
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Whoever's here today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah, there's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
Life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine.
Oh, yeah.
Got all these choices,
Yeah.
but I so made up my mind.
made up my mind.
There's nobody better.
Nah.
Gotta be you.
Got to be you.
1,000 voices,
Yeah.
'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's
Gotta be you.
you.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you.
Oh, it's gotta be you. Yeah.
All these choices, but I so made up my
So
mind.
made up my
There's nobody
mind.
better. Gotta be you.
Oh, it's got to be
1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be
you. Hey. Nobody else, no.
It's gotta be you. I want good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping. We will party all night long. This will be a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling. We will party all night long. This will be a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be a magic.
Game number 3 of Execration versus Trailer Park Boys, and we're running it back. Gyrocopter to start, Skyriff Mage to respond. Execration, I don't know. That game number 2, you know, it was theirs to lose. They kind of did a lot in the mid-game to give Trailer Park Boys a chance, but they managed to close it out in the end. What do you think, Winter? Do you think Trailer Park Boys, was it really on them that game? What could they have done better? Because it felt like at the very start, the Ember was screwed, these lanes were screwed, it was really hard.
Hey, they definitely should have banned them. Considered to ban. I mean, they were definitely considering. They banned Viper. I can't remember the other one. They banned 2 heroes in the last phase. They probably should have banned the Huskar, because that was the only thing that would give them like a good chance to win the game. Because I think they were already
10 seconds
outdrafting
remaining.
Execration. They had a very good start. Like the first 4 picks were really strong,
5 seconds
and they just needed to
remaining.
use the bans to, not allow something like this to happen. I mean, sure, they kind of messed up the bottom rotation with the Warlock coming to the gate and then the Underlord dying twice there. And that was really bad.
But it's not
then
like the game overs then, right? Like it's,
It's really bad.
There's this salvage. It is bad, yeah.
it is very bad.
I look
would
back,
say
they banned the
I would say
Shadow
they
Fiend
almost
instead
lost
of
the
Huskar.
game there when they died twice on the Underlord. Almost. I think the game just didn't go as bad after, because Execration, they weren't good enough to
10
play
seconds
perfectly to
remaining.
win the game cleanly. That's why
I
the
mean,
game
you
felt-
wanted them to
Radiant's
basically
team
gung ho and like take use of their timing and just force the issue, right?
Dire
That was
team
basically the
hit.
main critique that you had, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
they just there's too many. They were too timid, basically.
Well, after a couple of throws on the high ground, I can kind of understand why, but I think this is a classic case of something bad happens in a Dota 2 game, and you need to make sure that you are actually
10
identifying the
seconds
problem. I
remaining.
feel like a lot of times when something bad happens, you're like, oh, maybe we should have taken the fight. We should have
5
just been more
seconds
careful.
remaining.
But then it's hard to really pinpoint that the main reason why you were in that situation is because you were supposed to take the fight 5 minutes ago.
It's not your job as a player. It's
Sure.
the people watching the game, the coach, the analyst, whatever it is. They are supposed to tell you, and you're supposed to just listen to them
Okay.
and just play. Because when you're playing, you can't really get. I mean, you kind of know
Dire team
what's
pick.
happening, but sometimes there are small little details that, you don't really notice. But the people outside can notice. And I think this is also a nice adjustment, getting the Tusk. I remember I was like saying why they didn't go for the Tusk. They went for the Warlock plus. What was the other one? They went Warlock and
Shadow Shaman.
No.
10
This
seconds
order was
remaining.
Warlock plus
Radiant
Amber. I think they
team
picked
pick.
Warlock Amber or Warlock with Underlord. Warlock Underlord. They picked Warlock. I like this. Probably like this a little bit more with the Warlock and Tusk. It's a lot more solid with the gyro. And I think this is much better from Trailer Park Boys already. If Execration goes down the same route, I think they're not gonna find the
10
same result.
seconds remaining.
So I imagine they will make some adaptations here of their own.
5 seconds
Then what do you
remaining.
do now that the Tusk has been taken away? I don't think there's any hero quite like him in terms of prowess,
No.
running around and making things happen.
I mean, Spirit Breaker is like kind of okay replacement, but you need to tailor your draft around that. I think it doesn't really work well with X, so probably not. I think that's Triumph Protector. Triumph Protector could be good. I think Triumph Skyraf X is like a good trio. But I don't know if CML will go back to it, since he already. I'm not sure if he wants the Skyraf for sure, or it's going to be on Shanks. But I definitely didn't really like how they
Radiant
played the
team
Triumph in the first game. So they go for SP. This is one of the heroes that you would go for when you're playing into Warlock, because Warlock has no stuns. He can't stop you from charging in. Very, very crucial for the hero. And now I think you kind of need to pick Ember. I think they need to pick the mid
Dire
hero to
team
block
pick.
it. Yeah, so they pick Ember, and Trailer Park Boys, they're going to pick the Ember counter here. Yeah, if they want to win the lane, they're going to pick like some Huskar and, whatnot. But it's not going to be the same, because X, I think it's a good hero against Huskar. And SB can potentially cause
10
problems for you in the
seconds
early game.
remaining.
Maybe get a kill or 2 on you and ruin your game. But that is a
5
question they need to
seconds
ask
remaining.
themselves, because their Ember Spirit got trashed by the Huskar the last game.
Speaking of, by the way, since we're on the topic of the Ember Spirit and the Huskar,
Dire
after
team
game
back.
number 2 in the post-game lobby chat, Bob basically
Ooh.
said, Karma, that's Karma Sanctity for picking Bounty Hunter into Ember, and he does it again.
So it means he doesn't play Huskar. If he's doing this, means he doesn't play
Radiant
Huskar.
team ban.
I mean, Bounty into Spirit Breaker is already maybe a little bit uncomfortable also. Like, I think SB likes to play into Bounty somewhat, but maybe the way he's playing, right, if he's being Mac, building Phylactery, maybe a core Bounty is not so afraid of SB.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I mean, I've seen Sanctity play Huskar, but with how
5
he
seconds
performed in
remaining.
game one with that bounty, you can kind of understand why they would prefer that, right? Like Huskar
team
versus the
Yeah,
Axe could be a little bit scary.
Objectively, it's not. I think not as good this game compared to that game. I think this game is not the same type of game with SB, and obviously it's also the second game for Bob. So I think the first game he worked so well because Bob played. Maybe he played the matchup wrong. He died very early
10
at the first
seconds
phase. You remember?
remaining.
I think that has huge implications towards the matchup. And this time Bob
5
is
seconds
not going to
remaining.
make the same mistake. So I don't think it'll be the same.
A word of confidence from Winter towards Bob. He does not think
Radiant
that.
team.
Yeah, I don't
Being
think the
Bob.
same thing will happen twice in a row. Like I feel like it's just highly unlikely. It's not just Bob, like any mid player, they will know how to make an adjustment at this level, They're not gonna let you kill them twice in level 1.
Yeah,
Like-
I guess the other thing
10
is
seconds
now that we
remaining.
see the bounty, not just with the draft, but we know for sure that it's also
5
going to be a
seconds
call, right?
remaining.
Compared to game number 1, where I think it caught Execration a little bit by surprise.
Dire team pick.
Okay, so what is 11 gonna play here? No Underlord. They don't see the matchup. So blind pick heroes. There are not many offlaners remaining. There's no Tide, no Doom. There's what Darkseer. I think Darkseer could work, but you could run into some Ursa lane, something like that.
10 seconds remaining.
There's no good blind pick offlaners here. I think.
Mars?
Is that
5
Mars?
seconds
Oh yeah, there's Mars.
remaining.
Then they should pick Mars. They definitely should pick Mars. But they didn't go for Mars the last few times when they had Mars, so I feel like they don't really like the hero or something. But Mars is definitely a good pick here. It stops the 3-breaker charge. It's very good against Sky. It's very good with Gyro. Like, it's the perfect pick here. If they don't pick it, it means they don't want to play it. The other options are like some Darkseer and everything. Something, I don't know, like Darkseer is also not really that amazing. But it kind of enables the bounty and the task.
I mean, Darkseer also nice just because no one can really deal with the creep. They go for the Beastmaster instead. Okay, I don't mind this.
I mean, I think it's a lot slower. All their cores need to farm a lot. They don't have like rotating heroes. It's entirely on the supports and the bounty snowballing. I think all Execration needs to do against this is make sure that the beast doesn't snowball too much, and yeah, the bounty is
10
not winning
seconds
their lane. I
remaining.
think their lineup should be able to hold the early stages. They are very strong in the
5
early stages. If they
seconds
don't lose the
remaining.
lanes, they can move around. They have a lot of options, a lot of pick-off potential with the SP, Sky, Axe, and Ember. They're very fluid. Whereas Trailer Park Boys, I think they have too many static heroes. I think the new Bounty, Beastmaster, Bounty kind of needs to sit in his lane to farm a lot. He's not really a rotating hero. Same goes for the Beast. So it's all onto Gyro to rotate, This is actually a very nice hero. Because they needed a hero to hold a lane to farm. And this is a very good hero against Beast in the lane to farm because you can push him out with the quills. You don't care about the ball. You can pressure him. You can even, in some good games, you can even steal his ancient stacks.
Yeah, I really like this last pick, Bristleback from Palos. I think this is what will
It's
help
perfect.
Execration very much. The only question that remains to be seen is, will these particular players make an adjustment? Because at this point, this is Tino's third game on the X, right? He has struggled with it, even in the win. It wasn't really looking that great, and he kind of managed to get to that pipe, and that was his main duty, right? Building those auras.
10
So
seconds
this will be
remaining.
the third time in a row as well that Jack Boys, he's playing this Gyro into the X matchup. It's
5
something that Trailer
seconds
Park Boys are
remaining.
very clearly superbly comfortable in. Maybe Tino can try and change that or make some sort of an adjustment. Same situation with the Bob and Sanctity matchup, right? You got the Ember Spirit Bounty Hunter, got shat on in that game number 1. Really rough stuff. Whether there's any... What kind of adjustment do you make? Do you just like do the same thing against the Huskar where you buy boots early and run away from the lane? Like how do you even play that?
No, you don't need to do that. I think you just play the lane normally. I'm pretty sure he just messed up that game.
Okay.
There's no way
Okay.
the beginning of the lane would have gone so badly for Ember Spirit. I feel like he is the way he played. I didn't see what he actually did in the first 2 waves that made him, got such a bad start. But it definitely doesn't feel like it's a matchup thing. It's a problem that how he played, not the matchup. I think the draft is definitely a lot better for Execration here. The Bristol is so good against the Beast and the Gyro. It's such a great pick. Like all
Yeah.
their heroes are very bad against Bristol. Even the Bounty and the Tusk, they're not good heroes. And who is going to buy a break mechanic, you know? It's going to only be from the Kanda, from the bounty. And bounty can only get it if he's snowballing very hard. As long as that doesn't happen, I think this Bristleback is pretty much very, very hard to kill in this game, you know? They
Yeah.
need to just make sure in the early game the gyro doesn't like get him with some gate gangs. I think that's going to be about it.
All right. See how it goes here as we get into the game.
All right, Dota crashed.
Lucky. Yeah, it's
No-
okay. We'll get back very
no
soon.
game for
folks.
you.
Nah, we'll get back. We'll get back there. We'll just watch our observer. We'll make it happen. I believe in him. Shout out observer, by the way, Mr. Elora. I guess he goes by Nigma.
I tell you, he's the best chef observer you've ever seen.
Yeah, he's a real bully, by the way, guys. Can you imagine you're trying very hard to, I don't know, like focus on your work, and then some dude's just sending you pictures of ramen that he made?
Yeah, guys, can you make ramen like I do? Guess not, right? You spend so much time wasting yourself in Dota. Never learn how to cook.
Okay, we'll hop back into the game. I believe we have it on our screens here. Didn't miss a thing, except for the fact that both teams are smoked out looking for some action. Early game fights are terrifying because you're up into Gyro level 1, Fatal Bonds level 1, you got Axe Battle Hunger, potentially Quill Spray stacking up as well. Can understand why each of these teams wants to tussle.
Want to get an easy start, you know? Everybody wants that first blood, mid laner wins lane, and then just snowball.
Yeah, but it's exactly this whole level 1 before the Horn starts fight that actually got Bob into that rough situation, right? With his Ember. He started the lane very low and kind of ended up dying to the bounty. This time round, nothing of the sort. Ends up being a 2-for-2 rune exchange. No major spells thrown or anything. Just a bit of HP there, a bit of mana on the other side. No biggie.
Basically, the start you want, yeah? For game 3. You don't want the game to just end before it started.
Yeah.
Like somebody dies, you know, the mid laner gets 2 kills. Okay, GG.
Yeah. Take it cool, take it chill. At the end of the day, this is also upper bracket, right? So even if you lose here, not saying that it's okay, but you're not out of the close qualifiers yet. There's still a second chance. Now you get a
You
day
don't
of
want
a
to
break
start
to...
there. You don't want to start there, Mike.
I mean, right now, Palos and CML are starting to put out a lot of damage onto 11. Even with the tag team, I think Naman and 11 kind of
Oh my God,
didn't
can you see
sync
him?
those up very nicely.
Okay. He actually didn't go pull, so he thinks that against Bristol. Oh my god.
He's dead.
He's dead.
11 is just dead. Okay, cool. Bristle back.
Actually, I don't know why they tried to play the lane, because they couldn't block the first wave. They needed to just pull, you know. If they couldn't block the first wave, then they have to just straight pull the second wave, you know. And that was a severe mistake for the Beast, you know. You cannot afford like too many deaths like this in the lane as Beast. And you see he already have like a very good adjustment as well for Bob, you know. Like he's playing much better in the first couple of waves.
Yeah,
Although,
I think the
I was
adjustment is
pretty
called not fighting at
I
level
was
1.
fucking
with
pretty
the-
sure, right? That was not normal, you know. The way he died in the
Yeah.
first game against Bounty at level 1, like there's no way. You know?
Yeah. That's what chilling and actually playing the lane instead of trying to run someone down with
Yeah.
chains.
You know, you mentioned, oh, he feels really confident in this matchup, but at the same time, you also have to consider your opponent is not going to fumble in the same matchup twice in a row, you know.
True, yeah.
There's always
I mean, that's your argument for the Huskar instead of the bounty.
Yeah,
right?
that's a rule that we always say, you know. You never want to try something twice in a row. Like specific matchup things like this, you know. Because people will understand, because Bounty mid is not a common mid hero. So once the opponent is surprised one time, they are going to think about it and not be surprised again in the second time.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Jackie's boots going down. That's pretty significant for the Gyro who wants to perhaps run Shanks down in this early stage of the game. And it's appearing to be what you mentioned, right? The power of this Spirit Breaker into the Warlock, not really a power, more like a I don't give a shit about you. You can't stop me from just walking away with your creeps and charging.
Yeah, but they couldn't get the pull block, so this is going to be a problem. But he still gets the wave, so let's see if he tries to stack both waves. Definitely feel like he should wait there, because the wave, it took so long for him to pull the first wave, the second wave was already here. So he definitely should have pulled the wave as well, you know. But now X has to pick it up. Wait, he's not
X, pick it up.
dragging Battle Hunger? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you have to give up the Lotus if you're doing this. It's okay.
I guess giving up the Lotus is not the biggest of deals if you're not planning to fight in the lane anyway.
Wait, not.
But
As
now,
Say is here.
Say is just gonna
3
go through the
minutes?
Twin Gates. Early rotation from the Warlock. That's something that he loves
Earth?
to do because he understands they don't want to play with Jack Boys anyway. So Jack Boys is gonna be completely fine. Meanwhile, Sanctity
Wait,
getting
what?
another solo kill onto Bob. So much for an adjustment.
What the hell happened again? I thought he started well. I guess not. I guess this matchup is just that bad, yeah?
That's the way Sanctity is making it look right now.
You
Early
always
game.
tell me, you remember the saying you always say, fool me once, fine, but fool me twice? Like, how did this happen again?
Do you remember how that saying goes actually? Do you remember what people say after fool me twice?
No. Why do you have to
That's fine.
expose me? Why? You told me we
Shame on
shouldn't
you.
make each other look bad, right? You always say that
Yeah.
we have to support each other, and now you're calling me out for forgetting a phrase.
Shame on you is actually the ending of that phrase. Winter.
Yeah, shame on you for exposing me for forgetting shame on you.
Yeah. Okay, well now Tino is getting run at by two heroes who are getting blocked by creeps. Here comes a charge onto Sanctity.
Revenge.
Trying to punish the bounty hunter. Revenge is there and revenge is sweet. Last slice makes it happen. Bob able to cut down his opposition and the tips come
Wow,
of course.
he
Of
still
course.
has the audacity to tip him. The guy
cares?
solo killed you, and you call for backup, and you kill him back, and you tip him. The audacity.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with tipping?
You call for backup. It's already not honorable. It's not a one.
Yeah, but maybe Bob's perspective is it's not honorable to counterpick with a bounty hunter into an Emperor. You know, maybe he's like, yeah,
but
okay,
he
you want to win the
killed-
lane so bad,
he
eat shit,
killed
brother.
You fair and square 1v1.
Well, it's not really fair and square if you have a counterpick. It's like saying, oh, AA versus Huskar, AA countered you fair. What's fair and square about that?
I can't win with you, man. You always have an answer.
That's true. That's my job, though. Shanks
your
being
job.
run down here. Naman getting the slow out. Last auto attack will find it up to the high ground. How far away was that gauntlet? My goodness. Meanwhile, Bob able to again,
tipped him
with the help of CML, kill off Sanctity.
Oh my god, this guy here. Yeah, I think he's precisely thinking what you just said, you know. Like, you counterpick me? Ha, now I get back up to kill you, and then he's tipping him right away.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Bob's mind. I know how this man thinks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fool me once, you know, that saying. You ever heard of it, Winter?
I still don't respect it. It's 2v1. The first one was 3v1.
Yeah, true.
No way, man. Like,
Tino might be in some trouble TPing back to the wave here. Naman will lock him up with the shards and Jack Boys with the rocket barrage. It's way too much damage. Tino getting caught out completely. But Bob coming over with a rotation. There's a Shadow Word onto Naman. This is a pretty healthy task,
they
all
need the
things
gyro.
considered.
Why are they not chasing the gyro?
They gotta pick a target. It's gonna be Naman. They are not chasing the gyro like you said, which means Jack Boys gets the TP out.
Man,
Opt for both supports. Now
look at
Bob,
that. They're distracted
guess.
by the task.
Is under
They should have
attack.
gone for the gyro. They could have gone for the gyro. The Skyrim was like going on him, slowing him, and then the other two heroes, they could have just charged and just make sure they kill him.
that's true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe a little bit of a blunder there, but at least they get 2 support kills. So it's still good, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's still
it's
good.
not like it's a bad thing for Execration.
No.
With Naman showing up in the bot lane and TP in from Sanctity, this could be trouble. Palos playing so aggressive up between the tier 1 and tier 2 will try and turn his back and reflect the damage, but not good enough. The trio here of Trailer Park Boys will slay the Bristleback.
Yeah, this task has been doing God's work for them right now. And he's been everywhere, setting up every single kill, like putting up a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that Spirit Breaker can never do, you know. You're good at connecting, but you can't really set up like task.
CML still joined to the hit with Bob, wanting to put pressure out onto Sanctity and allow Bob to tip him a 3rd time. Here comes the charge. No real way of
Snowball.
saving him. You got a snowball, pick him up, throw him into Shanks right now. Starting to put up damage with the Shuriken toss. No one's onto Sanctity. He's starting to get these tracks out. A 3rd Shuriken toss, looking at it, not even needed. Shanks is gonna go down. It comes at the cost of Naman's courier, but honestly, who cares? That's a track kill.
Yeah, finally they stopped the bleed. They made sure that the bounty hunter doesn't die again. 8-minute rune.
Regen rune in the top lane. Bob's in a great position to get it. Not really locking him up. He should still be able to just get away to the rune itself. And now Sanctity's in a little bit of trouble. Very low, but Bob's not going to choose to commit for it.
I'm surprised Jackie actually didn't choose to come in. He's still sitting in his lane. And now SB is going to try to make a rotation for this.
Sanctity going down in the mid lane there. There's a charge going up onto the gyro. Cancelled it though. Doesn't feel good enough. Atino's the one actually dropping very low. Called down completely
Wait, that
off the mark.
was-
I think he tried to predict that the axe would turn the other direction and run, but axe just did the normal thing of walking to his tower,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
he's moving right now. And you would wish he has a cooldown to kill this Bristol.
Well,
Nope.
I
No way.
Yeah.
That's just
I-
no way. No way. That's just no way.
yeah, I don't know how the hell that was gonna ever happen. As he auto attacked him twice, Bristle took like 0 damage and then just walked away. That's kind of random. Okay, well, whatever it is, at least they push the Bristle back out of this area, so 11 can now use his Helm Dom to pressure this tower. And then you're worried that maybe if you try and fight into this, there's the Tusk and the Warlock ready to back you up. A lot of magic damage with the Gyro. Can understand this move. It's being mirrored by Execration in the top lane though. They're trying to put pressure out with the trio between the Axe, SB, and Skyrap. But they just don't have the same level of damage on the tower. You can see Shanks desperately trying to punch away at it with his pathetic auto attack.
That's the last thing you want to do as Spirit Breaker. Hitting towers.
Like right click a tower. Yeah, it's really funny. I think it's more likely that a Spirit Breaker actually buys like a Meteor Hammer to Meteor Hammer the tower compared to right clicking it. It's so awkward. It's so lame. Like you feel like a loser if you're Spirit Breaker right clicking a tower.
Always better things to do, you know, as Spirit Breaker. Charging heroes, charging creeps, just being annoying. Right clicking tower is definitely not one of them.
Smoke move up. He smoked up Bob as well, but Jack Boy's playing a bit safer. Get the spot on him. Stays behind but doesn't have the golem. Will turn around and drop a warning Fatal Bonds with the ultimate from CML. It should be enough. I say that. Jack Boys will go down.
Good trade. Very good trade. Stop that Gyro train. Gyro was kind of having the time of his life.
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay. But can they?
Yeah, like what? Okay.
Okay, I think maybe they can.
I mean, they have no more remnants. You need shards.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Okay. All right then.
Track kill. Thank you very much. Where is the tip? Sanctity? Where? Oh, he's a nice guy.
Sanctity is a nice guy.
He didn't retaliate. I would retaliate, you know? Like, what the hell? He tipped me 3 times. Like, what is this? He brought teammates to gank me and he tipped me.
True.
No honor.
Honestly, revenge is best served silently because you know Bob is seething right now. He's like, what the hell? This bounty, 4 heroes again. They even dropped the rock on me to stop my GP. What the frick?
That's the point, right? You know he's mad, so you want to make him madder. You want to make him mauled, you know? Seen Bob mauling? Everyone knows, you know, in pubs he mauls all the time.
That's true. I think you want to be careful not to provoke the beast, right? Like, can you imagine if you tip him later, he gets more motivation to try and win the game. You know, you gotta keep him. You gotta manage the tilt levels in a smart way.
That's a strategy I've never heard before.
You ever see that? Like, I feel like sometimes when you play against like Team Falcons and you get too carried away with BMing them, Amar's gonna turn on like overdrive mode to try and beat you at that point. Same thing with Malrine, but again, another great kill. This is the back-to-back kill on the Gyro. They got him in the top lane, got him in the triangle. Great moves here from Execration.
Very, very big kill. It's totally stunted the Gyro's growth. And Bristleback, on the other hand, has been growing freely in the bot lane. Perseverance into his SNY. Probably gonna delay the Lotus Orb a bit, you know, get the SMI scaling item first.
Yeah. He already got the health and mana regen that he wants from the Perseverance, so doesn't feel like he's under any threat of, I guess, needing to dispel or dissuade a Raw or something like that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I like this Palos Bristleback. I think this was an excellent pick. It's screwed with the Beastmaster early on, and sure, he has still a pretty decent timing and pretty decent net worth, but nobody's really slowing Palos down. Top of the net worth by a long shot right now. Feeling very nice.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Tino, you know, we keep talking about, or at least I keep talking about this Axe into Gyro matchup, but I think as the games go on, he's kind of getting better at managing it, right? We're seeing him able to farm up the pipe at a pretty decent timing now. He's only died once to some of the early aggression, so he's getting his item timings really nicely.
And right now they're still building onto like more items on the Bristol. I think the Bristol is not really in any rush, you know. Like he has very good core-to-core matchups against the Beast and the Gyro. I mean, as long as they have stacks, they are just farming the whole map. Like you look at the Bristol's network, like he's happy, you know. Like,
Yeah.
He just wants to continue scaling. It's up to the Ember to kind of look for just singular pickoffs with the Skyrock all the time and the SB charging. I think that's about it, you know. Whereas if you're Trailer Park Boys, I don't think you're farming as efficiently right now. And it could be better, but you need to kind of like, I feel like they have to control the bottom area. If the Bristle is hitting the bottom Ancients, the bottom, the Beastmaster's Ancients, that's bad, you know. He just cleared it one time. They have to make sure that the Bristle can't do that, so that you have 2 Ancients at least, you know. The Gyro is hitting one, and the Beast has to hit the one at the
Dire's top
corner.
tower is under attack.
I mean, I always highlight this because I think the game hinges on the 4 Ancient camps. You must at least have control of 2.
Pretty interesting that they used the sentry to block that area while they weren't playing bot, and then now that Trailer Park Boys are deciding, okay, we're gonna put the Beastmaster bot and he's gonna stick around here to farm, they deward their own sentry because they want to unlock that portion for themselves. It really goes to show what you're saying, right? Like all these teams, that's what they're thinking about. It's about these
Dire's
ancient
top
camps on the
tower
map.
is under attack.
Trailer Park Boys, despite this Bounty Hunter being a quote-unquote counter pick, it did decently in the lane, but Bob's managed to stabilize and I want to say almost recover. Sure, his net worth isn't looking too hot, but he's still very much in the game. Oh,
It's okay.
that's a-
Dire's
that's a
I mean,
full tower.
I think the net worth is like still is reasonable for the Ember Spirit here. I mean, he's only slightly behind Bounty in a bad matchup, and that's totally fine for him. His hero is more useful than a Bounty Hunter, you know.
Sure, yeah.
And the Bounty right now, he's just like, he's not really setting up much, you know. He's running around, he's not getting as many kills. So, like, we're talking about him maybe potentially building the Kanda again to break the Bristol back, because otherwise who's gonna do that, you know, with their heroes? But he's not really doing that. He's going for more auras, you know, he's building the drums. So I don't know who's going to be a solution for the Bristol back later.
You got vision? Don't think so. Got a shout out off the mark though, Naman. A bit too far away for that one.
Radiant's
It
middle
looks like
tower
Trailer
is
Park
under
Boys
attack.
want to take this tower with that fresh helm of the
Radiant
Overlord, and
structures are
my
fortified.
goodness, the damage from the Beastmaster. Wow. These are getting dealt with somewhat. But a charge down to the bot lane.
Radiant's
Execration,
middle tower
just
has been
understanding
denied.
that they have no real way of stopping this from happening.
Has the power of the level 2 helm.
Got it.
And the Beast is at his timing round. He's very strong, but Execration, they're still farming, like, I think, pretty good across the map. The 2 Ancients they have on the top side have pretty good coverage on the map with the wards, you know, 2 deep wards on the sides of the map.
Dire
I think they're still kind of happy overall. They're going to make a smoke to reclaim the bottom jungle. Bob wants blood. He is looking for blood right now.
Initial spot out onto Naman. They turn their sights towards 11 instead. Looks like
two
2
easy
quick
kills.
kills going Execration's way. Snowball to delay things, but nothing else to be found.
And
So
the
even
dragon,
call out the Black Dragon.
That's
Get
extra
that
kill.
last hit. That's huge.
That is
3
extra
kills
kill.
technically. Very nicely done.
Very nice smoke. They chase them out of their territory. They know that Trailer Park Boys, they aren't really ready to fight them head on at the moment, because they know that they're not together. And that was like a good find there. And now the map is really, really big for Execration. They'll be trying to abuse that, farm all the ancient camps, and then think about the Tormentor, which is coming up in 2 minutes. So Axe is going top. He is they are warding and they're trying to control the ancients at top. Bristol is going to farm the bottom one. I think this is really, really good play here from Execration.
Catch now. Bob gonna get
That's the
chain
damage.
stunned up.
Oh, yeah, I did. Wait, no.
Nope.
Was the rock
Bye.
late or something?
Rock was late. Just because of that, 2 kills that were supposed to be Trailer Park Boys disappear in front of their eyes.
Damn. That is a huge loss, you know, not getting
You
the
got
number.
yourself a premium Gareth voice line as well to celebrate that occasion. Wow.
Radiant are
What an
scanning.
unfortunate event there for Trailer Park Boys. They definitely needed that so much. And now you have no rock. 1.5 minutes, you don't have your rock again. You're gonna lose Tormentor.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, lose a Beastmaster first.
Yeah, they can't
Second
fight.
death in a row for him there.
I mean, this is the thing with their cores, right? They all 3 cores need like to farm a lot, you know. Like a bounty doesn't really do a lot if he is not snowballing out the lane. So their cores don't really interact a lot with each other, right? This bounty that they're trying to itemize for it with the auras on the bounty so that he can play with the beast. But at the same time, you're still a beast, right? After your early timings, you take the towers, you're gonna have to farm a little bit to get your secondary items, and that doesn't really play well together with Bounty Hunter. Because Bounty wants an offlaner that constantly fights so you can track and kill.
Yeah. So I say he's gonna get caught. Again, another attempt from Trailer Park Boys going catastrophically wrong here.
Yeah,
They
because
try and find an
they can't-
avenue and then they just lose heroes.
They can't do anything, they're just forcing an issue, and at the same time, I don't really blame them because you can't just sit back and farm. I mean, this is it. They're just trying to do too much, you know. It's trying to snowball, save him, delay because the gyro is nearby, but then they're gonna die. This thing is gonna be over a little bit.
Really nice catch there from Palos, and it's all thanks to the warp placed up preemptively.
Yep.
Knowing that the gyro would try and scrap together these ancients in the outskirts of the map. Straight towards the Tormentor, that's going to be free as well. Alongside the 3 kills that they just got, Trailer Park Boys, they are giving over donations to Execration at this point. 7k gold lead, going to be expanded. As Execration continue to farm every part of the map that they please.
SB shot, not too bad. Extra charge speed for him.
Scanning.
Yeah, but this is very tough right now. I think if they don't get the Roshan on the beast here, I think they are going to just, they have no control over the game anymore. They need to secure the Rosh here. Gyro has the TP down, they have to try and hit Rosh. I think that's the only play here with tag team.
So 80 rune bottled up for the Bounty
Gyro's-
Hunter.
Wait, Gyro, why is Gyro not TP? Oh, he has no TP, it's on cooldown. Oh, damn. Okay, they can't even do that. It means they're
Yeah.
gonna be stuck on the map. I mean, if Execration gets the Rosh, there's like no way they can play the game anymore. They have to fight somehow. Gyro needs to walk over, they have to smoke, they have to do something.
Tag 3's already found though. Trying to come through, bail him out. Golem's there to pressure onto Shanks, but they can't get the final bit of damage. Shanks somehow surviving. Finally drops, but it's a 3-man call. It's huge. 11 being pressured down by Palos, and no one can stop the Bristleback from just charging on forward. He's not even bothering to turn around. He has more than enough damage and backup. Jack Boys will get chopped down. Sanctity to drop as well. And another just laugh in their face.
Yep, game is over.
Shanks
for sure.
from
No
the
chance.
grave will voice line them as the rest of his team gets the job done. Full 5-man team wipe as Trailer Park Boys get sent packing.
That was too good of a fight and too important for Trailer Park Boys to hold a defense there. They needed to contest Roshan. I think they have to wait for Gyro, because Gyro wanted to clear the wave at top since his TP was on cooldown, and then TP and then swap. But they did it a little bit too quickly, and Bounty Hunter got caught because he was trying to shove the mid wave, and they were not ready for that fight.
Difference of around 20 to 30 seconds. Trailer Park Boys might have been in a better position.
No,
if the
no,
bounty
no,
didn't
why?
get insta-charged.
It's like a 5-second thing, 3 to 5 second thing. It's not even 20 seconds.
I'm being too generous. I
Yeah, you're too
understand.
generous.
Dire's middle tower
Way
has
too
fallen.
generous, Mike. As
Just like
always,
that, 15k gold lead, Execration looking in commanding control of this game. They're going to make another attempt onto the Ember. No rock and no way of stopping him from just remnanting away. Now it's Sanctity, the one in trouble. Greaves already used. You brew a soup just for the bounty to be the main ingredient. That is not a nice treatment. Second chop, third chop. Tino, he's the chef here and he's serving you all up on a platter.
There's literally no way back for them anymore. They're gonna lose the Roche, and High Ground is going to proceed in the next couple of minutes. There's really no way of playing the game for Trailer Park Boys. your beast is building auras. If you're losing when your beast is building auras, he's not even like trying like X or
Dire's bottom tower
only more scaling items. If you're going aura and the game is like this, it's like there's no way back.
Because auras at this point doesn't really feel like the item that's gonna turn things around magically for you, right?
They need X on beast for sure. But I could understand why they were going auras initially. They just, the game just didn't really play out the way they wanted to. And now they are just going through normal proceedings when the game is going to be over no matter what. Just trying to hope that
Dire's bottom
in high
tower
ground your
is under
opponent's going to
attack.
throw. That is like the only thing that can give you a chance.
Well, if game 2 was any sort of a sign,
Oh, this is
Execration
worse
did.
than game 2. This is not even the same.
Has fallen.
Not even remotely the same as game 2. This is way bigger. And because of the hero as well, like, it's so hard, They have a way better draft this time. Gyro's gonna die here, maybe. Nope. Okay,
Nope.
Nope.
No, way too deep.
I see something happening in the base. Okay.
Palos is diving
okay.
11. They've cancelled the
Okay.
TP. Naman
Okay.
gets stopped. Sanctity
Okay.
gets killed in his
Oh
own
my
fountain. GG's call.
He's basically
They don't
forcing
even
you
want to deal
know
with it.
GG when
Yeah.
he's in the fountain. Like,
He's slamming it home. He wants a little bit of a break before our next series because Execration, they are up next. They'll be facing off against Yangon Galacticos in the next round of these close qualifiers. But for now, they'll stomp all over Trailer Park Boys. And, Winter, a wise man once said, fool me once, shame on me, but fool me twice. I don't know shame on who at this point, but we're into the 6th game of the day. Execration, it goes the distance, but 3 times in a row, Trailer Park Boys, they pick this gyro and they demonstrate a very similar strategy of playing purely for Jackie, right? Everybody is all eggs in the Jackie basket, and Execration, they crack the code, they get it done, and they get themselves the series win.
yeah, well played. Execration making the right adjustment. I think the last pick was amazing. The Bristleback kind of solved everything. Didn't like the last pick from Trailer Park Boys into a blind matchup. That's why I think they have to pick something more diverse, like more generalized, like the mask, something more general, in a blind pick. Beastmaster just didn't really cut it. Anyway, props to Execration for finding a solution and adjusting better, against this Ember against Bounty Hunter matchup. Well played.
Yeah. I misspoke a little bit there. I got my brackets mixed up. Execration aren't going to play the next game on our stream against Yangon Galacticos. It's actually going to be KUKUYS versus Yangon Galacticos on this stream after around 30 minutes of break. So grab yourself some food. I'm sure you're feeling hungry. It's around dinner time after all. And we'll be right back for that upcoming series.
Baby, pick up the phone. I don't want to be alone. Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes, it is.
struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I've had days I've struggled. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me.
if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting down? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah. We can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down,
Warm welcome back to Dream League Season 28, Southeast Asian Close Qualifiers. It's Purpose and Winter taking you through the action between KUKUYS as well as our first series winner, Yangon Galacticos. Now, we've already talked at length about Yangon Galacticos Winter, but KUKUYS coming through the bracket of the Open Qualifiers looking very convincing. In fact, I think they were the first team actually to qualify from the Open Qualifiers above Trailer Park Boys and above Carstens. So, pretty solid stuff altogether. I mean, it might be the same roster of Gabby, Amel, JG, DJ, and Kuku, but something about this new patch seems to have revitalized them a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like they also kind of, I think they are in a position where the other teams are also not really that exceptional. I think there are a lot of stacks where they aren't really doing well. I think Trailer Park Boys, of all the new stacks, right, I think they're probably one of the ones that I feel like have a lot more potential, but they already lost to Execration. So I think the rest of the teams, I don't really see how they can trouble KUKUYS. I think even YG maybe there's some chances, but I still feel like KUKUYS is probably going to be favorite in this matchup because they have, I think, a lot more flexibility in the draft, whereas YG has a lot more limitations in like what heroes they can pick, right? I think the hero pool really matters in games like this. Both teams, I would say, maybe around the same level in terms of like how well you play together as a unit. So it will come down to the draft and strategy, how many heroes you can play. I think the wider your hero pool, so it's harder for your opponents to ban things out. If you have a small hero pool, this type of game is going to be a problem for you because people are going to target ban your comfort heroes. It's not going to be so much about, okay, what's the best heroes on the meta? It's more about making you play heroes that you don't want to play or you're not really comfortable with your B tier hero. I think among the good teams, if you want to beat them, you need to have a series of at least 1 or 2 or 3 B tier heroes that are, even though they are B tier, but it's still good enough to win, you know. I'm afraid that's not the same for a lot of the players right now in this level, especially in SCA, you know. In other regions, maybe it's different, but in SCA, the hero pool is definitely a very, very serious.
Sure. Speaking of hero pool, we're gonna have the draft ready. Throw it up on our screen, folks. Let's see exactly which heroes in particular these teams want to bring out. Now, for me, Winter, one thing I've been pretty curious about is I've seen a lot more Phantom Assassin being picked up, specifically by these two teams. Seems to be something that Gabby really enjoys, and I believe KSH likes it as well. So I wonder if we'll see it come out during this series. Definitely a hero that both these teams have been picking in their games, not just pubs, in their pro games, to limited success. Also, compared to their previous opponents, Yangon Galacticos, they were playing against BAIYAWAK, of course, some of the ex-Nemesis members, but they had to integrate some new components, right? Like Lewis, like DCMG. In comparison, KUKUYS are just like YG. They've stuck together as this 5 for very long, and even before they were KUKUYS, they've played together on so many different teams together, so you got to expect the synergy is going to be there.
Well, at least 3 of them have been always together, right? I think the Armel might be the new addition, Armel, JG.
Yeah.
The other 3 are probably together for quite some time. And that definitely matters a lot. When everyone's shuffling constantly, you're just sticking together, you know, ironing out the problems, you're figuring out how to play with each other. How to talk to each other is also a very important subject to discuss when you're trying to get better as a team. You want to make sure that you understand each other. Like, even if you're speaking in the same language, right? Sometimes if you say certain things in a different manner, people might understand it differently. So it's also important to iron those things out, you know. So as we see in the draft, so KUKUYS is going to be on the second pick side and YG is going to be on the first pick side. Interesting to note that they actually chose to ban out Ursa, probably feeling that that's one of Gabi's better heroes. It's not a hero that you see ban a lot in the first phase right now, at least in the SEA region. ST is quite common, so it means that they don't have a Shadow Demon player.
The interesting thing about this Ursa pick is that it's something that KUKUYS themselves seems to prioritize banning as well. In the games that we've seen them play so far, they've won all their Dream League qualifying matches through OQs and everything, and of course their most recent series against Carstens. The funny thing is they are the ones who have banned Ursa every single game. If it's not in the first phase, it's in the second phase. Ursa is just a hero that is mutually respected, I guess, by both these teams. Not really sure why. I mean, I think it's a solid carry in this current meta, but not really first phase worthy. Maybe later down the line in these close qualifiers, we'll find out why. But for
It's,
now,
it's very
KUKUYS,
similar with Gyro. I think it's a very team-based hero.
okay.
You understand like the game
Team
revolves around like the Tormentor, right? Like all these carries that can do Tormentor alone actually has tremendous value to the draft. Before this, we've seen a lot of TA, but TA got nerfed hard, you know. So I think Ursa is like the second hero that when you think about Tormentor and Roshan, this hero just allows you to do it with minimal heroes. I think it's something very important where you don't have to bring heroes to do it, and you can do it alone or like two heroes. You know, it makes
Sure.
a lot of difference between
10
winning
seconds
games and
remaining.
not winning games. And I think the
Pretty-
suitable replacement, you don't
5
really have any
seconds
replacement,
remaining.
right? Other than Ursa and TA. Those are the only heroes that allow you to do that. And TA kind of feels maybe a little too weak. I'm not entirely sure if the hero is totally unplayable or it's still playable in the
Team
right
ban.
game. But it's that type of hero. And Gyro is also that type of hero where it allows the team to move and to play the game better. Not through Tormentors or Roshan, but through taking towers and fighting in in the runes. You know, you control the runes.
Gyro is also a hero that is
10 seconds
historically,
remaining.
at least in the last few patches, known to be one of the few ways a
5
POS 1 can
seconds
deal with a
remaining.
Timbersaw. Right, the Rocket Barrage, the magic damage, it is perhaps some of the highest magic damage output you can get from a position 1, and that's the only thing that keeps a Timbersaw at bay. Speaking of the Timbersaw, it's pretty surprising that KUKUYS chose to ban the Disruptor over the Timbersaw. I can understand the Slug because that's something KSH clearly is extremely comfortable on. It's how Yangon Galacticos won their previous 2 games in their series. But the Disruptor is interesting because, like we said, it hasn't really seemed to be very strong. It's lost every game it's been on in this stream.
Maybe comfort. I think it's just something comfort. I think you also brought up another point,
Dire
right?
team
You mentioned that
ban.
it might be like some kind of like off-lane player thing. They hate to play into a Disruptor because it just sends them back and ruins their laning phase. It could be something like that, you know. You never know. But either
Sure.
way, a lot of the bans, I think we don't really need to try to understand them too much, you know. I think it's mostly just to disrupt the enemy strategy, and sometimes it's just there's just some reason
10
that we are
seconds
not going to be
remaining.
aware of, you know. And it's all about like how they build out their own
5
draft.
seconds
I
remaining.
think with the Gyro, it's like a very, very good answer. They obviously feel like if we let Timber go, we have a Gyro as an answer, so they're
Radiant
okay with
team
that.
ban.
And Timber is also, I don't feel the hero is that strong anymore. Like the laning is not as good as before. He doesn't snowball as hard, and the axe, I think the axe, right? The axe got nerfed, and his spells as well got nerfed a little bit. So overall, the hero is not really, I feel like
10
that
seconds
that hard to deal with in the early game.
Sure. I think one of the
5
small things I've
seconds
noticed as
remaining.
well is Timber obviously has been reigning with Terra in the off lane for such a long period of time, but he doesn't really fit the bill of a lot of these other offlaners that we're seeing these days, where the priority is building those early pipes or crimsons or greaves for your team. Sure, it's something the Timber can still buy, but when you have a Timber, your priority is kind of scaling him up to do massive amounts of damage. So then, because you're building your Timber more like a damage dealing core, someone else in your team has to step up
Radiant
and
team
match those auras and build them for your team. Sometimes it's a support, but your support might not necessarily be able to farm that very
Dire
quickly.
team pick.
Might be your mid, but yeah, it seems like people are favoring that whole aura building offlaner archetype a lot more. So Timber has been picked 50 times across all the regions in the DreamLeague Season 28 qualifiers, and 60% win rate, still pretty solid, but definitely not as oppressive as it used to be. Here's
10
another oppressive
seconds
pick though,
remaining.
Keeper of the Light coming out for KUKUYS.
I mean, it's
5
not exactly
seconds
that
remaining.
oppressive. I don't think it's that oppressive. Like he's not
Dire
that strong in the
team
lane, but he's useful in the later portion of the game, right? You are great at killing the Timber because you can slow him and increase magic damage output. So it's nice with the Gyro, and it's also important that YG blocks the Tiny. Right? You cannot give a team Kotal and Tiny together. I think it's very, very hard to play against that. It's too
10
difficult. Like
seconds
too much
remaining.
damage, too much control. The Chakra works well with the Tiny, and the Solar Bind,
5
just amps
seconds
the damage up
remaining.
too much.
Yeah, I'm also just talking about win rates because I'm looking at across the entirety of the quals. Keeper of the Light is sitting at around a 70% win rate.
I see.
So across like 46 games that it got picked. So definitely one of the heroes that people I think are now realizing the power of. There are some clear weaknesses with the Kotal, but I think that with these pairings like you mentioned, like the Tiny, very important for Yangon Galacticos to
Radiant
deny
team
that.
pick.
I want to say that's likely going to be a 4 Tiny with the chance of
Wow.
rotating mid if it's, you know, if
Okay.
KUKUYS show a weak mid laner. AA coming out is interesting though.
I mean, A is like Kotal, right? You amp the Tiny magic damage.
with your Vortex. So it
10
leads me
seconds
to think there's a
remaining.
high chance that this is just going to be like a core Tiny, right? Because it doesn't make
5 seconds
so much sense,
remaining.
at least to me, you know. If the Tiny
Yeah.
is support and then you pick a AA to pair. I mean, it's still good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
not as good as like a core
Radiant
Tiny.
team pick.
Sure. There's also the chance that this is just a support Tiny to deny the Keeper of the Light, and then they pick the AA to amp the Timbersaw spells. That also works, right? Mars is going to come out for KUKUYS.
Yeah,
That's a
this
JG
is-
special.
This is looking really solid. Mars, Kotal, plus Gyro. Like there's a lot of damage you can throw into the arena. They have very, very solid lanes. And they're choosing to keep the Gyro as a flex here. I actually kind of like this approach. So you have to think that maybe the Gyro is a support. Maybe, just maybe, you know, but more likely no. But they're trying to keep things open.
10
I don't think
seconds
I'm the
remaining.
biggest fan of Gyro support. Maybe it's just going to be a Gyro core and they're going to last pick
5
a
seconds
support hero.
remaining.
We'll
Sure.
see.
Captain Cuckoo saving the last pick for himself. You think maybe
I-
that's a strat?
Yeah, I feel like it definitely has chance that the Gyro is support. There's a possibility. Because there's no way
What,
like...
what kind of value do you get from leaving the Gyro as a potential support though? Because we were talking about how Gyro is a known position 1 counter to Timber. Are you scared of maybe putting the Gyro 1 because there's an AA in the game?
I mean, not the A, it's the core matchup. Because we don't see the core matchup from YG, right? So I think they're just leaving that with the intended option, right? With the way the draft set up.
Dire team banned.
Okay, I mean, I think maybe you can definitely consider like, as a Sven, right? If you can find a... Like, what's a good hero here? Maybe a Razor could be a good pick. Razor against Timber and Razor against Sven. So then maybe you could consider Gyro as a support. Or what else is good against Sven? Ursa
Radiant
and
team banned.
I think Troll.
Ursa's banned, right?
Oh, Ursa's banned. Yeah, Troll. I think Troll is the other one,
Team
which is good.
Mhm.
But it's against AA, so maybe not Troll. AA kind of destroys him. You can't heal. Yeah, those are the things that you definitely would be thinking. Do you want to consider? They are also banning carries like UCYG. So they are also aware that this Gyro could be just a support with how they set up the draft, you know, with the Sven as a counter matchup.
10
I really
seconds
like the
remaining.
Medusa because it not only deals with the AA, the fact that Ice Blast is not going to do much to you,
5
but the Sven
seconds
as well.
remaining.
And then you have a Kotal on your side. So just that constant mana refill, making it
Yeah.
very hard for you to
I'm
get taken
definitely
down.
looking at Razor. Razor is a potentially good pick here for KUKUYS if they want to move the Gyro. Like it's good against Timber and Sven. It doesn't really care about the other heroes. So I definitely have to keep that aside. They ban out Banner, so they ban a carry and a support. Definitely have to ban that Kukumancer. Yeah, can't give him Kukumancer.
True, it's too powerful. Not just for like the theoretical aspect
the
of it, but
memes.
also the memes, bro. If you lose the Cuckoo Mancer, you might as well just tap out of the close qualifiers, not gonna lie.
10 seconds remaining.
Funnily enough, Clinks again
team
ignored by both teams at least for now. Not that I think it necessarily is like a instant pick when it's available. It's just that we thought it was ignored up till this point because of the presence of the Slardar, but the Slardar isn't even a factor here.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Slardar, still something that could come out for Yangon
10
Galacticos
seconds
to
ban.
further amp up
First
their...
ban. First ban.
Oh,
first
I'm
ban.
blind. Sorry.
Wear your glasses, Mike.
5 seconds
Yeah, true.
remaining.
My bad. Let me put that shit on.
So let's see YG. They definitely need more stuns. Even if the Tiny is going in, I think they need more stuns. I mean, Tiny against Puck is a good matchup. So I feel like there's a potential for also a support if they want to arrange support.
What are you looking at? A bit more control, something to follow up with the tiny damage.
Yeah, I kind of like
Radiant
maybe even like
team
Shaman. You know, you can hex the Puck. Okay, not that hex, but another hex.
Yeah, they
Lion.
kind of got the message. Almost there, lost in translation. Still a hex. Some pretty good disables for catching the puck. I think that's kind of what you were looking towards, right?
Not gonna lie, I think I prefer Shaman. I think Shaman is just better laner. Lion's not as strong as
10
Shaman in the lane, but you have
seconds
a lot
remaining.
more burst damage.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if
5
KUKUYS decide.
seconds
All right, I'm gonna
remaining.
take the Gyro. You can, you can handle the Razor. I think it's like a pretty good Razor game overall. If they want to support, I think maybe an Undying. Maybe Undying's pretty good against their heroes, like the Tomb
Okay.
and everything. That's the two dagger heroes, right? Tiny and Lion. They're gonna play with daggers, so Undying kind of messes with them.
Choose your
But
hero.
nope, they go with the Treant. This is also a hero I really like. Treant and Kotal is very, very strong duo as a support.
Yeah.
Very good lane with the Gyrocopter, and it's also like a big counter to Sven, right? Because you don't buy Manta on this hero. So your
Yeah.
only way of getting out is you get like a BKB and you have to hold it, and it kind of is difficult to do that against Treant. So you're at the mercy of your team, right? You're telling your team, please buy me a Lotus. You're telling some other guy to buy a Lotus. I don't know who else can buy the Lotus for you. Probably only Timber.
So, quick question, and this is more so for the benefit of myself and the viewers who might not be so familiar. But most of the time, if you pick a Treant Protector, people might be inclined to go, look, I know this Treant is going to be in pos 5. I'm just going to pick a Timbersaw to counter, right? Treant is so susceptible to the Timbersaw at all stages in the game. Yes, you have a root, but then he just bursts you down. Kind of similar situation for a lot of the Yangon Galacticos lineup, right? Like, they have so much insane burst damage. If they find the tree with the Vortex, they can toss Avalanche, he dies. What makes it a good Treant game, especially when you already know you're laning into a Timber?
I think the hero is just very good now. And as long as you have a ranged carry in your lane, I think the hero is just going to work. It works with heroes that deal a lot of damage. I think Kotter does a lot of damage. Puck does a lot of damage. Because Treant doesn't have damage, so he has a lot of setup. You need heroes that do a lot of damage, and as long as you're laning, it's okay, you can play the hero. I don't think you should care so much about the enemy pick countering you. Like, the Timber is like, whatever, you know, in the lane, the Timber is not even that good against the Treant. I think if you play it correctly, Treant doesn't worry about Timber in the lane. You just play for CS, last hit denies. And you deny, because Treant has so much damage, you know, 90 damage, level 1. You just deny the creeps. Then you just have to be careful about the whirling dash stacking too many times on you. That's all, you know. I don't think it's a difficult matchup.
Okay, well, we'll see. Kuku has been practicing this Treant a lot. In fact, it's one of the heroes alongside the Warlock that he's been playing a lot throughout the open qualifiers. They're going to make a beeline straight for the bot lane, expecting YG to come through and cut the trees. This is something we saw in an earlier series as well. Whether they fall forward. Zorain and Skill, they both spotted out, starting to cut. Kuku's gonna get an advanced position.
Sneaky.
Oh, the sentry placed. They're gonna see Kuku. Immediately backing up.
I don't know if that was pure luck or they just kind of have some sort of read there, you know?
Yeah.
Because I feel
Maybe a
like
bit of
they
both.
knew something was going on.
seconds to battle.
Because there's no way he came all the way and to just place a sentry and go back, right? Like, I actually think there's no way. Like, he suspected something was wrong there, you know? And now they're going to do a late smoke, trying to steal the rune. Sven is going to take a safe one. And let's see if they can try to get the bottom side one.
I guess it also helps because YG planted a ward across their mid lane early on and saw nobody for an extended period of time. So maybe
The battle
someone in the mid lane
begins.
was immediately calling Zorain, get the hell out of there, they might be onto you. They went there, cut a tree, and then immediately backed up. So Keys in the early stage of the game, gonna be a 2-for-2 rune exchange as each side gets one each, or rather 2 apiece.
Yeah, at least they tried to. I think Loon and the Sven actually tried to steal the top one. It's a nice attempt. I think with Sven, you definitely have a strong case to make, you know, trying to come forward to steal the more dangerous rune because you have a stun.
Sure.
Didn't get it, but
Off to the races we go. A lot of the trees already cut. You mentioned that you're not worried that it might limit Kuku, and he's able to traverse his way across to a
That's
nice
too many.
portion in the lane.
there's too many trees.
Radiant's
I think if you know what you're
has
doing,
been
it doesn't
killed.
really matter so much, you know.
Radiant's courier
Okay.
has been killed.
I mean, you have to understand in the lane, right? Are you playing for kills or you're playing for CS? I think in some lanes you can definitely play for kills, but some lanes you have to play for CS, you know. So immediately the Lion realizes they can't really fight the lane and he has to do this. It feels terrible having to do this as Lion. Even you have boots, you're losing so much HP and then you can't really offer too much to the lane, right? And now I think all they need to do is ensure that this medium camp is open and the Gyro can actually use that after this, you know. And the Treant is going to keep the Lion and the Timber both busy because the Lion is so low. Like, this is really, really good for KUKUYS here.
Yeah, Kuku set up a pretty nice situation. He might get his range creep denied, but he'll deny the
bro,
range creep
he-
in turn. So
He
you're
got
not
the
allowed
range
to do
denied.
that.
That is actually
You're not
that's
supposed
criminal.
to do that.
That is
Yep.
criminal that actually happened.
He should have died 2 times for that range creep deny.
Like how? But I guess they just don't really play against Treant a lot, right? Like the hero has 90 damage. You just have to use your spell and secure. You can't just allow that to happen. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
auto-attacking versus Treant is a game that I think 99% of heroes in Dota will lose. In fact, I don't know whether there's anyone with more base damage than Treant.
Level 1? I don't think so.
No
I
way,
can't
right?
check
Like
now,
Treant.
but I don't think so.
I think Treant's the only one like up 80 or 90, and everybody else has ranges that might
Maybe Doom.
reach up to 70
I
plus.
think Doom is like the other hero that's like quite close, quite high.
Giga high base damage, right?
No, actually no. Doom is like almost 70, so not comparable. 10 less. Yeah. And you have to think about Trian as a last hitting CSing hero, you know, not just going for kills.
Sure. Can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a hero that I think that because the current patch allows it to be played, it's a hero that you need time to learn. You need like a hero specialist, you know. It's a difficult hero to play not because of the mechanics, but because of the macro play, like where you should be going on the map and what you should be doing in the game. I think those are the difficult parts about the hero. The laning and everything else is not hard to understand.
I think another hero that I would say, at least from my perspective, requires a specialist is Kotal, right? Because it's not a hero that plays itself. I feel like maybe if you're playing a pub, you can get away with just blasting the wave non-stop and like pressuring heroes under tower, but then your offlaner will be very upset. If you just do that, you're taking a lot of lane equilibrium advantage away from your team. So thinking about, okay, do I play for stacks? Do I rotate? Where am I supposed to be? Especially for DJ this game, I think that's going to be a big deal because if he leaves this Mars alone, I don't think JG can 2v1. But at the same time, if he just stands around and AFK saps EXP, it's going to be rough. So finding that little balance in the middle is going to be very important. For now, he's deciding to bodyguard JG though. We see more creep pulling shenanigans.
he needs to do it for, I think, a few more waves. I think one more wave. I think even now he's actually okay. As long as you have your braces, the Mars should be okay. I think with Kotal, you kind of want to make sure you always have stacks, right? Because this hero is innately very greedy. You're going to want farm, you're going to want XP. So stacking is very, very important. Even if your Cortex stacks is fine because you want the XP to get to your level 6. He has a very, very big power spike at level 6, so you need to find a way to get it either with stacks or kills, but usually with stacks.
Small little thing I wanted to mention with the map change as we look up towards top lane. I think it actually got a bit more forgiving for the offlaner, right? In the past, if you went into that little pool to the left, you would basically be trapped. There's no way out, but now you have a relatively safe spot that's slightly away from the tower. It's pretty difficult for YG to commit. I saw JG take advantage of it once or twice, just staying within EXP range, but out of Loon's ability to really harass him. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely helps another escape path, you know. It's difficult to kill you and chase you down from that angle. I mean, I think if the game goes like this, it's like kind of like static. You're really happy with your KUKUYS side. Your heroes are all very, very good with levels. So you're happy stacking, just playing the equilibrium. Like 6 minutes is probably the time where you start to see like major moves, you know, happen. Because both the Tiny and the Puck, they don't want to give away the runes. I mean, the fact that the Puck is actually doing okay, you know, and Tiny has to go back to base, this is a big deal. He has 9 denies on the Puck. I think this is rather unusual against Tiny, you know.
The Puck's doing very well for himself for sure. I mean, this is also, to be fair, an Armel Puck, right? I would argue to say...
Yeah, but it's a bad matchup, bro. This is a Tiny favorite matchup.
How many bajillion times do you think Armel has played Puck into Tiny? Ask yourself.
Definitely not a bajillion times.
Maybe 10 less than a bajillion?
Yeah, but it still doesn't make it a good matchup.
It doesn't make it a good matchup, but you know how it is with these hero specialists, and you were talking about it a bit earlier on, right? The hero pools being a problem. I think Armel is one of those players where you put him on the Puck, kind of like an Abed Storm, he'll find a way to succeed and have good impact in the game. Now he's going to use that first rune, the Arcane, to steal away some of the stacks that YG were preparing, being very naughty here on the Puck.
Yeah, all these small little moves right now. That's efficiency moves trying to get ahead. I mean, I think YG is like not really too happy about this, you know. You have a Timber. I mean, he's not really getting that much. I mean, look at the Gyro, and Gyro is 48 and 11. Just by pure CS, right? They're winning across all 3 lanes. Like, even the Mars is like on par with the Sven, you know. They're looking really good for them. Like for Team KUKUYS, they have a match just from CS right now, you know, 1k lead. This is huge for early. Very, very big.
Yeah, the Gyro's not only been farming the wave, but also hard camp and small camp, so he's just keeping things pushed in. Here comes Cuckoo for a gank, through the twin gates.
Somebody's
trying to take advantage. I mean, there's no sentry in the area, so for now he's just spotting things out for free. This is kind of what you talked about with the Treant Protector, right? Being able to set up for his team. Gonna kill the courier? Nope, not showing just yet.
I mean, they're just scouting. They're not really intending to kill because they're clearing stacks. feel like there's
Dire
no
are scanning.
no intention to play aggressive. They're just trying to get information on this strip. And they're playing very, very, I think, patiently, just waiting and looking for a good opportunity. Not
Radiant's
finally, they
bottom
find one.
tower is under attack.
Very easy kill. First blood drawn by Kuku.
Amazing.
He was biding his time the entire 2 minutes, just standing there. Gets his first blood. And a scan actually came through from YG. I'm not sure. They scanned the triangle to spot out the fact that the Kotter was farming it with Park, but didn't really do anything with that information.
I mean, the fact that this hero forces you to buy sentry from the get-go is like very hard to play against, you know, like before you only get in this when you buy the shard. So as the opponent, your supports, you don't really have to buy sentries early on, you know. So this early phase, usually it's very hard to find resource on support. And you don't really get a lot of gold, you know. And then being forced to buy sentries like this, it's very debilitating to play.
Because anywhere you go, you could just be getting
I
set
mean,
up.
then-
Upon. Speaking of
okay,
set up,
he is
Loon
good.
coming through the twin gates, finding himself a death there. Not what you want. The Timber's going to try and come through and save him. Put some damage out onto Gabby, but Gabby's moving real quick with those afterburners. Dorian, you got to watch your HP levels. They found a kill on the Sven though. There's the setup that you were talking about, and Gabby, he's just going to TP back. He's way too quick. Gets out of there, wastes the time of the 3 YG heroes who came bot to try and kill him.
Yeah, this is the power of the
Dire's top
Trank.
tower is under attack.
Full display here. This is like a very, very nice way to utilize the hero in the early game. You scout the information, you get the
Radiant's
gank, and your
bottom
carry
tower is
escapes.
under attack.
And then now they're
Dire's
going
top tower
to come
is under
through the
attack.
gate back after the Mars gets his level 6 from those kills and to punish the Timber. I mean, if this works, this is so big, you know. They've successfully killed both side lane carries, you know, of course,
Dire's
on
middle
YG
tower
side.
is under attack.
Okay, for now, they're going back because they see the Sven TP back. There's a ward behind. If he farms the Ancient, he's going to die here. I really like this move that the Gyro is coming along as well because he can't really stay bot. There's no way.
No, but it doesn't actually matter, right? Because all these twin gate moves were read by this ward that they
Wait, didn't
just don't
see?
seem to see.
Wait,
I
what?
don't think
There's
they
a
saw it.
sentry. The sentry was in range.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's...
Radiant are scanning.
Do you see that like little tormentor area up top?
Oh, it's no vision there. I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Kuku is gonna get caught this time round. From the fog, they will be able to cut down the tree and protector, so nice little move. But yeah, I think they, for some reason, they just don't see that ward. Meanwhile, Zorain trying to timber chain away. Amel no mana for the coil for now. Will get that bit that he needs, jumping forward with the blast. The final ult will get the job done. So they do get a return kill. Kuku for the Timber Saw. That's worth it every single day of the week.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
KUKUYS are
tower
just
is
playing the
under
map
attack.
much better right now. Like YG, I think the problem they're facing right now is the scouting, you know, from the Trend. The Trend is seeing every move that they are making, so it's very difficult for them to move across the map, twin gate to twin gate. And now the ward is down, right? DJ finds the ward, so this is going to make it even harder. They're
Radiant
losing their safe
structures
lane
are
tower.
fortified.
I think eventually the Tiny has to kind of... I think he needs to be involved, you know, he needs to help his team. He cannot choose to sit in his lane and just farm his dagger. He has to find a move on the side lanes. And just let the AA probably sit mid for his level
Dire's
6.
top tower
Or the
has
Lion, you
fallen.
know, one of those two. Probably the AA, and Lion has to join the Tiny somehow. If they don't do anything soon in the next 2 to 3 minutes, the game is going to become very hard very soon.
Yeah. We saw in the draft and talking about that combination, the AA enabling the Tiny's damage, but we've yet to really see those two heroes come together and get things done. For now, the attempt has been pretty scattered from YG. Still trying to get those level 6s on the supports. Finally, the AA has his blast. Looking towards Gabby, pinging him out. They know he's here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna
They're
now
bringing the
TP in.
Tiny with the rune, but I mean, I don't know, man. It's like so long, you know. They know that the Tiny has the Invis rune. And the fact that look at how they're moving, they're bringing 4 heroes spot, and there's no one sitting mid, right? The A or the Lion, none of them is sitting mid. So this is so obvious.
There's a scan that finds Gabby though. Young PH has an idea of where he is, and Gabby, if he still ends up getting caught here, that would be criminal.
Oh,
The pings
he's
come
gonna
through. TP's
die.
already preemptive. The Mars biding his time, and they have an arena. They were baiting in
There's a
Young
sentry
PH
there.
the whole time. There's a sentry spotting out the Tiny. That Ice Blast ain't gonna do jack. Young PH doesn't have the second salvo of spells to finish off any of the kills, and Gabby, he'll voice line them and laugh as he gets to continue farming.
This is just very good play, you know, from KUKUYS as a team. And all the
Look at
movements,
Amel.
all the movements.
Fancy footwork, just dancing around, and they have no way of catching him.
Yeah, all the movements
12
they've been
minutes.
making so far have been excellent. You know, they've been reading the game very well. They're controlling every single thing YG is doing. They're taking the runes. They're clearing stacks, they're stealing stacks, they're giving information to the cores, they're pushing out waves. Very, very efficient movement from them. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
quite impressed so far.
I think it's been such a long journey for KUKUYS. Ever since the first Southeast Asia close qualifier I casted, I think like 4 or 5 seasons ago. They started out as a quote-unquote meme streamer team, right? They were coming into these tournaments, they didn't even have Kuku on the team, and at that point in time, they were just trying to be funny, right? Trying to take down Kuku, trying to give him a hard time when he was on a roster, and they very nearly succeeded. They made it all the way to a grand finals, got reverse swept in the end. It was very dramatic, but it feels like as we go through more and more of these DreamLeague close qualifiers, KUKUYS are turning from a bit of a meme to a real contender. I mean, they've always been real contenders, but with the way that they play, you get the feeling they're not just memeing around anymore. They're genuinely trying to make it to the main DreamLeague event. Not that they weren't in the past, but this is the sharpest I've seen them play in a long, long time.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the best chances they're going to get, you know. 'Cause
Yeah.
the other strong SCA team is already invited to the event.
Dire's top tower is under
Armel finds a 2-man core here with the solar bind.
As a second orb coming through, Young PH just gets blown up by the magic damage,
nice.
and Armel continuing the chase. This puck is unstoppable. So much for a good matchup at the Tiny. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be on paper. But the problem is, Armel, that's a Grandmaster puck that you're talking about.
Yeah, this is perfect, you know. Perfect play by Team KUKUYS for the first 40 minutes. Now they're gonna catch Zorain on the Timber with the arena. Like every single arena has been like just landing all core kills, you know. Now they get the wisdom. Like it's beautiful to watch. You know. They're doing everything precisely. They're farming the waves, they're getting the kills, they're getting the objectives, they're getting the towers, they're defending their own. And this is the type of Dota you strive to play, you know, if you're on the team.
Dire's structures.
Yeah, it's perfect. Everyone's moving with a lot of grace and a lot of precision.
Radiant's middle
You're
tower
assigning the
is
right
under
heroes to make the right things happen. People are TPing in the correct sequences. You're controlling the map the way you want to. Still holding on to your areas as well. It must feel so suffocating for YG. You pick yourself the Timber early, you're expecting to win the lanes, but didn't really go that way. Gabby's had a completely free time on this gyrocopter.
Yeah, has the Tiny with Dagger done anything yet? No, right? Like he hasn't killed anyone.
Nope, not at all. He got killed mid. What happened?
Okay,
He's gonna try
first
now.
one.
Jump in, stuns there, Finger of Death. Ultimate used for the first time for skill lay, and it will pay off.
Yeah, this is a very, very huge one. 700 gold into their coffers. Yeah, probably a little bit too carefree there, you know, staying in the mid lane too long there. Probably should have been a little bit more careful with how he cleared that wave, you know. Didn't have to put his heroes in danger. And now they give YG some sort of breathing space. Sven can hit some ancients, he can push out the wave. And they get some wards out, you know. The vision is very, very important. This kill allows the supports to walk out and place wards.
Yeah,
And
but it's
Kuku-
all under Kuku's watchful eye. He saw everything happen.
Yeah, you see now how annoying this hero is? Like so annoying.
I mean, also really good play overall from the Treant to pre-place a ward. He'll now wander into the vision of the sentry, just barely out of range. Are you serious?
Radiant
I thought for
are
sure he
standing.
gandered a bit too close. Now they're going for the setup instead. Data onto skill lay. Come through the tree lines. Blood grenade. You need a spear. The
got
TP.
it.
Are you going to overgrow for it? Not even needed.
Amazing. The way he set that up. Like he even knew he needed to kite. He went to the tree so that the lion can't see him, can't stun him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This man definitely played a bunch of
Dire's
Korean
middle
games.
tower.
Oh, 100%. I'm telling you, man. I saw him play it throughout the open qualifiers. I think KUKUYS, they're a bit of a different team
Bro,
from what we've seen in the
I
past.
just realized he rushed the shot. Oh, he just bought the
Yeah,
shot. Okay.
he rushed the
He
shot.
didn't even buy dagger first.
You know?
Okay.
Well, he doesn't need it so far, right? He doesn't even need to blink in. He's just always in the right place, right time. He's done a great job setting up for the team. It's gonna be so oppressive, and it goes back to what you were talking about, right? With this tree, and it's low-key an economy game. You're forcing these supports to react to you early with the sentries, and suddenly they're centering where they think you are, but then you leave bits of vision elsewhere on the map. These eyes in the forest are just going to allow Armel to play the map perfectly and give Kuku and his team the information they need.
Okay, I'm changing my mind about the build.
Dire's top
I always
tower
thought that
is
it's
under
better
attack.
to get the dagger first and then the shot. But seeing what he's doing in this game is actually changing my mind. I maybe should get the shot before I get the dagger.
Yeah, I guess that also depends on what you need, right? Because in this particular game, you said there's two different ways you can kind of play this Treant Protector. You kind of play more for the CS or you try and get the kills. Maybe if you're trying to set up for these kills, it makes more sense to get the dagger or a team fight item so that you can actually blink in, have some impact from the overgrowth. But
No,
he's not even
there-
needed to use overgrowth.
There's no other item. I think it's either you get dagger or you get shot. Some games I said that maybe you can get a solar if you're snowballing enough, then you can just hit towers and have a target in front, so you solar crest. That would be the only situation I'll get a solar on Treant. Otherwise, it's dagger and shot. But with, I never really thought about the sequencing. Right? I think this game got me thinking maybe I should change the way I think of the hero about the sequencing.
Dire are scanning.
Fresh rework, all the support players trying to make it happen. Nice little jaunt away, dodging away from the avalanche. You hex up, but it's far too late. Blast comes through, but young PH, you're not surviving this one. Last bit of damage, Amel will find it, continuing to jaunt forward. Overgrowth completely off the mark, though Zorain was able to Timber Chain up to the high ground, and they will still get the kill onto skill lane. 2-for-0 exchange. Another successful fight here for KUKUYS.
Yeah, very nice kill onto the Tiny. Like every time they have arena, it seems like they are only getting call kills, you know. Always the Timber or the Tiny is further pressuring their opponents. 1.5 minutes to the Tormentor, and they're making sure that after the kill and the Mast runs bottom, you know, he knows nobody wants to farm bottom, and making sure that every bit of the map they are farming. They're taking all the creeps, they're taking all the jungle camps, and they're making sure the enemy can't really farm as quickly as them, you know.
Here's a potential opportunity for them. Gabby's gonna
Let's see
show on a ward.
Okay, they see him.
They can start to hit over, and if they get the kill onto Gabby here, with no one around to help him, this could open up the Tormentor for them.
Wait, how he's
But Gabby?
running. Why is he all of a sudden? He didn't even hit the creep. Like
I don't think I think he hasn't seen enough enemy heroes in a long time.
he got
with
scared.
all these eyes in the forest.
That is all the small little things, you know, the forest seeing no heroes, and then he's like, okay, something is not right.
Mars has found young PH. Big trouble for the Tiny now as he has nowhere to run. The call down is going to cut him off. Nothing that his supports can really do to help him out. He's going to try and stand his ground, at least put some damage out. Young PH, is he really going to be able to blink away?
Keep
No.
cancelling his
The
dagger.
jump in coil. Ice Blast is there. They're focusing down Amel. Amel will go down. Dancing around but getting control. That's the power of the line. And now JG in some trouble. No mana to work with, still has a glimmer. Gabby, he's trying to put the damage out. There's the arena, but for the first time, I'm not sure whether they're getting a core kill. They'll have to settle for Loon. Kuku's gonna come in now, root up Zorain. Still a Timber Chain, but he's found himself on the high ground, not where he wants to be. Slowly but surely, worked down by the damage. Gabby's still at full HP, and the last Timber Chain is not enough. Gabby is dominating. It costs them the park, but they're able to open up the top lane, avoid getting picked off on Gabby, and probably secure the Tormentor for themselves.
That was such a beautiful sequence of event. How the Mars kept cancelling the Tiny dagger, not allowing him to blink out. You know, with right clicks, with his Scorch rebuild, and then the Puck as well, helping him stop it. I mean, unfortunately for the Puck, he died there. But overall, like, they knew that they needed to poke and prod because the Treant was like really far away, so they needed to buy him time before he arrived. And JG was very patient with how he used his ultimate Arena. Like getting a really nice one on two heroes right towards the end. You know, he waited for the gyro to be able to hit. So that was very nice, you know. Overall by KUKUYS, you know, every small little detail done
Dire's bottom
perfectly.
tower is under attack.
You can see just the radiant vision alone on the map.
Radiant's middle tower is
It
under
is
attack.
absolutely glowing. It's almost like they're working with map hacks here. They see everything. There are eyes left in the triangle, eyes left in the bot lane.
Mike, you know, if you try and do this in your pub, you're probably gonna lose most of your games.
True, yeah.
Just letting you know some tips, you know, I've tried this in pubs, it generally is very different.
And what exactly is the difference here? Is it just that your team doesn't really know how to take advantage of the vision, or
people don't really know how to play according to the vision and according to your Treant's positioning on the map. There's a lot of things that are different, you know.
Radiant
And
are
just because you
scanning.
see it work amazingly in a tournament doesn't mean it work in your games.
I will say that YG really impressed us with their understanding of playing around vision and timings using a slot. But it seems like with this Treant Protector in the picture, with all these eyes watching them, their tempo is a bit disjointed. They don't know where they're seen, where they're not. They're not sure where they can farm, where they can't. And right now, clearly, Zorain, you're not allowed to be here. Leashed up means no Timber Chain, and Gabby will bring the guns out. Blast you down, Amel finds the last hit. Another kill made possible by all those eyes seeing everything.
Yeah, he's also gonna keep finding the next target, you know. And that's also something that's really
Radiant's
important when your
top
team
tower
finds a
is
kill.
under
It's
attack.
no time for you to stack as a trainer. You need to find the next move, you know. On an occasion, you can kind of push out some waves with this hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You see what he's doing here? Like his team is doing well. She's already preparing for the next thing, right? He's not really just going over there and just farming or just doing something else. You know? He's making sure they have the next play.
They might have to be careful. I'm not sure whether the Treant showed in the top lane. It looks like there's a bit of a contest. Jump in. Tiny, he's
Oh,
there.
he got
Young
it.
PH. He'll snatch the Aegis. They saw it coming from a mile away, but they couldn't stop him. Punishing the fact that Kuku went up to the top lane, but now Armel, he's there to claim the first life. Tiny's gonna go down, but JG, hot on his heels, ready to try and follow up Disable. JG's in a bit of trouble though, but still a tanky frontliner. Look at KSKH, waiting for his opportunity now that Zorane's back. You got a pipe? You want to try and bail your Tiny out, but KSKH, he doesn't feel confident enough to pop that God Strength and get in. Young PH makes a bit of a hero play there, denying the Aegis. A slight bit of over-exertion there from the side of KUKUYS will cost them that second life. But if they can find KSKH, that's much better. Through the defender's gate, using the coil, they can't breach past this area, but JG can, with the Blink Dagger, spear him back into the clutches. Armel will find another. What a series of plays there. Not getting faltered even for a second. They continue their domination and now head towards this tier 2.
Amazing,
Dire's
amazing.
bottom tower has fallen.
That is so pleasant to watch, you know. Like how they just slowly poke and kited, slowly chase. They do not overcommit. They always keep the distance, you know. They're always on the edge of the fight. Not really
Radiant are
overcommitting,
scanning.
but always just watching and waiting for an opportunity to arise for them to take advantage of. It's very, very patient. Like they have such a big lead and you will you would think that they're just gonna run over, you know, like mindlessly just dive the enemy, you know. But they're so cautious, they're so precise. Everything is so calculated, you know. I can't believe I'm
I think
saying
it goes
this.
back to
I can't
Yeah,
believe
about
I'm
Southeast
saying
Asia
this,
Dota, right?
Yeah, for a team that's from SEA, you know. Like, it's unreal.
That's what I'm saying. I think there is something has changed because earlier on today, you mentioned as well, when you're watching a Southeast Asia team, there's so much chaos, you know, it's hard to break that habit of just mindlessly going and killing. But something's changed in KUKUYS. They're playing with a poise that I don't think we've really seen from these players before. Now, Skillay, he's picked up a fresh gem, and this is where the tides may start to turn. They're starting to eliminate the eyes in the forest. They're starting to clear out this vision and get themselves these pickoffs. The question is, KUKUYS, how do you keep up this vision game now that that's in the picture? You need to get Skillay killed and steal that gem away.
Yeah, this is very, very nice for YG. Get the gem right now. They have to stop the bleeding, and this is like the only way, I think. Tranquil Boots, Dagger, Gem Light, you know how desperate you have to get to do that. Not even like any small little items, you know, just Tranquil, Dagger, and Gem. Holy
Bro
crap.
doesn't even have a wand
Yeah.
or a stick.
But
Bro doesn't even have a sentry.
I mean, he has to do it.
Bros-
He has
Yeah.
no choice. He has to do it. Like, it's just too oppressive, you know. Like the vision and everything, they can't really farm the map. It's so hard for them to move out. I mean, this actually gives them like maybe some chances to come back in the game if they can keep finding kills with the gem. And maybe the Sven can have enough time to become a monster.
Zoran on the high ground, gonna get caught out here. Spear is there.
It's
This is
a
a pretty
fight.
tanky Timber Saw.
Yeah,
Still the Essence Ring jumping forward with the silence. Armel is here to help his team secure that kill. It'll be JG to get the killing spree.
too many heroes. No chance. I mean, it's so controlled, you know, the way they are
Are
playing.
scanning.
Yeah.
It's very, very,
Dire's
it's
top
very,
tower
very
is
refreshing
under
to see
attack.
a team from C playing like this.
Yeah.
I mean, if
I
they
think it's also really cool that even though YG are punching back here and there in small ways, you don't see that
Dire's top
really
tower
sending
has fallen.
KUKUYS into... Like it's not phasing them, right?
They're
KUKUYS are not
going-
overreacting, they're not
going
panicking.
into some blood frenzy, going for kills, right? Like
Yeah, exactly.
The old KUKUYS team will have maybe done that. No, we're winning, we're running them over. Why do we just let them farm, right? Why do we not run at them? Like the old KUKUYS would do that. But right now, you look at the map, they have such a big map. They're just farming everything. They're 7k
Yeah.
ahead, but they're farming every single ancient camp. They're in
Radiant's
all
bottom
corners. They're
tower
pushing all the
is under
waves,
attack.
and they are not over committing. You know, until
Look at KUKUYS.
until there's a right opportunity. KUKUYS behind
Oh,
again.
Kuku. He's behind. They both jump each other. They have to know that there's vision around. The coil is going to find Skillay. But the problem is, Skillay is not the one with the gem anymore. It's the tiny young PH who is away out to safety, tries to get the toss back, managing to find KUKUYS. Young PH will be able to escape to the side. They use the God Strength, no coil, aren't able to bump out the Sven to the high ground. That's a homing missile chasing him down, but Zorain's the one looking to be in trouble. Timber Chain back out to safety. You need a spear. Blinking forward. There's JG with setup. Again, onto the Timber. No hope of surviving.
close.
Nice little jump away from the AA.
Oh, that was very, very close. He almost caught another hero there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think the 4-star pushed him a little bit out of range compared to what JG was expecting. But still, getting 2 kills for 1. KUKU does die for that setup though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And these guys are really good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm sure
Going up to the high ground now though.
I'm sure if they make it to DreamLeague, they're gonna make us proud, you know. They are going
Dire's
to make us
middle
proud. I
tower
hope they will
is
make us
under
proud.
attack.
Winter proud of a team full of Filipinos. You've never seen it happen before. First time in
Why
history,
do I have to
ladies and
say
gentlemen.
that, man? Why?
I'm just echoing the sentiments of some of your biggest fans, brother. Don't worry about it.
Alright, thanks for helping our brother out.
Yeah, of course,
Dire
as always.
are scanning.
But here's the thing though. Even though KUKUYS are playing with poise, even though they are doing very well for themselves, they still have yet to eliminate this gem from the hands of Yangon, right? A lot of their eyes are being dewatered, a lot of their wards are being taken out. And YG, yes, they're losing heroes, but the Sven is still very much a threat. Oh, young PH.
They might find the gem now.
Not able to blink away and now caught out by the coil. This is trouble. This is painful. And I might have just cursed young PH there. Gem now on the ground. JG will grab it. Or rather, DJ will grab it.
I think that's it, you know.
There you go.
I think that's probably the nail in the coffin, losing the gem. It's so difficult to play the map. Like, even on high ground, right, they have such a good sieging lineup. You have the hero from the quarter, the blinding light. Like, you don't really have to even worry about, like, the gyro dying. There's the living armor, there's the overgrowth. There's so many ways of protecting him in the team fight, you know. They have a lineup that can control the map and siege high ground. Oh, that was close. That was
I'm just trying to see whether there are any other major items coming out from the side of Yangon Galacticos that can help them turn things around. You look at a BKB on the line, BKB on the tiny.
Wait, did you say BKB on the line?
I'm saying BKB. I did say BKB on the lion, yes.
And they need not one item, they need like a lot of items, you know, like for the team.
Sure.
Like the Sven is not the
Radiant are
answer because he can't really hit when there's a tree. I mean, it's tough, you know. You need so many more items on the tiny, Sven, even the timber. The thing is, their high ground is they have a lot of potential with the toss back from tiny, so maybe they can conjure some magic during the tower defense. But right now, they're not even getting a chance because KUKUYS are just farming the map. They're waiting for Tormentor. They're gonna wait for the next Roche. They're being very chill, you know, about everything. They're farming the whole map. It's very difficult, you know. They're kind of putting YG in a spot where do we go out of the base? Because if we don't go out, this suffering is going to continue for another 5 minutes until we're Roshan. And every minute means like the enemy builds up some 2k lead, you know.
Radiant's middle tower has
They
fallen.
were so close to finding Gabby potentially there. But their moves read like a
Yes,
book.
how is
KUKUYS
Gabby so
know
elusive
exactly
nowadays?
where they are.
I remember back in the day, he used to be easy to gank, you know, not now.
Nope, not at all. Zorain, once again, the target in the arena. So easy to just kill him off. No BKB, no defensive items. The AA will get bound on the very last moment. That's KUKU with his Blink Dagger coming into play. Get themselves a double on Gabby along with the shot gifted to him for free from that Tormentor take. Doesn't feel like they need an Aegis to go high ground. Feels like they can just start banging on these tier 2s and maybe even walking up there to a tier 3.
Or they could just farm the whole map if they want
Dire's
to.
middle tower
Sure.
is under attack.
Farm up until they get their Aeon discs. That seems to be the priority. Gabby's getting one. JG's getting one. Puck already has a Lincoln, so maybe he feels like he's safe. I mean, 3 Aeon discs being queued up right now.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's-
DJ is looking at one as well.
yeah, they could just farm the map and wait for KUKU to pick people off. Like, eventually it's going to happen, you know. It's just when, you know, and who. Full map. I mean, the Sven is just farming in front of the Radiant base, you know, at this point. There's nowhere safe for him to farm. And all the towers are still alive except for the mid tier 1.
Dire are
I
scanning.
mean, he's not even healing the towers, you know, that's how good the game is for them.
Yeah, I thought like was our observer trying to flame Kuku for not pressing living
No,
armor
he
on the
doesn't have
towers.
to, he's too busy and he's breaking
Oh,
the smoke.
he's just broke the smoke. They don't even see Kuku. They try and get the touch onto him now, but even when he sacrifices himself, he'll take a few down with him. Armel with the setup. You buy back on the line to try and stand your ground, but Zorre now he's caught in a rough way. Again in the arena, KSH coming in having to pop the BKB, but couldn't get the touches out onto Gabby. And Gabby has his Aeon Disc. He's taking no damage at all from the Sven, kills him off and guns them down. GG is called as Yangon Galacticos. They get absolutely shit stomped in this game number 1.
They got Trend Storm, not Shit Storm. Next game, there will be no Trend. I guarantee you.
Yeah. No way. No way. Kuku waited until the very last pick to reveal this monstrosity, but he very much crushed the game on his pause 5 tree and showing that a last pick support isn't really the worst thing in the world. You can completely screw your opponents over, even into what
I
most
blame the
people might
Venom.
consider.
I blame the Venom. It was the last pick, the last ban Venom. They could have just banned the Trend. I think they didn't
Yeah.
know. But you said he was playing a lot, right, in his game, so maybe
Yeah.
they should have known, right? They should
Yeah,
have
but
let me
maybe
know.
it's just respect. The meme actually ends up serving KUKUYS here. But as a result, we get one of the most beautifully, honestly, executed games. Funny that it happens to Yangon Galacticos because I feel like in their first series, there were moments where they really impressed us in their game number 1 for the exact same reasons, right? Playing around at nighttime, push and pull, reading their opponent's moves. These are the things that you kind of expect from tier 1 teams, and I like what you said in that game, Winter. You said if KUKUYS make it to the main DreamLeague event, I think with the way that they're playing this timing draft, they are going to be on transcended another level. They might actually bring the heat and make Southeast Asia proud, but still got a long way to go. That was just game 1. You know, maybe we don't want to get our hopes up too far just yet, but they are still in the upper bracket and they want to keep that alive. Let's find out what happens in game number 2 of Yangon versus KUKUYS.
Feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little lady, my sweet lady, can you see me? You are my everything.
haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant
Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in you. 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 Oh, yes, I am.
I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be.
The KUKUYS you might have known from before are no longer. Welcome a whole new beastly KUKUYS who won game number 1. I'm not sure why it's not showing up in terms of the screen that we're on, but welcome to game number 2. It's Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the action as Yangon Galacticos, even though they demonstrated some pretty great moments in their previous series, didn't get to see much of their gameplay because they were too busy getting slapped around by KUKUYS. Really sick Treant Protector last pick.
10
It
seconds
didn't
remaining.
stand out while it was in the draft, but boy did it stand out in the game.
5 seconds.
And now because they have to ban in such a manner, Shadow Demon is on the loose.
Dire team ban.
This hero is also freaking OP. I mean, they literally just
True.
banned 3 of the heroes that they picked in the last game.
Yeah. And the Timber. So they don't want to give KUKUYS the Timber that they lost with, and then they are like, yep, you guys have to pick something else because we don't want to deal with that shit again.
10 seconds remaining.
My Tide's kind of okay against SD. I wouldn't say like
5
it's great or
seconds
anything.
remaining.
I mean, the break mechanic later is also good against Tide for SD. And you cannot remove the poison stacks with your blubber. It's not dispellable. So I think SD is like okay, against Tide.
Sure. I guess the idea is that you're not really threatening a kill onto him.
Yeah,
And
not
I don't
anytime
even
soon.
think you're like... It depends on where he goes as well, right? I feel like a lot of the times we see Shadow Demon in the 4 role because then you can have easy access to the triangle and start getting stacks prepared. But I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it to 5 as well. Depends on what DJ wants.
I think KUKUYS is going to play something to deal with the Tide, Maybe, we saw the Witch Doctor earlier against Tide. Maybe he's going to do something like that.
Sure, yeah.
I think Witch
That would be
Doctor, Enchantress, those are pretty good options. Trying to figure out what would he want to play. Because he definitely prefers winning his lane one. He doesn't like to play in a lane where he just like sits back and be defensive and just, trade farm. He's
10
not that
seconds
type
remaining.
of player.
Yeah, I can
5
see
seconds
that.
I think
I'm
Witch
looking
Doctor.
at KUKUY's recent heroes and it's a lot of Ogre.
Yeah, Ogre actually, but
Treant.
I mean, Ogre is actually...
No, Ogre's not very nice.
Not very-
I don't think Ogre's that fun.
It's not that fun, but I think it can be good against in the game, maybe not so much against Tide because he can remove the Ignite with the Blubber.
Yeah.
But actually, I remember seeing this lane, because it doesn't really matter so much. You need to take like a bunch of damage already and then it removes it. In most cases, it doesn't really feel like...
Radiant's
Yeah, it doesn't
team
proc
ban.
very early,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't
like, Blubber's
matter
less
so
of a...
much.
Yeah. It matters more in the later stage
They
of the game
ban-
where you can never make an Ignite stick.
They banned the Witch Doctor themselves. Okay, this
Radiant
one I don't get.
team pick. Dire team pick.
I mean, my read is that it's protecting some sort of offlane that's worried about a Witch Doctor. Because they've already seen YG play it. I don't think it's something that KUKU wants to pick. Because Kuku, he's played his fair amount of Witch Doctor in the past, but it's a long time since he's played it.
10
Maybe something like a
seconds
Phoenix instead is on the cards. That's something he's already played against another team earlier
5
on in this
seconds
tournament.
remaining.
Mirana as well. Could be an
Mirana,
option.
yeah, Mirana is good with ST. You have to disrupt into arrow, so probably something like that, like Mirana. I like it a lot for Kuku.
Yeah. There's also the chance that all this discussion is moot and he's actually going to play the Shadow Demon. It's not like he
Dire
hasn't. He
team
played it
pick.
just a week ago. Here's Shadow Fiend though. Pretty interesting early
Yeah,
pick.
I think this is a carry. They're picking SF against Tide in the lane, so it means they're gonna pick Ogre. I think like it's SF. You want like a melee hero in your lane. I think either Ogre, Clockwork. Ogre seems like the best one with the Bloodlust
10
SF.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, could be. You don't have the Trian anymore. I feel like
5
Trian is like a
seconds
premium
remaining.
at this point. Like Trian's SF would be so
Premium.
nice.
Premium, holy crap! Premium.
I mean, that's the way. I'm not gonna lie to you. I
Radiant
feel like
team
with the way that Kuku's played, that is definitely a premium. But they're
he-
going for the Clockwork instead.
he doesn't like the Ogre, I guess, against the Tide.
Yeah, Clockwork can be annoying. If you find the right position, you might actually be able to stop the Tide from even getting into the fight.
He's killing him in the lane. I think it's not
10
so much about the
seconds
fight. It's
remaining.
killing him in the lane. They're figuring out how to create a lane that can kill the Tide and
5
pass in
seconds
the lane.
remaining.
I think right now you're probably figuring if you want to put the task on 5 and pick another range hero. You need someone that can kill the power cogs when he traps the Tide in the lane. Okay, who's available? I mean,
My immediate thought was maybe something like a Snapfire, but Snapfire is also kind of awkward into like
it's
Clockwork being able to cancel your
yeah,
Mortimers.
but it's good in the lane. I think the laning
Yeah,
is
that's what I was thinking.
the laning is
Shredder Gush.
important. It's an important discussion for sure at the moment. Like the Snapfire could allow them to kill the SF in the early game with the burst from the spells.
Radiant team pick.
Ravage, Mortimer's Kisses, pretty solid stuff, but they go for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I mean they never
Dire
pick. So
team
YG, I said right, they never pick their carry in a blind matchup. So they always will
Yeah.
pick their carry last. So I think this kind of puts them in a difficult spot here. So they pick Storm Silencer, very good combo. You initiate with the Global, and the ST and Cloud. They don't really do much against Storm. It's support
10
duo.
seconds remaining.
But KUKUYS have the hand to. They probably will pick Ember Spirit to
5
counter the
seconds
Storm.
remaining.
Or the other consideration is do we put the SF mid? I don't know if it's going to be one of the consideration.
Dire team ban.
But nope. Mel, like you say, the Grandmaster Puck returns again against the Storm Spirit. I mean, the fact that he chose Puck over the Ember says a lot.
Yeah. I guess they only want to pick their carry on YG on 18 or 24 because the previous time when
10
they
seconds
not
remaining.
even that, like they want to pick their carry on either an 18 or 24 because
5
they did last pick
seconds
the Invoker
remaining.
in their final game.
Yeah, but they
So they
see the
showed
it's,
the
it's
slot.
not the pick order, it's the matchup. He wants to see his matchup first. So it's not
true.
not necessary on that pick,
Sure.
I mean the Puck just doesn't really I feel like it doesn't really allow the supports to shine. But their supports can't really initiate very well. I think they need the chains and the slight chains or the remnant chains to be effective. With the Puck, I think
Radiant
it's
team ban.
not so straightforward. I think the Puck is more like he just feels confident and he thinks like it's good for mid or late game. Ember is better for early game.
Dire team
Yeah.
ban.
Also, this is not going to be the first time this series that the Puck has been picked into a quote-unquote counter matchup, right? We've seen so many times in the past where we know for a fact that Puck is known to counter Storm / Ember / the Spirit Brothers, but then if you back it up with the Silencer 5,
10
the Tide's
seconds
turn,
remaining.
this is something that Armel simply doesn't give a shit about. He's just going to
5
slam his
seconds
Puck down,
remaining.
exert dominance, show us maybe that 2 games is all he needs to take this win away from Yangon on his Puck.
Yeah, they're gonna need like some aura hero for sure, some frontline hero. They
Radiant
don't really
team
need
ban.
initiations with this lineup, so it's basically someone like a beefcake, right? A centaur with the shadow demon, so I kind of like that. I mean, there's also like the underlord if they want to go for that, but I think JJ is not really a big fan of underlord, and it's also like a blind matchup, right? But with Monkey King
10
to
seconds
terribly ban,
remaining.
what does that tell me? So there's no Monkey, there's no Ursa, there's no
5
Gyro.
seconds
Like all the
remaining.
lane dominators are out. So a lot of the offlaners are definitely pickable here. I mean, there's even still a Slada in the pool, somehow the Slada is still available if they want to. Sada SF, like a ton of minus armor. But my hunch is telling me Centaur. They need like a very, very tanky boy in front for the SF and Puck. Because these two heroes, they don't really want to send anywhere near the front line.
Dire team pick.
Okay, never mind. No more.
Maybe an axe.
Radiant team.
It's okay,
pick.
Axe is okay. You would definitely want to buy like pipe this game. So
Because I was thinking playing more of the aura type, and I'm looking at JG's recent matches. The axe is something that he's favored quite a lot in the absence of the Mars.
and SD likes stack clearer
10
as his,
seconds
as his
remaining.
partner, because you're going to be doing a lot of stacking
Templar
on SD.
Assassin. Now select your heroes.
You want to get your levels, so X is perfect for that. One of the best stack clearing.
So they answered with a TA. That's the overall last pick, and the response in the carry-to-carry matchup versus Gabby. What do you think of this last pick?
I think it ties their whole draft together. You have everything, remember? You have tight TA. It gives you everything.
True! Shout out Weeha!
And you have TAS, so objective taking is very, very good, you know, for the Tormentor, for the Roshan. It gives them all that. It gives them like also a very, very strong, I think laning wise is very good. Silencer TA into the X and Shadow Demon. I think the shard is very useful. The silence from TA against Puck, against Shadow Demon. So I can see this TA doing a lot this game, you know. I feel like the draft this time is a lot more balanced on both sides. There are things that I like and dislike on both sides, but overall we're probably going to see a better game compared to the first round.
I don't think that's the question people want to know. I think people want to know whether we're going to see a Game 3 Winter.
I mean, draft-wise, I think definitely there's a chance, you know. But I think the way the teams played in the last game, probably no. I think Team KUKUYS, they demonstrated a lot more understanding on how to play the map. Though I would rate them at least a class higher than YG in terms of understanding the macro play. But hopefully I'm wrong, because I think based on just solely draft, I actually maybe slightly prefer YG's draft.
What is it about the YG draft that makes you prefer them more if we removed all the names?
I
and
think the
everything?
3 heroes, the tri hero setup, the TAS, they have the TAS. I think TAS is sort of like the king of the rune fights and everything. They have TAS, and I think Silencer is really good this game, not just with the Storm, but against the Puck. It's one of the better supports against Puck. You can definitely kill the Puck before he has use, you know. And I feel like the reasons why Puck is very strong is when you don't have to buy defensive item, you know. But against Silencer, you have to, right? I feel like there's no way you don't buy a use or BKB on Puck. Definitely use. Use is like the answer.
So what's this Puck pick about? Is it just Armel being full ego
just
saying,
ego
you
pick.
banned out 3 of my teammates' heroes, but you didn't ban mine, I'm going to make you regret it.
It's just an ego thing. I think he just feels like he can play it no matter what. I think there is good and bad about that, you know. I feel like Ember Spirit is definitely the better and more stable pick at that junction for the draft. And the fact that he chose Puck tells me that he just wants to play what he feels comfortable playing, right? Not so much about what the draft needs, you know. And I have a slight distaste about players that think like this, if it's true. Or maybe they could have a different reason of that, because I think the Puck is definitely not a hero that is 100% good in this situation against Silencer.
Sure. I mean, ego aside and everything, and memes aside, I think maybe it's also because Puck versus Storm is a much
30 seconds.
I guess easier lane to maneuver than Storm versus Ember, because you've talked at length about how Ember's great into Storm with the slight chains, forcing him to maybe even get a Manta or Yules early. But in the early stage of the game, if you misplay with your Flame Guard on the Ember, you can end up just being harassed relentlessly by the Storm. So I can kind of see, like with the Puck, it's a lot easier to just play at a distance. You're never under any threat of dying to the Storm
I
Spirit.
mean, that's true. For the lane, it's better for the Puck. But for the game, I think
because like
for the
if
game,
you-
not so much.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, because you keep talking about this Tusk being the king of the rotations, right? If he comes mid into an Ember and he's not 6, it's just toast. But right now, it's skill lane taking the pressure. First blood going to Gabby. You could not ask for a better start on your
That was
SF.
a very good read. Somehow the offlaner decides to come over to their side of the rune. Because you see a lot of teams nowadays, they do like all this sneaky late smoke into your offlane's bounty rune, right, to steal the rune. So I've been also theorizing that you should actually bring more heroes to defend that, you know, at the last moment. Just all of a sudden bring an extra hero from the offlane to get the win in the fight, you know. And that's precisely what the X did there, JG. I think it was a very good read given the situation, and he net them a kill onto the SF, you know. And this is one of the better heroes to get the kill on. You get the extra damage.
Doesn't cost JG anything more than a TP as well, as long as he doesn't like randomly
Yes,
die in the
some
lane, it's
mana.
not a problem.
I guess it costs it. Like, it's not too big of a deal. 50 mana,
Dire's
better
top
hunger,
tower
whatever.
is under attack. Radiant's
Some
turret
heroes, I
has
think
been
that it's
killed.
pretty bad to do that, you know. Like, your spells
Sure.
cost a lot more mana, so when you go back to your lane, it actually feels bad. But for X, he doesn't care. That's
Kuku tried to
actually
connect
that
the
is
pull over to
actually
the small camp.
something that's really important to decide when you are trying to come up with plans like this. You know, the hero that you're bringing in, it has to not sacrifice his game or his lane too much when he does this.
Yeah, in this case, the risk assessment works out just because Axe, he was always going to level Battle Hunger anyway. It's not like it
Yeah.
really affects his lane.
He doesn't
right?
need
And then Battle Hunger is not super mana intensive. You're fine using one.
These are all
You're not
things that are
too-
very important to consider, right? Like
Sure.
it's a very complicated discussion. You know, whenever you think about how you should start a game on a team, there's so many factors that you have to consider.
Yeah. Much like every other aspect of Dota 2, I feel like there's so many intricacies and nuances.
Yeah,
Nothing is ever really
In
that
pubs, you
straightforward.
just don't give a shit, right? You just you do what you want to do. You go where you want to go. You place the ball wherever you want to place, and nobody is going to say shit to you.
You know what I found out the other day that left me a bit confused? Every single time I play a Southeast Asia pub, everybody is smoking out level 1. We're all trying to find blood. We're bloodthirsty little mongrels. But I played like a couple of EU pubs. I smoked my whole team just for all of them to stand in their lanes. Like nobody gave a single shit. It was very alarming. I wonder whether that has something to do with like I don't know what kind of regional differences have developed, so much so that like Southeast Asia players are the ones doing these moves. But pretty interesting. I asked a few of my friends who only play EU and they're like, yeah, we don't do that here. I'm like, what? Why? Don't you want to, you know, get 4 bounties and a first blood? They're like, that sounds crazy.
Alright, they don't want an easy game, yeah? They want a fair game.
Yeah. Beat you with their own skills. No shenanigans or cheese or whatever. Perhaps.
Yeah, you know, some people say that's because of the childhood game that they play.
The childhood game that they... What the hell are you talking
it's
about?
Like, how people think is basically based on what type of childhood game that they played when they were younger. And in the Western society, a lot of people play chess, right? So in chess, you start the game like even. Both sides the same,
Sure.
so you have to win by outsmarting your opponent, being smart about your decisions. So there's a lot of like emphasis on fair play and, you know, being even, you know, being equal, you know. Whereas for for different people, it might be a different thing, you know. Like, I mean, the joke is on for the Chinese people because, you know, we start with mahjong. A lot of the people play mahjong when they're
Oh,
young.
see, look, I was going a completely different direction with it. I'm like, don't they also start completely even in Chinese chess? You know what I mean? It's just chess, but in Chinese, bro. You still start with the... Okay, but jokes aside there, looks like a kill onto Silencer in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Amel does get picked off by the Silencer's tick damage. Zorain somehow able to survive from Kuku in this kill lane designed to slay the tide. He has Winlays, he has boots.
Run!
I think he's going to be able to outrun the Clockwork.
Yeah, but it's annoying. He can't TP and the clock is just happy following him for the rest of his life.
Yikes. Unlucky. Yeah, but nice rotation from the Silencer over to the mid lane to help the Storm out. That puts Amel down.
We get a
one.
+1. That's the important question. Oh no, he didn't get the +1.
He died first. That's
Oh
the
my
problem.
god. It's the
It's
+1 that matters, Mike. No, it's not fine, you know. You Silencer player, you go there and you don't get a +1.
Look, I think it matters probably to the Silencer player. I agree with you on that front, but I think the Storm's like, thanks for your service, brother. Here's $5. You know what I mean? Like, he don't give a shit about your
Only
stacks.
$5. Come on, bro.
He gets a galvanized. He doesn't care.
The Tusk cares. He's keeping to help his carry.
3 members in the bot lane trying to punish JG for over-exerting. Big bit of damage being reflected by the Disseminate, but it's not enough. And +1, there you have it, Winter. You asked for it, you're gonna get it.
This is why we play Silencer. We have a dream.
We?
Okay. This is why people like to play Silencer. We always have a dream. Okay, people who play Silencer have a dream to make the Axe player 0 intelligence in the game.
How many kills would you need to get on him for that? He's got 25 right now.
Well, you need to buy that shot, you know.
Yeah.
And then your team's gonna be mad, you know, all sort of shenanigans gonna happen. I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to win a game. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, no. It's funny, just not for your team and in the general prospect of winning an actual game of Dota 2, but it's funny.
Yeah, that's the thing about Dota, right? Some of the things you can do, it's fun, but it doesn't win you the game, you know?
Yeah, I know. And ultimately, more than whatever fun thing you could do, winning is genuinely very fun, so...
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got that right. I just wish, you know, you could do something fun and also win the game, you know. That would be the dream for sure. Oh no, the 2 supports showing on the Watcher. That is a big red flag right there.
Ruh-roh.
Why do they have to show both of them? Like, one of them could have just picked up the Watcher.
Well, I guess they're confident or supremely confident that this
no,
SF and Klopp are not going
tell
to
me that.
contest.
There is no good reason to do that.
Okay. Miscommunication, perhaps?
When you try to defend that.
I'm not defending it, I'm just trying to rationalize it.
Isn't rationalizing defending?
I'm giving you a reason that you may or may not accept.
So I have the
Okay,
choice.
you clearly don't. You can decide whether it was a defense or not. It's on you. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to delve into the mind of these YG players because I agree with you. I think they probably didn't talk about who's getting that. Just both
Mike
picked
always trying to get me on the edge, yeah. Trying to make me
Don't
the
say,
bad guy.
do not say that. Don't complete that sentence. That's a weird way to say it. Kuku, try to play around in the triangle. Okay, well, he's in way too deep by himself.
Yeah.
Not sure what that was about.
He forgot he's not invisible, you know, like the last game. When you play,
Yeah.
when you play a lot of Xuan, sometimes you you forget when you're not playing
Radiant's
Xuan.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he was playing like he was Xuan, right? He was standing there like trying to set the EXP and stuff, and then they just walked over and he's like, oh,
Oh wait,
I'm dead,
they
lol.
see me. Okay.
Oh shit, okay. Well, for what it's worth, he did bring 4 enemy heroes to that triangle. So, space created, question mark.
I mean, it's definitely space, whether you like it or not.
I mean, if this was a Yangon Galacticos support dying, you'd be like, wow, look at them, another great death from Skillday and Loon.
What the hell?
That was you. That was you earlier today. You were like, wow, look at these support deaths. You don't see them like that in your pubs. This is some amazing stuff.
You always say I overdo things, but you never admit when you overdo things.
Oh, you know what? I'll say it right now. Overdoing things is my specialty. In fact, I think it's why I became a caster. Okay. All those little silly jokes about us aside, let's look at the game state here. 2k gold lead here now for the side of KUKUYS. They have been able to, I want to say, come out of the lanes mostly advantageous. Maybe Amel is not doing quite as well as he would like to, but still ahead of the storm, ahead of the tide. Looking for an opportunity now with Haste Rune. And Zorain continuing to suffer here. He's just going to get more damage pumped in. No mana for Ravage, even if he wanted to use it to save himself. YG, I can't imagine they're too happy about this current game state, right? Because even if KSH is doing well net worth wise, you're not really slowing down the storm, like the park, sorry, not the storm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I have to
Or the
say,
SF.
I have to say this SF clock has been a fantastic solution for this first pick type. The tide literally has
Who's
no
probably
game.
going to go down again?
Tide has no game.
Yeah. Was there anything more that you wanted to say to that point? Because like, I can kind of, I see what you mean. I just wonder whether there should have been more of an adjustment from YG to make sure the tide can recover in some sense. Because they managed to stack for him a little bit. He farmed.
I think I mentioned this
Some?
earlier, right? When I saw the pick order, I felt like they probably should have considered putting Tusk on a 5 and picking another 4 in a range hero. But
I mean, is he just dead again? They're going to Requiem. Ravage comes out. Blubber activates at the right moment.
I mean, that was actually
And
fine.
yeah, they trade ultimate for ultimate. Not bad. Okay.
And you have to go back as the tide, you know. This is sort of the I kick you off the lane, you know. I don't mind if I don't kill you, but you're out.
Skill lane. Smells a move coming, but sentry ward sneakily placed in the corner of that hard camp will allow for a quick and swift D-ward. The support on YG still not at their level 6s, so not able to respond with a global silence of any sort.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom
Some pressures
tower
being
is
mirrored.
under attack.
I feel like most of the times in games you see the safe lane tier 1 tower being taken, but now it's a bit of a reverse situation where the off laner from YG is struggling so much that Gabby's just able to take this tier 1. They're putting some damage between the TA and the silencer on this bot tier 1 as well, challenging anyone to come and defend with Young PH and Skill Lay smoked up ready to try and strike.
Are fortified. Dire's bottom
I
tower
know, they
is
don't
under
even have
attack.
level 6 on the silencer. And they're kind of desperate here.
Dire's
Trying
courier
to get some
has been
XP here,
killed.
the Ancients, but it's not going to be enough. This hero is just definitely not so useful without his 6 hero. They have to somehow figure out how to buy him 1 minute to get his
Radiant's
level
middle
6.
tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Gabby rotates middle. He's pushing the tower. I really like this move. I picked up the shield.
Shield rune
Still gonna die? Yeah, no way.
ends up being a 1-for-1 trade as both teams kind of split the middle portion of the map. Snowball is going to drag things out a little bit, but last auto attack is there from Amel. They do lose Kuku for it though.
Yeah, and Silencer has level 6 now, so he's happy. Now he
Okay.
can be useful.
And also +1 on the brain drain. Very pog.
Yeah, always have to remember, you know, we always keep tabs on the galvanized stacks, the brain drain, the putch, flash heap stacks, everything, you know. Yeah,
Kraken Swell is currently at 2.
Yep.
Also, don't forget that.
Let's not forget that. Infinite scaling, you know.
Counter Helix. No, sorry, that's not what we keep track of. We're keeping track of the Code of Blood. And JG, he's not wearing anything at the moment. No coats, no blood. Just pure vibes down here in the bot lane and Crimson Guard.
Yeah, KUKUYS had enough, you know. I've been scouting and dying, now it's time to fight.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, that's not easy to land. Let's just give the man a little bit of
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Would you call that a rationalization or would you
Dire's
call that a
top tower
defense
is
window?
under attack.
a defense, I think.
A defense. a
Your
defense.
Honor,
It sounded like a
I
defense.
plead not guilty.
Dire's top tower is
No,
under
but real
attack.
shit though, that was quite difficult to land.
Yeah, that was.
I think,
You think I was lying or what? Like it was like a.
No, it was just funny the way you said that. Like you're like Kuku wants to fight, and then he misses a hook shot right as you say. It's unfortunate timing. As Kuku, speaking of timing, he's got his eye on the watch here, getting a very nice ward down to scout anyone out, and he might just be able to steal this away. I say
Radiant's
that, but
bottom tower is under
He's gonna try.
Stacks, not worth
Okay.
it. Not worth it. He's gonna give away stacks
Uh-oh.
to the Tide and the Storm.
hook shot, DP.
He's out.
Wow. Okay.
He had an exit plan. Always have an exit plan.
Yeah, that was very smart.
You need a two-way ticket, you know. Don't just buy the one-way ticket.
Yeah. Generally not advised. Travel websites, they're always trying to sell you that return ticket. Amel might get caught out. Global silence and the storm zip in. Kuku gonna try and help his buddy out, but nothing he can really do. Snowball coming in onto Kuku as well, but JG, he's in the middle of things. Requiem being round out, cancelled though by that Ravage. And Gabby, he's gonna try for another round, but cancelled again by the punch. Gabby, he finally gets the Requiem off, but it's far too late to save his life. Now KSH still running forward, dropping a little bit low, but will find DJ. And this TA is just not challenged. Will finally take out to the battle hunger, but it costs all 5 members of the side of KUKUYS their lives. A great move set up there by the side of Yangon is gonna net them every single member of KUKUYS and a tier 1 tower.
Not to mention that the Storm has a Guardian Greaves, yeah. I don't think we should talk about that. I've been seeing this quite a lot recently. I thought it was like something that people are trying out, but it seems like it's quite nice now with the change to Grease. A little bit cheaper, even it's better for the holder. So you lose the aura,
Yeah.
but it's cheaper. So I think it's okay for some cores to buy it if you need the dispel early. You know, I think in this instance he wants to get the dispel against potentially something like the Puck Silence. And the components are quite nice for Storm, you know.
Yeah. Also a great team item, right? Which is what we've been talking about a lot. You want to get these major items before the key timings of 20 minutes in the game when you're trying to fight for the Tormentor, and in some cases you want to try and threaten a Roche earlier than that. Here's young PH jumping forward onto Amel. I mean, just like that, off of the fight alone, young PH is completely recovered, right? You got 14 Galvanized stacks now, 7 Brain Drain, and great news, 6 Kraken Swell Kraken Shell stacks.
Radiant's middle tower is
Great
under
news
attack.
indeed. We are definitely
6 Deso stacks, what a life.
we're definitely keeping
What a life we
tabs on everything until the game is over.
Yeah.
We're
Dire's
gonna
top
award
tower
an
is
MVP
falling.
towards the hero that has gained the most stacks, you know, of whatever.
That's not really fair, right? Surely it's the Storm.
Well, that's why you.
Okay, we'll see who gets to.
That's
We'll see who
why
gets to 30.
we learn how to play mahjong because it's never fair. You know, life is not fair.
That's true. Now, this game still is not lost, right? That was a pretty catastrophic fight, honestly, for KUKUYS, but not the end of the world. The SF still has
Yeah,
excellent
I
farm.
wonder how they saw the SF. What actually gave vision, you know? Because he was standing in the trees. I mean, I can understand the Ravage hitting him, but after that, they were able to
Radiant are
target him with,
scanning.
I think, the punch from the tusk. Like they knew he was.
I'm pretty sure the Tide walked past him amidst
Oh, did
the
he?
tree line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like the Tide basically ravaged first, then like walked forward with phase boots to try and like body the Clockwork and Axe and everything. And then I think they spotted him. in the
Yeah, I mean
trees.
that's the problem. Is SF, right? When you get focused, you tend to just die very quickly.
Yeah. They don't really, at that point in time, I'm not sure where the Shadow Demon particularly was, but it seemed like they didn't really have a way of saving. You also don't want to be disrupting your SF because that just delays them focusing him down. So it's just an overall really awkward situation. Feels like if maybe KUKUYS were able to extract after losing the puck, they could have just survived, give a tier 1 tower and try and reset, but ending up losing 5, that's painful. Here's JG though, trying to run forward, but he's just standing on a trap. So young PH has broken the smoke, now running forward. Hookshot's gonna catch
Snowball,
3 though, this is
snowball
awkward,
save.
but bring them all into the snowball, onto JG. Global Silence comes in and here's a counter initiation. This time, they don't really have follow-up onto Amel though, who still has an Arcane Rune playing around. And now young PH, he's fresh out of mana. Doesn't really have a lot to work with.
no.
Nice Ravage dodge on the park. They will stun up Gabby on the high ground, but the problem is no one is dying. Finally, KSH joins the fight, starting to put in the physical, but the problem is JG has a Crimson Guard. You're not really bursting them down the same way, and without your Global Silence, you have no control for Amel. He's free to play the fight, and this time around, they'll trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, much better fight, you know, for Team KUKUYS there. They had the high ground there, and the Crimson Guard, you know, even though the Axe didn't have a dagger, but the Crimson definitely paying off against TA. And obviously the tag team, you know, just blocking up so much of their damage. Like the jumps are so damn important. Like, if you can get the jump on the right hero, it just matters so much right now.
Young PH trying to aggress upon Amel right now, using the Requiem, the cogs, but Snowball save. So nicely done from Skillay, and that's gonna allow young PH to get away unscathed. I say that still silenced up and being looked at. That's nearby enough because it was actually KUKUYS who were in the Roche pit trying to attempt it. They'll head back in.
And without Ravage, I don't see how they can stop this. No
You're talking about
global.
the damage mitigation as well. I wanted to point out, I feel like this
Oh, they caught him!
tier 1
They
item
caught
hold that
him!
thought. They got him with the call. So nicely done from
no.
JG. It's because of the ward outside the pit. He had so much time to react. Cuckoo
Oh boy.
saved now. Zorain's gonna come in for the kill with the blink though.
Roshan has fallen to the dust.
Too late to stop the Roche.
just
Zorain, he's
making
thinking about it.
space.
Trying to commit. They're putting in a lot of damage onto KSH and they will be able to kill down the Axe. Trade off lane for off lane as Amel still able to play around. He still knows there's no Global Silence, but Amel, have you played a bit too far? Global Silence finally off cooldown. Do you have any way of saving? Can't get the connection on the Walrus Punch finally. And the last few hits, KSH making it happen for the team. They have eyes onto DJ as well, slowing him down with the curse as Cuckoo gonna try and help his buddy out. Second Cox pushing back KSH, but his range is immense and he will slice down another. Deso stacks upon Deso stacks. This was supposed to be a win for KUKUYS, but they're bleeding out just a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
definitely not the best retreat there towards the end. I think they should have like just stopped chasing, for ran up the high ground to get an extra kill, but that was definitely not worth it for them. I also kind of maybe understand a little bit because the SF he had like five of the lasting present or 4 of it, so he feels like he could just kill heroes quickly. Maybe he was the one who led the charge, right? He felt like he could just kill them off quickly enough. Then the opponents can't really get anything in return.
Kuku being spotted out now. KSH looking towards him. The banish there to keep the storm at bay, but Zorain there with the chase with the blinks forward. They can find more. Gabby, he's trying to back his team up however he can, but the positioning's awkward. They've got the coil onto KSH. No global silence to save, and the full Requiem focus down. The TA is done. Great target prioritization there from KUKUYS to push back the carry, the biggest damage threat of all, and forcing YG to split up and run.
Yeah, when the fights are, I think, chaotic, it's actually very, very hard for the TA. The TA wants to fight next to the Tide Hunter. Like, both of them have to go on the same hero together with the Tusk to blow heroes up. I think if that doesn't really happen, the TA is like always super vulnerable to the core, right? Either he gets core or he gets caught by the X and then he's just going to die. Though. He needs the team to kind of play around him.
Oh, Demonic Cleanse is pretty nice actually. If you find a way to get a dispel for yourself on the Shadow Demon, you can dispel yourself in the Global Silence and then Demonic Cleanse an ally so they don't need to get a dispel for themselves.
Yeah, usually as a support, I think when you're playing into Global Silence, you try to itemize a cleanser. Usually you get a Guardian Greaves.
Yeah.
But SD is not exactly the, I guess the most
Grief buyer, right?
the most common hero to buy Greaves, but I think you can actually definitely consider it this game.
There's no one else who's buying Greaves right now.
The Gleamer
anyway.
is nice against Storm, but I think you can also consider Greaves after this. It's expensive, but you should build towards it. I mean, for the clockwork, I'm sorry, there's nothing much you can do if you're clockwork.
True, yeah. Maybe you get a Yule somewhere down the line.
I be sure you have to go for that. I mean, at this point, he's not gonna have too much.
Radiant's bottom
Well,
tower
you can-
is
Everything
under
going
attack.
according to plan for the side of KUKUYS. Some sloppy moments on the retreats and some of the lingering fights, but still, YG, they're having a lot of trouble standing up into Gabby, who's the big bad boss right now.
Oh yeah, Mike.
Not even building into a BKB, he's just relying on his team to bail him out.
They have a Lotus on X,
Radiant's
so
bottom tower
he can get
is
bailed out by that, but he's building a Manta on the puck, so he's gonna have it. I mean, you were saying if the SD has a cleanse, right, he can cleanse himself. He can get cleansed and he can cleanse another hero. So the Lotus from the X would definitely be useful on DJ.
Sure. And then you start a chain cleanse situation going on, right?
Chain
And it's like, those bathhouse photos where everyone is scrubbing each other's back. You got JG cleansing DJ giving a nice old scrub to whoever needs it. Because Lord knows that SF doesn't. SF already has a Manta. You're looking at a Puck Manta as well, so then you scrub
Are
Kuku.
scanning.
You help Kuku out.
Radiant are scanning.
Give Kuku a scrub.
Yeah, how can you not scrub Kuku, after all?
You have to. You just have to. After all he's done for you over the years, you gotta give Kuku a scrub.
And the more the game goes on a farming route, the less effective the Global Silence will be. There's way too many dispels coming out. I think the Storm has to find a way to... But again, the SF still has Aegis, so you kind of also have to wait out the Aegis timer before you try to... I mean, it's actually ending, 20 seconds. So they're gonna have to look for a fight right now. I think this is a very good time with the dagger on the Tide Hunter. If they can find a good one, they burst them with the Storm and TA. Ideally the Shadow Demon, that is I think the primary target you want to eliminate.
Sure. Well, also, one thing I wanted to mention, Winter, we were talking up this TA pick because we thought that the Shard would be excellent. I don't think KSH has even considered it just yet because he just needs so many other items, right? He's the main damage dealer of his team, so he's built straight into a Daedalus, now looking at the BKB for survival purposes. He has not had time to stop over and pay that 1,400 gold for the additional utility of the Silence, because you were talking about how, okay, it's difficult because right now, the Silencer, the Global, that's kind of all you have. But if you layer that with the Trap Silence, you force them to use their Dispels and then you silence them again, there could actually be a lingering impact in the fight. Not to mention the Silencer innate, right? It's not really talked about a lot, but Silencer takes less damage overall from silenced targets and does more. So maybe your Arcane Curses or your Last Words are just doing that much bit more. I wonder whether it's really worth it to just skip.
And like you say, he has so many items he needs, you know. If he gets it from a Tormentor, sure, you know, whatever, you know, it's free. But right now, I think it's maybe hard for him to want to stop to get something like that. Maybe after BKB. But BKB is like
so late,
my
though.
BKB is so late. You know? Like
Dire's
maybe
top
you would
tower
consider
is
it
under
if the
attack.
fight is about to happen. Like there's going to be a big fight, and then you cannot really finish any item, and you have 1.6k. You just buy the shard.
Sure,
I think
yeah.
sometimes
I can see that.
players make decisions based on things like this.
Okay. So now that the Aegis has expired for the side of KUKUYS, what's the game plan here?
Dire's top
Because
tower
it's
is
not
under
like
attack.
you can't take a fight, right? You're so damn strong. It feels like if you manage to meet YG somewhere on the map, you're going to blow them all up and it's going to be an easy fight. So what is the hold up here? What are we waiting for?
Gotta still respect the global and tight ravage, you know. You wanna
Sure.
take bad fights. I mean, the thing with their lineup is they can always siege with the Shadow Demon illusions and the Manta, you know. They don't really have to put themselves in danger.
Radiant's middle tower is
Caught in
under
the bot lane, caught out the Tidehunter, Break is there as well, but the snowball's safe. He'll buy them some time. Rolling towards Armel, a very easy target to just get away on and pull you further into the clutches. There's a hook shot out onto Zorain, holding him in place. Kuku doesn't have the cogs just yet. It's still on cooldown. The call will once again pull the Tidehunter back, and they slice up some watermelon for dessert.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh boy. Suddenly
Dire's top
things are
tower
looking
is
bad.
under attack.
Like 2 kills and now the SF has the presence tag and he's hitting your high ground.
Yeah, I don't know how to break this to you, Winter. I feel like they've been looking bad for the past 10 minutes for the side of the Yangon Galacticos. Feels like KUKUYS, they have a very firm grasp of what they need to do. Aegis expired, they backed off, showed that respect, played it cool until Zorain and Skillay showed in the bot lane. Now they're onto the racks. So, okay, only open lane for them. They'll get the racks, show the respect again of the Ravage and the Global like you mentioned. Oh, look at JG, so ready to potentially respond with a call, just scaring young PH away.
Yeah, back to wait for Roche. Hold the map, get a better position if a fight happens. They're not really even trying to put themselves in too much danger. They're playing the percentage game. They're playing the odds, you know. I think some may say.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Not
attack.
taking any unnecessary risk. Oh yeah, we have a grease already on Shadow Demon. He completed the grease.
There you go. The Cuckoo cleansing is going to commence.
So you don't have to Lotus the SD now. So who do you Lotus? I guess you Lotus SF.
Maybe yourself? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess himself.
Radiant
Yeah,
are
you're right. You don't have to Lotus anyone.
Because nobody's cleaning him. He's the clean starter, you know, up until this point. So now he can take care of himself.
Yeah, the global silence kind of doesn't feel like it's gonna do anything anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. Onto the map are YG, smoked up, looking for an angle, but again, Cuckoo and the gang, one thing that we've been complimenting them on is their read of the map. They know exactly when they can push the issue, when they need to back up and stick together. But now, Gabby all the way in the bot side. They don't see anyone in the roach, they don't see anyone in the lanes. You have to expect some sort of sneaky attempt is being made by YG, especially with this wave pushing into their base and no one responding.
This is a bad time to die. Nobody wants to die with Roshan coming out. They have to find a good position. They find Kuku. Alright, that is a good start off. Okay, Kuku was way too far away. A little bit.
I wonder whether he just ran in there to break the smoke.
I don't think so, you know, because you don't want to die when Roshan is already up, you know. Like you want to find a pick off and get Roshan for yourself. I mean, you can
Maybe he thought he could set up vision.
you can do that if you have buyback. I feel like if you do this without having buyback, then you could grief your team, you know.
Also, maybe it's just a gamble that in 20 seconds they won't be able to finish the road.
I mean,
But
it's
KSH and the
Tide,
Tidehunter, they are doing so
team.
much damage to
It's
it.
gone.
Hold on, Amel scouting. Might try for a play here. Storm Spirit jumping up to the high ground. The Raw is there. This is
he's
awkward
moving.
now. Roche,
Oh, no.
he's on the move. The timing is perfect. GG jumping in, trying to punish skill lane. Glimmer Cape is there, but the Tusk is going to get chopped down. This is troublesome now. You got to buy back on the
the
Tusk.
Lotus.
Nice little disruption save from the high ground. Bailing out the Axe for now as Gabby coming through, thinking about the Requiem. JG gonna get ravaged. Global silence. He can't clean himself. Gabby's in trouble. Gabby's dead. The SF gets caught on the buyback from skill lane. KSH walking forward and cleaning up. That contest cost them everything, and KUKUYS gonna die a second time. Coming back from the grave straight into a death. You buy back on JG, but things are troublesome. Armel retreating into the woods. A blink away, Axe is gonna pull skill lane all the way back in, but nobody can help DJ as he goes down. Now you're running towards the bot lane. Just need to get that AD rune and maybe finish off the Roche. Armel, he's gonna be able to snag that rune away, but I don't think him alone can stop this Roche.
Yeah, that was a huge blunder there by SF, Gary. Like I think he didn't realize that he was like on under vision. Like he needed to like be a little bit further behind, when he was trying to channel his Requiem. I think a lot of Requiems have been cancelled either by Ravages or by Tusk, I think that it's really costing them very, very big in the team fights, especially this one. They're gonna lose, I think, majority of their advantage. They're going to have to play a little bit defensive until this Aegis expires, I think this is definitely something that they did not expect that would happen, and that puts YG back into contention into this game.
It does make you wonder whether a BKB at some point would have played a huge part. Sure, it's not the best BKB game because you're taking a lot of damage from the TA physical. There's a lot of physical damage overall in the Walrus Punch, but so many times it's been a stray stun here, a silence there when your Manta's already used and your team's not ready to help. Just wonder how differently that fight would have looked if a Requiem came out to save the Axe.
Yeah, he has to be a lot more careful about that. It's happened too many times at this point. I mean, it's not yet DCMG level, but it's pretty bad, Relax, Mike.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let me get it out,
Yeah, no, that's fair. Smoke move up, big wraparound. But skill lane, he's in a great position to break the smoke. KUKUYS will spot him with that jetpack. Nice use of that shot. Hook shot, finds another. KSH, this is a scary target to go on though. Has a lot of damage in the tank and an Aegis to boot. KUKUYS will just go down. BKB available for him though. Immediate buyback. They get the first life of the TA.
Push him back with the cogs.
We gotta try. Jumping in is Young PH, but the BKB already used. Gabby finally has it, and KSH cannot fight up into the SF. You're looking at Maw trying to TP away onto Zorain. Nice stop there. Not even needing the Requiem. JG there with the call, and they'll get themselves 2 big kills.
Yep, BKB was the answer after all on the SF. I mean, I guess it's also the fact that they were out of position, right? The Storm expended a lot of mana to kill KUKUYS, and KUKUYS just instantly buys back. So that actually put them in such a difficult position, right? Because they were so overextended.
Oh, that's not good. Young PH's courier with the finished Shiva's guard complete. I mean, if he had that, might be able to zip over, clear the creep wave, and get himself out to safety, but because that's no longer available, now contending with a second creep wave crashing into your base, and perhaps a Rax down. Buyback available on KSH, but you sure as hell don't want to use it on the TA.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
For what it's worth, there's no lasting presence stacks on the SF at the moment, but that's not going to stop him from just mowing down your tower. So, second lane of Rax claimed by the side of KUKUYS. Again, this game a lot less clean than game number 1, but still exhibiting signs of just straight up outclassing their opponents, right? The map movement, the smoke paths that they're choosing, the decision making in some of these fights, it's just really clean. Can't really be mad at it. And in case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, because there doesn't seem to be a score, this is actually game 2 of YG versus KUKUYS. KUKUYS were able to completely stomp their opponents in game 1 off of the back of an amazing performance by KUKUYS Trian. And now he's trying to repeat the same thing with his clockwork, 13k gold lead, you just wait for that next Aegis and then you make a move.
No, he's definitely not repeating his performance in the first game. I give you that much.
Radiant are scanning.
I think they're still doing pretty good. Like KUKUYS
Like individually,
playing...
probably no, There's a lot more deaths, like bad deaths this game on the clockwork.
Sure.
I think last game he played close to, I want to say almost perfect, on the Trian. I mean, he died, but it was because the enemy did something spectacular, or it was because of the gem, from the enemy team.
It doesn't feel like... I guess the upside for me, what I'm seeing, is that apart from those small little moments, especially in the fights where the SF gets caught, KUKUYS still don't seem like they're getting flustered. I feel like in the past, at this point, maybe 1 or 2 mistakes and they start to just kind of lose complete control of the game. There's clearly someone in the team who's taking that voice of authority, whether it's KUKU, whether it's someone else, maybe it's even Gabby himself, who's saying, okay, just let me get my BKB and then we go fight, right? Like, they are lining these moves up for themselves very nicely. Full 5-man smoke, trying to reach deep into the base. Plays a ward, Mike. Wow. He's in a pretty compromising position, though. Oh my god.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay.
Alright. He definitely thought of keeping out.
Save
Oh,
it.
he's not dead?
Global silence. He's alive. He does not die. They save KUKU.
That was just a bit.
What the hell?
And the global was used. Alright.
Wait, that was crazy. How did he even live there?
He somehow manages to hook shot out, and then he got disrupted, and then he got killed by the mech.
Ravage onto 2. In comes Young PH. Huge damage onto the SF for the disruption save last moment. Even when he comes out, he's probably dead though. Turning around, Gabby. Someone save him. He doesn't need saving. Turns around with the heal, and he has more than enough damage on lifesteal back up to full. I thought for sure Gabby was dead. But DJ bails out another. Allows him to use the Satanic, and he goes to town. A DJ on this Shadow Demon, my goodness. What a performance from him. Saving the 2 most important players, KUKU first and Gabby second. Now KUKU's gonna set up for another loon. What? The damage. Just melting that silencer. 2v5 situation. No hope of getting out of this one. They BKB on skill lay, but it does nothing to save Young PH. GG is called, and YG, despite a valiant attempt, or at least a bit of a better one in this game number 2, they will get dropped down to the lower bracket, but KUKUYS, they will continue in the upper bracket here in the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers of DreamLeague Season 28.
Yeah, I mean, after all, not a very bad performance from YG. I think they showed a very, very commendable performance. I think they played pretty well. It's just KUKUYS, they were on another level, I think YG, they definitely have a very good shot still at qualifying, like coming up from the losers bracket. But KUKUYS definitely, they look like a completely different team. This qualifier, they look really, really good, very solid. They have a lot of discipline. They have a lot of understanding about the meta, or what to draft and what not to pick. And I feel like they are definitely the second best SEA team right now on paper, after OG.
KUKU is putting a smile on your face, Winter. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. It's KUKU and his gang who are rising the ranks. I mean, if you look at how things have played out so far in the bracket of the close qualifiers, it's kind of surprising. Ivory defeating Nemesis, and now they're playing up against Execration on the B stream. And now Nemesis are in the lower bracket as well. So it's been a pretty crazy day 1. I think some upsets, some better than expected performances, and overall a whole lot of chaos here in Southeast Asia. But that does wrap it up for us here today, at least on this stream. The DreamLeague qualifier action is still raging on across the different regions, though. You can tune in to ESL_Dota2 Ember. I mean, honestly, if you're on Twitch, just search ESL_Dota2 and I'm sure you'll find all the streams. I think right now we have Mouse versus Navi. Western Europe is a bloodbath, so I'd recommend checking that out. But thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back here at 12 p.m. Singapore time tomorrow for more Southeast Asia action. Bye-bye.
Yes, I'm ready. glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all